Chapter 701. His visage intermittently revealed golden and silver runes, appearing and vanishing as if something were striving to break free from its constraints, only to be forcibly drawn back each time. The entire spectacle was remarkably uncanny. At that moment, Lin-Mo closed his eyes, his hands weaving intricate gestures akin to the rapid rotation of wheels, seemingly exerting every ounce of his strength to summon a certain force, causing the golden light surrounding him to flicker erratically. Simultaneously, an astonishing phenomenon unfolded above the peak where the cave resided. The previously clear sky suddenly became shrouded in dense clouds. In the blink of an eye, a tempestuous wind howled, plunging the world into a shadowy gloom. Heavy dark clouds converged like a rising tide, enveloping the sky within 100 miles, as if ensconced in an abyss of darkness. Yet, the once ferocious winds abruptly ceased, only to be replaced by a bone-chilling cold that surged from all directions, swirling restlessly within the clouds, accompanied by a barrage of hailstones the size of fists crashing down. Icy snowflakes cascaded from the heavens like a torrential waterfall. In a fleeting moment, the location transformed into a realm blanketed in silver, a world of pristine white snow, where all things were encased in ice, resembling a place frozen in the grip of a glacial chill. Before the heavy snowfall could fully abate, a searing tempest erupted within the clouds. The once massive dark clouds were swiftly dispersed by this whirlwind, allowing sunlight to pour forth. At this moment, anyone standing atop the mountain would be awestruck by the breathtaking scene before them, involuntarily shivering in response. It was midday, and while several suns were expected to illuminate the sky, only one remained, gleaming brightly, while the others vanished without a trace. The sole surviving sun radiated a gentle golden light, transforming the previously azure sky into a soft silver hue. Under the interplay of golden and silver luminescence, the entire area seemed to have entered a mysterious new realm. However, if someone were to leap from Lin-Mo's peak to a distance of several hundred miles, they would discover that the astonishing celestial phenomena were gradually returning to tranquility. Upon traversing the vast sea of fog 300 miles away, multiple suns continued to hang side by side in the sky, which remained as azure as ever. Only the pale silver light above the fog sea flickered incessantly. Yet, the thunderous sounds emanating from the same direction startled the vigilant cultivators nearby, prompting them to hastily emerge from their cave. They either stood atop the mountain or ascended into the air on their magical artifacts, all gazing intently towards the fog sea, their faces etched with confusion and unease. Hovering above a peak merely 10 miles from the fog sea were a dozen cultivators suspended at a height of over 1,000 jong, equally fixated on the distant fog sea. Among them, a strikingly handsome young man clad in white, appearing to be in his 30s, clearly held a status far superior to the others. He stood proudly at the forefront of the group, his feet resting upon a colossal white sword. A number of individuals, both young and old, trailed slightly behind, their gazes towards the man in white brimming with profound reverence. Could it be that this person had indeed taken possession of the Sunpeak merely 3 days prior? The expression of the man in white shifted subtly, and without turning his head, he inquired, "Report to me, my esteemed uncle, regarding this individual." "Esteemed uncle, it is indeed true that he arrived at Sunpeak 3 days ago and employed a formidable psychic force to expel all nearby cultivators simultaneously. A friend of mine, at the late stage of the Nascent Soul realm, was present in the vicinity. He recounted that under such psychic pressure, he could scarcely stand. All his magical energy was utterly suppressed, rendering him incapable of any resistance. Thus he had no choice but to leave without a fight," replied an elder with hair as white as snow, slightly bowing in respect. "Ah, I see. It is indeed remarkable that one could subdue a mere nascent soul cultivator solely with psychic power. Although this may pose some difficulty, I too could manage it with effort. However, to simultaneously restrain multiple cultivators from various chambers is certainly beyond the capabilities of a refinement void stage practitioner. Even those at the pinnacle of that stage would likely find it a daunting task," the man in white remarked, his expression revealing a tinge of peculiarity. "The elder may possess both a physical body and a doppelganger," exclaimed the elder, his countenance suddenly shifting in alarm. Upon hearing this, those present were taken aback, collectively inhaling sharply. Judging solely by the potency of his psychic energy, such a possibility indeed seemed plausible. Yet, one cannot dismiss the notion that this individual might have harnessed the power of certain extraordinary artifacts or cultivated an exceptionally potent psychic secret art. After a moment of contemplation, the man in white spoke, though his tone bore uncertainty. Indeed, however, this is merely my personal conjecture. Even if this individual is not a harmonization stage practitioner, he must be a formidable refinement void stage expert, likely having cultivated his abilities to a grand mastery. I implore you all to refrain from provoking this individual. For beings of such exalted stature, our true spirit lineage shall earnestly strive to forge amicable relations rather than enmity. The elder with white hair responded with a wry smile. How could I dare to offend such an esteemed elder? Were it not for my uncle fortuitously passing through this area, my lineage would have already contemplated relocating elsewhere in search of a new family residence. Relocation is unnecessary. From observations, this individual merely utilized psychic energy to drive others away, indicating that while his actions may seem tyrannical, he is not of a cruel disposition. Furthermore, based on the current celestial phenomena, it appears he is harnessing the local environment to cultivate some mysterious supernatural art, rather than harboring ulterior motives. Since he has chosen to reside here, he likely is a lone cultivator without sect or affiliation. Should we succeed in inviting him to join our family as an elder guest, it would undoubtedly enhance the strength of our clan significantly. Thus, I have resolved to linger here for a while, attempting to establish a cordial rapport with him. The man in white declared, his gaze flickering with intent. The honor of having my uncle reside temporarily with us is a tremendous privilege for our lineage. The elder with white hair exclaimed with uncontainable joy upon hearing this. His uncle, a formidable practitioner at the initial stage of void refinement, offered invaluable guidance during his brief stay within the cave dwelling, greatly benefiting the disciples of their lineage. After all, despite his status as the branch leader of the Gu family, he himself was merely a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. The man in white was quite pleased with the elder's respectful demeanor. After a subtle nod, his gaze turned once more to the distant mist-covered sea, pondering the nature of the mysterious divine ability that could provoke such a magnificent celestial phenomenon. However, the art of spirit refinement was a precious secret technique of the true immortal realm. And even though this man of white robes held a high position within a prestigious spirit lineage, he remained perplexed after observing for a while. Fortunately, the celestial phenomenon observed was relatively ordinary. Otherwise, had he been deeper within the misty sea, he would have been utterly speechless, struggling to maintain his composure. After all, while certain divine abilities within the spirit realm could sense the essence of heaven and earth, they could at most cause disturbances in the nearby elemental energies, utterly failing to evoke the awe-inspiring effects of spirit refinement. Nonetheless, even this current celestial phenomenon compelled the man in white to regard Lin Mo with newfound respect, nurturing a strong desire to ally with him. After observing for a while longer and noticing no significant changes in the distant celestial display, the man left a young disciple stationed at the mountain peak and subsequently led the rest back to their cave at the foot of the mountain. The nearby practitioners, having been awestruck by the celestial phenomenon for quite some time, found themselves unable to continue their watch and return to their respective caves, their hearts filled with unease. In the heart of the misty sea, shrouded in a blanket of white fog, the horizon still flickered with a silvery glow, while the sun shone with resplendent brilliance. Yet, apart from these evident sights, there were no signs of clouds or even the slightest caress of a breeze. Within a radius of over 100 miles, silence reigned, as if all things had been frozen by some mysterious force. As time passed, the enigmatic phenomenon within the misty sea remained unchanged. However, on the second day, dark spots appeared upon the golden sun, faintly shimmering. By the third day, these spots had coalesced into a shadow at the core of the sun. On the fourth day, this shadow began to morph and stretch, gradually becoming slender. By the fifth day, a long, dark line was clearly visible across the surface of the golden sun, resembling a tightly closed golden eye from a distance. This sight was indeed chilling. On the sixth day, the celestial phenomena remained unchanged, though the brilliance emitted by the sun grew increasingly blinding. As midday on the seventh day approached, Lin Mo, who had been meditating in the cave, slowly opened his eyes. Simultaneously, the golden eye, born of the sun, began to distort and blur, slowly opening as well. Amidst the black light, a seven-colored orb resembling a pupil gradually emerged, its surface shifting in hues, evoking a wondrous sensation of perceiving the essence of all things in heaven and earth. Not long after, a resounding roar echoed from beneath the peaks, akin to the bellow of a mighty dragon, its tone clear and distant, seemingly capable of piercing the heavens and stirring the soul. In a remote and unknown realm, within a pristine palace floating in the void, several indistinct figures enveloped in ethereal light sat quietly upon a lofty dais, separated by considerable distance, as if engaged in a profound conversation. The majority of these figures were obscured by the shimmering radiance. Behind each stood several disciples clad in diverse attire, comprising men, women, and children, each exuding an air of utmost reverence. At the heart of the gathering, a magnificent black and white flower, spanning 100 feet in diameter, hovered gracefully in the low air, emanating a fragrant and mysterious aura. Suddenly, a figure surrounded by a spectrum of 7 colors let out a soft gasp, subsequently uttering the word strange multiple times. Xianming, what has transpired to elicit such remarks? Inquired another figure, shrouded in white light, their tone laced with curiosity. There is someone cultivating the divine refinement technique, who has successfully breached the first layer of its realm, thereby causing a celestial phenomenon that my monitoring artifact has detected. The 7-colored figure named Xianming replied candidly after a brief hesitation. The divine refinement technique? That art has long been deemed forbidden across the various celestial realms. How is it that someone dares to practice it? Even so, one need only send personnel to capture the practitioner. Why should you be astonished? The figure enveloped in white light continued, still somewhat perplexed. If that were indeed the case, I would have no objections. However, the response from the heavens sensed by my artifact originates from a minor spirit realm, rather than from a practitioner within the celestial domain. Xianming responded with a wry smile. Individuals from the lower realms? That is indeed unexpected. Perhaps a practitioner stealthily infiltrated the lower realm and brought this technique with them. Yet, this is of little consequence. The divine refinement technique is exceedingly arduous even for practitioners of our celestial realms. Those diminutive spirit realms could never hope to cultivate it to its utmost pinnacle. The figure cloaked in white light remarked, equally astonished, yet quickly regaining composure to explain with a smile. Within the spectrum of 7 colors, the figure seemed to vow, resolutely choosing to bury this matter deep within, as if to truly forget it. Lin Mo took a deep breath, savoring the wondrous sensation that enveloped him after his consciousness had doubled in strength, his heart brimming with joy and excitement. He had finally succeeded in mastering the first layer of the divine refinement technique, though he had yet to enter the integration phase. The strength of the consciousness of a fully realized practitioner in the later stages of integration could hardly compare to his current prowess. His consciousness instantly pierced through the confines of his chamber, reaching beyond the mountain. Yet, his brow furrowed slightly in response. The celestial phenomena that once adorned the sky have nearly dissipated, yet the external landscape lies in utter disarray. The preceding tempest of snow and wind was immensely powerful, resulting in the disappearance of much of the surrounding flora and fauna, with the remnants appearing askew, as if engaged in a desperate struggle for survival. The upper half of the mountains stands stark and barren, exuding an air of desolation. After Lin Mo's consciousness wandered nearby for a few moments, it ventured forth into the distance, instantly encompassing all within a 1,000-mile radius. Suddenly, his expression shifted. His consciousness lingered momentarily over a peak at the edge of the misty sea before enveloping the entire mountain within its grasp. Within a cave at the foot of the mountain, there was a faint fluctuation of consciousness emanating from a cultivator at the void refinement level. Despite the multiple layers of restrictions set around this cave, they appeared as fragile as parchment before Lin Mo's formidable consciousness. A strand of consciousness coalesced, piercing through several layers of restrictions to reach the source of the sensed aura. In a secluded chamber, there sat a strikingly handsome man clad in white robes. Lin Mo's consciousness bore no concealment, and coupled with the forceful breach of the restrictions, it immediately captured the attention of the white-robed man the instant it manifested in the chamber. He gently opened his eyes, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he spoke. "I am but a humble individual from the Moon's South Valley, extending my greetings to you. Congratulations on your remarkable cultivation and extraordinary abilities." The Moon's South Valley? Could it be the one located near Dust Dance City? Lin Mo inquired, his tone tinged with surprise and curiosity. "Indeed, it is that very mountain. May I inquire if you are familiar with our Gu family?" The white-robed man expressed, now taken aback. The Gu family, while my knowledge is somewhat limited, I have certainly heard of the reputation of the Moon South Mountain. Is it true that the reclusive cultivators said to dwell in this mountain are members of your family? Lin Mo replied with composure. Haha, you must have heard of the name True Spirit Aristocracy. Our Gu family is a lineage that has been passed down since ancient times, and to maintain the purity of our bloodline, we indeed engage little with the outside world. Though few are aware of this, with your capabilities, it is certain that you will come to know of it in due course, the white-robed man responded with a soft chuckle. True Spirit Aristocracy? Then, are you acquainted with the Yi family and the Long family? Lin Mo inquired after a brief silence. The Yi and Long families are among the most powerful clans within the True Spirit Aristocracy. While our Gu family possesses considerable strength, we humbly acknowledge that we are somewhat inferior to these two families. Might your mention of them suggest an acquaintance with their descendants? The white-robed man's tone revealed a hint of hesitation. Indeed, I have had some degree of interaction with the descendants of both families, though it does not constitute a profound friendship. As for your unexpected appearance here and your prolonged presence, I wonder what brings you. Lin Mo inquired with a calm demeanor. Haha, this place is the site of a branch established by a member of the Gu family. I happened to pass through here and did not anticipate encountering you cultivating such profound abilities. My heart is filled with joy, and I wish to make the acquaintance of you, my friend Lin. The man in the white robe explained with a beaming smile. I see. I have now completed my cultivation, and if you do not mind, we may proceed to my residence for a discussion at this very moment. I am quite curious about the myriad affairs of the True Spirit family, and I believe our exchange will prove mutually beneficial. Lin Mo's tone gradually softened as he spoke. It is indeed a great honor for me, and I shall visit you forthwith. Upon hearing this, the man in white was filled with immense joy and readily agreed. Then I shall await your arrival in the cave. Lin Mo's voice became increasingly faint, and moments later, his spiritual consciousness dissipated within the secret chamber. After approximately a quarter of an hour, a dazzling white light surged forth from the foot of the mountain, and in a mere blink, it reached the edge of the Misty Sea, over 10 miles away. The previously tranquil waters of the Misty Sea, after being illuminated by several enormous silver runes, suddenly parted on both sides, forming a passage several feet wide that led deep into the mist. Without hesitation, Guyan activated the escape light and flew into it. Within a few breaths, the white radiance vanished into the depths of the passage, leaving no trace behind. At that moment, the parted mist began to swirl and coalesce once more, returning to its original state. By the time Guyan arrived at the peak in the center of the Misty Sea, Lin Mo had already stepped out of the cave's entrance, waiting there with a smile. Upon seeing Lin Mo, who was indeed the accomplished practitioner of the late stage of the void refinement realm as he had anticipated, Guyan's smile grew even broader. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the two entered the cave together. However, after a full half-hour of conversation within the abode, the practitioner from the Gu family emerged with a look of regret, taking to the skies on his sword, departing from the Misty Sea. Upon returning to the residence she once inhabited, Guyan provided a thorough and meticulous account to an elder of the Gu family before gracefully leaving the place. Meanwhile, Lin Mo was in the depths of his cave, carefully scrutinizing a delicate white jade slip while lost in profound contemplation. The Long family actually enjoys the esteemed reputation of being the foremost true spirit family, and they even have a powerful cultivator in the integration stage residing within their ranks. It seems I must pay closer attention to this matter in the future, Lin Mo murmured to himself, and as he spoke, a flash of light enveloped the jade slip, causing it to vanish without a trace. This jade slip was a gift from Guyan, containing a wealth of detailed information about the True Spirit family, providing Lin Mo with a more comprehensive understanding of the human True Spirit clans. However, this information was not particularly confidential. Typically, any practitioner who reached the void refinement realm could gradually learn these matters through various means. The Gu family practitioner was merely taking the opportunity to express goodwill in a natural manner. The reason Lin Mo had invited Guyan to his cave was primarily due to the fact that he had thoroughly provoked the Long family, which was also a member of the True Spirit family, leading to the failure of a significant plan they had originally targeted against the Yi family. Although centuries had passed, for cultivators, this span of time was evidently insufficient for the Long family to forget such events. Thus, having chosen to return to the human race and intending to reside here for the long term, he naturally needed to undertake thorough understanding and precautionary measures in advance. It was for this reason that upon discovering Gu Yun's true identity, he felt a stir within and resolved to invite the other party to his cave abode for a meeting. As he had anticipated, after a brief conversation, this member of the Gu family proposed that he join their ranks as a guest elder. However, Lin Mo politely declined this offer. Given his current strength and abilities, he was unwilling to submit to any family. Moreover, with his own accumulation of wealth, the seemingly generous conditions proposed by Gu Yun did not stir even the slightest ripple within his heart. After a lengthy and complex contemplation, Lin Mo ultimately shook his head, setting the matter aside for the time being. With a gentle flick of his wrist, a scroll approximately 1 foot in length suddenly materialized before him. With a delicate wave of his jade-like fingers, akin to a maestro conducting an orchestra, the scroll unfurled gradually like a magician's trick. An overwhelming aura of somberness surged forth, as the painting shimmered with golden light, obscuring its true visage. Yet, Lin Mo's eyes sparkled with a crystalline blue glow, and with the aid of his spiritual vision, he instantly discerned everything within the painting. To his astonishment, the scroll was densely populated with numerous golden flying swords, varying in form and size, each vividly alive, exuding distinct energies. Remarkably, despite the painting's modest dimensions, it gave the illusion of containing an inexhaustible number of flying swords. Even more astonishing were the swords that soared high into the clouds, resembling colossal celestial blades, instilling a sense of dread with their formidable lengths. Others were as delicate as a strand of hair, measuring merely an inch, yet one could discern the intricate patterns on the blade at a mere glance, as if they were within reach. This artwork was none other than the 10,000 Swords diagram he had acquired years ago from the forbidden ruins of the Guanghan realm. It was evident that the diagram concealed a remarkably powerful cultivation method. Thus, over the years, in addition to practicing the spirit refinement technique, Lin Mo had devoted considerable time and energy to this artwork, gaining a wealth of invaluable insights. The knowledge gleaned from the 10,000 Swords diagram was undoubtedly closely related to sword techniques, as well as to the manipulation of divine consciousness. With his current cultivation level, he had long qualified to practice the final formation of the Qingyuan sword technique, the Qingpan sword formation. In comparison to the Chuanli sword formation, the potency of the Qingpan sword formation was undoubtedly greater. However, after witnessing the prowess of several integration stage experts, Lin Mo discerned that this sword formation still fell slightly short. Thus, a sudden inspiration struck him, and he decided to integrate the knowledge he had garnered from the 10,000 Swords diagram into the Qingpan sword formation. The modified new formation indeed exhibited a significant enhancement in power, becoming more adaptable and versatile, capable of being arranged with just a thought. Lin Mo gazed intently at the 10,000 Swords diagram suspended in the air, his gaze resolute and focused. He named the knowledge he had derived from the diagram as the Sword of Thought technique, fully aware that this was merely the tip of the iceberg of the true essence contained within the artwork. However, the remaining aspects were far too profound and intricate for one at the void refinement stage to comprehend. After a prolonged silence, Lin Mo let out a gentle sigh, gesturing with his arm as the azure light flickered, transforming the myriad swords diagram into a scroll that subsequently vanished without a trace. He found himself engulfed in profound contemplation. His gains from the Guanghan realm were indeed bountiful, beyond the divine cultivation technique and the myriad swords diagram. The most precious treasure was undoubtedly the cleverly concealed void spirit pill. This pill had garnered immense attention even from the two powerful entities of the combined body stage, who devoted millennia to strategizing for its acquisition. The value of such a treasure is self-evident. Regrettably, upon first discovering its existence, Lin Mo recognized that the pill would offer tremendous benefits to those at the combined body stage. Thus, prior to his ascension to that realm, the void spirit pill held little significance for him. In addition to the pill, he had harvested numerous rare spiritual herbs from the Forbidden Ruins medicinal garden. However, most of these precious herbs had already been sold to figures like Tianjizi, leaving him with only a handful as seeds for future maturation. The unique spiritual flowers and fruits, though their precise identities remained elusive, were undoubtedly rare treasures from the spirit realm. Among them, the most captivating was the last acquired silver lotus pod. This mysterious herb was undoubtedly the most valuable and rarest within the medicinal garden, yet Lin Mo found himself at a loss, unable to discern its origin or properties. Standing helplessly in place, He could only hope for future opportunities to uncover the specific effects and methods of use for these herbs. Nonetheless, the Hong Luo fruits could be brewed into a fine elixir known as Hong Luo Tianjiu, following specific recipes. This exquisite wine was reputed for its miraculous effects of prolonging life and enhancing physical constitution. Surely, sampling a cup or two would pose no adverse effects. Moreover, the Hong Luo fruits he possessed had been passed down through countless generations, their medicinal properties profoundly rich, perhaps resulting in an even more extraordinary spirit wine. As for the shita grass, it was an essential ingredient for concocting various pills that enhanced the cultivation of practitioners at the combined body stage, as well as being indispensable for those advancing to that realm. In addition to the aforementioned items, he had also obtained several depleted talismans and a star map from the spatial realm of the screen, all of which held immense research value. For those well-versed in talismans and formations, these items promised to inspire great insights and revelations. However, over the past century, Lin Mo had primarily focused on cultivating the divine technique and other secret arts, leaving little time for such research. Thus, he could only securely store these two items within his storage bracelet for the time being. As he silently pondered all of this, a profound light flickered in his eyes. After a period of reflection, he took a deep breath, casting aside all distractions, and began to concentrate on how to break through the bottleneck of the combined body stage. At present, his spiritual awareness had significantly enhanced, and coupled with the myriad elixirs obtained from the thunderous continent, his chances of surpassing the bottleneck far exceeded those of an ordinary practitioner. However, prior to this, he still needed to refine a substantial number of elixirs and magical artifacts. The bottleneck of the integration stage presents a fundamentally different challenge compared to his previous breakthroughs. Not only is a copious supply of elixirs required as assistance, but it is also essential to arrange a specific formation to harness the vital energies of heaven and earth, thereby enhancing the probability of success. This formation was imparted to Lin Mo by an exotic race he encountered on his journey home. It is said that this formation is a closely guarded secret of that race, and had it not been for his fortuitous circumstances, he would likely have struggled to master the intricacies of its layout. Although the formation is not overly complex, its design is ingeniously crafted, necessitating several special artifacts as focal points to unleash its full potential. Naturally, Lin Mo could only rely on his own abilities to refine these artifacts, which is the primary reason he procured such a vast array of materials in Tianyuan City. With a flick of his wrist, his storage bracelet transformed into a streak of dark light, darting into the air, where it hovered for a moment before settling steadily in midair. He gestured towards the circular ring with one hand, and instantly, a flash of red light illuminated the space, revealing a crimson furnace towering half a zhang below. Following this, the storage bracelet swirled with azure mist, and the ground shimmered with spiritual light as an array of jade boxes and bottles emerged like mushrooms after rain. With a swift hand gesture, the furnace spun in the air and suddenly grew to several feet in height. A faint smile graced Lin Mo's lips as he pointed a finger once more at the furnace. With a soft hiss, a plume of azure flame erupted from his fingertip. The flame danced around the furnace and, in an instant, surged dramatically in intensity. Simultaneously, the heat within the chamber radiated outward, and the temperature rose significantly. In the 303rd chapter, Lin Mo maintained a calm demeanor as he reached toward a jade box on the ground. The box opened automatically, and a seemingly ordinary piece of black metal shot forth. Its surface gleamed with a deep luster, subtly emanating strands of spiritual energy, indicating it was a semi-finished material that had undergone preliminary refinement. In an instant, the obsidian metal vanished without a trace, silently merging into the ancient bronze furnace. Lin Mo rolled up his sleeves and waved at the alchemical apparatus. The fierce azure flames surged once more, completely engulfing the massive alchemical furnace in a blaze. Subsequently, the various materials required for alchemy were sequentially fed into the furnace. After a protracted span of 2 months, Lin Mo finally succeeded in refining the necessary artifacts and elixirs one by one. He then devoted an additional half-month to meticulously constructing a vast formation centered around a mountain peak. Following this, Lin Mo entered seclusion for another 6 months, fully restoring his energy and adjusting his mental and physical state. Ultimately, he began to attempt to break through the bottleneck of the integration stage within the confines of the chamber. On this particular day, An elderly man with silvery hair from the branch of the Gu family was quietly meditating in his cave dwelling when he suddenly sensed a subtle tremor beneath his feet, causing the entire chamber to gently sway. The ominous transformation caused the elderly man to feel a tightening in his chest. As he opened his eyes, preparing to call out for others to inquire about the situation, his expression suddenly shifted. In a flash, he transformed into a brilliant beam of light and soared away from the secret chamber. Mere moments later, the white-haired elder found himself firmly standing atop a massive rock at the mountain's peak, his countenance grave as he gazed into the distant sea of mist. Shortly thereafter, several cultivators, harnessing their escape light, rushed from the foot of the mountain, respectfully halting behind the elder. Such scenes unfolded repeatedly around the misty ocean. Celestial phenomena. Once again, celestial phenomena. This thought surged through the minds of the assembled crowd like a tidal wave. In the distance, within the misty ocean, enormous silver-white pillars of light emerged, each towering over 100 zhang, adorned with flowing golden-hued mysterious runes. The white mist within the ocean writhed violently, while the sky above was festooned with vibrant points of light, continuously converging towards the center from every direction. One individual, upon sensing the surroundings, turned as pale as death. Within the realm of his consciousness, all the elemental energies of heaven and earth surged towards the misty ocean like frenzied beasts. Nearby, several spiritual veins erupted with an extraordinary amount of spiritual energy, as if drawn by some formidable force, becoming increasingly restless. In an instant, a vast expanse of colorful spiritual clouds formed above the misty ocean, cloaking much of the sky. Thunder rumbled, and purple lightning flickered intermittently within the clouds, weaving through the air like serpentine electric dragons. Suddenly, a deafening howl erupted from the depths of the misty ocean, followed by an overwhelming spiritual pressure that was impossible to withstand. This formidable pressure left the spectators astounded, even from hundreds of miles away. The gathered human cultivators felt their bodies weighed down as though leaden, with the weaker among them collapsing to the ground, blood streaming from their orifices. Those of greater strength, like the white-haired elder, found their vision clouded, kneeling in submission. These individuals were both shocked and enraged. Yet, before they could react, a solemn chant resonated from the colorful spiritual clouds, with various colored runes shimmering in the mist. At that moment, from the peak at the center of the misty ocean, a low, inhuman growl echoed forth, followed by a brilliant surge of golden light that erupted, forming a towering golden apparition over 100 zhang tall. This golden figure, with eyes like bells and fangs bared, was a ferociously formidable golden giant ape. As soon as this ape appeared, the colorful spiritual clouds above reacted, thunder crashing as countless bolts of purple lightning simultaneously struck a specific point within the clouds, coalescing into a purple giant dragon, its size rivaling that of the giant ape. With a thunderous clap that reverberated through the heavens and earth, the purple dragon, enveloped in a dazzling current of electricity, shook its body and plunged downwards with unmatched ferocity. Faced with such a spectacle, the golden giant ape roared in fury, pounding its chest before leaping fearlessly to confront the purple dragon. The golden giant ape wielded its enormous hands, resembling vast fans, and firmly grasped the neck of the purple dragon. With a powerful thrust of its arms, it audibly severed the massive dragon's head with a resounding roar. In an instant, the dragon's body disintegrated into countless arcs of electricity, scattering in all directions. However, the golden giant ape did not pause. Rather, it lifted its head and took a deep breath, opening its mouth to release a dazzling expanse of golden light. The dispersed arcs of electricity, illuminated by this radiant glow, were enveloped and drawn into the ape's mouth. Within moments, all traces of the electric light vanished without a trace. Moreover, the ethereal form of the golden giant ape showed no signs of abating. The spiritual light emanating from it continued to swirl as the golden radiance gradually condensed into a beam of light, merging into the multicolored spiritual cloud. Within the cloud, a series of muffled sounds reverberated as the five-colored spiritual cloud began to rotate around the golden pillar of light. Various colored runes, drawn by an overwhelming gravitational force, surged from the spiritual cloud, only to be voraciously consumed by the golden pillar, ultimately swallowed by the ethereal form of the giant ape. In the short span of time, the golden pillar was adorned with an array of runes, cascading downward like a tide. The giant ape's mouth resembled an invincible black hole, continually devouring the multitude of runes. While its expression remained remarkably tranquil, observers at the edge of the misty sea beheld this scene with wide eyes, utterly astonished. The elderly man with white hair was flooded with thoughts of the mountain giant ape and the true spirit bloodline, his astonishment far surpassing that of the other cultivators. As a branch leader of the esteemed Gu family, his insights were exceptional. He immediately recognized that the golden, ethereal form in the low skies of the misty sea was indeed the manifestation of the mountain giant ape, a revelation that left him profoundly shaken. No wonder this individual was reluctant to join our Gu family. He possessed the true spirit bloodline himself. Yet, this manifestation was astonishingly powerful, able to instill fear in all of us merely through its presence. Moreover, the celestial phenomena this time surpassed the last. With such an abundance of heavenly and earthly energy converging, was he attempting to break through the bottleneck of the integration stage? Though the white-haired elder's cultivation level was not particularly high, his intellect was sharp. In a brief moment, he surmised the truth of the situation, eliciting admiration. At that moment, not only were runes flying toward the golden pillar, but the five-colored spiritual cloud itself was also rapidly swirling into it. Shortly thereafter, the spiritual cloud in the sky transformed into a funnel shape, gradually elongating and contorting into a colossal, bizarre formation. A vast quantity of energy-laden spiritual cloud was frantically injected into the ethereal form of the golden giant ape. The once somewhat indistinct giant ape's ethereal form gradually became clearer amidst the flickering runes. After the span of a meal, the five-colored spiritual cloud was entirely absorbed. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the ethereal figure of the golden giant ape appeared to be insatiable. It closed its mouth and struck its chest with both hands once more, causing the radiant golden light emanating from its surface to become even more dazzling. With a thunderous crash, a swirling tempest of white erupted from the location of the golden giant ape's apparition, rapidly expanding and enveloping the entire mountainous silhouette within its formidable embrace. Simultaneously, an invisible wave surged forth from the whirlwind, spreading outwards in all directions, sweeping across the surrounding misty expanse with a breathtaking reach. Observers beheld the primal energies of the universe within a radius of 10,000 miles stir restlessly, transforming into brilliant specks akin to yellow beans. Coalescing into a torrent that surged towards the enigmatic sea of fog, countless luminous points, like moths drawn to a flame, scrambled to enter the vortex, vanishing at an unfathomable speed. The deep, resonant roar of the giant ape emanating from the tempest seemed imbued with anguish and torment. As the vibrant orbs multiplied, the giant ape's cries gradually diminished, ultimately fading into silence. Yet, regardless of the number of light points converging from all directions, the whirlwind mercilessly consumed them, as if perpetually unsatisfied in its insatiable hunger. A group of human cultivators nearby, witnessing this extraordinary scene, felt their throats tighten with anxiety, unable to suppress the instinctive urge to swallow. Were an ordinary cultivator to be infused with such a vast quantity of cosmic energy, they would likely have perished in an explosive demise. After an entire meal's duration, a piercing cry from the white tempest shattered the air, followed by a deafening explosion. The whirlwind erupted violently, sending powerful gusts sweeping outward and obliterating the surrounding luminous points. At the heart of the tempest, the colossal silhouette of the ape reemerged. However, this time, its form was no longer adorned in golden luminescence, but was instead cloaked in resplendent, multicolored runes, shimmering faintly as if its entire being was enveloped in these vibrant symbols. From a distance, it appeared exceedingly bizarre. The giant ape clasped its head with its hands, its facial expressions shifting erratically, at times racked with pain, at others consumed by rage, its eyes eventually turning crimson, suggesting an impending madness. Simultaneously, the runes upon its body flickered erratically, rendering its form at times indistinct and at times sharply defined, as if caught in a state of extreme instability. The other cultivators observing from afar were left in a state of bewilderment, utterly at a loss. Only the elderly sage with white hair felt a deep-seated dread, his heart laden with profound fear. The unfolding situation evidently indicated that the opponent was grappling with an inner demon at a critical juncture in their breakthrough. Should the opponent's mental fortitude falter and sanity wane, there was a grave risk of them succumbing to the machinations of their inner turmoil, unleashing havoc upon the vicinity. Given the formidable prowess of the adversary, these lower-tier cultivators would stand no chance of resistance, left to await their grim fate. Such occurrences had transpired on multiple occasions before. The white-haired elder, increasingly consumed by fear, felt an urgent surge of spiritual power within him. Striving to rise against the overwhelming pressure and lead his kin to safety from this treacherous place. However, as he barely managed to lift half of his body, his legs trembled weakly, causing him to collapse once more to the ground, despite the distant giant ape appearing to be in a daze. The spiritual pressure it exuded showed no signs of abating. As a cultivator of the Nascent Soul stage, he found himself utterly immobilized, unable to summon even the slightest ounce of his internal energy, nor could he convey a warning to his people. The terror in the elder's heart reached its zenith. Meanwhile, deep within the mountain's secluded chamber, Lin Imo sat immobile within a unique small array, resembling a statue. A half-foot-tall golden-blue nascent soul floated several feet above his physical form, eerily fixated on a corner of the chamber outside the array. The nascent soul cradled a fragmented golden blade in its hands, surrounded by 72 small azure swords, providing a tight protective barrier. Beyond this circle of small swords, a silver short blade, a small azure cauldron, and a massive black sword revolved slowly around the nascent soul. Strangely, one eye of the nascent soul glimmered with a blue light, while the other shone a deep crimson, split down the middle of the nose, revealing two starkly contrasting emotions. The left side of its face contorted in a way that was almost unbearable to behold, exuding a savage ruthlessness, while the right side bore a smile that was chillingly indifferent, its gaze icy enough to instill dread. It was as if two entirely different Lin Mos resided within its being. With one hand forming a seal, the other held a delicate bronze incense burner, within which lay a partially charred remnant of incense, evidently yet to be ignited. Outside the chamber, countless colorful spiritual runes cascaded from the heavens, vanishing without a trace after briefly flickering upon contact with either his nascent soul or physical form. In that corner, which he scrutinized, a mass of black gas, resembling the size of a head, churned incessantly while emitting a low, mournful wail. The moment this sound reached the ears of those nearby, it would disrupt their peace, creating an overwhelming urge for violence. Yet, the calm half of his visage remained unaffected by the ghastly cries. The other half, however, became increasingly inflamed by the sound, the crimson light in its eyes intensifying as frenzied emotion swelled, seemingly on the brink of losing its last vestige of reason. Suddenly, the blue glowing eyes erupted with a chilling light. He raised a hand and pointed his index finger at the incense burner in his physical grasp. With a soft puff, a silvery flame burst forth from his fingertip, striking the remnants of the incense precisely. In an instant, the burner ignited, and a mysterious, rich scent of sandalwood filled the entire chamber. Chapter 704. Strangely, after the nascent soul inhaled the fragrant aroma a few times, the previously uncontrollable visage of its other half swiftly diminished in ferocity, and the crimson light in its pupils began to fade gradually. Meanwhile, the lurking black essence, upon first contact with this fragrance, erupted in a piercing wail, only to be abruptly silenced. This black essence churned violently, gradually dissipating in the fragrant atmosphere, revealing a horrific visage devoid of eyes and nose, contorted in agony. Upon witnessing this scene, the nascent soul unhesitatingly opened its mouth, unleashing a golden arc of energy that shot forth like an arrow. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the golden arc struck the ghostly face with pinpoint accuracy, causing it to tremble violently. It gritted its teeth in rage and emitted a shrill scream, only to become indistinct and ultimately dissolve into a wisp of black smoke. The nascent soul then slowly closed its eyes, and the previously twisted features began to return to normal. When it opened its eyes once more, they shone with clarity. It was merely a fragment of a celestial demon attempting to disrupt my mind amid the invasion of inner demons. Such presumption is truly contemptible, the nascent soul remarked with a barely audible, cold chuckle. Subsequently, it tossed the remaining blade upward and swiftly formed a series of hand seals. Once again, it closed its eyes. The colorful runes cascading from the gaping hole in the ceiling suddenly accelerated, filling the chamber with a dazzling array of spiritual light. Simultaneously, another peculiar fragrance emanated from the physical form below. Yet, the nascent soul appeared indifferent. focusing entirely on absorbing the multicolored runes transformed from the primordial energy of heaven and earth, causing its body to visibly expand. After half an hour, Lin Mo's nascent soul had grown to a height of 3 to 4 feet, resembling a small child in stature. At that moment, the giant ape's phantom atop the mountain suddenly coalesced into a radiant beam of light, retracting into the depths of the mountain. An overwhelming surge of primordial energy descended upon the chamber like a rampaging flood, rushing madly toward the nascent soul and the physical body. The skin of the physical form became translucent, and the fragrance intensified. Above, the nascent soul rapidly expanded under the illumination of the spiritual light. Reaching the same size as the physical body, yet with its eyes tightly shut, it sat gracefully in midair, a look of anguish etched upon its brow. At this juncture, Lin Mo's nascent soul felt as though it were bathed in flames, exuding an intense heat, as if its very core were filled with the molten temperature of lava, leading to an overwhelming thirst and reddened skin. However, at this critical moment, a powerful attraction suddenly emanated from the base of his physical body. The primordial infant shrank rapidly, losing all resistance, condensing to 1/10 of its original size before seamlessly merging into the crown of the flesh body, returning to its spiritual form. The once fervent energy within the primordial infant finally discovered an avenue for release, surging wildly into the corporeal form. Lin Mo's body, already exhibiting a crystalline clarity, shimmered as this fiery energy flowed in, rendering his flesh momentarily translucent. One could discern the faint golden bones, intertwined with countless subtle lights, emanating a soft, ethereal glow. Simultaneously, myriad tiny energies began to flow swiftly along the meridians in his dantian. Lin Mo felt a gradual retreat of heat in the areas these energies traversed, transforming into refreshing coolness that enveloped him in comfort. Within mere minutes, all energies converged, autonomously rushing towards his head. Lin Mo sensed a mechanism akin to a great lock within his sea of consciousness, effortlessly yielding to this influx of energy. Subsequently, a profound tingle surged from the depths of his soul, compelling him to open his mouth and release a melodious long howl. Nearby, a group of human cultivators, witnessing the instant disappearance of the giant ape's phantom and the concurrent dissipation of the oppressive aura, were struck with bewilderment. They scrambled to their feet, yet their reactions varied greatly. Some hesitated, remaining at a distance while peering into the depths of the mist, eager to comprehend the unfolding events. Others, sensing the pervasive danger, urgently called to their companions, preparing to flee the scene. The white-haired elder, upon regaining his mobility, transformed into a streak of white light, hastening toward the cave to summon his kin for an expeditious retreat. However, just as these individuals regained their faculties, Lin Mo's howling reverberated like a mighty torrent. The sound, akin to thunder, resonated for hundreds of miles, stirring the mist into towering waves that swept in all directions. The cultivators at the mist's periphery were filled with terror upon witnessing this spectacle and chose to escape. Yet, as the howl penetrated their ears, they experienced a deafening resonance, akin to thunderclaps exploding within their minds, causing them to shriek and plummet from the sky. Although their magical powers had waned, their physical forms remained robust compared to ordinary humans. Thus, even when falling from hundreds of meters, they faced only intense pain without severe injury. Nevertheless, the relentless howl, akin to a soul-snatching melody, inflicted torment upon the cultivators as they writhed on the ground, desperately covering their ears in an attempt to alleviate their suffering. Yet, the howl seemed capable of directly influencing their sea of consciousness. Even those who tore fabric to block their ears could not shield themselves from the invasive sound, which continued to resonate clearly in their minds, accompanied by persistent, thunderous explosions. In but a fleeting moment, the monks seemed to endure what felt like an interminable span of months, each yearning for self-destruction to bring a swift cessation to their excruciating torment. At this juncture, the misty tide had engulfed the surroundings, its overwhelming force surging forth, sweeping across the land. Some monks strained to glance back at this spectacle, their faces instantly paling in horror. These waves were not tangible entities, but rather formed of vapor, yet their astonishing impact still sent shivers down their spines. For at this very moment, they were incapable of deploying any talismans or secret arts for defense. Who could ascertain whether this mist concealed unknown powers? Just as the towering white waves were poised to crash violently against the peaks, threatening to engulf numerous human cultivators. The howling from the depths of the fog abruptly ceased, followed by a chilling, bone-cold sneer. Then, with a sudden cacophony of bangs, the mist erupted, vanishing without a trace, as if the preceding terror had never transpired. After a full cup of tea's time, the group struggled to rise from the ground. Some exchanged glances, reading profound terror in each other's eyes. They remained silent, hastily summoning their escape lights to return to their abodes. Moments later, beams of light shot forth from various peaks, racing in all directions. They flew at full speed, only pausing after traversing millions of miles, where a few descended from their luminous trails. Yet, many continued their frantic dash, disappearing completely from sight, thoroughly distancing themselves from that area. After all, residing in proximity to a being capable of determining their fate with mere howls was indeed a source of great unease. However, the earlier strange celestial phenomenon and Lin Mo's display of formidable prowess sparked doubts and alternative thoughts in the minds of some. The white-haired elder, having settled his kin and disciples in a small valley millions of miles away, immediately dispatched a robust man, second only to himself in strength, bearing a jade slip he had personally entrusted. This envoy hastened day and night towards the ancestral home of the Gu family, situated tens of millions of miles away. Almost simultaneously, news emerged from the Sunrise Peak, claiming that a newly ascended cultivator in the fusion stage resided there. This revelation spread like wildfire to neighboring regions. Meanwhile, the mist surrounding Sunrise Peak had returned to its previous state, a dense white fog enveloping the summit in impenetrable silence. On a certain day, 3 days hence, within a secret chamber deep in the mountains, Lin Mo sat quietly on the ground, his eyes gradually opening. They shimmered with a resplendent blue light. However, after a few blinks, they reverted to their usual profound black. Not long prior, he had successfully ascended to the fusion stage, yet to stabilize his newfound realm and power, he had chosen to continue his cultivation in this secluded chamber for several days. Now, having finally overcome the adverse effects of his elevation, he was prepared to embark on other endeavors. Lin Mo's gaze swept around the room, and a peculiar expression suddenly emerged on his previously tranquil visage. In the absence of his conscious release, the once desolate secret chamber surprisingly vibrated with the palpable force of the elemental energies permeating the air. Lin Mo gently exhaled, extending a hand to swiftly form a series of intricate gestures, all the while reciting a succinct incantation. An astonishing spectacle unfolded. A resonant humming filled the void, followed by a flurry of brilliant white light, manifesting immense blades of wind in an instant. These blades, remarkably slender and semi-transparent, quivered delicately as they floated in the air, saturating the entire secret chamber. The ancient texts proved accurate. Upon entering the integration stage, one's perception and manipulation of the elemental energies far surpassed that of the void refinement phase, allowing for direct control over these energies to form attacks with little to no expenditure of mana. Lin Mo murmured to himself, a look of elation illuminating his countenance. He waved his hand, and the wind blades transformed into radiant orbs of white light, vanishing from sight. Closing his eyes, Lin Mo began to meticulously examine his physical condition and mana levels post-advancement, seeking any potential issues. After an entire meal's duration, he opened his eyes with excitement. His physical strength and mana increase after ascending to the integration stage exceeded his prior expectations. He estimated that with his current power, he stood a considerable chance of triumphing even against a formidable opponent at full integration. Despite his heart brimming with joy, Lin Mo diligently suppressed his emotions, contemplating his forthcoming plans of action. Undoubtedly, as a being of the integration phase, he found himself unrivaled among the human and demon races, save for those yet to be confirmed as truly existent beings of the Great Ascension stage. This placed him in a position where future endeavors would require far less caution. Of course, in the initial years, he would certainly remain here, dedicating himself to solidifying his cultivation level. Subsequently, he would have to attend to numerous intricate matters. Among them, the most critical was to ascertain whether his wife, Nangong Wan, had successfully reached the spirit realm. However, given that Nangong Wan might have ascended to the spirit realm through clandestine spatial nodes, even if she could not be found in Tianyuan City, she could very well be elsewhere, potentially having crossed into demon territory. After all, the lands of humans and demons were closely intertwined. Should he fail to gather pertinent information in Tianyuan City, he would likely need to search the far corners of both realms. If Nangong Wan truly lingered in the human realm due to insufficient cultivation and divine abilities, he would have no choice but to seek methods to breach the spatial barriers, exerting every effort to aid her in escaping her predicament, setting aside other considerations. Simply being able to transmit the numerous elixirs and precious artifacts he possessed across the boundary to Nangong Wan would significantly enhance her strength, making her ascent to the spirit realm a feasible endeavor. Whenever he reflected upon his beloved wife, a torrent of complex emotions surged within Lin Mo, compelling him to retreat into solitude for contemplation within the secret chamber once more. Finally, after a resigned sigh, he managed to gather his scattered thoughts and began to ponder other matters. Besides the affairs concerning Nangong Wan, he also needed to seek out the descendant of the ice spirit fairy, known as Su Xianzi, upon his exit from seclusion. By inquiring about the whereabouts of the ice spirit fairy and returning the items entrusted to him by the young man of the Wang surname, he believed this matter could be satisfactorily resolved. Furthermore, there was the task assigned by Qing Yuanzi to collect various materials. Although he had largely completed this undertaking, the location from which he was teleported back from the Thunderous Continent was not far from both the human and flying spirit races. Thus, he had opted to return to the human race first, ensuring he possessed sufficient means for self-preservation. After all, the promised time frame was a millennium, and there remained 600 to 700 years of leeway. During this interval, it was entirely possible for him to elevate his cultivation to the late stage of integration before visiting Qing Yuanzi to negotiate the exchange of the divine milk of the underworld. This approach would undoubtedly facilitate a more secure achievement of his objectives. In this phase, Lin Mo also needed to seek and gather various auxiliary materials, with the primary ingredient being the corrosive poison herb, to concoct several integration-level elixirs. Although the value of other materials paled in comparison to the corrosive poison herb, they were all exceedingly rare items within the spirit realm. Thus, amassing all the necessary materials for alchemy would indeed require considerable effort. Additionally, to prepare for the cataclysm that occurs every 3,000 years, he needed to refine the Tai Ching mountain acquired from the Guanghan realm into one of the extreme mountains. While its power could not rival that of the true Yuanhe 5 Extremes mountain, in conjunction with the Yuan Magnetic Extreme mountain, it would still serve a purpose in resisting the heavenly tribulation. Concurrently, the already procured void spirit pills also required the discovery of their appropriate usage methods. Only then could he consume them with peace of mind, understanding the most suitable timing for their intake. Moreover, due to the enhancement of his spiritual consciousness following the cultivation of the divine refinement technique and his ascension to the integration realm, although he could not immediately control tens of thousands of gold-eating insects, he was capable of releasing over 1,000 at once, sufficient to maintain a presence for some time. Such a multitude of mature gold-eating insects undoubtedly constituted a formidable weapon, instilling profound trepidation even in ordinary beings of the integration realm. For these reasons, he resolved to utilize the inner essence of the flying rainbow fish to concoct the legendary 7-colored pill. With the synergistic effect of the ancient spirit elixir and the golden thunder bamboo leaves, he hoped to induce a further evolution or mutation in the originally mature gold-eating insects. Reflecting on the past, he recalled employing a peculiar stone stump material that had once caused a small portion of the gold-eating insects to mutate. However, this mutation had merely resulted in these insects becoming exceptionally heavy without exhibiting any remarkable effects, which left him feeling quite regretful. As for the gold-eating insect king mentioned by Qing Yuanzi, which even true immortals would avoid, it remained far beyond his reach, even with the desire to cultivate it. He found himself at a loss on where to begin and could only set it aside for the time being. Nevertheless, whether to master more of the voracious golden insects or to prepare for future breakthroughs, the cultivation of the second layer of the divine refinement technique is indispensable. Given the current circumstances, he has met the requirements regarding the intensity of his spiritual consciousness, yet he still falls short in physical strength. He must wait until the true demon art of the venerable saint reaches its peak in the late stage of integration before he can barely meet the standards. Before that, he can attempt to enhance his physical quality through external means. For instance, the crimson ether wine possesses miraculous effects that gradually improve one's constitution, and he may begin by preparing and consuming it. Of course, the talismans from the celestial realm and the enigmatic star maps also require considerable time for in-depth study. Lin Mo silently contemplated, becoming immersed in thought. Throughout the subsequent year, Lin Mo remained steadfast within the confines of the Sunrise Peak cave dwelling, dedicating himself entirely to consolidating his magical power and mental state. However, the external world descended into chaos upon the news of his successful ascension to the integration realm. Various factions in the surrounding areas began to stir restlessly, seeking to seize the opportunity for profit. Fortunately, these factions were aware that a newly promoted cultivator would inevitably need to seclude themselves for cultivation during the first year post-breakthrough. Thus, they displayed remarkable wisdom during this period, refraining from sending anyone to disturb Lin Mo's training. However, as the year drew to a close, some could no longer suppress their inner impulses and decided to take action. On this day, a tall, slender elder stepped onto the edge of the misty sea, clad in a blue robe, with a jade-green rui hanging from his waist. He stood firm upon a nearby mountaintop, gazing into the depths of the obscured misty sea, his expression strikingly indifferent. Suddenly, the elder's gaze shifted to the sky behind him, where a dazzling light flickered at the distant horizon. Following that, an astonishing silver rainbow, stretching over 10 zhong, materialized. The sound of its passage was deafening, and the speed of the silver rainbow was astonishing, approaching in the blink of an eye, on the verge of plunging into the misty sea. At that moment, a soft gasp resonated in the air. Although it was faint, it clearly reached the elder's ears. Upon hearing this exclamation, the elder's expression changed subtly. Immediately after, the silver rainbow executed a magnificent spin in the air before hurtling toward the mountaintop where the elder stood. In a flash of silver light, a graceful figure appeared a mere 10 zhong before him. It was a young woman clad in a blue palace dress, her fair and beautiful visage exuding no unusual aura. Her face adorned with a gentle smile reminiscent of a delicate beauty found in the mundane world. Fairy Xiaofeng, I truly did not expect you, as an important figure of the Gu family, to personally arrive here, the elder in the blue robe remarked, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. It is Elder Qi from Tianyuan City. Have you come here for the esteemed senior of Sunrise Peak? The young woman inquired politely, her gaze shifting and bowing slightly. Haha. The distance from here to Tianyuan City is merely a matter of months. Naturally, all that has transpired here has long spread throughout the entire city. While the other members of the Elder Council are either in secluded cultivation or attending to various matters, it is I, this old man, who must make the journey in person. Surely, the head of the Gu family has come here with the same purpose as myself? The old man in the azure robe slightly raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a faint smile, and responded in a tone of profound respect. Elder Qi possesses a sharp insight. In truth, as early as a year ago, one of our elders from the Gu family had already made contact with a senior from the rising Sunpeak. However, who could have anticipated that? In less than a year, that senior would have attained the integration stage? Therefore, it is only natural that I must visit in person, the young lady explained with a smile. To my knowledge, in a few years' time, it will be your esteemed family's triennial True Spirit ceremony. No wonder you are so eager to enhance the strength of the Gu family. However, regarding that friend from Rising Sun Peak, if he has truly reached the integration realm, then I fear I cannot easily part with him. After all, during the last invasion of alien races against Tianyuan City, we suffered the loss of 2 elders. Coupled with the other 2 elders, it may prove difficult to withstand the next great tribulation. We urgently require new allies at the integration stage. The old man in the azure robe shook his head, indicating that he would not easily compromise. I see. However, this matter pertains to our Gu family's honor in the True Spirit ceremony, and I too cannot relinquish it lightly, the young lady sighed, her brow furrowed in concern. Haha. A practitioner at the integration stage cannot be easily persuaded to join a particular faction. Perhaps our journey will end in failure. Let us wait until we meet that friend before making further plans, the old man said with a gentle smile, seemingly unfazed. Indeed. In that case, let me accompany Elder Qi to pay our respects to that esteemed senior. The young lady nodded slightly in agreement. The old man in the azure robe had no objections to this. In a flash, the two transformed into streaks of light. Arriving in the half-air at the edge of the misty sea, the old man in the azure robe took a deep breath, and suddenly his voice resonated with a powerful clarity. Qi Shubing of Tianyuan City and the Gu family's Fairy Xiaofeng have come to pay their respects. His words transformed into a wave of mysterious spiritual energy, effortlessly drifting above the misty sea, echoing for miles around. At this moment, Lin Mo, who had been meditating in his cave abode, abruptly opened his eyes, his expression turning grave. However, he swiftly extended his right hand into the void, and a snow-white magical disc quietly materialized in his grasp. He quickly tapped the disc with his fingers, his lips moving, and simultaneously, a calm voice emerged from the edge of the misty sea where the azure-robed elder and fairy Xiaofeng stood. So it is two esteemed friends who have graced my humble abode. I am currently in closed-door cultivation and unable to welcome you immediately. I kindly request that you step into my cave for a brief rest, and I shall come forth to greet you shortly. As soon as his words fell, the misty sea below suddenly surged, revealing a passageway several yards wide. The azure-robed elder and fairy Xiaofeng exchanged glances before unhesitatingly stepping into the passage, one after the other. Moments later, they reached the summit and descended upon the entrance of the cave dwelling nestled in the mountainside. The door to Lin Mo's abode stood wide open, and the elder and the young woman entered without hesitation. Shortly thereafter, they took their seats in a modest hall. A silent woman clad in white soon appeared, bearing a tea tray, and presented them with 2 cups of fragrant spiritual tea, then quietly stood to the side. Initially, the elderly man in the azure robe and the young woman paid her little mind, but when their consciousness brushed against the white-clad woman, both were taken aback. Senior Chi, could it be that I am mistaken? This woman appears to be a puppet, the young woman inquired softly, her voice laced with curiosity. Indeed, it is a puppet, and judging by its aura, it seems to belong to the void refinement level. However, what is particularly intriguing is that it appears to operate independently, without any apparent control. The elder observed keenly, noticing a detail that the young woman had overlooked. The shock coursing through her was palpable, just as she intended to scrutinize the white-clad woman further. A light-footed sound echoed from outside the hall, heralding the entrance of a young man, seemingly in his 20s, who walked in with a steady gait. The young woman's gaze swiftly shifted to the newcomer, and she promptly rose, offering a slight bow. Congratulations, Senior, on successfully advancing to the integration stage. On behalf of the Gu family, I extend my heartfelt congratulations on your achievements. The azure-robed elder also stood with a smile, clasping his fists in greeting. I am Qi Shubing, the current elder of Tianyuan City, and it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Both of you are far too courteous. I, Lin, have just advanced to the integration stage and must focus on consolidating my cultivation, so I was unable to greet you in person. I hope for your understanding. Lin Mo replied with a slight smile, returning the gesture. Ah, my friend Lin, I am well aware that this is indeed a critical time for consolidating one's cultivation. The elder chuckled, stroking his beard in amusement. The three exchanged a few more pleasantries before taking their seats in accordance with their respective ranks. Forgive my boldness, but upon learning of your advancement to the integration stage, my initial reaction was one of disbelief. Not long ago, Elder Gu Yun of our family returned and clearly informed us that your cultivation was still at the void refinement stage. Yet, merely a year has passed, and your progress is astonishing, the young woman from the Gu family remarked with admiration. Indeed, I had already begun to push against my bottleneck at that time. However, both of you understand that the opportunity for advancement to integration is exceedingly rare, as one must row against the current. I too did not anticipate a smooth breakthrough this time. I did not intend to conceal anything from Elder Gu Yun, Lin Mo expressed, a hint of regret gracing his expression. Younger one, how could I harbor any resentment? The endeavor to break through the integration bottleneck is a matter of life and death. Thus, caution is undoubtedly warranted, the young woman replied with a smile. When I broke through to the integration stage, I too chose a rather remote location. Quite similar to your approach, my friend Lin, the azure-robed elder chimed in with a grin. Lin Mo, upon hearing this, naturally responded with a warm smile. Subsequently, the trio ceased to discuss the previous topic and casually engaged in various other conversations. Lin Mo's rich experiences of traversing between 2 continents during his early years need no elaboration, for his vast knowledge is self-evident. The elderly man and the young woman, one a leader of the True Spirit clan and the other a practitioner who has advanced to the fusion stage for many years, also possess extraordinary insights. After an extensive exchange of ideas, the three found themselves surprisingly amiable, and the distance between them seemed to diminish significantly. Both the elder and the young woman experienced a sense of enlightenment. Friend Lin, from what you just articulated, your understanding of the affairs concerning foreign tribes is remarkably profound. Many details you mentioned are not even recorded in the tomes of the human race, and they pertain to various events from other continents. Have you perhaps journeyed to those lands? The elder could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired. Indeed, your discernment is exceptional, Taoist Qi. In fact, I have only recently returned from the wilderness, and my encounters in the foreign lands were rather haphazard, Lin Mo replied candidly, without any intention of concealing the truth. However, upon hearing this, both the elder in the blue robe and the young woman could not help but gasp in astonishment. Fairy Xiaofeng paused for a moment and then hesitantly said, "No wonder, with your cultivation and abilities, I had never heard your name before. It turns out you have been in seclusion, only recently returning to your clan. However, according to Elder Yun, you mentioned the Yi family and the Long family, who share a reputation with our True Spirit clan. This reminds me of something. I am uncertain whether I should inform you." "Oh, what is it? Please speak frankly." "My friend," Lin Mo replied with a calm demeanor, "since you have urged me so, I shall take the liberty to express my thoughts. I apologize for any offense. But after Elder Gu Yun informed me about you, I became quite intrigued and employed some resources to conduct relevant investigations. Although the time was brief and I could not gather extensive information, I did collect some foundational data. There is a figure named Lin Mo who served as a Qingming guard in Tianyuan City several hundred years ago. I wonder if that is indeed you?" Fairy Xiaofeng recounted softly. The elder in the blue robe was taken aback by this revelation. The fact that Lin Mo was once a member of Tianyuan City, along with the extraordinary ascent of a Qingming guard to a fusion stage practitioner within just a few centuries, left the elder astounded. The reputation of the True Spirit clan is indeed well-deserved. In just a few short years, they have uncovered the origins of Lin Mo. It is true, I was once a guard in Tianyuan City, but after completing a task, I regained my freedom and departed from the city. Lin Mo's expression shifted slightly. Yet he quickly returned to his composed demeanor to respond. "Then the individual being pursued by both the Long family and the Yi family is you, Senior Lin." The young woman remarked with confusion. "The Yi family and the Long family? What do they seek from me?" Lin Mo's gaze sharpened, and his expression grew stern. "The Yi family sought you for over a century before ultimately relinquishing their pursuit. As for the Long family, being the foremost clan of the True Spirit, they have yet to rescind their search order for you. In recent years, the relationship between the Yi family and the Long family has become strained. Although there have been no large-scale conflicts, skirmishes have been frequent. Since that time, the two parties have begun to seek you out." The young woman explained with a meaningful glance. Lin Mo furrowed his brow in contemplation, remaining silent. "You once served in the Qingming Guard of Tianyuan City? This is quite unexpected. However, it is precisely for this reason that I, Qi, speak candidly. I have come to extend an invitation for you to return to Tianyuan City." The old man in the blue robe stated frankly. "Are you suggesting an invitation for me to rejoin Tianyuan City?" Lin Mo raised his eyebrows and replied with calm composure. "Indeed," Qi affirmed, "I have been entrusted by the Elder Council to sincerely invite you to join our city. With your cultivation at the integration stage, you could immediately become a member of the Elder Council. As for the benefits, you should already be familiar with them from your time in Tianyuan City. So there is no need for me to elaborate further," Qi Shubing earnestly expressed. Lin Mo fell into deep thought, refraining from an immediate response. Noticing this, the young woman's eyes sparkled as she gently spoke. "Elder Qi has opened his mouth to speak, and as the head of the Gu family, I share the same intention. I would like to invite you to join the Gu family as a supreme elder. In addition to generous treatment, the Gu family will never interfere with your daily affairs." The words of the Fairy of the Dawn were startling, offering even more enticing conditions. The old man in the blue robe's expression shifted slightly, yet he could not reprimand her. After all, although the young woman possessed only the cultivation of the void refinement realm, her status as the head of a noble family granted her considerable respect, and none dared to belittle her. The elder hesitated for a moment, then sincerely urged Lin Mo. "Integration stage cultivators from both the human and demon races are exceedingly rare. Beyond our city, it would be difficult to find many such cultivators residing together in the 3 Emperors and 7 lands. Members of the Elder Council often exchange insights on cultivation, and should you join, you would undoubtedly gain much. Moreover, the Council frequently organizes hunts for ancient beasts in the untamed worlds. Such opportunities are unparalleled elsewhere. I implore you to consider this carefully. I genuinely hope you will join our city." A flicker of intrigue crossed Lin Mo's face, as he was indeed somewhat swayed. "Though we have but one integration stage supreme elder guarding our Gu family, we, as a true spirit family, possess unique methods for utilizing and harnessing true spirit blood. It is said that when you, Elder Lin, broke through the integration bottleneck, you exhibited the transformation of the mountain giant ape. To my knowledge, no human true spirit family has inherited the bloodline of the mountain giant ape. Thus, it is inferred that you must have acquired this true spirit blood from beyond the human realm. Should you choose to join the Gu family, I can impart to you the techniques for refining and harnessing true spirit blood, and I promise that after 10,000 years, should you wish to establish another true spirit family, the Gu family will offer no objections and will wholeheartedly support you. The young woman spoke earnestly, which was her most significant bargaining chip in this endeavor. The old man in the blue robe was taken aback upon learning of Lin Mo's possession of true spirit blood. His expression changed drastically at the young woman's proposal. A new true spirit family. Lin Mo's gaze flickered, his heart equally astonished. Indeed, with your extraordinary abilities and the inherited true spirit blood, the Gu family would not dare to confine you to a mere nominal position as a supreme elder. You need only serve as the supreme elder of the Gu family for 10,000 years, and thereafter, the family will assist you in establishing your own true spirit lineage. Otherwise, despite your exceptional strength, founding a family independently would not be without its challenges. The major families have already divided their interests, and the emergence of a new family would inevitably disrupt the distribution of benefits. Other families may be reluctant to accept such a change. The young woman elucidated with a smile. Lin Mo stroked his beard, lost in thought. Seeing this, Elder Qi wore an expression of helplessness. Lin Mo has yet to respond, but it is evident that he will not choose to join Tianyuan City. The young woman from the Gu family appears calm on the surface, yet her heart is filled with apprehension, uncertain whether Lin Mo will accept her generous offer. Many advanced practitioners are not inclined to establish families or factions. Some ascetics focus solely on their cultivation, unwilling to be bound by any constraints. Otherwise, Tianyuan City would not find it so challenging to recruit newcomers after losing its integration stage practitioners. I have heard that the divine Miao Ling Emperor among the three emperors has recently fallen, and a new Ling Emperor will be selected during the sacred cultivation competition in a century. Is this true? Lin Mo pondered for a long while before suddenly inquiring, catching both Qi Shubing and the fairy Xiaofeng by surprise. Indeed, it is true. The new Ling Emperor will be chosen from among the integration stage companions during the sacred cultivation competition in 100 years. Are you interested in this matter, Taoist Lin? The elder in the azure robe replied after a moment, his expression peculiar. Do I not possess the right to participate in the selection for the Ling Emperor's position? Lin Mo smiled lightly, responding with ease. Every human practitioner at the integration stage and above holds the right to compete for the position of Ling Emperor, yet historically, this title has predominantly been awarded to those who have achieved great perfection in the late integration stage. Occasionally, mid-stage practitioners may succeed, but they must possess extraordinary abilities. However, there has yet to be a case of a practitioner in the early stage holding the title of Sacred Emperor since humanity established itself in the spirit realm. The elder's demeanor returned to normal, and he chuckled helplessly. Senior Lin possesses the blood of true spirits, and thus your abilities are undoubtedly formidable. However, to aspire to the position of Ling Emperor may seem somewhat hasty. In just over 100 years, you could only adapt to the new realm and abilities, which may prove insufficient to contend with mid to late stage powerhouses, the young woman advised gently after taking a deep breath. How could I presume to overestimate myself, believing that I could seize the position of Ling Emperor just upon entering the integration stage? The Ling Emperor competition will undoubtedly gather numerous practitioners of the same rank. My participation aims to forge friendships and learn from one another. As for the warm invitation from both Taoists, I find it difficult to accept. I do not enjoy lingering in one place for too long, nor do I wish to become entangled in excessive matters of causality, hence my refusal. However, I am quite intrigued by the refining and manipulation techniques of the true spirit bloodlines of the true spirit families. Should Fairy Xiaofeng be willing, I would be glad to exchange treasures or techniques. What are your thoughts on this, Fairy? Lin Mo's gaze flickered as he spoke astonishingly. Hearing Lin Mo's request, Gu Xiaofeng appeared quite taken aback. She stared at him, her eyes shimmering with confusion and hesitation. After a moment, she gently shook her head and replied firmly, Senior Lin, the refining techniques of the Gu family's true spirit bloodline are a family secret, and I cannot share them. Even if you were to present more enticing conditions, I would still be unable to agree. Unless, Lin Mo smiled calmly, interrupting her words. In that case, there is no need to discuss matters concerning the Gu family further. As for other factions, I also have no intention of joining. It seems that both Taoists will likely return disappointed. Gu Xiaofeng sighed helplessly, choosing not to speak further. Qi Shubing, too, furrowed his brows, refraining from mentioning the invitation again. In the ensuing time, the three of them concentrated on discussing the path of cultivation, and the awkward atmosphere gradually dissipated. Several hours later, the two expressed their intent to take their leave. Despite Lin Mo's earnest attempts to retain them, their minds were resolute, and he had no choice but to escort them to the entrance of the manor. Shortly thereafter, two streaks of light pierced through the misty sea, revealing the figures of the elder in azure and Gu Xiaofeng. Gu Xiaofeng smiled and greeted the elder, asking, "Senior Qi, should we return now?" The elderly man pondered for a moment before replying, "My dear friend Xiaofeng, please proceed. I have other matters to attend to and shall not return to Tianyuan City for the time being. It is said that within the Xuanwu realm, there is a newly ascended cultivator in the harmonization stage. Though he has already been invited to the Bahuang, I am still inclined to pay a visit." Gu Xiaofeng nodded slightly, bowed to the elder, and transformed into a silver rainbow, soaring into the sky. The elder watched her depart before summoning a verdant flying vessel, which he steered away. In a fleeting moment, tranquility reclaimed the surroundings. However, merely half an hour later, a silver rainbow reappeared on the horizon, and Gu Xiaofeng returned unexpectedly. Her demeanor was serene as she whispered a few words, causing the misty sea to part and reveal a passage. Without hesitation, Gu Xiaofeng entered, and the mist closed behind her once more. 2 hours later, the passage re-emerged within the mist, and a silver rainbow flew forth, vanishing into the distance. At the same time, Lin Mo sat quietly in the hall of his cave dwelling, holding a silvery white jade token, meticulously tracing its exquisite surface, his brow furrowed. The jade was translucent, one side inscribed with the character for Gu, while the other depicted a vividly lifelike image of a three-headed beast, reminiscent of the legendary True Spirit, Li Hao. It is said that despite Li Hao's moderate standing among true spirits, its 3 heads could wield 3 distinctly different powers, each imbued with astounding supernatural abilities. These abilities not only proved formidable in combat, but also possessed numerous practical applications in life and cultivation. This jade token was bestowed upon Lin Mo by the fairy Xiaofeng after her recent visit. The Gu family's lineage indeed traced back to the bloodline of the true spirit Li Hao. Lin Mo was rather taken aback by Xiaofeng's return, as her words replayed in his mind. Upon their meeting, the fairy promptly handed him the jade token and proposed an enticing exchange. If Lin Mo were to temporarily join the Gu family for the upcoming True Spirit Festival in over 10 years and participate in a single battle, he would gain access to certain secret techniques of the Gu bloodline, provided that Lin Mo could secure sufficient benefits for the Gu family. The fairy promised to impart these techniques to him. However, she also clarified that these techniques were not the core secrets of the Gu family. Yet they remained rare in the outside world, which is why she was willing to offer them in exchange for Lin Mo's involvement. The prospect of a brief association with the Gu family and a single engagement stirred Lin Mo's interest. Although he had mastered the blood refinement techniques of the Jingzhi formula, tailored for the failing clan, its efficacy for humans was still lacking. Prior to his ascension to the harmonization stage, he had not perceived any anomalies. Yet, during nearly a year of stable cultivation, he unexpectedly discovered that the true spirit blood he believed to have completely refined still harbored many mysterious traces, silently concealed within his body. This revelation left him astounded, prompting him to delve into further research. The results indicated that, with his current strength, he could suppress these remnants of true blood. However, should he continue to absorb other true spirit blood, it might incite an unknown crisis. Either the remnants would backfire against his physical form, or he would be unable to utilize the transformation techniques of the Jingzhi formula. Thus, in the near future, he sought to solidify his cultivation at the harmonization stage while searching for solutions. It was precisely this reason that piqued his interest when the fairy Xiaofeng mentioned the blood refinement techniques of the Gu family. Although the refining techniques of various esteemed families could not directly assist him in completely refining the remnants of true blood, they undoubtedly held immense reference value. Had he not acquired the Jingzhi formula, relying solely on rudimentary refining techniques would have proven futile. However, with the Jingzhi formula as a point of reference. He merely needed to identify the discrepancies between the human refining techniques and those of the Jingzhi formula to mitigate this potential hazard. Even so, as previously stated, he would not force himself into the constraints of the Gu family for a millennium. Moreover, even if he could not obtain the Gu family's refining techniques, he would still seek alternative paths to acquire similar methods. Yet, such endeavors would inevitably lead to certain complications, possibly even conflicts with some true spirit clans. Upon hearing the young woman's explanation regarding the true spirit grand ceremony, he readily agreed to engage in skill exchanges with other cultivators from true spirit families to benefit the Gu family. The fairy of the morning breeze departed joyfully, with the jade token in her hand symbolizing his temporary status as an elder of the Gu family. After careful consideration and confirming its propriety, he cast this matter aside and returned to the secret chamber to further solidify his own integration realm. During this period, several major factions visited, including a messenger from the Holy Emperor of Tianyuan. Lin Mo, fully aware of the implications, politely declined each visit. Time passed swiftly, and before long, several years had elapsed. On a day 3 years later, Lin Mo emerged from the secret chamber, transforming into a blue rainbow that vanished within the cave. After a brief period of secluded cultivation, he felt confident in his complete mastery over his physical and spiritual powers and began to address the matters that weighed upon his mind. Naturally, the nearest Tianyuan city became his primary destination. With an uneventful journey, 2 months later, Lin Mo's figure appeared atop the city walls of Tianyuan City. After a moment's contemplation, he sped off in a particular direction. Nestled between two colossal stone towers in the heart of Tianyuan City, numerous pavilions served as well-known lodging for visiting cultivators. Those of lower cultivation and limited financial means, such as the transformation stage golden elixir cultivators, typically shared a pavilion, while the more powerful void refining stage cultivators could occupy one alone. One such pavilion was currently occupied by 4 transformation stage cultivators who had arrived together. Rumored to possess extraordinary strength, these 4 had resided there for over a century, frequently venturing into the wilderness and returning unscathed, thus earning considerable renown in Tianyuan City. However, in recent years, they seldom ventured outside, dedicating most of their time to earnest cultivation within the pavilion. Chapter 707. Nearby cultivators had heard rumors that these 4 had ventured deep into the wilderness years prior, encountering setbacks and sustaining injuries. Yet such incidents were not uncommon in Tianyuan City. After lamenting the perils of the wild world, people soon shifted their focus elsewhere. On this particular day, as the 4 were cultivating within the pavilion, a dispassionate voice simultaneously pierced their ears. "Esteemed friends, may I, Lin, pay a visit?" This statement directly penetrated the numerous defenses they had set up, resonating clearly in their minds. Startled, the 4 immediately recalled a certain individual, their expressions changing dramatically as they hastily rose and made their way to the first floor of the pavilion. At the forefront stood a scholarly figure, whose previously fractured arm had now completely healed. As he stepped out, he swiftly opened the loft's grand door. Outside stood a young man clad in azure, his demeanor notably aloof. It was Lin Mo. The younger generation bowed respectfully before Lin, expressing their astonishment at his unexpected arrival and imploring him to forgive their presumptuousness. The elegant scholar's face beamed with joy, and he hastily offered a profound bow, inviting Lin Mo to enter the hall. Lin Mo accepted the invitation with a slight nod, leisurely making his way into the reception area. At that moment, a robust warrior clad in crimson armor, accompanied by 2 other women, also made their appearance in the hall. Upon recognizing Lin Mo, they too greeted him with utmost respect. "Let us dispense with formalities," Lin Mo declared, raising his hand to convey his sentiments, maintaining an air of calm as he settled into the seat of honor. Though the scholars expressed their gratitude repeatedly, they remained standing, exhibiting a reverence befitting their esteemed guest. Lin Mo's gaze swept across the 4 cultivators, keenly discerning that their vital essence had not yet fully recovered from their arduous journey through the wilderness. He inquired nonchalantly, "It appears that your current condition indicates that the depletion of your vital energy from the wilderness expedition has yet to be entirely remedied. Thanks to your perceptive insight." "Esteemed senior," the scholar replied candidly. "Indeed, due to our limited cultivation at the time and the damage to our vital essence, we have only managed to regain about half of our strength thus far." After a moment of contemplation, Lin Mo waved his right hand, instantly conjuring 4 softly colored jade vials. Speaking in a calm tone, he remarked, "Considering your current state, I happen to possess several elixirs that are well suited for you. By refining their medicinal properties and meditating for approximately a month, you should be able to restore your vital essence to its peak condition." The 4 scholars were filled with astonishment at the sight of the precious elixirs Lin Mo presented, and they conveyed their heartfelt gratitude once more. They approached him one by one, carefully receiving the jade vials, uncorking them to release a rich, captivating fragrance that filled the entire hall, refreshing their spirits and invigorating their minds. Understanding the extraordinary efficacy of the herbs contained within, the scholars recognized that the actual benefits might even surpass Lin Mo's earlier assurances. The scholar, with keen discernment, asked, "Might I inquire, esteemed senior, if there are any tasks for which we might assist you during your visit?" After a brief pause, Lin Mo replied, "Indeed, there are matters in which I require your assistance. Although they may appear straightforward, they will demand considerable time and must be undertaken by those who are long-term residents of Tianyuan City. I wonder if you would be willing to shoulder this responsibility? Rest assured, I shall not have you labor without ample recompense." Upon hearing this, the scholar felt a sense of relief and promptly responded, "Please rest assured, esteemed senior. The 4 of us intend to steadfastly reside in Tianyuan City for the next century. We are prepared to undertake any task. No matter how arduous or intricate the task at hand may be, we shall never waver as long as it lies within our capabilities." Upon hearing the scholar's vow, Lin Mo smiled faintly, clearly pleased. "Since you have made such a declaration, I shall refrain from being overly sentimental," he remarked. "Previously, I mentioned a female cultivator by the name of Nangong Wan. I hope you can gather information regarding her whereabouts in Tianyuan City. She is a recently ascended cultivator and may have already altered her name. However, I will leave you a jade slip containing her portrait for identification purposes. Should you fail to locate her in Tianyuan City, I kindly ask that you continue to monitor her movements over the next century. If you succeed in finding her, I shall bestow upon you a generous reward." The scholar responded respectfully, "Rest assured, esteemed senior, we have acquaintances in Tianyuan City. If this fairy truly appears there, we shall spare no effort in assisting you to find her." Lin Mo nodded and continued, "In addition, there is another matter for which I require your assistance. I am in the process of preparing a batch of medicinal pills, but due to the complexity and rarity of the required materials, it will be difficult to gather them all in a short time, even in Tianyuan City. As I must embark on an important task shortly, I can only entrust you to procure some of the herbs on my behalf. Here is a sum of spirit stones, which I believe will suffice to cover the costs of the spiritual herbs. Additionally, these treasures are gifts I acquired through fortunate circumstances, which I bestow upon you as compensation." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Mo waved his right hand, and a dazzling array of colors illuminated the table, revealing 4 jade boxes of varying sizes and a black leather pouch. The 4 scholars exchanged glances, their astonishment palpable. After a brief discussion, they finally nodded in agreement with respect. The scholar first apologized to Lin Mo, then carefully took the leather pouch, attempting to probe its contents with his consciousness. Upon glimpsing the contents, his expression changed dramatically, and he could not suppress an exclamation of disbelief. Seeing this reaction, the 3 burly men clad in red armor felt a shiver run down their spines, casting doubtful and perplexed glances at Lin Mo. However, Lin Mo remained calm, seemingly oblivious to their reactions. The scholar, realizing the gravity of the situation, hastily began to explain, "Esteemed senior, your generosity is truly unparalleled, presenting such an abundance of exquisite spirit stones. Based on your description, the types of spiritual herbs indeed appear exceptional. Given your profound trust in us, we shall wholeheartedly serve you." With that, the scholar cautiously stowed the pouch and, after a moment's contemplation, selected one of the jade boxes from the table and solemnly opened its lid. Instantly, a soft and pure light emanated from within, revealing a delicately crafted white jade folding fan, its surface shimmering with rich spiritual radiance and adorned with intricate runes. With utmost reverence, the scholar gracefully unfurled the jade fan, and as he gently waved it, a series of fan-shaped silhouettes quietly emerged before him, accompanied by a palpable surge of spiritual pressure. Witnessing this spectacle, Lin Mo could not help but smile faintly and remarked, "This treasure known as the Mountain and River Fan embodies the formidable arts of wind and earth. A mere flick of the wrist can unleash an attack with the might of 10,000 pounds from over 100 paces away, silently inflicting harm upon the enemy. Undoubtedly, it is a remarkable artifact. Upon hearing these words, the scholar was overwhelmed with joy, expressing his gratitude profusely. The other three, inspired by his enthusiasm, eagerly selected their own jade boxes and opened them one by one. Inside, they discovered a silver bracelet, a vibrantly colored handkerchief, and an intensely cold ice dagger. While these treasures might not hold much significance for Lin Mo, they were coveted by the scholar and his companions, who were practitioners at the divine transformation stage. Thus, they too were filled with excitement, offering their heartfelt thanks repeatedly. There was no doubt that by accepting the gifts bestowed by Lin Mo, these four had officially agreed to the terms he had proposed. As for whether they might later renege on their promise and abscond with the spirit stones, Lin Mo held no concerns. He had already familiarized himself with their backgrounds within the city. Although they were not particularly renowned, they were not solitary cultivators either. Regardless of their family or sect, their whereabouts could be easily traced. In such circumstances, unless they were utterly foolish, they would not dare to commit such a reckless act, for it would bring unimaginable calamity upon their families. Moreover, before departing from the loft, Lin Mo had carelessly informed the four of his recent ascension to the integration stage and subtly demonstrated a technique of controlling the primordial energies of heaven and earth, which only adept practitioners at that level could wield with finesse. As a result, the scholar and his companions were left dumbfounded, with no time to contemplate anything else. After concluding the transaction with the four scholars, Lin Mo transformed into a dazzling streak of light, racing towards the towering stone edifice where the celestial guardians once resided. Shortly thereafter, as he approached one of the stone towers, the sight of the bustling entrance, filled with various guards coming and going, evoked a sense of nostalgia within him. This very tower was where he had lived during his tenure as a celestial guardian. Time had flown by, and though several centuries had passed, everything seemed to remain unchanged from those days. After a moment of reflection, Lin Mo buried his sentiments deep within and, riding the luminous light, followed the throng into the stone tower. At the entrance, over a dozen black iron guards and 2 celestial guardians stood watch. Upon noticing an unfamiliar practitioner, clearly not one of the celestial guardians, they immediately cast skeptical glances in his direction. However, Lin Mo maintained an expression of unwavering calm until he gradually approached the sentinels, at which point he unabashedly unleashed a formidable aura akin to that of a formidable entity in the harmonization stage, though he merely emitted a faint trace of power. In the face of the vast chasm between their realms, the 2 unsuspecting Qingming guards instantly paled, retreating several steps in haste. In contrast, the situation for the black iron guards was even more dire, as they stumbled backward in disarray. One particularly burly Qingming guard, upon hearing this, could not help but gasp, exclaiming in astonishment, "A master of the harmonization stage." Meanwhile, another elder Qingming guard, though sparse in beard, appeared quite sagacious. After scrutinizing Lin Mo, his eyes widened in shock, and his words brimmed with astonishment. "Ah, it is indeed my esteemed friend Lin." Lin Mo, taken aback by this revelation, turned to examine the elder more closely, as if rummaging through his memories. "You must be friend Yu." After a moment's contemplation, Lin Mo confirmed the elder's identity. The elder, upon hearing this, expressed a mixture of fear and confusion, as if he had encountered a ghost, muttering to himself, "Senior Lin, no." My friend Lin, the short-bearded elder, seemed to be engulfed in profound shock, struggling to articulate his thoughts. "Is the esteemed Su Xianzi currently within the tower?" Lin Mo inquired indifferently. "Ah, indeed it is Su Xianzi. She led a team on a mission several days ago and is not expected to return for a few days." The burly Qingming guard replied politely, despite his confusion over the elder's unusual demeanor. Lin Mo instructed, "In that case, we shall not disturb you further. When Su Xianzi returns, please convey a message to her. Inform her that I am at the gathering of Immortals Pavilion in the city, awaiting her presence. As for my identity and background, I trust that friend Yu is well acquainted, so there is no need for further elaboration." He then offered a slight bow to the short-bearded elder, and his figure transformed into a brilliant azure streak, vanishing into the horizon. The stout man led the group of black iron guards in a solemn salute. As the azure light faded from sight, the stout man turned to the still-dazed elder, a hint of discontent apparent on his face. "Brother Yu, Who exactly is this Senior Lin? Why do you appear so flustered? The short-bearded elder, regaining his composure, spoke with a complex tone. Since he seeks Su Xianzi, it is undoubtedly him. Brother Ding, do not be offended. This Senior Lin was merely an ordinary member of the Qingming Guards about 300 years ago. The last time I encountered him, his cultivation was only at the mid-stage of the transformation realm. You, Brother Ding, have only recently returned to Tianyuan City within the past 2 centuries, hence your unfamiliarity. I shared the ranks of the Qingming Guards with this Senior Lin. While we did not share a deep bond, he once extended a helping hand to me. In those days, this Senior Lin was indeed renowned among us, capable of slaying foes of the refinement void stage with his powers in the transformation realm. Chapter 708. Yet subsequently, he seemingly undertook a mysterious mission, venturing into the wild world, and thereafter vanished without a trace. Astonishingly, within just a few years of absence, he has made an astounding leap from the transformation stage to the integration stage, which is truly hard to fathom. The elder of the Yu clan inhaled deeply, his words imbued with a mix of astonishment and envy. After Lin Mo departed from the stone tower, he contemplated briefly before hastening towards the market. Although he had entrusted 4 scholars with the task of procuring auxiliary spiritual herbs, he resolved to personally visit the market to gather some readily available medicinal resources. In the market of Tianyuan City, Lin Mo had frequented this place multiple times, yet he still made his way to a materials shop he had previously patronized. Presenting the intricate list of his requirements to the shopkeeper and earnestly requesting their utmost assistance in fulfilling the procurement task, he then turned to leave the shop, striding towards the majestic hall that stood in the very center of the market. As for the assistance from the human side, Lin Mo felt little need for concern. However, the situation regarding the demon race may hold medicinal resources he had yet to uncover. Thus, he decided to venture into the demon trading area to explore the possibility of additional gains. Nevertheless, the necessity of personally visiting the market for merely a few supplementary materials seemed somewhat inadequate when compared to joining a formidable faction. After all, these trivial matters could easily be delegated to others. Of course, compared to being bound by others, possessing direct control over a certain power is undoubtedly more ideal. Yet, given Lin Mo's current cultivation level, establishing his own faction should not pose a significant challenge. Nonetheless, this process would inevitably demand a substantial investment of energy and time, severely impacting his cultivation progress. In the long run, such an approach may prove counterproductive. From this perspective, successfully seizing the position of Spirit Emperor might indeed be a rather sagacious choice. After all, the power of the 3 emperors is fundamentally distinct from that of other sects and families, with most of their authority stemming from their respective titles. Anyone who ascends to the throne of the 3 emperors would instantly rise to prominence among the human race's elite. Lin Mo pondered deeply, unknowingly arriving at the grand hall at the entrance of the trading area for both humans and demons. Just as he prepared to pay the spirit stones and step through the hall's entrance, in a concealed underground cavern, far removed from the human domain, a large magical formation guarded by a dozen puppet warriors suddenly erupted with a deafening hum, vibrant colors of spiritual light flickering incessantly. The previously motionless puppet guards seemed to awaken in an instant, their eyes glowing red as they brandished their massive blades, pointing them towards the location of the magical formation. Simultaneously, at the entrance of the cavern, a flash of spiritual light heralded the quiet emergence of a hazy figure radiating a silvery glow. Shortly thereafter, the center of the teleportation array blazed with brilliance, revealing 2 silhouettes. As the spiritual light of the teleportation gradually faded, the forms of the 2 figures became increasingly distinct before the eyes of all present. Originally, they were a formidable figure clad in black robes and an elegantly poised woman dressed in white. The towering man, appearing to be in his 30s, possessed a dark complexion and a fearsome visage. In contrast, the white-clad woman had a complexion as pure as snow, with eyes that sparkled like stars. Who are you? If you are not of the Silver Clan, how could you possibly activate our clan's teleportation array? Upon seeing the couple, the silhouette enveloped in silver gasped in astonishment, clearly taken aback. Ah, it seems there is indeed a member of the Silver Clan tasked with guarding this place. Great Ancestor, please allow me to devour this intruder completely. The black-robed man cast a glance at the silver figure, his face betraying an insatiable greed. This individual possesses remarkable skills, rivaling your own. I fear you might shatter your teeth. The white-clad woman regarded the silver figure with a calm demeanor, her tone serene. Huh, with the great ancestor present. How could a mere silver-clad Saint Tyr pose any threat? Upon hearing the black-robed man's words, the white-clad woman smiled, appreciating his flattery. Brazen, the silver silhouette. Upon overhearing their exchange, swiftly realized their intentions were far from amicable and let out an enraged scream. Simultaneously, the surrounding puppets brandished their enormous blades, launching fierce assaults towards the center of the array. The sound of sizzling filled the air as numerous silver beams struck with the swiftness of lightning. However, the black-robed man dismissed them with contempt, merely sneering as he flicked his sleeve, transforming into a veil of dark light that shielded him. Following this, a series of explosive sounds erupted. The silver beams collided with the dark haze, akin to crashing against an indestructible fortress, bursting forth like fireworks. Subsequently, the man executed an astonishing feat that left the Silver Clan members in shock. He exhaled a sphere of black light, consuming all the silver luminescence generated by the explosions. Then, with a sudden shift, a massive shadow swept forth from behind him. Another deafening crash ensued. Several puppets were struck simultaneously by the shadow, shattering one after another, as if they were mere clay figures incapable of withstanding such force. The Silver Clan members stared in amazement, their eyes fixated on the shadow. There, they beheld a creature entirely cloaked in darkness, its surface adorned with thick scales. It was a colossal black tail. This tail, stretching over 10 yards, coiled around the man multiple times. At that moment, the black-robed man revealed a sinister grin, his body radiating dark light as an overwhelming energy. One only possessed by the divine Tyr erupted forth. Fear gripped the silver figure. Alone, he harbored no confidence in overcoming the black-robed man, especially with the enigmatic white-clad woman by his side. He could not afford a direct confrontation. The Silver Clan member inwardly recited, his form shimmering with silver light, rendering his silhouette indistinct. Thinking of fleeing? The black-robed man's eyes glinted coldly as the black tail, akin to a great serpent, shot forth, swiftly traversing the 10 yards to pierce through the silver silhouette. However, when the silver light dissipated, the indistinct figure vanished without a trace. The silver-clad individual was outpaced by the burly figure in the black robe, who hastily employed their supernatural abilities to flee the scene. However, at that very moment, a woman in white standing beside the giant man smiled gently and extended a slender jade finger, lightly gesturing forward. A pink spiritual flower blossomed quietly at her fingertip, swiftly transforming into a colossal ethereal shadow that enveloped the entire cavern. In an instant, a cloud of pink mist permeated the surrounding area, intoxicatingly fragrant. Suddenly, a silver flash erupted unexpectedly from the void. Indeed, it was the silver-clad individual who had just escaped. In a state of agitation, he shouted loudly, his aura shimmering as he prepared to flee once more. Observing this, the woman in white furrowed her brow. The next moment, beneath the silver figure's feet, the space trembled violently, and a blooming pink flower appeared silently. The silver figure felt an inexplicable confinement, rendering him utterly immobile. His complexion turned as pale as parchment. Meanwhile, the burly man in the black robe erupted into raucous laughter, dark energy surging from him as he charged directly toward the silver figure. Within the swirling black mist, a massive, gaping maw opened, exuding a noxious stench. The woman in white seemed to have lost interest in her surroundings. Her gaze abruptly withdrew, and the oil in her hand glimmered as it transformed into another pink spiritual flower. She gently brought the flower to her nose, inhaling deeply, revealing a trace of melancholy upon her visage. Simultaneously, the black mist, now completely enveloping the silver figure, echoed with anguished wails. In an underwater palace at the juncture of the Feng-Yuan and Laming continents, within a heavily shrouded chamber, a blood cocoon, immense in size, several times that of a human, floated aimlessly in midair. The surface of the blood cocoon flickered with crimson light, pulsating slightly, as if nurturing some mysterious creature within. Beneath the blood cocoon, 12 distinctly shaped colossal beasts were arranged neatly. Some bore 2 heads and 6 eyes, while others had 4 wings and 3 claws. One was a resplendent, golden-scaled dragon with 9 slender tails, drawing the eye with its extraordinary presence. Yet, these 12 beasts lay prostrate on the ground, utterly motionless, devoid of any signs of life. The flickering light from the blood cocoon faintly revealed that the beasts appeared emaciated, as if a mysterious force had siphoned all their blood. Their forms had bizarrely shrunk several times, making what was once a spacious chamber now seem somewhat cramped. Had the beasts retained their original size, the chamber would indeed have been unable to accommodate them. In a corner of the chamber, 12 ancient oil lamps stood quietly, their flames having long since extinguished. On the opposite side of the chamber rested a low green jade table, upon which lay a crystal ball, no larger than a fist, emanating a faint spiritual glow. Upon the surface of the crystal ball, a vivid image materializes. In this scene, a resplendent silver lotus flower hovers ethereally, appearing almost tangible. Within the marketplace hall of Tianyuan City, Lin Mo gazes intently at the demoness shrouded in black mist before him, his face a portrait of astonishment. To encounter you here once more is indeed a delightful surprise. Hee, I too did not anticipate crossing paths with you again, Lin Daoyu. I had assumed that, in order to evade the onslaught of foreign races, you would have concealed your identity and departed from this city. It seems I have underestimated your capabilities. From a distance of several paces, the demoness who had previously engaged in a transaction with Lin Mo responds with a low, melodic laugh. Clearly, her spirits are elevated at the sight of him, tinged with a hint of excitement. Yet, due to the restrictions in this place, Lin Mo cannot discern whether she has enhanced her cultivation over the past centuries. By logical deduction, the substantial bounty of millennium herbs he once provided her should have significantly augmented her prowess. However, she remains blissfully unaware of the remarkable transformation in Lin Mo's own abilities. With a slight smile, Lin Mo remarks, I did not escape in time. Had it not been for other opportunities, I might not have had the fortune to see you again. I had assumed you would retreat into seclusion for an extended period following your acquisition of those millennium herbs. Would that I did not wish for such solitude. Yet, despite acquiring a plethora of millennium herbs from you, how could I possibly utilize them all for myself? Those herbs have long since been depleted. However, in these years, I have managed to unearth a trove of precious seeds. Lin Daoyu, would you be inclined to continue our trade? The demoness lets out a soft sigh before eagerly inquiring about Lin Mo's intentions. Should I possess seeds that are yet to be discovered, they would be invaluable. However, despite the passage of time, my current collection of seeds is already quite diverse and comprehensive. Even if we were to exchange now, it is unlikely that I could offer many novel varieties. Lin Mo's gaze flickers momentarily, as he calmly articulates, as you say, it seems the seeds in your possession may indeed fall short of fulfilling my desires. Yet, my time in Tianyuan City is limited. I shall endeavor to procure as many millennium herbs as possible. The excitement on the demoness' face fades considerably, and she gently sighs. There is no need for disappointment, fair maiden. I did not come solely for the exchange of seeds. If you could assist me in gathering certain materials, I would be more than willing to reciprocate with an equivalent value in millennium herbs. Lin Mo replies with a gentle smile, maintaining his composure. Materials? Indeed. I have a detailed list here, which you may peruse to see if your kin can procure any of the items. With a graceful motion of his sleeve, a white jade slip soars through the air. A delicate hand, as pristine as jade, emerges from the black mist to catch the slip with poise. Oh, many of these materials are indeed the spiritual bones and inner cores of our demon kin. How bold of you to list them so openly. Could it be that you intend to forge a certain magical artifact? The female from the demon clan, having merely cast a fleeting glance with her divine sense, could not help but express her astonishment. To be candid, I, Lin, indeed harbor plans to craft several magical treasures. As for spiritual bones and elixirs, they are undoubtedly not rare commodities for your esteemed demon clan. I presume your kind often utilizes them as materials, correct? Lin Mo replied with a calm demeanor. Humph. You are not mistaken. Although we demons occasionally require spiritual bones and inner elixirs for our creations, we typically prefer materials from other races. No matter how exceptional our own kin may be, we would never easily resort to them. Your humankind's actions, without a doubt, infringe upon the many taboos held by our clan. The woman scoffed, her tone laden with dissatisfaction. In my humble opinion, it seems the esteemed lady is not particularly troubled by this matter. Otherwise, you would not have uttered such words, Lin Mo replied with a light chuckle, appearing unfazed by her remarks. Chapter 709. Upon hearing these words, the woman shrouded in black mist pondered for a moment before slowly articulating. As long as it does not involve materials belonging to my race, this matter is inconsequential to me. However, The items listed in your jade slip are indeed rare treasures among my demon clan, and I can only strive to assist you in procuring the majority of them. Furthermore, the prices of these materials are rather steep. Not a concern. As long as the items meet the requirements, I assure you that in terms of 10,000-year spiritual herbs, I shall ensure the esteemed lady does not suffer a loss. Lin Mo responded with a beaming expression and a hearty promise. Very well, with your words, I am reassured. However, I am not in a position to carry these items to Tianyuan City for our transaction. If you are inclined, we may conduct our exchange at the Wanbao Conference in a few years. This grand trading event is jointly hosted by our two races every millennium, and its location has been confirmed to be at Jiuxin Mountain, situated at the border between the Xuanwu realm and the Tianhu land. The woman in the black robe elaborated. The Wanbao Conference. Ah, I have heard of it. Since the esteemed lady suggests it, I shall certainly keep the appointment. Lin Mo contemplated for a brief moment before solemnly nodding in agreement. Agreed then. I shall first retrieve the seeds of spiritual herbs for your selection, and subsequently, we shall exchange tokens. This will ensure that, during the Wanbao Conference, we can easily discern each other's identities. The enchanting demoness smiled, her voice melodious and gentle, inadvertently revealing a hint of charm. Lin Mo had no objections to this and joyfully acquiesced. After a brief repast, he leisurely exited the grand hall, a gentle smile gracing his face. This visit to the bustling marketplace had proven to be remarkably fruitful, beyond his expectations. The jade slip he had previously gifted to the demoness contained not only the precious spiritual herb materials required for alchemy, but also numerous items necessary for the refinement of the Tai Ching mountain. The process of refining this mountain was undoubtedly far more intricate than that of the UNC Extreme Mountain, requiring a far greater array of auxiliary materials, many of which were rare finds in the spirit realm, difficult to procure. Fortunately, the jade slip enumerated an extensive list of alternative materials that could be utilized, with exotic beasts' spiritual bones and demon cores comprising the majority. This material is exceedingly rare in the realm of humanity. Thus he refrained from entrusting the matter to the scholars. Upon encountering the demoness within the hall, he unhesitatingly enumerated all the materials at his disposal. Although the demon clan's strength is not paramount, the diversity of creatures, including beasts and birds, within their ranks amounts to millions. Furthermore, having thrived in the spirit realm for countless ages, the accumulation of spiritual bones and inner elixirs is monumental. Should this lady succeed in locating the majority of these, it would significantly aid him. With a stroke of luck, perhaps he might even reap rewards at the forthcoming Grand Treasure Conference. As for the remaining items, he could seek them out in due course. Lin Mo silently calculated in his heart, returning leisurely to the material shop from whence he departed. The shopkeeper had already prepared a storage bracelet, respectfully awaiting his return. Upon receiving the bracelet and conducting a brief inspection, Lin Mo's brow furrowed slightly. As anticipated, the quantity of required materials within the bracelet was insufficient. It was evident that the long-term assistance of the scholars was indeed necessary. Calmly, Lin Mo paid the spirit stones and exited the shop. He did not venture elsewhere, but instead transformed into a streak of azure light, soaring skyward towards the Gathering Immortals Pavilion, which caters specifically to high-level cultivators in Tianyuan City. Although referred to as a pavilion, the Gathering Immortals Pavilion comprises a collection of over a dozen independent towers. Each tower reaches 13 stories high, exquisitely designed, and separated by distances of over 100 yards, each possessing its own array prohibitions for isolation. Such accommodations demand a substantial number of spirit stones daily, making them inaccessible to those below the void refinement stage. Naturally, the pavilion primarily serves cultivators of the void refinement stage, although those at the combined body stage have never been entirely excluded. They may only have the fortune of encountering availability once or twice over centuries. Consequently, Lin Mo did not attempt to conceal his identity, but instead revealed a hint of his combined body stage aura before the pavilion's steward. The steward, a being of the transformation stage, was immediately taken aback and respectfully addressed Lin Mo as senior, selecting for him the most advantageous tower while dispatching the most beautiful maidens to attend him in that tower. Having no intention of lingering, Lin Mo did not decline their service. After the maidens had tidied the tower to perfection, Lin Mo ascended to the highest level alone, commencing his meditation and cultivation. At dawn the following morning, while seated on the mat in quiet contemplation, Lin Mo felt a subtle tremor in his eyelids, and slowly opened his eyes, murmuring a few words. As anticipated, they have indeed arrived. However, the aura of this new visitor felt rather unfamiliar, their cultivation merely at the mid-combined body stage. Not the elder Chi who had visited previously. This was quite perplexing. Shortly thereafter, gentle footsteps echoed from below, followed by a maide's somewhat anxious announcement. Esteemed senior. The local master Jean Yu has come to pay a visit. Upon hearing these words, Lin Mo felt a tightening in his heart and replied without hesitation, Friend Jean Yu, I am already aware and will descend shortly to meet you. Perhaps the other elders of Tianyuan City were not fully cognizant of this matter. However, this Jean Yu, as one of the two ascendant cultivators of the integration stage within the city, had long since established a reputation that resonated throughout the heavens. Regrettably, this elder, rumored to hail from the Buddhist sect, had remained secluded in a hidden chamber of the city for many years, and few, aside from the members of the Elder Council, had the fortune to glimpse his true visage. Therefore, the sudden arrival of such a significant figure naturally elucidated why the maidens of the Gathering Immortals Pavilion appeared so anxious and unsettled. Despite Lin Mo having showcased his prowess in front of two Qingming guards, even if this individual were not Jean Yu, it was inevitable that the Elder Council would dispatch other elders in due course to pay their respects. Contemplating this in silence, Lin Mo formed a hand seal, causing a faint, ethereal glow to emanate from his body, rendering his figure increasingly indistinct. Meanwhile, in the hall on the first floor of the pavilion, a monk clad in a pale golden robe stood before an ancient painting hanging on the wall, fully immersed in the beauty it portrayed. Beside him stood several beautiful maidens, their faces alight with excitement and reverence. Suddenly, the monk turned, his gaze fixed upon a corner of the hall, which was devoid of any presence. Yet in the next instant, a flicker of azure light flashed by, and a blue silhouette emerged silently. It was Lin Mo, esteemed monk Jean Yu humbly visits. I hope you will not take offense, Lin Daoyu. The monk intoned solemnly, offering a respectful bow to Lin Mo. I would not dare, Lin Mo replied. Your esteemed name is already thunderous in my ears. He promptly clasped his hands in greeting, returning the bow with utmost respect, and then focused his gaze, scrutinizing the monk's venerable form. Before him stood an elderly monk with a half-foot-long white beard, his face a tapestry of wrinkles, and his eyes squinted into mere slits, as if age had rendered him incapable of fully opening them. I recently learned of your name, Lin Daoyu, from Elder Chi's correspondence. The monk remarked with a gentle smile, directly addressing the matter at hand. It is said that you have ascended from the transformation stage to the integration stage in just a few hundred years and have even become an ascendant cultivator, having served as a Qingming guard in our city. Is this true? Jean Yu's inquiry was straightforward and candid. Indeed, friend Jean Yu speaks with utmost honesty. It is as you say, these are veritable facts. My attainment today is merely a blessing from Lady Luck, Lin Mo responded with a slight start, then revealed a carefree smile. After all, every cultivator who breaks through to our level must possess extraordinary fortune. Yet, your rapid advancement within such a brief time frame is remarkable, even if it cannot be said to be unprecedented among the powerful of humanity throughout the ages. You are indeed a rare gem, the monk remarked, his wrinkles slightly quivering as he spoke amiably. Throughout their dialogue, Lin Mo maintained an attitude of humility and respect. From the messages conveyed by Elder Chi, it appears that you do not harbor any intention of joining Tianyuan City, which is indeed a cause for lamentation. Otherwise, the once formidable team composed of ascended practitioners within the Elder Council would not be left with but a solitary monk struggling alone. The monk, Master Junfa, altered his tone, revealing profound regret. Only one remains. As far as I am aware, does the Elder Council not still include the esteemed real person Lei Luo? Upon hearing this, Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback. The esteemed real person Lei Luo heroically fell during the assault on Tianyuan City by foreign entities. Master Junfa sighed deeply, responding with a bittersweet smile. Such a calamity has transpired. I had initially believed that two of my colleagues in the Elder Council had tragically perished, never anticipating that real person Lei Luo was among them. Lin Mo's countenance displayed astonishment and disbelief. After hearing this, Master Junfa, with a grave expression, silently recited a few Buddhist chants before continuing. Although you have graciously declined Elder Chi's generous invitation as a member of the Ascended Practitioners, I still wish to extend another invitation for you to join our Elder Council. Friend Lin, You must understand that there are numerous disparities between us ascended practitioners and those of the corporeal realm, and Tianyuan City nearly unites 9 out of 10 ascended practitioners. Should we be fortunate enough to gather wise individuals to work in unison with the monk, it would undoubtedly contribute significantly to alleviating the predicaments faced by many ascended practitioners. Master Jinhua imparted numerous words of encouragement, and his expression gradually became solemn and serious. Upon hearing Master Jinhua's persuasion, Lin Mo's demeanor grew heavy. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, he gently shook his head. Though I am indeed an ascended practitioner and acutely aware of the challenges we face, this matter cannot be easily rectified by merely the two of us. Even if I were willing to join the Elder Council, it is likely that I would not be able to effectuate any substantial change and might instead become embroiled in a series of conflicts. Since embarking on the path of cultivation, I have steadfastly pursued the way of longevity. Although I have now ascended to the integration stage, I am still far from attaining true ascension to immortality, making it exceedingly difficult to divert my attention to other matters. I did not expect that you are a practitioner of asceticism. I hold great admiration for you. Since you have higher aspirations and have made your determination, I shall refrain from further persuasion. May I inquire whether you have any pressing matters to attend to during your visit to Tianyuan City? If you require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Master Jinhua, perceiving Lin Mo's resolute intent, sighed in resignation and ceased to elaborate on the invitation. I appreciate your kind assistance, Master. My visit to the city is primarily to procure necessary materials and to attend to some entrusted trivial affairs. Lin Mo respectfully expressed his gratitude to Master Jinhua. I see. Should you have any needs in the future, do not hesitate to seek my help. Within Tianyuan City, I am confident that I possess the ability to lend you a hand. Master Jinhua slightly nodded in understanding. Lin Mo, upon hearing this, was naturally filled with gratitude. In the ensuing time, Lin Mo and Master Jinhua ceased discussing trivial matters and instead began to share insights and experiences regarding their cultivation journeys. Such gatherings have become an almost obligatory affair for cultivators in the fusion stage who share a close bond. Having reached this level of cultivation, they stand at the pinnacle of what a practitioner can achieve through a lifetime of effort. The legendary high realms of Mahayana and Tribulation transcenders appear as elusive as mirages. Even among smaller races, it is rare for an entire clan to produce even a couple of such formidable beings. Thus, in the absence of guidance, fusion stage cultivators can only rely on interaction with others to address the challenges encountered on their path to enlightenment. Master Jin, you has long advanced to the mid-fusion stage, merely a step away from the later stage. His insights into cultivation are far beyond those of Elder Qi, who has just attained the initial stage of fusion. Lin Mo, possessing a multitude of mysterious powers, particularly the unparalleled dual cultivation technique of the Brahmin's sacred true demonic art, naturally holds unique perspectives on the path of cultivation. After a profound exchange of ideas, both parties benefited immensely, inadvertently conversing for an entire day and night. On the following morning, Master Jinyu departed with a beaming countenance. Lin Mo then returned to the top of the tower, continuing his devoted practice. In the ensuing days, no other fusion stage cultivators came to visit. Perhaps they were preoccupied with their own affairs, or perhaps they learned through Master Jinyu that Lin Mo had no intention of joining the Elder Council, and thus deemed it futile to pursue him further. As 6 days swiftly passed, on the 7th day, the long-anticipated guest finally arrived as promised. Lin Mo did not wait for the maidservant's announcement. Instead, he rose abruptly from the meditation mat and gracefully descended. Several maidservants, engaged in idle chatter on the first floor, were taken aback upon seeing Lin Mo and hurriedly approached to pay their respects. With a wave of his hand, Lin Mo signaled them to withdraw, calmly stating, "You may take your leave. My awaited guest has arrived. Please escort them here." Chapter 710. Upon uttering these words, the female cultivators in the foundation establishment stage present were momentarily stunned, but they quickly responded with deference and exited the tower in unison. Lin Mo sat in the main seat, thus becoming the focal point of the gathering. Indeed, it was not long before, guided by a servant, a serene and elegant young woman entered the room, her demeanor exuding grace. She possessed a perfect figure and wore a deep blue court gown, reminiscent of the once renowned Fairy Sue. Her cultivation evidently reached an advanced level in the transformation stage, marking her as a paragon in the realm of cultivation. It truly is Senior Lin, she exclaimed. Given your current aura, you must have ascended to the fusion stage. With just a fleeting glance, she recognized Lin Mo, who had previously offered her guidance and support, and hurriedly bowed in respect, grateful for Lin Mo's past kindness. Especially due to her lineage as a descendant of the Ice Soul Fairy, she had always received his attentive care and beneficial advice throughout her cultivation journey. Thus, upon learning of Lin Mo's return to Tianyuan City and his deliberate search for her, she rushed to the gathering of Immortals Pavilion. While she was astonished by the news of Lin Mo's successful advancement to the fusion stage, her surprise was not lesser than that of Elder Yu. However, the news was utterly astonishing. Even as she traveled, she remained skeptical until she laid eyes upon Lin Mo and felt the formidable aura emanating from him. At that moment, her doubts dissipated, and she joyfully bowed in greeting. There is no need for formality, my friend. I have an old acquaintance with the Celestial Maiden. Please have a seat, Lin Mo said with a smile, gazing at the descendant of the Ice Spirit Fairy before him. Then I shall be remiss. Su Xianzi hesitated for a moment, but ultimately complied with Lin Mo's words with utmost respect. She settled into the chair beside him, just as a servant entered, carrying a tea table adorned with 2 cups of fragrant spiritual tea. Everyone, please withdraw. No one is to enter without my command, Lin Mo instructed the servant. As you wish, the servant replied respectfully, then slowly exited the room. Lin Mo then extended his hand towards the door, gently waving it. Instantly, the door to the loft shimmered with white light and began to close of its own accord. Simultaneously, a layer of blue light flickered around the walls, activating the loft's inherent barrier, which enveloped the entire room. Observing this, the woman in blue felt a tightening in her chest, her expression shifting to one of seriousness. Had it not been for the sensitive nature of their impending discussion, she would not have acted with such caution. Su Daoyu, the reason I summoned you here is to inquire about one matter. Your ancestor is indeed the Ice Spirit Fairy, correct? Lin Mo asked with a grave demeanor. Yes, the Ice Spirit Fairy is indeed my ancestor. I would never lie about such a thing, Su Xianzi replied, momentarily stunned but unwavering in her response. Excellent. In that case, do you know the whereabouts of the Ice Spirit Fairy? I have a matter that may require a personal visit to this esteemed ancestor, Lin Mo said, exhaling softly, his tone steady. A personal visit to my ancestor? Despite her prior speculations, the woman was taken aback at this moment. Do you not know the whereabouts of your forebear? Lin Mo furrowed his brow. Though I have inherited the illustrious bloodline of my ancestors, my forebear has long vanished from the annals of history for thousands of years. According to the recollections of our familial elders, my ancestor once reached the extraordinary stage of fusion and received a significant invitation from Tianyuan City. Alas, it seems she had more pressing matters to attend to and graciously declined the invitation from Tianyuan City. After embarking on her own explorations, she vanished without a trace. Su Xianzi explained with a wry smile. I see. Given this, we must accept this reality. Now, apart from Su Daoyu, are there any other relatives of the Ice Spirit Fairy's lineage? Lin Mo pondered for a moment before continuing his inquiry. To speak candidly, over the passage of time, the lineage of the Ice Spirit Fairy has diverged into more than a dozen branches of varying scales. Some have even established 2 small sects based on the powerful techniques left by our ancestor. However, in terms of the closeness of bloodline, our Su family undoubtedly remains the most legitimate inheritors, she replied. Our surname is directly inherited from our ancestors. Aware of the potential connection between Lin Mo and the Ice Spirit Fairy, the woman did not hold back and, after much contemplation, candidly revealed the truth. Is the current head of your esteemed family none other than yourself, Taoist Su? Lin Mo inquired with a sudden smile. You jest, senior. That is not the case, she replied. Although our Su family is not the legendary True Spirit clan, we are quite reputable within the Tianyuan realm. The current clan leader is my father, with several uncles also partaking in the management. After a brief hesitation, Su Xianzi answered decisively. Lin Mo's eyes sparkled as he gently stroked his chin and smiled faintly. In that case, I intend to visit your family to pay my respects to your esteemed father. What are your thoughts on this, Taoist Su? It would indeed be our family's honor if you, senior, would grace us with your presence. However, might I inquire about the reasons behind your visit? The woman paused for a moment, her expression reflecting uncertainty as she posed her question. Fear not, Taoist Su. I am merely acting on behalf of another, tasked with delivering an item to the Ice Spirit Fairy or her direct descendants. as your family is the closest kin of the ice spirit. It is only fitting that this item be entrusted to the clan leader of the Su family, Lin Mo replied, without any intention of concealment. Is that so? May I ask who commissioned you to deliver this item? Have I perhaps met this person? Her surprise was palpable, and she asked with astonishment. Alas, I fear that Taoist Su has not had the opportunity to encounter this individual. As for whether anyone else in your family is acquainted with this person, that knowledge eludes me, Lin Mo responded, shaking his head. Then, I would be willing to accompany you back to the Su family. I am currently responsible for external patrol duties and have a half-year leave. Our family is located within the Tianyuan realm, and utilizing the teleportation spells within the city. A round trip would be more than sufficient. Upon hearing this, the woman's expression became complex. After a period of contemplation, she ultimately made a resolute decision. How delightful it would be if Taoist Su could personally accompany me. Lin Mo did not exhibit any surprise, a faint smile gracing his lips. Then I shall promptly return to my abode to make the necessary preparations. I anticipate departing with you in 2 days. Does that sound agreeable? Su Xianzi appeared exceedingly forthright as she rose from her seat, respectfully requesting Lin Mo's approval. For me, there is little to prepare, and I can depart at any time. Since you propose a departure in 2 days, let us settle on that. Lin Mo replied after a moment's consideration, agreeing readily. If you have no objections, I shall certainly meet you in the city at the appointed time. Furthermore, my true name is Su Qinyu. Should you require anything in the future, addressing me by my true name would be preferable. I cannot presume to call myself a fairy in your presence. Su Qinyu slightly bowed her head, respectfully stating her name. Ha ha ha, Taoist Qinyu. There is no need for such formality. Lin Mo, taken aback by her words, soon chuckled and shook his head. Soon after, she did not linger any longer and promptly apologized to Lin Mo before taking her leave. Although it had only been 2 days and the cave was not far from Tianyuan City, the round trip still consumed a considerable amount of time, which the ethereal fairy Qinyu could not afford to waste lightly. Lin Mo then made his way back to the residence of the scholars, refining the materials he had procured and presenting a meticulous list to the 4 individuals. He then returned to the gathering of Immortals Pavilion, not stepping outside again. At almost the same moment, within a mysterious hall in Tianyuan City, 5 or 6 cultivators gathered to discuss extremely confidential matters. It appeared that this individual had no intention of joining Tianyuan City, remarked an elderly man in a white robe with silver hair, his beautiful visage wrinkled in thought. Elder Gu, I have done my utmost to persuade him. However, this Lin Daoist is a fervent seeker of the Tao, showing no interest in joining any other faction. Sighed another elder clad in a golden robe, known as Master Jinwei. Both the white-robed elder and the others present exhibited extraordinary demeanor, evidently comparable to Master Jinwei in strength and status, belonging to the Council of Elders of Tianyuan City. Thus, our city's strength has been significantly diminished, with the council unable to rally 10 members, one of the elders noted with concern. Before the conflict with the foreign races, our council not only had a full roster but also included the little-known candidate elder, Taoist Silverlight. The current situation in Tianyuan City is dire. If the demonic calamity truly descends upon us and the demon clans target our city as their primary assault point, the consequences would be unimaginable. Such scenarios have indeed occurred in the past. A robust man with a golden complexion and clad in a black leather robe stated coldly. This matter is insoluble. Neither the Overlord, the Holy Emperor, nor the 7 great demon kings would allow their integrated stage powerhouses to join Tianyuan City. As is widely known, the invasion from the demon realm is imminent, likely to materialize within the next millennium. They too are amassing strength to ensure their survival, for during the last demonic calamity, which lasted merely over a century, the previous generation's 3 emperors and 7 demon kings suffered substantial losses. They are certainly unwilling to repeat that fate. Master Jinwei replied with evident frustration. Master Jinwei, are you certain that the demon realm will inevitably overlap with the spirit realm within a millennium? Inquired a woman with flowing black hair and a silver mask, her voice unexpectedly sweet. Since the Holy Island and Lord Mo have stated thus, it must be accurate. This suggests that the 3 emperors, 7 demon kings, and other significant powers have also received this information and are thus reluctant to augment our council of elders with new strength, the white-robed elder mused, stroking his beard while deep in thought. This is indeed an undeniable truth. During this demonic calamity, The night demons and other foreign races in the afflicted areas can only focus on self-preservation, and they certainly will not launch attacks against our two major races. Hence, they have no desire to unwittingly weaken their own strength, which would hinder their ability to defend themselves effectively. After all, the restrictions imposed by our two great races hold little sway against the invasion of the demon realm. The establishment of the 3 emperors and 7 lands was originally intended to defend against this cataclysmic calamity that occurs once every several millennia. In truth, since the last incident of the alien race assaulting our city, we have not only failed to recruit any elders at the combined phase, but have also been unable to effectively replenish our ranks of void refinement and divine transformation guardians. Our current human resources rely entirely on the efforts of our Elder Council to dispatch representatives to scout and recruit. The masked woman explained in a calm tone that our Tianyuan city has already suffered grave losses in the previous assault by the alien race. Without sufficient personnel to bolster our ranks, we can only strive for self-preservation during the impending demonic tribulation. Unable to deploy the substantial forces we had in the last calamity to proactively confront the demon race. Suddenly, a woman with hair ablaze like purple flames furrowed her brow and remarked on the dire situation. This predicament is indeed unavoidable. The terrifying magnitude of each demonic disaster is, without a doubt, a catastrophic event for us cultivators. Fortunately, these demons seem disinterested in ordinary mortals devoid of spiritual power, focusing instead on plundering the resources of the spirit realm and slaying our practitioners, rarely engaging in large-scale massacres of common humans and beasts. Otherwise, facing such tribulations every few millennia, our human and demon races would likely have long since vanished from the spirit realm. The old man in white said with a grave expression. However, this situation is not due to the mercy of the demon race. It is likely that they intentionally spare ordinary humans, treating them as livestock, with the aim of allowing these lives to continue procreating, thus becoming the source for future cultivators like us. This way, when the next demonic calamity arrives, they can once again carry out their slaughter. After all, we cultivators, whether in terms of demon cores or primordial spirits, are exceptionally nourishing to the demon race. Master Jinhue spoke slowly, his eyes glinting with a chilling light. Moreover, there are certain resources that our two races must not relinquish lightly. Otherwise, if we can merely hold our ground and await the moment the demon realm detaches from the spirit realm, we may still preserve a significant portion of our vitality. The purple-haired woman said with a hint of resignation. Since other factions have already devised their own plans for this demonic tribulation, our Tianyuan city cannot forcibly demand their assistance. We must first ensure our own safety. Henceforth, we shall lift the restrictions on several of the previously concealed subordinate cities in our domain, facilitating the large-scale relocation of nearby ordinary humans to these cities. Concurrently, we will dispatch a group of practitioners skilled in earth element techniques to construct more vacant cities. What we can currently achieve is limited to protecting the ordinary humans living in the vicinity from demon incursions. The old man in white lightly tapped the armrest of his chair, his gaze resolute. The days of chaos wrought by the demon race have yet to arrive. However, taking precautions early is a prudent strategy. Despite our reliance on the protective formations, it remains wise to recruit as many high-ranking guardians as possible. For this impending tribulation, the most arduous phase will undoubtedly be the initial onslaught of fierce attacks. As long as we can withstand that onslaught, the demonic entities would thus retreat, leading to a stalemate in the conflict between us. Taoist Bao, to speak candidly, our race has not seen anyone successfully advance to the consummation stage in the past few centuries. In contrast, it appears that within your esteemed demon clan, there are individuals striving to break through the bottleneck of the consummation stage. Therefore, I implore you to keep a vigilant eye on this matter. The elder in white robes turned to the robust man with a pale golden complexion and suddenly spoke. I shall take responsibility for this. Indeed, several royal factions within our demon clan are beginning to emerge, with a few exceptionally talented newcomers who hold great promise of advancing to the consummation stage once more. The golden-faced man nodded solemnly in response. Regarding our fellow demons, Taoist Silverlight, I have a question that I wonder if it is appropriate to pose. The elder in white hesitated briefly before turning to the masked woman. I have known Brother Gu for a long time. What question could possibly be inappropriate? The masked woman replied, somewhat puzzled. Since the fairy has mentioned it, I shall inquire directly. How is the health of the noble elder Ao Xiao at present? The elder in white gazed at the woman and asked slowly. It seems Brother Gu is concerned about the situation of our ancestor Ao Xiao. However, I am not the only elder of the demon clan present here. Why do you choose to pose your question to me? The masked woman was momentarily taken aback. Then her gaze lingered on the man in black robes before she smiled and responded. Fairy Silverlight, why feign ignorance? Though you may not hail from the Silver Moon Wolf clan, you possess their bloodline and spent a millennium under the tutelage of Elder Ao Xiao. If anyone is familiar with Elder Ao Xiao's recent circumstances, it is undoubtedly you. The man in black raised an eyebrow and remarked lightly. Indeed, what you say is accurate. Forgive my frankness, but since Elder Ao Xiao's appearance on Mount Jiyun over 3,000 years ago, there has been no news of him. Now, with the impending demonic tribulation, as one of the two great ascendant powers of our human and demon races, it is natural for us to harbor some concerns, the elder in white stated gravely. Upon hearing the elder's words, the others turned their gazes toward the masked woman, clearly sharing a profound concern regarding this matter. A flicker of hesitation crossed the masked woman's eyes, and after a moment, she replied with a note of resignation. I understand the worries that weigh on your minds. Truly, whether it is we or the demon race, since the establishment of our abode in the spirit realm, those who have survived more than 20 great celestial tribulations are few and far between. Many friends are understandably apprehensive about the 21st great celestial tribulation that our ancestor faced years ago. After all, it is precisely due to the presence of our ancestor and the esteemed Mo, the two steadfast pillars, that our human and demon races have maintained a relatively stable situation over the years. Rest assured, Elder Ao Xiao did not perish during the last great celestial tribulation. He merely expended some vital energy in the process and must temporarily seclude himself to cultivate and enhance his prowess. Is that truly the case? The man in black immediately revealed an expression of overwhelming joy. As an elder of the demon clan, his concern for this prominent ascendant ancestor was naturally greater than that of the elder in white and the others. The elder in white robes, along with the old monk and others, breathed a collective sigh of relief. Centuries ago, I had encountered the enchanting Linglong fairy, who has steadfastly remained by the side of our revered ancestor throughout the years. She revealed that the ancestor's recovery is progressing splendidly, and it is anticipated that, before long, he shall completely regain his strength and emerge from seclusion. The masked woman asserted resolutely. Could it be that this Linglong fairy is the consort who returned from the lower realms with the celestial Qui-Divine Wolf? According to rumors, this esteemed Linglong is not only a direct descendant of the venerable Ao Xiao, but also a favored one of the Wolf King. The purple-haired woman, despite being a human cultivator, seemed to possess knowledge of this matter and inquired with astonishment. Indeed, it is she, the Linglong fairy. I recall when she returned from the lower realms, her cultivation had barely reached the late stage of the transformation god realm. However, upon our last encounter, she had already ascended to the pinnacle of the mid-stage of the profound refinement realm, on the verge of advancing into the later stage. Perhaps, prior to the impending calamity, she may have the opportunity to break through once more. After all, her talents are renowned even among the Silver Moon Wolf clan. Had she not been forcibly confined in the lower realms for centuries, she would likely have already joined our ranks. The masked woman spoke with a hint of regret. Despite her extraordinary gifts, training alongside Ao Xiao for centuries has enabled such significant advancement, showcasing the profound capabilities of Ao Xiao. Yet, given that she is already the favored consort of the Wolf King, why would Ao Xiao retain the Linglong fairy by his side? Could there be deeper motives behind Ao Xiao's intentions? The purple-haired woman, intrigued by this matter, pressed on with her inquiries. Regarding this, I am not particularly informed. I have only faintly heard whispers from within the clan that upon her liberation from the lower realms, the Linglong fairy seemed to have developed some discord with the celestial Kwai. It was indeed Ao Xiao who took the Linglong fairy away. Perhaps she felt considerable dissatisfaction regarding her prolonged confinement in the lower realms, while the Wolf King remained indifferent. The masked woman responded hesitantly, adopting a speculative tone. Since Ao Xiao is unharmed, we need not speculate excessively on the circumstances of other allies. It would be prudent to discuss the impending arrival of envoys from the Yiksha and Wood clans. These two great races likely dispatched their emissaries in preparation for the impending calamity. The elder in white robes suddenly shifted the conversation, bringing forth another critical matter. Upon hearing this, the countenance of those present grew solemn, and they immediately focused their attention. Thus, time silently flowed by. The elders of Tianyuan City debated for an entire half-day before finally departing. 2 days later, within Tianyuan City, a teleportation array leading to an undisclosed location suddenly flickered with radiant light, and 2 figures vanished within the array. Concurrently, in a distant large city, within a grand hall, a humming sound erupted. A meticulously safeguarded teleportation array shone with blinding white light. Several soldiers armed with long spears, who were idly conversing nearby, were instantly taken aback and turned to gaze in that direction. Although this teleportation array is of great importance to the city as higher-ups and is regularly maintained with stringent defenses, it still drew their astonished attention. However, due to the exorbitant transportation fees, the number of individuals capable of utilizing it is exceedingly rare, akin to finding a phoenix feather among chicken feathers. In a whole year, one might not encounter it more than a few times. Naturally, those who activate this teleportation array cannot be mere mid- or low-tier cultivators. Thus, when these few golden core stage practitioners beheld 2 figures materialize at the center of the array, they immediately straightened their postures, displaying the requisite respect. "Is this indeed Fenglan City?" A young man who had just arrived inquired nonchalantly of one of the armored guards, casting a sweeping glance around. "Esteemed senior, this place is indeed Fenglan City. We welcome your presence." The guard responded with utmost reverence. These 2 strangers, clad in resplendent garments and exuding an icy demeanor, clearly hailed from a prestigious family lineage. They had already employed their razor-sharp spiritual senses to probe the 2 individuals before them. Yet, no matter how hard they tried, they could not fathom the enigmatic cultivation levels of the duo, which instilled a sense of caution within them. "Ah, so they are from Fenglan City. That is a relief." The young man smiled faintly, then disregarded the guards, instead accompanying a stunning woman with skin as exquisite as jade. Together, they gracefully exited the mystical array, making their way directly toward the city gates. Undoubtedly, these 2 mysterious figures were Lin Mo and Su Xianzi, who had traversed from the distant Tianyuan City via the teleportation array. Although the Su family did not reside within Fenglan City, it was the closest city capable of facilitating their transit. After navigating numerous checkpoints, Lin Mo and Su Xianzi finally emerged from the grand teleportation hall. However, what greeted their eyes was an expansive square paved with colossal azure stone tiles, stark in its simplicity and devoid of any ostentatious decorations. Surrounding the square were structures reminiscent of lofted halls. Apart from a few patrolling squads of guards, no other cultivators were seen engaging in activities here. Lin Mo extended his spiritual sense once more, probing further afield, and his expression subtly shifted. The square was astonishingly situated on the mountainside of a towering peak, over 1,000 zhang high, while at its base sprawled a dense cluster of houses and neatly arranged streets. Turning his gaze toward the summit, he spotted a magnificent small palace, its exterior resplendent, emanating faint yet powerful auras, indicating the presence of cultivators at the void refinement stage. It appeared that these individuals were the high-ranking cultivators responsible for the governance of this city. Lin Mo's eyes flickered with uncertainty as he swiftly retracted his spiritual sense. Subsequently, with an expressionless demeanor, he waved his sleeve, summoning a cascade of azure radiance that enveloped both himself and the exquisite woman beside him. In an instant, they transformed into a breathtaking beam of light, vanishing into the sky. In a side chamber of the palace atop the mountain, 3 cultivators at the void refinement stage were seated around a long table laden with spirit fruits and exquisite delicacies, engaged in lively conversation. However, soon after, they exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a shared astonishment. What exactly transpired? The recent surge of spiritual energy was undeniably formidable. Could it be that a venerable being of the integration stage has suddenly descended upon our city? Murmured an elderly man clad in a dark robe. Judging by the intensity of the spiritual force, it is indeed plausible that a predecessor of the integration stage has transported themselves to our city. Yet, one wonders whether it is one of the esteemed individuals accompanying the sacred emperor or perhaps an elder from Tianyuan City. Speculated another, a middle-aged man adorned in white armor. As far as I am aware, the esteemed individuals by the sacred emperor's side have been preoccupied with significant matters in Tianyuan Sacred City, and it is unlikely they would divert here. Therefore, it must be an elder from Tianyuan City, asserted a young cultivator wearing a golden headband with a tone of considerable certainty. Oh, if it is indeed an elder from Tianyuan City. He is likely merely passing through our city. Observing his hurried demeanor, there is no need for us to make a special visit. The old man in the dark robe sighed, his tension somewhat alleviated. However, the middle-aged man in white armor appeared to still harbor concerns. Yet, Fenglin City is indeed a rather remote place within the Tianyuan realm. What could compel an elder from Tianyuan City to arrive here? Such beings of the integration stage are inherently unpredictable. As long as he does not come here with hostile intent, why should we interfere unduly? I would prefer that this elder swiftly depart from our city, the young man remarked, his expression darkening. That may be the case. Yet we must still alert those below to remain vigilant during this period, to avoid any unnecessary disturbances. Cautioned the old man in the dark robe with pronounced seriousness after a moment of contemplation. His elder brother's words were undoubtedly wise. Even if those influential figures from the sacred city, who are not our patrons, impose some restraint upon us, it is prudent for integration stage cultivators to maintain constant vigilance. The middle-aged man in white armor nodded in agreement at this assertion. Throughout their discourse, an unmistakable air of secrecy enveloped them, as though they were embroiled in some clandestine scheme. Meanwhile, Lin Mo remained blissfully unaware, soaring skyward under the guidance of Su Qianyu, departing Fenglin City and racing southward. According to her account, despite being in proximity to the closest gathering place of cultivators to the Su family, reaching their true residence would still require a journey exceeding a month. Thus, in a brief span of time, Lin Mo summoned a flying vehicle, and the two ascended together, allowing it to glide freely through the skies. It was evident that this locale was exceedingly remote. After traversing hundreds of thousands of miles from Fenglin City, the sight of ordinary humans on the ground became exceedingly rare. Even when they did glimpse a few small towns, the inhabitants therein were a mix of mortals and cultivators coexisting. However, in the ensuing days, the ground gradually became cloaked in layers of undulating hills. Aside from the occasional traces of wild beasts in certain valleys, no other signs of life could be discerned. What was even more astonishing was that although these hills had not entirely lost their spiritual essence, the concentration of such energy was markedly diminished in comparison to other regions. Chapter 712. As for the whereabouts of the spiritual veins, despite their prolonged journey, they had yet to discover a single one. May I inquire why your esteemed family chose to establish itself in such an environment? Lin Mo could no longer suppress his curiosity and posed the question to Su Qianyu during their flight. Please allow the younger generation to keep this a secret for the time being. I trust that you will understand the reasons in the near future. Su Qianyu replied with a smile, a hint of mystery gracing her features. Oh, then I shall certainly seek to learn more at the appropriate time, Lin Mo responded, his heart brimming with curiosity, though he maintained a facade of indifference. Subsequently, they continued their journey, and after several days of arduous travel, the previously mixed hues of yellow and green in the hills gradually transformed into shades of red. The rocks, soil, and various vegetation all emitted a faint crimson glow. Initially, Lin Mo was not taken aback by this transformation, considering it a mere coincidence. However, as they pressed onward, the entire landscape became a tapestry of intertwining golden and red hues, prompting a noticeable change in Lin Mo's expression. After meticulously probing the surface below with his spiritual consciousness several times, a thoughtful gleam sparkled in his eyes. It seems the elder has discerned the intricacies of this place, Su Qianyu remarked, stifling a soft laugh. So it is, this location conceals a richly abundant vein of fine copper. No wonder your family opted to establish its foundation here. Even at the expense of some spiritual resources, Lin Mo replied with a smile. Your insight is truly remarkable. Our Su family has remained rooted here for over a millennium, without any change in location. The decision to anchor our family South legacy in this place has indeed sparked considerable debate. Ultimately, it was a few influential elders within the clan who steadfastly affirmed this choice. However, the prosperity of the family has inevitably impacted the cultivation paths of our disciples to a certain extent. The advantages and disadvantages are, quite frankly, difficult to articulate succinctly. Su Qianyu sighed gently, revealing a hint of resignation. Lin Mo nodded slightly in agreement, yet his gaze flickered, suggesting deeper contemplations lingered within. The young woman, perceiving Lin Mo's thoughts, refrained from further discussion to avoid disrupting his reflections. A few days later, a lush green hue gradually emerged on the horizon. The refreshing spiritual energy surged forth, invigorating Lin Mo, who realized that the Su family had finally reached their destination. As anticipated, a verdant range of hills, rich in color, soon came into view, despite the presence of only a single ordinary spiritual vein within the mountains. It had already rendered the spiritual energy levels here starkly superior to those of the surrounding areas. Upon the rugged peaks of a dozen mountains, a myriad of intricate edifices sprawls across the landscape. Between these summits, one can vaguely discern enigmatic fluctuations, evidently the result of formidable enchantments. The Zus have arrived, and I take this moment to inform the clan, ensuring the head of the family is prepared to graciously welcome your esteemed presence. After an elegant dive through the lofty skies encircling the mountains, Su Qinyu tentatively suggested from within the vessel, "This is indeed the abode of the Su family, and I have truly discovered an advantageous location. I shall pause here for a brief moment." After scanning the entire valley with his mental acuity, Lin Mo exhibited a flicker of surprise before nodding in silent agreement. As the vehicle boldly emerged into the heavens, the vigilant cultivators of the Su family below had already taken notice. Following swiftly were the waves of the enchantment, succeeded by a dozen streaks of escape light racing forth from various peaks, exuding an imposing aura. Upon receiving Lin Mo's assent, Su Qinyu did not hesitate to steer the escape light, transforming into a bolt of white lightning as she charged toward the family cultivators. In mere instance of intertwining energies, both parties converged. Clearly, the Su family cultivators recognized the young lady of the clan, and they promptly dimmed their radiance, revealing their forms. Among them were both elders and youth, men and women alike, each face aglow with joy. Su Qinyu exchanged a few soft-spoken words with them before leading the group swiftly down into the mountains below. Meanwhile, Lin Mo stood serenely atop the vessel, awaiting with tranquil composure. After a while, the mountains resonated with the melodious strains of celestial music. Two teams of young women clad in resplendent red and white garments gracefully emerged from a peak. Though their cultivation was confined to the golden core and foundation establishment stages, each was undeniably enchanting, their expressions filled with profound respect. Following these elegantly attired maidens were three individuals: the recently departed Su Qinyu, a scholarly young man in white, and a robust figure with a bearded visage and keen, copper-like eyes. The two teams of maidens halted gracefully, maintaining a distance of several dozen yards from the vessel. The white-clad young man, along with the other two, approached Lin Mo without pause before coming to a stop. "I am Su Jiao, paying my respects to you, esteemed senior. As the Su family could not personally extend a welcome, I hope for your understanding." The white-clad man, appearing to be in his 30s, bore an unremarkable appearance. Yet his cultivation at the late stage of transformation was indeed noteworthy. Upon facing Lin Mo, he bowed deeply in deference, exuding humility. "I am Su Lu, also here to offer my greetings." The robust man, possessing strength at the mid-stage of transformation, also paid his respects with great formality. "Is Su Jiao my friend, the principal figure of the Su family?" Lin Mo inquired, his gaze briefly sweeping over the white-clad man, maintaining an air of subtle inquiry. "Indeed, esteemed senior," the white-clad man replied candidly. "I have served as the head of the Su family for a millennium. Has my purpose for this visit been conveyed to the clan leader by Qinyu, my friend?" Lin Mo nodded, continuing his line of questioning. The young lady indeed mentioned it. Learning that the senior came for the matter of her ancestors has left the Su family profoundly grateful. However, this place is not suitable for conversation. I earnestly request the senior to accompany me to discuss this within the clan. The man in white respectfully stated. "Very well, please lead the way," Lin Mo replied, not refusing, and nodded in acknowledgement. Thus, under the warm welcome of two rows of palace-clad maidens, Lin Mo retracted his flying device and descended gracefully from the sky. The man in white and a robust figure led the way on either side, guiding Lin Mo forward, while Su Qinyu trailed behind, following the three. As Su Jiao stepped into the mountains from the sky, he lightly flipped his palm, revealing a delicate green token in his grasp. He then waved gently towards the boundless void ahead, and an intense spatial fluctuation surged through the lower regions of the mountain range. The originally clear peaks of over a dozen mountains twisted and swayed like rippling water under this force, resulting in an astonishing transformation of the scenery. Although the mountains remained, their locations became indistinct, presenting a stark contrast to the previous view. The peaks, varying in height, seemed to shift several miles away almost simultaneously, standing tall in different corners of the mountain range. If a formidable enemy were to unleash their powers and attempt a direct assault on these peaks of the Sioux family, they would undoubtedly hit their mark, but would not inflict any damage upon the structures atop the mountains. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes and suddenly spoke. The mirage of the illusory sea. It is indeed astonishing that the Sioux family has managed to set up such a legendary ancient barrier. Haha, please forgive us, Senior. A millennium ago, our Sioux family bore a remarkably gifted formation master. He devoted his life to restoring this ancient illusion array to 70 or 80% of its original power. Alas, this ancestor's cultivation was limited. Had he lived longer, he might have fully restored the ancient formation. Su Jiao smiled slightly, his tone brimming with pride, clearly confident in his family's protective array. Indeed, with the protection of this great formation, the Su family's foundation stands as firm as a rock. Lin Mo replied with a faint smile, choosing not to elaborate further. Su Qianyu and others observed this exchange, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Having a late-stage fusion expert personally observe the clan's protective array, they naturally hoped to hear a more profound critique. Does the senior believe this formation is sufficient to withstand the assaults of fusion-stage cultivators? Inquired the seemingly rough giant with a deep voice. Fusion stage? Humph. Lin Mo glanced at the giant without providing a direct answer, instead revealing a smile that hinted at deeper meaning. Could it be that this formation lacks the capability to defend against formidable fusion-stage experts? The man in white cautiously inquired. The precise effectiveness is unclear to me. However, this formation does exhibit several weaknesses, likely due to its incomplete restoration of the ancient array. For those whose understanding of formations is rather rudimentary, unraveling this array poses a considerable challenge. However, for those who possess a profound comprehension of the art of arrays and have attained the integration stage, it is likely that your incomplete mirage of the mysterious spirit will struggle to manifest its intended effects. After a moment of silence, Lin Mo calmly provided an explanation, casually pointing out several locations of prohibitions that enveloped the entire mountain range. The elder could discern the flaws within this formation. The man in white was greatly astonished. Su Qianyu and the giant exchanged glances, both displaying expressions of surprise. In truth, it is not remarkable. I have perused relevant texts, which allows me to perceive these subtleties. Lin Mo replied with a slight smile, his tone relaxed. He did not deliberately conceal his insights. After all, although the ancient formation of the mirage of the mysterious spirit had been lost to humanity for many years, he had discovered a collection of ancient human formation texts during his journey back to the Tianyuan continent, in a marketplace of a foreign race. These texts were inscribed in the long-lost ancient script of humanity, and since this foreign race did not prioritize the art of formations, they were carelessly discarded in a general store, left unattended. As for who had taken these ancient texts from humanity and how they ended up in such a place, it remains a mystery. Naturally, Lin Mo would not forsake such a fortunate opportunity. He acquired these ancient and precious formation manuals at an incredibly low price, and, during this process, privately engaged in a certain degree of understanding and enlightenment. Such serendipitous encounters had occurred multiple times during Lin Mo's travels with other foreign races. Hence, he did not pay too much attention to them. Yet, upon witnessing the formidable protective formation of the Sioux family and comparing it with the complete ancient formation documented in his texts, he immediately recognized the flaws present. Su Jiao, the head of the Sioux family, was entirely unaware of this matter, but upon hearing that Lin Mo possessed the complete layout method for the mirage of the mysterious spirit, his expression changed instantaneously. Although he was unclear as to how this esteemed figure, referred to as Lin Xinbei, had access to those long-lost ancient formation texts. If it were true, then the formidable protective formation of their Sioux family would likely be of little consequence in the eyes of the other party. Judging from the demeanor and speech of the individual before him, he exhibited no signs of fabrication. The smile on the face of the man in white remained, albeit somewhat strained. However, Lin Mo appeared oblivious, proceeding with calm assurance as he continued to ascend, guided by two women adorned in palace attire. Lin Mo and his companions finally halted before a magnificent hall situated at the heart of the mountain range. There, two elderly men, resembling each other with gray hair and beards, awaited respectfully. Lin Xinbei, please allow me to introduce you, Su Jiao said swiftly, stepping forward to present the two elders. I am Su Hua, and this is Su Yan, extending our greetings to Lin Xianbei. The two elderly men, not daring to show any negligence, promptly bowed respectfully. One of them was at the initial stage of void refinement, while the other was at the mid-stage. Such prowess within an ordinary cultivation family was undoubtedly remarkable. After all, even smaller families could ensure their stable development with just one god transformation cultivator in their ranks. This illustrates that the reputation of the Su family, as mentioned by Su Qianyu, might indeed be understated. There is no need for formalities, my esteemed friends. My visit today is merely at the behest of another, Lin Mo said, waving his hand in a friendly manner towards the two senior members of the Su family. The two elders repeatedly expressed their reluctance to accept such a claim, and then guided Lin Mo into the magnificent hall. Once everyone had taken their seats in accordance with their status, a group of maidens clad in servant attire, all at the Qi refinement stage, arrived bearing spiritual tea before Lin Mo and the others. Subsequently, Su Jiao, with a solemn expression, began to speak, due to the urgency of the matter. My daughter only briefly informed me of your visit's purpose. It is said that you, esteemed Lin, are here to transfer an item to our ancestor, the Ice Lotus Fairy, or her direct descendants. May I inquire if this is indeed true? Indeed, it is so, Lin Mo replied candidly. I owe a favor to someone, which is why I agreed to undertake this errand. However, according to my friend Xinyu, the descendants of the Ice Lotus Fairy are not limited to just the Su family. Therefore, I would appreciate further evidence from you, so that I might confirm the identity of the Su family. Confirm? Su Jiao asked, curiosity piqued. How do you intend to verify this, esteemed Lin? Our Su family has consistently adhered to the legacy of our ancestors, a fact well known among surrounding families. An elder named Su Hua cleared his throat lightly, appearing somewhat troubled as he spoke. This should not pose much difficulty. For instance, the cultivation techniques and divine abilities practiced by the Ice Lotus Fairy, or any renowned personal treasures she may have left behind, could serve as proof of the Su family's identity. Lin Mo's gaze flickered as he spoke calmly. The treasures you mention were all taken by our ancestor before her mysterious disappearance, leaving nothing behind for us descendants. As for the so-called techniques, while the Su family has passed down some unique secret arts from our ancestors, the rigorous conditions for cultivation mean that only a fortunate few have been able to practice them. Fortunately, my uncle Su Yan is one of those few. Esteemed elder, may I request that you allow him to demonstrate? After a moment's contemplation, Su Jiao turned respectfully to an elder beside him. Since you are interested in witnessing it, I shall not hesitate to present my humble display. The elder hesitated briefly, then nodded in agreement. With that, he raised his arm, and a withered hand emerged from his voluminous sleeve. Spreading his fingers slightly, he gently turned his palm upwards. In that instant, a dazzling blue flame manifested in his palm, shimmering with a mysterious light, gradually transforming into a crystalline blue lotus. This exquisite ice lotus was breathtaking, as if conjured by nature itself. Azure blue ice flame. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Lin Mo's eyes as he could not help but murmur softly, Your Excellency possesses truly discerning vision. This chilling flame is a renowned divine ability of my ancestors, capable of freezing 1,000 miles and solidifying the void when cultivated to its peak. However, I have yet to attain such a realm. A faint smile graced Su Yan's gaunt face as the blue ice lotus in his hand began to whirl, suddenly transforming into a swirling blue mist that surged forth into the void ahead. As the azure mist swept across the space, it illuminated with a vibrant blue light, rendering the area hazy and distorted. Concurrently, another elder from the Su family deftly tossed his teacup into the air, seamlessly blending it into the warped void. What transpired next was astonishing. The teacup shimmered with blue radiance before transforming into an ice sculpture, suspended motionless in the void. Lin Mo's pupils constricted sharply. His expression remained calm, yet a hint of astonishment flickered at the corners of his mouth. The formidable divine ability possessed by this azure ice flame, cultivated to such a degree, surpassed all his expectations. However, upon reflection, this was only to be expected. The azure ice flame Lin Mo had obtained from the Void Heaven Cauldron was not the result of personal cultivation. Rather, it was directly absorbed and refined from external materials. Thus its power could never enhance independently. In contrast, Su Yan's chilling flame was acquired through rigorous self-cultivation, supplemented by subsequent techniques, allowing for a gradual increase in potency. Both methods have their merits and drawbacks. Directly absorbing a pre-existing chilling flame saves a considerable amount of cultivation time, enabling swift mastery of the divine ability. However, to further amplify its power, one must rely on external forces or merge it with other extreme cold flames. In contrast, the chilling flames cultivated through self-discipline, as exhibited by the Elder and the Ice Spirit Fairy, although requiring more time, can ultimately reach a consummate stage if the correct techniques are adhered to. The Azure Ice Flame Lin Mo absorbed is a remnant from his time in the mortal realm, a product left by the Ice Spirit Fairy, which, at best, was only a divine ability of the transformation stage, and thus could not be compared to the abilities of the Elder at the Void Refinement stage. As Lin Mo's thoughts raced through his mind, he swiftly grasped the underlying intricacies, and the surprise that had flickered across his face dissipated. However, the azure hue in the void before the Elder lasted but a few breaths, shattering and dissipating like glass. The teacup, which had been suspended in the void, began to plummet. The Elder named Suhua was already prepared. With a single wave of his hand, he deftly retrieved the teacup, now encased in blue ice. At that moment, Su Jiao unleashed a fervent red glow from his hand, swiftly melting away the layer of azure ice. The teacup then returned to its original state, unscathed and intact before the gathered company. The man in white, beaming with a smile, turned to Lin Mo and inquired, "Respected senior, are you satisfied with this? Can the divine ability demonstrated by Uncle Yen confirm that our Su family is indeed a direct descendant of our ancestors?" Lin Mo offered a faint smile, gently nodding in acknowledgement as he replied, "Undoubtedly, this is the Qianlan Ice Flame. Furthermore, my friend Su Yin has mastered this skill to an extraordinary degree. The finesse with which he controls the power of extreme cold is truly awe-inspiring." Upon hearing this, Su Jiao immediately perked up, eagerly pressing further, "So, what does the esteemed Elder mean by that?" Lin Mo chuckled softly, suddenly waving his hand to sweep over the adjacent table. In an instant, a flash of azure light shimmered, revealing two items that floated gracefully upon the surface. One was a pale blue jade slip, while the other was a box as pure and white as jade. Both items were tightly sealed with a golden talisman, indicating that Lin Mo had never opened or examined them. The man in white scanned the items, his expression turning serious, yet he did not immediately reach for them. Instead, he cautiously inquired, "May I ask, esteemed Elder, which eminent figure has entrusted you with these items for us?" Lin Mo furrowed his brow, gradually explaining, "It is not my intention to withhold information. However, should I reveal the identity of that Elder, it is likely that none of you would recognize him. I can only tell you that this Elder does not belong to either our human race or the demon race. His power and abilities are so formidable that I can only look up to him in admiration. An individual from a different race." The members of the Su family were immediately taken aback, engaging in animated discussions among themselves. Clearly, such an answer far exceeded their expectations. Su Qinyu and the two elders exchanged glances, their faces betraying a sense of confusion. Yet, Lin Mo remained unfazed by their reactions, exhibiting remarkable composure. Su Jiao's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he thoughtfully remarked, "I surmise that when our ancestor departed, he had just broken through to the harmonization stage, and it is quite possible he ventured into the wilds, traversing the entire Fenyuan continent. If that is indeed the case, forming connections with one or two elders from other races seems plausible. Could there be a hidden clue regarding our ancestors' disappearance within this? This possibility was not entirely unfounded." Su Yin and the two elders exchanged glances, their faces lighting up with joy as they nearly spoke in unison to express their agreement. Su Qianyu and the giant exchanged excited looks, unable to suppress their enthusiasm. Though this was merely speculation, it could not be entirely dismissed. "Please allow me a moment. Esteemed Elder, I shall return shortly. Uncle Yen, I would appreciate it if you and Ewer could keep the Elder company." The man in white took a deep breath, unhesitatingly stowing the two items away, and then offered his apologies to Lin Mo. "Please, do as you wish," Lin Mo replied nonchalantly. Thus, Su Jiao, holding the two items, led the Elder and the giant away. In the blink of an eye, only Lin Mo, Su Qinyu, and Su Yin remained in the hall. "Lin, esteemed Elder, I have heard Ewer mention that during her time cultivating in Tianyuan City, she received your diligent guidance. Otherwise, she may not have been able to ascend to the realm of transformation so swiftly. As her great-uncle, I convey my heartfelt gratitude on behalf of Ewer." After exchanging a few casual words with Lin Mo, the Elder respectfully bowed. Lin Mo replied with indifference, stating, "This is merely a testament to Qian Yu's exceptional talent. I merely offered a trifling assistance back in the day. Upon discussing this matter, it appears, as you were introduced, that you share profound ties with our ancestors. Is this information accurate?" Su Yan inquired with curiosity. "While I indeed did not have the opportunity to meet the esteemed Ice Soul Fairy directly, there are indeed tales regarding our lineage. Otherwise, the elder would not have entrusted me with the delivery of related items. If you harbor doubts, merely examining this object will provide clarity." Lin Mo glanced at the elder, the corners of his mouth curving slightly, and suddenly extended a finger, gesturing gently before him. In an instant, a soft sound emerged as a blue flame erupted abruptly at his fingertip, swirling momentarily before transforming into a crystalline blue ice flower. "The azure blue ice flame," the elder exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes fixated on the blue ice flower, his face filled with wonder. "Could it be that you are also?" Su Qianyu murmured to herself, equally astonished by the spectacle. "It is not as you might think. I merely collected some of the cold flames left behind by our ancestors years ago," Lin Mo explained with a smile. "I see," Su Yan exclaimed in realization, though a trace of skepticism lingered in his gaze, preventing him from probing further. After all, Lin Mo was a high-level practitioner of the combined body phase, far beyond the reach of a mere cultivator in the void-refining phase like himself. Simultaneously, in a secret chamber at the rear of the hall, heavily guarded by formidable restrictions, the patriarch of the Su family, a burly man, and another elder were solemnly scrutinizing two items placed upon a stone table. "This talisman is exceedingly powerful. With our cultivation, we are unable to forcibly unveil it," the elder named Su Hua remarked, having seemingly attempted to remove the talisman, gazing at the two items with a sense of helplessness. "If this truly originates from a being of the great ascension, it is not surprising that these talismans possess such remarkable properties. However, attempting to destroy these talismans through the force of artifacts may lead to damage of the items themselves. Thus, there must be other clever methods available." Su Jiao stroked his smooth chin, seemingly contemplating a plan. "If the patriarch has a solution, it would be wise to attempt it first. If that fails, we can consider other strategies," Su Hua suggested, clearly anxious and unhesitating in his counsel. "Uncle speaks wisely. Let me give it a try." Su Jiao pondered for a long time before nodding solemnly. He then suddenly raised his arm, opened his mouth, and a beam of white light shot forth. A swirling mass of white, cold light encircled his wrist rapidly before flashing briefly and then being drawn back into Su Jiao's mouth. However, in the next instant, a vivid crimson appeared on his wrist, with a few drops of essence blood slowly cascading down, landing precisely upon the talisman that sealed the jade slip. As the blood glimmered faintly, it effortlessly merged into the talisman, vanishing without a trace. The previously motionless talisman instantly unleashed a dazzling golden light, upon which golden characters of varying sizes emerged in succession. Yet, these golden inscriptions flickered for but a moment before dissipating entirely, while the astonishing spiritual energy of the talisman gradually receded, and all luminous aura vanished in an instant. Witnessing this scene, Su Jiao could not help but feel ecstatic, realizing that his conjecture was indeed correct. Only the essence blood that inherited the lineage of the Ice Spirit Fairy could successfully unveil this talisman. He took a deep breath and gently blew upon the jade slip. The golden talisman trembled slightly and silently drifted down from the jade slip. At that moment, the elderly man and the robust figure also displayed genuine joy upon witnessing this event. Su Jiao, suppressing his inner excitement, imitated his previous actions and cautiously removed the talisman from the jade box. The man in the white robe glanced between the two items for a moment, hesitated briefly, and then extended his hands to firmly grasp the blue jade slip. Subsequently, he gently pressed the jade slip against his forehead, closing his eyes. As time passed, the expression of the white-clad man transitioned from initial calmness to confusion, ultimately transforming into profound astonishment. Observing this, the elder Su Hua and the giant exchanged glances, feeling a twinge of unease. After a while, the white-clad man finally exhaled a deep breath, appearing somewhat dazed as he removed the jade slip from his forehead. "Nephew, what secrets does this jade slip contain?" Chapter 714. The elder, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired. The giant also appeared anxious. "Uncle Hua, you should examine it personally," Su Jiao suggested, having regained some semblance of composure, his expression complex as he tossed the jade slip to the elder, seemingly reluctant to speak further on the matter. The elder received the jade slip, filled with questions, but after a brief contemplation, he resolved to delve into its contents with his consciousness. At that moment, Su Jiao's gaze shifted to the jade box, and after deep contemplation, he suddenly waved his sleeve, causing the lid to pop open autonomously. Inside the box shimmered with a dark glow, revealing a small crimson vial of merely a few inches in size. The surface of the vial exhibited strange patterns, exuding a faint scent of blood. "Oh, this appears to be a relic of our family," remarked the robust man, recognizing its significance immediately. "Indeed, this is the blood soul bottle, an heirloom of the Su family. Originally a pair, but one was taken away by the ice spirit ancestor. To have it reunited today is truly a rare occurrence," Su Jiao explained gravely. "This treasure is indeed authentic." The man could not help but swallow hard, murmuring to himself. Su Jiao refrained from further conversation, directly commanding, "Hold my token," and swiftly summoned the clan's secret guards. "Surround the mountain where the ancestral temple is located, activate all prohibitions, and ensure not a single insect can intrude. At the same time, please request the great uncle, who is currently in seclusion, to emerge and wait briefly within the ancestral temple." The idea of mobilizing the secret guards and even summoning the great uncle astonished the man, leaving him incredulous. Indeed, this matter concerns the ice soul ancestor. Even if the great uncle is at a crucial moment in his cultivation, he must assist, the man in white resolutely declared. "The clan leader has discovered the trace of our forebear." "Understood. I shall execute this immediately," the man replied joyfully and departed without hesitation. After he left, Su Jiao gazed at the blood-red vial, his expression complex and inscrutable. Moments later, the elder Su Hua let out a sigh of relief. Concluding his examination of the jade slip, he opened his eyes to address the crowd. "So it is. The forebear has ventured far into the wild world and even reached another realm. However, what transpired remains shrouded in mystery, with only a fragment of the blood soul returning." The elder muttered, his brow furrowed with concern. Aside from the secret blood soul technique, the jade slip provided scanned information. Only by utilizing the blood crystal coffin to awaken this blood soul can the truth be unveiled. Fortunately, the ice soul ancestor foresaw this and preemptively forged the blood crystal coffin and blood soul vial, Su Jiao remarked gravely. "Indeed, as the clan leader stated. However, the jade slip records that once the talisman is removed, the awakening ceremony must be conducted within a few days, or the blood soul will dissipate. After all, it has been sealed within the vial for a considerable time." The elder expressed his apprehension. "There is no need for worry. The ceremony will be held tonight." The man in white's eyes gleamed. "This is the only course of action. How shall we respond to the esteemed Lin in the main hall? According to you, heir, Lin has significant ties to the ice soul ancestor and has willingly returned the blood soul, suggesting no malicious intent." The elder inquired once more. "Though he has only recently entered the integration stage, his strength is commendable, and he excels in ancient formations. Perhaps he could become an asset to our Su family in the future. We must treat Lin with utmost respect and invite him to stay temporarily at the Su residence. After the ceremony to awaken the blood soul is completed, we can foster further relations," Su Jiao articulated after a moment of contemplation. "The clan leader's righteousness is commendable. I shall make arrangements immediately." Su Hua nodded in acknowledgement, preparing to depart. "Wait, perhaps it would be more appropriate for me to accompany Uncle Hua, to express our sincerity," the man in white suggested after a brief hesitation. "Agreed. As a being at the integration stage, he deserves due respect," the elder contemplated for a moment before consenting. Thus, the clan leader of the Su family carefully stored the jade box containing the blood-red vial and left the secret chamber hand in hand with the elder. After an hour of waiting, Lin Mo sat cross-legged on a plush mat atop a beautiful pavilion at the peak of a mountain, his brow furrowed in deep thought. He could not help but smile bitterly, as he had initially planned to deliver the items and leave shortly thereafter. However, the clan leader's enthusiasm caught him off guard. Not only did he insist on extending Lin's stay, but he also revealed that the items received contained clues regarding the Ice Soul Fairy. If Lin were to remain at the Su residence, he might uncover traces of their ancestors. Hearing this, Lin Mo began to waver, though he was not entirely indifferent to the matters concerning the Ice Soul Fairy. For both the azure ice flames he had absorbed and his previous encounters with the Void Heaven Palace, as well as the acquisition of the Void Heaven Cauldron, or a close connection to her. Moreover, his heart was laden with numerous unresolved enigmas, which he hoped to unravel through the Ice Soul Fairy. Thus, at the earnest invitation of the head of the Su family and other cultivators, he chose to reside in this loft. However, Lin Mo had already devised a plan. At most, he would linger within the Su family for a few months. Should there be no news of the Ice Soul Fairy, he would depart without hesitation. Even if he did discover her whereabouts, he would make decisions based on the circumstances, determining whether to invest additional time in the search. Contemplating silently, Lin Mo raised his hand, and amidst a flicker of spiritual light, a silver talisman materialized in his grasp. This was one of the few talismans of the true immortal realm, devoid of spiritual energy, which he had procured from the restricted site of the Guanghan realm. Unable to concoct a fusion pill for the time being, he had not rushed to cultivate his own magical power, but instead devoted most of his energy to studying these immortal realm talismans. Although the talisman was devoid of energy, the silver script inscribed upon it was derived from the talismanic principles of the Golden Quill Jade Book, leading Lin Mo to gain considerable insight. Initially, the Celestial Spear Talisman, which had remained elusive within the fragmented pages of the Golden Quill Jade Book, was now beginning to reveal its mysteries. This was the only offensive silver script talisman recorded in the pages, possessing unparalleled might. Despite its profound complexity, even after Lin Mo entered the fusion stage and comprehended the laws of heaven and earth, he still could not easily grasp its full essence. Viewed from this perspective, the Celestial Spear Talisman held significant potential. Lin Mo focused intently on the silver talisman in his hand, his fingers tracing intricate patterns in the air. Occasionally, silver runes burst forth from his fingertips, either dissipating in an instant or coalescing into a flickering form, shrouded in enigma. As time elapsed and night descended, several full moons hung above the mountains where the Su family resided. At this moment, Lin Mo's expression shifted slightly. He suddenly stood up and, in the blink of an eye, found himself at the window, gazing into the distant peaks with a face full of doubt. The fluctuations of the restrictions were rather peculiar, reminiscent of a past experience. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Mo seemed to connect certain dots, raising his gaze to the sky. The sight before him was astonishing. The once silver-white moon had transformed into a blood-red orb, instilling a sense of dread. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mo withdrew his gaze and scrutinized the mountain peak he had observed earlier once more. Under his spiritual sight, the peak was enveloped in a blood-colored radiance, pulsating with a rhythm that originated from this very place. It was evident that a profound restriction had been set here. However, the blood light was extraordinary, with some spiritual pressure managing to breach its confines. Such a heavy aura of blood. Was the Su family conducting a blood sacrifice? Even so, why choose this moment? Could it be related to the items I delivered today? After a while, the blue light in Lin Mo's eyes gradually faded, and he murmured thoughtfully, his expression contemplative. Possessing remarkable acumen, he was able to deduce the truth with only a slight conjecture. Feeling a sense of intuition, Lin Mo once again examined the distant mountains, his face returning to a state of calm. After a brief pause, he waited for the fluctuations to completely dissipate before thoughtfully turning away and returning to his mat to close his eyes in contemplation. Over the following days, apart from Su Qianyu, who visited punctually each morning to greet him, the other members of the Su family refrained from disturbing his cultivation. From the expression of worry etched upon Su Qianyu's face, it became apparent that their endeavors were fraught with difficulties. Indeed, the same celestial phenomena and fluctuations manifested every night thereafter. After several consecutive days, Su Qianyu appeared hesitant to speak, while Lin Mo, perceptive as ever, discerned her turmoil without his demeanor betraying any hint of change. However, on the fifth morning, as Lin Mo was engrossed in his studies of talismans, a subtle shift crossed his features, and the talisman in his hand vanished without a trace. He acutely sensed the presence of not only Su Qianyu at the attic door, but also Su Jiao and another unfamiliar individual. This newcomer emanated an extraordinary aura. Having reached the late stage of the illusory void, Lin Mo was slightly taken aback. It was astonishing that the Su family concealed such a formidable expert, expertly cloaked in the art of discretion. As Lin Mo pondered this revelation, the voice of the Su family patriarch resonated from below. Junior Su Jiao pays respects to Senior Lin. I humbly request a moment of your time. It appeared that the family patriarch had arrived, warranting no such formality. Please wait in the hall for a moment. I shall descend shortly. Lin Mo replied with a calm demeanor, rising to make his way downstairs. Moments later, he emerged at the staircase of the hall, his gaze directed towards the late-stage illusory void stranger. Standing alongside Su Jiao was a young man clad in a slightly worn gray robe, appearing to be in his late 20s, who also regarded Lin Mo with a smile. Upon closer inspection, he bore a striking resemblance to Su Jiao, and together they appeared as if uncle and nephew. Senior, this is our clan's grand elder, Su Yuan. Due to his cultivation reaching a critical juncture, he was unable to formally welcome you in time. Su Jiao promptly introduced upon Lin Mo's arrival. Grand elder? My friend has already attained the pinnacle of the late stage of illusory void, mere steps away from the fusion body stage. Should he successfully break through, he shall stand among us as equals. Lin Mo regarded the young man for a moment before a smile broke upon his lips. Your perceptive insights are commendable. Preparation for a breakthrough is indeed imperative, yet the probability of success is rather slim. The young man bowed respectfully, a sigh of resignation escaping him. Lin Mo smiled in silence, gesturing for everyone to take their seats and engage in conversation. After expressing their gratitude, 5 members of the Su family settled beside Lin Mo. Elder Su, has your visit yielded any leads regarding our ancestors' soul? Lin Mo inquired directly. His forthrightness momentarily left Su Jiao taken aback, his lips twitching into a wry smile as he replied, had this been yesterday, I might not have been able to provide you with a definitive answer. However, today, I am indeed seeking your assistance regarding this matter. Seeking my assistance? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise flickering across his features. To speak candidly, the items you entrusted to us have indeed aided in the search for the whereabouts of the soul of our ancestor. Yet, our Su family's strength alone is insufficient to accomplish this task, hence we humbly request your support. Su Jiao candidly articulated their needs. What the young master says is true. In addressing this issue, our 3 illusory void cultivators have exerted every effort, yet we find ourselves at an impasse, thus we turn to you for aid. Su Yuan added solemnly. Such a situation exists. Might the 2 of you elaborate on the events that transpired? Lin Mo inquired with a steady gaze, his composure unwavering. Given his current status and strength, he would not make promises lightly. Certainly, even if you did not inquire, I would willingly report the matter. Su Jiao promptly agreed, pausing to gather his thoughts before continuing. The situation is not particularly complex. Have you ever heard of the Blood Soul Great Method? The Blood Soul Great Method. The name seems somewhat familiar. Could it be the Blood Soul technique practiced by the Blood Crystal Adept thousands of years ago? Lin Mo furrowed his brow initially, then suddenly realized, his expression subtly shifting as he spoke. You truly comprehend this secret art. The Blood Crystal Adept was an unparalleled genius of our human race, not only founding the Blood Soul technique, but also defeating adversaries of equal rank from foreign tribes using this very skill. Although this practice borders on the demonic path and could not be recultivated by our ancestors, she chose to master certain life-preserving techniques from it and crafted various related life-saving treasures. Among the items you delivered, there is a Blood Soul vessel forged by our ancestor, containing a wisp of Blood Soul. Simply awakening this Blood Soul will reveal our ancestors' whereabouts. Su Jiao elucidated while observing Lin Mo's reactions. However, apart from a fleeting glimmer of intrigue upon hearing about the Blood Soul vessel, Lin Mo exhibited no other signs of peculiarity. The recent nocturnal phenomena must be the result of your awakening the Blood Soul, Lin Mo mused before abruptly inquiring. What you say is indeed accurate. I dare not delay. I shall gather our people immediately to commence the awakening ritual tonight. Yet, regrettably, Su Jiao replied with a look of helplessness. Unfortunately, the Blood Soul may have either been sealed for too long or suffered from impure bloodlines. Repeated attempts have all been in vain. Since the talisman sealing the Blood Soul has been revealed, should we fail to awaken it within 2 days, this wisp of our ancestors' Blood Soul may vanish forever. The young man sighed and chimed in. Might the Lin family partake in the awakening ritual? Lin Mo questioned skeptically. The esteemed elder possesses keen insight. We have exhausted various methods to no avail and must seek your assistance. Su Jiao responded sincerely with another bow. Should the issue stem from insufficient magical power, I, Lin, am willing to extend a helping hand. However, if it pertains to the Blood Soul or the awakening ritual itself, I fear I may be powerless. Lin Mo contemplated briefly before responding calmly. I completely understand. If it is due to our clan's own limitations, we can only accept fate. Su Jiao, upon hearing this, was overjoyed and nodded repeatedly. Su Yuan and Su Qinyu also displayed delight. Time is of the essence. Please allow me to examine the blood soul of my esteemed friend I's soul and your awakening ritual. After receiving Lin Mo's consent, he promptly took action, rising to give instructions. Certainly, although the ritual must occur at a specific time during the night, it is indeed beneficial for the esteemed elder to understand the circumstances beforehand. Su Jiao pondered for a moment and found no objection, readily agreeing. If we successfully awaken the Ice Soul Fairy, our Su family will ascend to the ranks of the super families of humanity. Therefore, both Su Jiao and the elders, including Su Yuan, are fully committed. Lin Mo departed the pavilion with the 3 members of the Su family, swiftly heading towards the nearby mountain, which exhibited pronounced nocturnal fluctuations. Such proximity allowed for instantaneous arrival. What initially appeared to be an ordinary mountain was, upon closer inspection, adorned with vibrant, multicolored barriers of spiritual light, amidst which guardians clad in azure armor flickered in and out of visibility. Lin Mo extended his spiritual consciousness and easily discerned that most of these guardians were at the Nascent Soul level, numbering over 100. Chapter 715. For a formidable power like Tianyuan City, this small contingent may seem insignificant. However, for a family, their presence is undoubtedly awe-inspiring. Moreover, these guards were skillfully concealed within the array, remaining silent and exchanging not a single word, their movements synchronized, demonstrating the results of rigorous training. This level of discipline is exceedingly rare for any family. Once Su Jiao sensed Lin Mo's unease, he leaned in to explain softly. I hope the esteemed elder will heed my words. These are the secret guards of the Su family, our most elite fighting force. Although individually they may not rival high-level practitioners, a group of 3 or 4 can certainly contend with those at the transformation stage. Ah, I see. It appears they are adept at the art of group combat. Lin Mo seemed intrigued by this revelation. Indeed, Su Jiao affirmed. Due to the extreme sensitivity of the awakening ritual, which is easily disrupted, we have stationed all our secret guards here to ensure the smooth progression of the ceremony. This time, Lin Mo nodded gently in understanding and fell silent. Su Jiao then demonstrated a magical artifact in his hand, effortlessly tearing through the array as if slicing tofu. Subsequently, the group arrived at the majestic hall, resembling a temple situated halfway up the mountain. Above the grand entrance, a plaque inscribed with the ancient character for Su, written in silver powder, adorned the door. Surrounding the entrance stood 7 or 8 secret guards, standing upright with stern expressions, like ancient pines. What puzzled Lin Mo was the fact that the grand doors remained completely closed, while a side door, barely wide enough for a single person to pass through, stood ajar. With a look of confusion, Lin Mo inquired, I hope the esteemed elder will forgive me, but this is the ancestral hall of the Su family. Thus we must enter through this side door to access the underground chambers. Upon hearing Lin Mo's response, Su Yuan and Su Jiao both breathed a sigh of relief. If the esteemed elder Lin Mo were to take offense over such a trivial matter, it would undoubtedly be a significant loss for the Su family. Thus, they all proceeded through the narrow side door and entered the depths of the Su family's ancestral hall. After traversing a lengthy corridor and making a considerable detour, Lin Mo and his companions chose not to linger in the main hall, but instead descended directly into the inner sanctum. For everyone, within the innermost chamber lay a highly concealed space, featuring a staircase of white stone that sloped downward into the depths of the earth. At the entrance of the staircase, several secret guards stood vigilant. Su Jiao waved his hand gently, and the guards promptly stepped aside respectfully. Consequently, the group, clad in black, ventured into the dimly lit staircase. The passage was shrouded in shadows, with occasional cold drafts wafting up from below, sending a chill through all present. On either side of the passage, moonstones the size of a fist were embedded at intervals, casting flickering light that danced with shadows, as if they were enveloped in a world teeming with phantoms. Fortunately, the staircase was not overly lengthy, and after a brief moment, they emerged from the passage into an exquisitely designed underground hall. Lin Mo surveyed the surroundings, his eyes narrowing slightly. The entire hall is constructed from a delicate black jade, sprawling across an expansive area of 300 to 400 zhang in width. The walls and ceiling are adorned with intricate and enigmatic white runes, which shimmer with a celestial light, illuminating the hall as if it were bathed in daylight. However, the most captivating feature of the hall is undoubtedly the exquisitely crafted water basin-shaped platform situated at its center. This platform takes the form of a hexagonal prism, encircled by a formidable magical array. Within the circular basin at the heart of the platform lies a vivid red liquid, devoid of any sanguine scent, yet exuding a rich and alluring fragrance that wafts through the air. Within this immense magical array, approximately a dozen practitioners from the Su family are seated in meditation, forming a complete circle around the prismatic platform. Among them are Su Yin and Su Hua, two elite members whom Lin Mo had previously encountered. We pay our respects to Senior Lin and express our gratitude for your assistance to the Su family. Upon seeing Lin Mo arrive at the hall accompanied by Su Yuan and Su Jiao, these two Su family cultivators could hardly miss the intent of his visit. They quickly rose, brimming with excitement, to bow and express their thanks to Lin Mo. Let us refrain from gratitude for the moment. The certainty of my assistance remains to be seen, Lin Mo gently replied, shaking his head. Su Jiao, as the patriarch of the Su family, remained unfazed by this and instead waved his hand, beckoning other cultivators from the Su family to approach and pay their respects to Lin Mo as well. Among these practitioners were both men and women, ranging from young individuals in their 30s to elder statesmen with silver hair and profound gazes. Undoubtedly, each possessed the strength of the transformation god stage, marking them as core members of the Su family. These practitioners had long been observing Lin Mo with admiration in their eyes, evidently aware that he was a formidable entity at the integration stage. Upon receiving their patriarch's directive, they all rose in unison, bowing deeply in reverence to Lin Mo. He waved his hand dismissively and walked directly towards the blood pool, his face reflecting keen interest. This is the item crafted according to the methods described in the Blood Soul Great Method, he mused. The spiritual liquid in the pool, besides the essence of our Su family members' blood, has been infused with a plethora of precious spiritual herbs and substances, blended and melted together. It not only serves to awaken the blood soul, but also utilizes the sanguine energy within the pool to significantly slow the dissipation of the blood soul. Su Yuan quietly explained. Indeed, Lin Mo replied. Yet the crux of the awakening ritual lies beneath the spiritual liquid, does it not? Without that item, even with an abundance of spiritual liquid and a sophisticated array, it would still be a formidable challenge to execute the blood soul secret technique. A faint glimmer of deep blue light flickered in Lin Mo's eyes as he spoke. Senior's insight is remarkable. You have discerned the underlying intricacies. Beneath the spiritual liquid lies our family's treasured blood crystal coffin. Without this artifact, it would be impossible to condense the blood vessel body for the blood soul to adhere to, Su Yuan explained, his expression shifting slightly before returning to calmness. The blood crystal coffin. This revelation is indeed enlightening. I have acquired a modicum of understanding regarding this awakening ritual. Lin Mo's gaze traversed the expansive array below, as if struck by a moment of clarity, and after a brief contemplation, he offered a subtle smile. Is what the elder speaks of truly accurate? Beside him, Su Hua and Su Yin displayed expressions of skepticism, clearly incredulous of Lin Mo's assertions. The Su family has expended immense effort to prepare for this awakening ceremony, dedicating an entire half-day to meticulously refine the process. Although the individual in question is a practitioner at the merging stage, the notion that one could discern the intricacies with but a fleeting observation was, to them, utterly implausible, particularly for Su Yuan and Su Jiao. The astonishment was evident upon hearing Lin Mo's remarks. Dear friends, there is no cause for astonishment. The ritual of your esteemed family bears a striking resemblance to a certain alien technique I have previously encountered, Lin Mo explained with a serious yet affable demeanor. Yet, within his mind, he could not help but recall a particular tome of alien martial arts he once perused in the Tianyun continent. Though the alien race was not renowned, the techniques documented therein possessed the extraordinary ability to fragment the soul into numerous segments, provided that a fragment could be integrated into a meticulously prepared corporeal vessel. An indistinguishable avatar could be manifested instantaneously. This peculiar technique was remarkably unique, with its cultivation methods closely paralleling those of humanity. Lin Mo had treasured this knowledge and committed it to memory without hesitation. However, he later discovered that the essence of this technique necessitated an inherent, mysterious talent exclusive to that alien race for comprehension, Otherwise, practitioners risked suffering a backlash from the very technique they sought to master. Consequently, he regrettably set it aside. Of course, there exist fundamental differences between the alien and human practitioners, and the nuances of their respective arcane arts vary significantly. Nevertheless, in terms of soul fragmentation and the reconstruction of a new corporeal form, it serves as an invaluable reference. Initially, Lin Mo possessed only a 30 to 40% certainty of success. However, he felt that by delving into the commonalities between the two, his confidence could elevate to 70 or 80%. Yet, such secrets were not to be divulged in this setting. Under the watchful gazes of the diverse assembly of cultivators, he slowly circled the blood pool and the entire array, his eyes unwaveringly fixed on the array and the central blood pool. Esteemed colleagues, when the moment is ripe, I shall lend my assistance. Please proceed with the ritual as planned, Lin Mo stated after several cycles of observation, before turning to retreat to a corner of the hall, where he sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and entered a meditative state. Su Jiao, upon hearing these words, furrowed his brow slightly, and after a brief pause, he noted that Lin Mo remained still, absorbed in his contemplation. Ultimately, he resisted the urge to speak. Subsequently, he chose to join other Su family cultivators within the array, seating themselves in succession around the elevated platform to adjust their breathing. As time passed, the sky above the mountainous terrain gradually darkened. With the onset of night, the once serene and focused Su family cultivators began to exhibit signs of restlessness. Many could not help but cast their gazes toward the elevated platform within the array, their expressions reflecting a complex array of emotions. After a brief interval, Su Yuan and Su Jiao also slowly opened their eyes, their attention firmly fixed ahead. However, they were oblivious to the passage of time, only sensing the peculiar atmosphere that enveloped the entire hall. To their astonishment, a brilliant radiance suddenly erupted from the ceiling. Pristine runes began to flow rapidly overhead, and in mere moments, several rudimentary, small magical formations were conjured. Following this, a powerful hum resonated throughout the space. After a slight tremor, beams of pure white light surged forth from these formations, striking precisely upon the diamond-shaped platform below, before vanishing swiftly into the blood pool. Lin Mo's gaze flickered, and he abruptly opened his eyes. Almost simultaneously, the previously silent blood pool erupted into a frenzy. At its center, a bizarre vortex emerged, spinning at an astonishing velocity. Within the crimson waves, silver runes of varying sizes appeared intermittently, exuding an air of mystery. The moment was ripe. It was time to activate the formation. Su Yuan, who had been quietly awaiting this moment, suddenly bellowed, his voice reverberating throughout the hall, causing a buzz among those present. Upon hearing his command, the Su clan cultivators responded in unison, invigorated, as they formed hand seals and chanted incantations. With a series of muffled thuds, the spiritual light ignited within the formation, and from every corner, 18 beams of blood-red light erupted. Each beam was as thick as a bowl, spilling forth a sanguine glow, their tips disappearing into the ceiling, seemingly endless. Su Yuan, Su Hua, and Su Yen, all cultivators at the void refinement stage, naturally occupied the three pivotal positions of the formation. While others recited the incantations to propel the formation, they turned their palms over, revealing crimson flags a few inches long. With a gentle wave, the three flags stood upright, spinning incessantly. For the three void refinement cultivators of the Su family, this was a familiar task. Upon witnessing this, they immediately opened their mouths and bit their tongues, expelling a surge of essence blood. As the three droplets of essence blood soared forth, they exploded into a mist, enveloping the small flags entirely. The flags emitted piercing cries, subsequently unleashing radiant light that swept away all the blood mist. As the blood light blazed forth, the three small flags expanded dramatically. Within mere breaths, they transformed into three massive blood flags, as thick as bowls, emanating a formidable aura. A continuous torrent of sanguine radiance surged from the flags, infusing the entire formation and merging with the other blood lights that flickered within, enveloping the entire blood pool beneath. The scent of blood mingled with an unusual fragrance, intricately intertwining to transmute into an enchanting aroma. At that moment, as if drawn by this eerie fragrance, a thunderous sound resounded from the depths of the blood pool's vortex. Accompanying this was a massive orb of light, reminiscent of a blood-red flame. slowly rising from the depths of the swirling blood pool. Within this sanguine glow, a crystal casket, shimmering with a crimson ethereal light, floated silently, utterly motionless. The moment the casket revealed itself, a grave expression emerged on the faces of the three cultivators in the void refinement stage, as well as the other members of the Sioux family. The colors of their spiritual light flickered erratically. Some appeared pale, their bodies trembling slightly, clearly having pushed their internal power to its limits. In stark contrast, Lin Mo maintained an expression of calm, seemingly unaffected. Chapter 716. Runes flowed forth from the blood pool like streams merging into the sea, swiftly vanishing into the crystal casket. In an instant, a pale light coalesced within, forming a vague white silhouette. Upon witnessing this, Su Jiao did not hesitate. She waved her arm, and in a heartbeat, a small crimson vial shot forth, spinning before coming to a steady halt before the man. Su Jiao took a deep breath, extended her fingers, and swiftly performed a series of intricate gestures, casting spells like shooting stars into the vial. The surface of the vial immediately glimmered with a blood-red radiance, trembling gently before the cap opened of its own accord. With a soft pop, a bloodline erupted from the vial's mouth, surging towards the crystal casket above the blood pool under Su Jiao's command. The bloodline flashed past, effortlessly merging into the casket. An eerie phenomenon occurred. The white silhouette within the blood-red crystal casket was dyed crimson the moment the bloodline integrated, transforming abruptly into a human-shaped blood cocoon. The surrounding Sioux family members, sensing the dire situation, radiated brilliant light, their incantations growing more fervent. Particularly, the three void refinement cultivators, driven by madness, fervently manipulated the blood-red banner before them. The bright red runes above the formation swirled incessantly around the blood crystal casket, and the blood-red whirlpool in the pool emitted a sharp, piercing shriek. Countless threads of blood surged forth from the pool in relentless waves, darting into the blood casket and tightly entangling the human-shaped blood cocoon. The sheer multitude of blood threads arriving simultaneously rendered the cocoon indistinguishable from a real person, with eyes, ears, mouth, and nose gradually becoming discernible. From a distance, it appeared exceedingly bizarre. However, upon a deeper observation, it became evident that despite the continuous influx of blood threads into the cocoon, those that had originally enveloped it were progressively whitening and dissipating, transforming into dust before the naked eye. As time passed, the Sioux family members desperately fueled the formation. Yet the blood thread spewing from the pool showed no signs of abatement. The blood cocoon not only ceased to expand, but began to shrink gradually. Observing the expression of agony manifesting on the cocoon's face, the Sioux family members, including Su Jiao, were struck with alarm, and all the higher-tier beings fervently summoned their internal power. Yet, all they could manage was to prevent the condition of the blood cocoon within the crystal casket from deteriorating further. After a brief moment, the faces of the Sioux family members turned pale, clearly showing signs of significant magical energy depletion. Witnessing this scene, Su Jiao, frantic with urgency, could not help but turn towards Lin Mo in the corner of the hall, seeking assistance. At this moment, Lin Mo remained seated in his original position, his chin resting on one hand as he observed the actions of those around him, his face betraying a contemplative expression. "Senior Lin," Su Jiao called out earnestly, his tone suggesting that he had more requests to articulate. However, Lin Mo seemed to have anticipated the intentions of the man in white, and he preemptively interrupted Su's words. "There is no need for concern, my friend. Since I have consented to assist, I have already devised a plan." With that, he leisurely stood up and waved his hand towards the air above his head. A black light suddenly flickered, and a diminutive figure, half a foot tall, materialized. Clad in black armor and unarmed, with an expressionless demeanor, it was Lin Mo's second primordial infant. Without delay, Lin Mo swung his arm, and a dazzling orb of golden light transformed into an extraordinary beast resembling a leopard. This creature emanated a formidable aura, its piercing eyes instilling fear in all who beheld it. As the crowd witnessed the appearance of the primordial infant and the beast, a tremor of awe coursed through them. Before Su Jiao and the others could react, Lin Mo softly commanded, "Move." The demon infant formed a seal with its hands and vanished in an instant. Soon after, Su Hua sensed something amiss above him. The black primordial infant emerged eerily from the void. His expression shifted as the treasures within his body stirred, a sense of vigilance igniting within him. However, the demon infant paid him no heed, merely extending its hand towards the blood banner ahead. With two soft thuds, dark energy surged into the blood banner, which had previously been dim, now radiating an extraordinary brilliance, its power far surpassing prior levels. At this juncture, the leopard-like beast appeared beside Su Yin, emitting a beam of light that struck another blood banner. Lin Mo advanced alone, his feet crackling with electric arcs as he instantaneously appeared before Su Yuan. Before the latter could respond, a soft sound emanated from Lin Mo's sleeve, and a blue lotus flew forth, merging into the blood banner. The banner quaked violently, crimson light swirling as runes surged forth like a tide. Lin Mo continuously flicked his fingers, sending forth blue lotuses that transformed into pure spiritual energy, infusing the banner. Su Yuan, who had felt an overwhelming pressure, now found himself considerably relieved. The crimson vortex within the blood pool ceased its rotation as the formation strengthened, its area nearly doubling, with strands of blood erupting into a mist. The blood cocoon gradually regained its original form under the nourishment of the blood mist, taking on a more feminine shape. Su Jiao exclaimed with excitement. Begin the condensation of the blood body. Under his direction, the Su family members swiftly altered their incantations. Crimson runes surged frantically into the transparent crystal coffin, merging instantly with the blood cocoon, which then flickered and disappeared within it. After absorbing the runes, the surface of the blood cocoon shimmered with spiritual light, gradually becoming translucent, ultimately solidifying into a striking red sculpture, suspended motionlessly within the coffin. Su Jiao exhaled a sigh of relief, guiding everyone to pause their incantation steps. As the brilliance of the formation dimmed, tranquility returned. Numerous cultivators stood, their gazes fixed upon the blood-colored crystal coffin, while the higher echelons of the Su family focused intently on the contents within. Lin Mo summoned back the demon infant and the leopard-like beast with a mere thought. The two returned quietly, a flash of light concealing them within his sleeve. With keen interest, Lin Mo turned his attention to the blood pool above. The surface of the crimson sculpture sparkled with light, and then two sharp cracks echoed, revealing two holes where its eyes should be. The vivid crimson eyes below twinkled, radiating an enchanting brilliance. Lin Mo's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. The hall fell into silence as the Su family's cultivators held their breath, fixated on the transformations within the crystal coffin. Following the initial two soft sounds, the blood-colored sculpture, delicate as porcelain, began to develop countless fine cracks amidst a series of fragile sounds, accompanied by a soft snort. The solidified substance on the statue's surface shattered into fragments and cascaded down. Just as the crowd awaited Su Jiao's actions, a woman draped in a flowing crimson gown elegantly emerged within the palace attire. Her beautiful eyes gently opened, revealing a glimmering gaze that exuded a chilling, merciless aura. After surveying the crowd, her gaze finally settled upon Lin Mo. In that instant, Lin Mo felt a probing force of divine consciousness. Though not overwhelming enough to penetrate his being, it imparted a mysterious sensation of being thoroughly scrutinized. His heart tightened as he swiftly circulated his inner energy to block this intrusive force. The palace-clad woman, seemingly surprised by the ease with which she could manipulate her divine sense, promptly withdrew her gaze and extended her silken soft hands. In a graceful motion, the red crystal coffin upon her person revealed flickering runes before gradually shrinking into a petite crystal that vanished without a trace. In an instant, she liberated herself from her confinement and faced the onlookers below. "Are you all members of the Su family?" she inquired, catching the gathered crowd off guard. Lin Mo furrowed his brow and replied, "Might you be the ice spirit fairy?" Although her form was composed of refined blood essence, Lin Mo could not directly gauge her cultivation level, which piqued his curiosity. However, even as merely a fragment of a soul, he felt no fear. "You may refer to me as the ice spirit fairy," she responded. "May I ask if you are a cultivator at the fusion stage?" The flickering crimson light in her eyes acknowledged Lin Mo's inquiry. Lin Mo candidly introduced himself. "I am Lin Mo, here at the behest of Taoist Su to awaken the fairy's blood soul." Upon learning that Lin Mo was indeed a cultivator at the fusion stage, with power comparable to hers, the palace-clad woman's demeanor softened slightly. "Ah, I see. Thank you for the diligent efforts of the descendants. You have managed to invite such a formidable fusion stage cultivator to assist us," she expressed. As their conversation deepened, the coldness in her gaze gradually dissipated, and she conveyed her gratitude to Lin Mo. Su Jiao and the others appeared somewhat embarrassed, knowing that Lin Mo was not summoned by them, but had volunteered to help. Without your assistance, the awakening of our ancestors' blood soul might have proven exceedingly difficult, Lin Mo remarked. This matter is also quite relevant to me, and thus it is only fitting that I lend my modest support. Moreover, I share other connections with the Ice Spirit Fairy. Lin Mo offered a serene smile. Such a circumstance exists? The palace-clad woman exclaimed in astonishment, turning to look at the Su family's cultivators below. Indeed, what Senior Lin said is true. Not only was the blood soul returned to the Su family by Senior Lin, but both Senior Lin and the Ice Spirit ancestor hail from the same realm and have received the azure ice flame left by the ancestor. Su Jiao responded respectfully. Now I understand. Thank you for your assistance, dear friend. Once I am freed, I shall repay you handsomely, the palace-clad woman asserted with determination in her beautifully flowing eyes. Lin Mo replied, I seek no recompense. I merely have a few inquiries that I hope to discuss with the fairy. However, this is not the time for discussion. Once the celestial being's essence has stabilized, we shall deliberate further. Lin Mo gazed at the woman and spoke slowly. My friend, your insight is as sharp as a flame. Indeed, this corporeal vessel has only just been refined, and it will require time for the blood soul to achieve perfect integration with it. The woman in palace attire appeared slightly astonished, yet did not refute his words. Haha, the blood soul has just awakened. I presume you have much to share with your kin. I shall refrain from further intrusion. I kindly request, Fairy Qianyu, to escort me to my abode. Lin Mo suddenly turned to the side, addressing Su Qianyu. I shall comply with your request. Please, esteemed elder, take your leave first. Once the ancestral blood soul has fully recovered, I shall personally extend my gratitude. Su Qianyu paused briefly, glancing at Su Jiao, who was overwhelmed with joy at Lin Mo's words, expressing his thanks repeatedly. The woman in palace garb observed this exchange without objection, merely nodding in acknowledgement to Lin Mo. Thus, Lin Mo and Su Qianyu turned and departed the hall. Once Lin Mo's figure vanished at the exit, Su Jiao led the Su family cultivators to once again pay their respects to the celestial woman. Please rise. Awakening my blood soul is no trivial feat. Are you the current patriarch of the Su clan? The woman in palace attire inquired of Su Jiao. I am Su Jiao, the 173rd descendant. I pay my respects to the esteemed ancestor, Bingpa. Su Jiao responded with reverence. The 173rd generation? How swiftly time flies. Though your cultivation may be modest, it is quite remarkable. Please, everyone rise. Although this blood soul contains fragments of my memories, it does not represent my true self. Due to the long-standing seal, my recollections are fragmented, and significant matters have become increasingly scarce. There is no need for excessive reverence. Simply refer to me as Blood Spirit. The woman in palace attire spoke with a hint of resignation. Upon hearing this, Su Jiao and the others felt a pang of concern. May I inquire, esteemed Blood Spirit, if you can recall the true whereabouts of our ancestor Bingpa and her current state? Su Yuan asked urgently. Upon hearing this question, the woman's expression grew grave, and after a moment, she shook her head. A sense of desolation enveloped the crowd. However, despite her inability to pinpoint the exact location of her true self, she indicated that, through bloodline connection, it was known that she still existed within the spiritual realm, and some vague clues remained. The woman in palace attire shifted her tone, igniting a spark of hope within the group. Even if the clues are obscured, as long as there is a trail to follow, we shall endeavor to seek the return of our ancestor. Su Jiao took a deep breath and made a solemn promise. This task is no simple matter. Although specific details are difficult to recall, it can be surmised that the true self may be trapped in a distant land. Before we proceed, please enlighten us regarding the current situation of the human race and the earlier matters concerning the powerful beings in the merging phase. From that individual, a familiar aura resonated. Apart from the known azure ice flame, it seemed that something else had also been acquired by this person. Nevertheless, the precise nature of this entity remained elusive. The blood spirit displayed a look of confusion. Upon hearing that the blood spirit wished to understand the history of 10 millennia, Su Jiao exchanged surprised glances with others. After a brief pause, he humbly replied, if the esteemed blood spirit wishes to hear, I would be honored to narrate. Since the disappearance of the ice spirit ancestor, our human race has endured a cataclysmic calamity, resulting in the fall of the 3 emperors and 7 demon kings. plunging both humans and demons into chaos for the ensuing millennia. The patriarch of the Su family began to recount in detail the significant events that transpired tens of thousands of years ago, as well as the various tribulations faced by the Su clan, including several near extinctions. Once all the tales were told, he conveyed to the blood spirit before him the information regarding Lin Mo that he had gleaned from Su Qianyu. The blood spirit remained suspended above the blood pool, her expression tranquil as water, though the occasional flicker of crimson light in her eyes hinted at an inner turbulence. Meanwhile, Lin Mo had already sent Su Qianyu away from the loft where he had been residing. He then ascended to the top floor, leaning against the window and gazing contemplatively at the Su ancestral hall. However, merely moments later, he stepped away from the window and returned to the center of the top floor. With a graceful wave of his hand, a yellow cushion appeared before him, and he settled into a cross-legged position, forming seals with his hands and closing his eyes as if entering a meditative state. 3 days elapsed, and the palace-clad woman, who referred to herself as the blood spirit, arrived at the loft's entrance with Su Jiao. Having already sensed the movement, Lin Mo calmly invited them into the main hall. "Congratulations, fellow Taoist, on successfully refining your blood corporeal form," Lin Mo exclaimed with a smile as the palace-clad woman seated herself. "The swift completion of the fusion between the Dharma body and the blood spirit is entirely thanks to your pure magic, Lin Taoist. Otherwise, the blood spirit would likely have required much more time to solidify her form to its current state." The blood spirit responded with a smile in kind. Her once crimson pupils now transformed into a clear, ordinary black. "It was merely a small effort on my part. However, the profundity of your blood spirit's secret arts is truly remarkable, enabling the effortless reshaping of your incarnation. It is indeed a formidable means of self-preservation." Upon hearing the blood spirit refer to herself as such, Lin Mo momentarily paused but swiftly regained his composure, waving his hand dismissively. This tome of blood spirit secret arts was acquired by chance many years ago and indeed encompasses several life-preserving techniques. If you, Lin Taoist, regard it with indifference, I would gladly offer this precious volume in return for your assistance. The blood spirit blinked slightly, her palm turning over to reveal a pristine jade slip that materialized in her hand, which she gently placed upon the table before Lin Mo. Her gaze towards him was filled with teasing and mockery. After hearing these words, Lin Mo's pupils constricted, his focus narrowing intently on the jade slip before him. He fell silent for a moment before suddenly extending his right hand to grasp it. With a swift motion, the slip flew into his grasp. Lin Mo's gaze passed over it calmly, an invisible wave of spiritual energy penetrating the jade slip. The blood spirit observed this scene without a change in her expression. Yet a hint of barely perceptible surprise flickered in her eyes. "I am exceedingly grateful to you, blood spirit Taoist, for bestowing this invaluable tome upon me. However, the matters recorded within it appear to diverge significantly from the cultivation methods I currently practice, especially the secret techniques mentioned therein, which may prove challenging to cultivate." As Lin Mo casually perused the contents of the jade slip, he shook his head in resignation before placing it back on the table. "Could it be that your primary cultivation method is rooted in the doctrines of the Confucian school?" Upon hearing this, Blood Spirit's expression shifted slightly, revealing a glimmer of curiosity and intrigue in her eyes. It is well known that Lin Mo, with his manifest second nascent soul, clearly practiced a profound demonic cultivation technique. Of course, one cannot entirely dismiss the possibility of a practitioner simultaneously cultivating two entirely disparate methods. However, such occurrences are exceedingly rare among the human race. In truth, this is not the case. Lin Mo had merely once delved into a unique secret art of divine consciousness, for should he truly cultivate the blood soul technique, it would likely pose significant obstacles on his future path of cultivation. With a gentle smile, he responded in a calm voice, "Based on your description, it appears that your second nascent soul has reached the late stage of void refinement. Thus, one might surmise that you possess a soul consciousness technique that rivals the blood soul great method. For those of us who have cultivated auxiliary nascent souls, if the power of divine consciousness is insufficient, surpassing the main body in cultivation often proves difficult. Just as in my case, with a body derived from a fragment of blood soul, my magical power has only attained the initial stage of void refinement. Since that is the case, I shall reclaim this item for now." Upon hearing Lin Mo's explanation, Blood Spirit displayed no sign of surprise. She merely waved her hand gently, drawing the jade slip into her pouch. Compared to the blood soul technique, the second nascent soul possesses its own unique merits. At the very least, if my second nascent soul were to be separated from the main body for as long as yours, it would likely incur severe consequences. Lin Mo gazed at the elegantly attired woman before him and remarked with a smile, "Indeed. The blood soul technique employs an ancient blood refining method to temper the soul consciousness, alleviating concerns of backlash from the avatar. Otherwise, the creator of this technique, the blood crystal sage, would not have enjoyed such renown." Blood Spirit smiled slightly in response. Lin Mo, having heard her words, chose not to interject, merely offering a faint smile. "By the way, Lin Daoist has previously indicated that there are questions you wish to consult me about. Although the memories inherited by Blood Spirit are limited, I shall endeavor to provide answers to the best of my ability regarding any matters you wish to discuss." The woman stated with a serious demeanor, "Given your gracious promise, I shall not hold back any longer. Regarding my origins, I trust Blood Spirit Daoist is somewhat familiar with the circumstances," Lin Mo said, momentarily allowing his gaze to linger on Su Jiao before pondering for a moment and inquiring further. Blood Spirit confirmed that she had indeed conducted an in-depth investigation. "You not only hail from the same realm as Blood Spirit's original self, but have also obtained the remnants of the azure blue ice flame left behind in the lower realm. And now you assist the Su family in awakening me. The series of fortuitous coincidences surrounding this is truly astonishing." The woman in palace attire sighed, her expression revealing complexity. "Thus, I harbor numerous doubts regarding certain events from the human realm in those bygone days, and hope to seek your clarification," Lin Mo declared earnestly, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Are the matters you wish to inquire about all related to the human realm?" The woman paused, seemingly taken aback. "Is there anything amiss?" Lin Mo's gaze flickered, revealing a hint of confusion. "It was not merely inappropriate. If my companion seeks to understand matters of the human realm, the Blood Spirit is unlikely to provide any enlightenment," the woman in palace attire replied with a wry smile. Lin Mo's brow furrowed slightly, yet he refrained from pressing further. He was aware that the other party would certainly offer a reasonable explanation. As expected, after the woman's expression turned more serious, she spoke again. "It is not that the Blood Spirit is being enigmatic. Rather, my recollection lacks detailed records concerning the human realm. My understanding of it is limited to a vague and indistinct outline. How such an occurrence transpired raises the question, did you lose your memories of the mortal world during the process of receiving the Blood Soul Seal? Or is there another reason?" With numerous doubts swirling in his mind, Lin Mo inquired. "The situation is not so straightforward. In truth, when I received your memory inheritance, I did not replicate that particular portion of memory," the woman replied with a resolute tone. "Then, what could be the reason for this? As for that, the Blood Spirit is also entirely unaware." The woman in palace attire appeared somewhat embarrassed. Lin Mo's lips twitched slightly, ultimately choosing not to elaborate further. The woman felt quite awkward as well. However, she had another, more pressing matter to discuss during her visit to Lin Mo. After a moment's hesitation, her expression turned peculiar, and she began anew. "I too harbor a question within my heart, and I wonder if it is appropriate to inquire." Lin Mo felt utterly speechless. His own questions remained unanswered, yet now it was the other party seeking to extract information from him. Nevertheless, he maintained an impassive demeanor, merely offering a faint smile. "Whatever the matter, my friend may feel free to ask. Then I shall dare to inquire. May I ask, Lin Daoist, did you possess any artifact associated with the true essence of the Blood Spirit while in the human realm? A few days ago, when I beheld you, I sensed an extraordinarily familiar aura emanating from you. Although I cannot recall the specifics, I have an innate feeling that this item holds immense significance for both the Blood Spirit and myself." Taking a deep breath, the Blood Spirit asked with an air of solemnity. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo's expression shifted slightly, and after gazing at the woman in palace attire for a moment, he gradually nodded. "While your description is scant, I believe I understand what you are referring to." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Mo opened his mouth, and a surge of azure light burst forth. This radiance twirled in the air before transforming into a small azure cauldron, gently landing in the palm of Lin Mo's hand. "This is the Su Tian Ding. The Su Ling Ding. Oh no, it should be the Su Tian Ding." The Blood Spirit gasped at the sight of the treasure, her face alight with joy. Yet, almost immediately, her eyes glazed over, and her expression became profoundly complex. Oh, my friend can actually recognize this treasure. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, curiosity evident in his voice. It should be without error. Although I possess scant recollections of the mortal realm, upon sighting this cauldron, an inexplicable impulse compelled me to utter its name. Furthermore, the aura it emanates bears a striking resemblance to that of the ethereal cauldron crafted by my own hands, suggesting it was indeed forged by my esteemed self. The reasons behind this connection elude my understanding, yet this treasure is undoubtedly of paramount importance to me. The blood spirit gazed intently at the azure cauldron, murmuring softly, of utmost significance. A contemplative expression graced Lin Mo's visage. Regarding the underlying reasons, I, too, am at a loss to elucidate. Perhaps it stems from the fervent desires embedded in my blood and soul. Lin, my friend, I shall be direct. For the retrieval of this ethereal cauldron, I am willing to pay any price. Should you consent to this arrangement, you may present any demands you wish. The blood spirit declared with deliberation. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, stroking his chin, and hesitated to respond immediately. Following a swift passage of luminous white light, a substantial jade box, two smaller jade boxes, and a blue leather pouch were quietly placed upon the table beside Lin Mo. This location houses a magical flower, the demon jade blossom, aged 3,000 years, which greatly benefits the cultivation of the demonic path. Additionally, there exists a remarkable artifact, the 8 serpent blades, capable of wielding the power of 8 serpentine dragons, along with a pouch containing precious spirit stones valued at 30 million. The blood spirit aspired to exchange these rare items for the ethereal cauldron in Lin's possession. I wonder if you find this offer satisfactory? This matter also represents a debt of gratitude owed to you. Upon my return to the realm of humanity, I shall undoubtedly bestow upon you a generous reward. The blood spirit added with a glint in her eyes. Lin Mo smiled slightly, his consciousness swiftly penetrating the 3 items on the table. As the palace-clad woman had described, the contents indeed matched her assertions. A black spiritual flower of immense efficacy for cultivating the demonic path, a blue blade inscribed with the images of 8 serpentine dragons, and a pouch brimming with precious spirit stones. Lin Mo reached out, summoning the small jade box containing the black spiritual flower into his grasp. What does this gesture signify, Lin? The blood spirit inquired, her brow furrowing in confusion. This black jade flower holds considerable value for me, hence I shall not refuse it. As for the spirit stones and the artifact, they require no exchange, for I lack no such items. While I may not be a paragon of virtue, I do grasp the principle of gratitude. The Qianlan ice flame I acquired in the lower realms, along with this cauldron, has assisted me in overcoming formidable foes on numerous occasions. For this reason alone, I shall not impose excessive demands. Moreover, this black jade flower is a unique spiritual herb from the realm of true demons. Although its rarity is slightly lesser than that of artifacts, the disparity is not vast. Lin Mo elucidated with a smile. Subsequently, the small cauldron he cradled in his hand suddenly levitated, shimmering momentarily before arriving before the woman, gently hovering in midair. Lin Mo's actions and words evidently astonished the palace-clad woman, who regarded the cauldron before her with a complex expression etched upon her face. However, this woman was no ordinary individual. After a brief silence, she spoke with a solemn expression. I express my heartfelt gratitude on behalf of the Su family and myself for your kindness, Taoist Lin. Should you ever require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out at the Su residence. Although my cultivation is still in its infancy, I possess the ability to provide substantial support in certain aspects. Her concise words were imbued with a weighty significance. With a graceful wave of her sleeve, a crimson glow erupted before her. The azure small cauldron, along with the other 2 items on the table, vanished without a trace in an instant. Subsequently, the woman offered a slight bow to Lin Mo before resolutely making her way towards the door of the pavilion. Then I shall take my leave, she stated. Su Jiao, taken aback by this turn of events, quickly rose and bowed to Lin Mo before hastily following her. Lin Mo's gaze flickered as he fixed his attention on the pavilion's entrance. After a long moment, he let out a deep sigh. For reasons unknown, despite failing to obtain the answers he sought from the blood spirit, and remaining ignorant of the whereabouts of its true form, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief upon returning the Su Tian Ding to this woman. The questions that had once troubled his path of cultivation seemed to diminish in significance in that fleeting moment. The impact of the vow he had made to the young man of the Wang clan was now completely alleviated. Although the Su Tian Ding was undoubtedly a remarkable treasure, it was evident that it harbored some mysterious uses yet to be revealed. Otherwise, in terms of its combat prowess alone, it could hardly be compared to the other treasures Lin Mo possessed. Naturally, parting with such a precious item so easily induced a twinge of regret. Yet it did not reach the level of an unbearable longing. From this day forth, not only had he diminished the deep-seated confusion and obstacles within himself, but he had also established a harmonious connection with the blood spirit of the Su family, even earning the opportunity to further understand the Ice Soul Fairy in the future. Furthermore, he had acquired the black jade demon flower, whose immeasurable worth was known solely through rumors, as a reward. In summary, all of this was exceedingly worthwhile. However, as the matters here drew to a close, it signified the time to depart from the Su family in this place. Considering the imminent Wanbao conference, with only a few short years remaining, now was indeed the opportune moment for a brief journey within the Tianyuan realm. Gradually making his way to the venue of the conference when the time was ripe, Lin Mo then rose and slowly walked towards the staircase leading down, his mind filled with contemplation as he murmured softly. The following day, a sudden azure light surged skyward from the mountains where the Su family resided, and after a brief pause, Lin Mo's figure emerged in the high heavens. He cast a lingering glance back at the majestic mountains below, then, utilizing the swiftly flickering escape light, soared into the distance once more. With merely a few gentle shakes, the piercing light of escape transformed into the intangible at the distant horizon. Throughout this period, Lin Mo steadfastly remained within the realm of Tianyuan, accompanied by cities of varying sizes and distinct characteristics, embarking on a journey that spanned several years. The renowned sects and families surrounding these cities bore witness to his passage. Lin Mo sometimes made direct visits, engaging in profound discussions with seasoned practitioners. At other times, he merely observed from afar before silently departing. Although the regions he traversed constituted only 1/10 to 1/5 of the Tianyuan realm, in these brief years, he gained a deeper understanding of human society. In the human world, the number of practitioners at the combined body stage appeared insignificant when compared to formidable races such as the Jiaoqi and the Fei Ling. Apart from the practitioners under the banners of Tianyuan City and the Three Sovereigns, the hidden elite among other families and sects were exceedingly rare. As for free-spirited practitioners like Lin Mo, they were even scarcer within the entire human society. It is said that the number of demon races slightly exceeds that of humans. Although this disparity is not overly pronounced, when the two races unite in battle, their collective combat strength may rival that of the medium-sized races on the Fengyuan continent. This is primarily due to their habitation in relatively remote areas of the Fengyuan continent, which have shielded them from formidable threats posed by other races. Otherwise, even with the protection of super arrays in Tianyuan City, the survival of humans and demons in the spirit realm would remain uncertain. According to Lin Mo's understanding, numerous races more powerful than the human and demon races have vanished like fleeting blossoms in the annals of history. Hence, with his identity as a practitioner at the combined body stage, he encountered no substantial dangers during his extensive travels. Instead, through serendipitous circumstances, he successfully eliminated several malevolent practitioners, gradually spreading his reputation throughout the Tianyuan realm. Many smaller sects and families became aware of the sudden emergence of a young and accomplished practitioner at the early combined body stage, whose powers were profound and unfathomable. As time passed, even some top-tier forces from the Xuanwu and Tianling realms sent emissaries to extend invitations. However, Lin Mo resolutely declined each one. Thus, 5 fleeting years passed, as if the potent month of May had only just come to a close. On this day, at the verdant foothills where the Xuanwu realm meets the Tianyuan realm, 3 uniquely dressed human practitioners were gathered in an ancient and elegant stone pavilion, engaging in lively discussions on various subjects. The individual seated in the center, clad in robes as white as jade, possessed sharp sword-like brows and bright, spirited eyes, appearing to be in his 30s, with a handsome countenance reminiscent of a refined gentleman. To his right sat another, with a round face exhibiting youthful innocence, donned in a dirt-yellow Taoist robe, a weathered black wooden sword slung across his back, and seemingly only 17 or 18 years of age. The last individual, possessing an unremarkable appearance with a slightly dark complexion, donned a cerulean robe, and appeared to be around 23 or 24 years of age. This was none other than Lin Mo himself. At this moment, Lin Mo wore a gentle smile, attentively absorbing the incessant discourse from the Taoist across the table. It was not due to ignorance that he listened so intently. As the initiator and mentor of the Misty Sea Temple, he was the inheritor of the esteemed lineage of the Misty Sea Sect, which once flourished on Earth under the guidance of the revered ancestor, Xian Lingzi. In its prime, the Misty Sea Sect stood as a paragon among the mortal realms, effortlessly suppressing numerous demon tribes from all directions. The venerable ancestor was lauded as the greatest immortal cultivator of the age. Now, as the rightful heir, Lin Mo was fortunate to inherit this profound legacy and wield the scepter of the Misty Sea Temple. Should two like-minded companions join him, it would undeniably bolster their endeavors, promising a future of unparalleled brilliance. Once the three of them achieved mastery in their cultivation, their combined strength would surely enable them to dominate the realm, if not ascend to the pinnacle as the foremost sect among mortals. Ah, esteemed Qi Lingzi, interjected a handsome young man known as Young Master Hai, who had been listening with a condescending smile. With a flourish, he produced a verdant folding fan and began to wave it languidly. You have recounted this history more than once to the monk and brother Lin, yet I must candidly assert that the scale of your temple is rather diminutive, perhaps amounting to a mere handful of practitioners. Even with your ancestor's illustrious status in the mortal realm, he remains but an ordinary cultivator of the transformation stage in the spirit world. Otherwise, how could your temple have dwindled to its current state? The young Taoist flushed with indignation, striving to defend his sect. In my humble opinion, your esteemed ancestor indeed possessed remarkable foresight, given your temple's capabilities. If it had truly secured a position within a spiritual mountain or vein, it remains uncertain whether any branch of your sect would exist in the spirit realm today. Brother Lin, what do you think? Young Master Hai turned his gaze toward Lin Mo, seeking his perspective. Indeed, there is merit in your words, Hai. However, the unique and profound nature of Qi Lingzi's techniques undoubtedly imposes stringent requirements on the qualifications of its practitioners, Lin Mo replied with a smile. Haha. If Brother Lin speaks thus, it is evident that the legacy of the Misty Sea Temple is indeed extraordinary. Therefore, should both of you wish to join our ranks, I shall impart the Misty Sea Infinite technique to you forthwith. Upon hearing Lin Mo's response, the young Taoist's eyes sparkled with anticipation. At this juncture, young Master Hai could not suppress a roll of his eyes and retorted brusquely, I am currently practicing the most authentic body cultivation technique, with an innate talent that sets me apart. I have already cultivated the Diamond Sutra to the 3rd level. Upon reflection, the esteemed master of your esteemed sect remains at the nascent stage of foundation establishment, a level perhaps insufficient even to surpass this young master. So what wisdom could he possibly impart? Should I seek to learn the arts, it is only fitting that I choose from the truly illustrious sections. As for Brother Lin, your previous remarks appear somewhat ambiguous. What do you mean by some truth? In truth, this young master stands by his previous assertions without the slightest error. The venerable Zun Lingzi established the Misty Sea Sect in such a remote valley, likely out of a desire to safeguard his own legacy. The young Master Hai, growing increasingly self-satisfied, continued to boast. Lin Mo's lips twitched slightly, ultimately resigning himself to a wry smile, refraining from offering further commentary. The two individuals before him are indeed a pair of living treasures. These two were acquaintances he had fortuitously met about a month prior near a small town, where they had inadvertently provoked a minor local sect and found themselves pursued by several foundation establishment practitioners. Such incidents are quite commonplace between the human and beast races. At that time, Lin Mo was merely passing through the skies, initially with no intention of intervening. However, when he inadvertently swept his consciousness over the scene, he discovered that one of the besieged individuals, despite possessing an exceptional spiritual root, chose to cultivate mundane body refinement techniques and had already achieved the 3rd tier of the diamond technique at a tender age. The other individual, while possessing an unremarkable spiritual root, practiced a particularly unique method, enabling him to contend against several practitioners of similar cultivation. Together, these two young men managed to maintain an undefeated stance even when beset by 5 or 6 foundation establishment cultivators. Intrigued, Lin Mo concealed his aura to the pinnacle of the foundation establishment level and then suddenly appeared before them. With his supernatural abilities, even at the same foundational level, He easily intimidated those Foundation establishment cultivators into fleeing in disarray. The grateful young Master Hai and the Qi Lingzi expressed their profound gratitude to Lin Mo. And after several exchanges, they surprisingly proposed a brotherhood with him. Lin Mo's expression was notably vibrant, and to avoid an awkward situation, he promptly sought an excuse to graciously decline. However, upon learning that Lin Mo also intended to attend the Xuanwu Realm's Wanbao Conference, these two young men were overjoyed, fervently expressing their desire to accompany him. It turned out that they too wished to partake in this grand event, which involved both human and beast races. Lin Mo found himself both amused and exasperated by this news. The Wanbao Conference is an event of immense scale, likely to attract cultivators of the integration stage from both races, perhaps even apex beings like the 3 emperors and 7 demon kings. The strength of these two young men, merely at the Foundation establishment level, audaciously seeking to cross realms to participate in such a grand affair, was indeed audacious. While it is true that the conference does not entirely prohibit those below the Foundation establishment level from attending, such young cultivators typically play the roles of attendants, maidens, or disciples of the sect. Even though there are occasionally solitary Foundation establishment cultivators who arrive, most of them have only gained the opportunity to attend the grand gathering due to their proximity to its venue. It is quite amusing to witness the young heir of the Hai family and the little Taoist, one bearing several jars of spirit tea and the other carrying a few obscurely sourced ores, intending to cross realms to partake in this grand event. However, one cannot deny that the spirit tea brought by the artifact spirit is of remarkable quality, barely qualifying as a superior product. As for the ores, their value appears minimal, and even he cannot ascertain their precise origins. Lin Mo finds himself quite intrigued by the circumstances of these two young individuals. He believes that with ample time before the grand gathering, there is no need for haste, and therefore, he subtly agrees to their request. Since childhood, he has been meticulously nurtured as a practitioner of body refinement. Yet, upon reaching adulthood and displaying astounding talent in this discipline, he unexpectedly discovered his own spiritual root by chance. This revelation was akin to a thunderclap, leaving him utterly astonished. Like many others, the young heir of the Hai family resolutely abandoned the path of body refinement to embark on the journey of immortality. However, the town in which he resided was merely an ordinary human city, devoid of any genuine cultivation sects for him to learn from. Moreover, the inherently proud Hai heir looked down upon the lesser cultivation sections. After much contemplation, the young master discreetly left home, intending to seek out superior sects elsewhere. During this quest, he encountered a disciple of the Misty Sea Temple who was preparing to attend the grand gathering. Their conversation flowed freely, leading to a profound friendship. And ultimately, the young master decided to accompany him to the event. According to the artifact spirit, the grand gathering is teeming with powerful cultivators at the transformation stage, while those at the Nascent Soul stage are as common as dogs. The opportunity to attach oneself to any of these practitioners far surpasses the benefits of seeking admission into any cultivation sect. Thus, these two young men unwittingly embarked on their journey. Despite their caution to avoid treacherous and secluded areas, they encountered several setbacks along the way. Before meeting Lin Mo, they inadvertently offended a small local cultivation family in a town, resulting in a commotion and pursuit by several cultivators of equal rank. Had it not been for Lin Mo's timely assistance, they would have faced dire consequences. Now, in the eyes of the young master of the Hai family and the artifact spirit, this mysterious Lin brother they chanced upon appears quite enigmatic. His cultivation is nearing the golden core stage, and he possesses numerous extraordinary magical tools. His insights into cultivation have been immensely beneficial to them, leaving them in awe. Initially, the Hai heir was profoundly surprised by Lin Mo's guidance on body refinement, as it is exceedingly rare for a cultivator to possess such profound understanding of this art. Consequently, Lin Mo's image in their minds has become increasingly inscrutable. Fortunately, both young Master Hai and Kalingzi possess cheerful and open-minded personalities, which allows them to address Lin Mo as Brother Lin with an air of intimacy, despite their awareness of his formidable nature. However, given Lin Mo's unremarkable cultivation, they might contemplate paying their respects to him as a master. In truth, although the young Taoist Kalingzi professes a desire to promote the renown of the Misty Sea Temple, his exuberant words betray an underlying intention to seek a more illustrious mentor at the Wanbao Conference. He seems to exhibit little attachment to his current position as the head of the Misty Sea Temple. Chapter 719. Yet, throughout this process, the enigmatic figure known as Kalingzi persistently endeavored to entice Lin Mo and young Master Hai to join their Misty Sea Temple. Seemingly eager to experience the authority of a temple master before embarking on the quest for a new mentor. Such behavior naturally elicited ridicule and sarcasm from young Master Hai, while Lin Mo could only shake his head in resigned amusement. Thus, Lin Mo led his two companions on a flight that lasted approximately a month, ultimately arriving at the mountain peak, merely a step away from the Xuanwu realm, where they prepared to take a brief respite before continuing their journey. At that moment, Kalingzi resumed his incessant praise of the Misty Sea Temple, reiterating his invitation for the two to join. However, young Master Hai dismissed each entreaty without hesitation. Lin Mo maintained a smile, yet a flicker of blue light danced in the depths of his eyes as he subtly scrutinized young Master Hai. Before long, an unusual flush appeared on young Master Hai's face, only to vanish in an instant. Lin Mo's heart jolted, sensing that an opportunity might be at hand. He swiftly released a strand of consciousness into young Master Hai's body for a rapid examination. Young Master Hai, brimming with self-satisfaction, regaled them with visions of his future, envisioning how he would flourish in his cultivation. Little did he know that his once proud wind spiritual root had long since dissipated. Should anyone conduct a spiritual root assessment on young Master Hai at that moment, they would discover that he was merely an ordinary individual devoid of any spiritual root. Lin Mo, taken aback, felt as though struck by lightning. Just as before, young Master Hai's thunder spiritual root had abruptly vanished. If all proceeded as expected, within a day and night, his spiritual root would re-emerge. Such an extraordinary phenomenon had transpired before his very eyes 10 days prior. It was indeed astonishing that spiritual roots could disappear within such a brief span. Contemplating this, Lin Mo's complexion paled, and an endless stream of questions surged within him. Brother Lin, why do you seem so distracted? Your expression appears rather unwell. Would you care for another cup of our Misty Sea Temple's spiritual tea? Or perhaps you would like to sample some of the exquisite fruits I have prepared. I still have a few in reserve. The taste of that juice from your last visit lingers in memory. Kalingzi, with keen observation, noted Lin Mo's unusual demeanor and thus made his cheerful suggestion. Kalingzi's words held truth. Indeed, the juice that Lin Mo had brought last time was exceptionally delightful. Upon hearing Kalingzi's remarks, young Master Hai's spirits lifted, and he ceased his lofty discourse, casting an expectant gaze towards Lin Mo. I am aware that you still reminisce about the fruits I brought last time. It is not that I am miserly. Rather, the fruit known as the pearl fruit, while exquisite in taste, harbors a remarkable concentration of spiritual energy. Excessive consumption may indeed harm your meridians. Thus, I have only brought 6 with me this time, allowing each of you to partake of 2. Faced with the greedy gazes of the two individuals, Lin Mo could only clear his throat awkwardly before retrieving a plate as white as jade from his sleeve, upon which rested 6 egg-sized, rounded green fruits, glistening like pearls. Amidst uproarious laughter, Kalingzi swiftly consumed 2 of the translucent spiritual fruits. Though only 2, it was sufficient for him. Not to mention the delectable flavor and nutritional value of these fruits. The spiritual energy they contained was enough to enhance his cultivation. He could not help but recall the 3 spiritual fruits gifted to him by Brother Lin previously, which had significantly advanced his otherwise stagnant cultivation in just a few days. Should this phenomenon occur again, he hoped to learn more from Brother Lin regarding the procurement of these pearl fruits, enabling him to acquire them in abundance. This way, he would no longer need to rely solely on elixirs and prolonged meditation. A mere indulgence of 2 spiritual fruits every few days would suffice to effortlessly elevate his cultivation. However, as he fervently envisioned this promising future, a shadow darted past, and the 2 fruits in his hand suddenly diminished. Kalingzi stood in astonishment, only to discover that the young Master Hai had swiftly snatched one of the spiritual fruits with both hands, devouring it without restraint. What a tremendous waste! Witnessing this scene, Kalingzi could not help but shake his head in dismay. Meanwhile, the young Master Hai remained oblivious, relishing the delightful flavors, emitting sounds of satisfaction. Lin Mo observed their antics with a quiet amusement, unaware of the true value of these spiritual fruits, each worth over 1,000 spirit stones. Perhaps the 2 cared little for this extravagant waste, content merely with the fleeting pleasure of taste. Yet, This seemingly ordinary Kalingzi possessed extraordinary qualities. Lin Mo's gaze shifted to Kalingzi, his eyes narrowing, glimmering with insight. After meticulous observation, he had discerned a mysterious pearl, reminiscent of a broad being, concealed within Kalingzi's dantian, enveloped by a layer of spiritual light. Even he, with his formidable spiritual consciousness, could only perceive this hidden secret. When he attempted to probe this enigmatic pearl with his spiritual sense, he encountered a formidable sealing force. A heritage artifact? Lin Mo was taken aback and immediately realized that this could be a form of special inheritance treasure. To ensure the continuity of their lineage, some cultivators opt to seal their knowledge and skills within a special artifact, implanting it within the bodies of their descendants or disciples. Such magical artifacts typically possess specific conditions for sealing their power. If these conditions are not met, they will remain perpetually concealed within the body of the inheritor, unnoticed by the outside world. Generally speaking, once the inheritor's cultivation reaches a certain level, they can independently access the various secret techniques and powers contained within the artifact. Of course, if the inheritor faces life-threatening danger, they may employ special techniques to extract the artifact, which can then be implanted into another disciple. However, should an outsider attempt to forcibly extract the artifact, it often results in the simultaneous explosion and demise of the inheritor. The method of crafting such an inheritance artifact is exceedingly rare, and the process is incredibly arduous, qualifying it as an exceptionally precious secret technique. Lin Mo was astonished to discover that such a technique manifested in the vessel spirit, which piqued his profound curiosity. This founder of the Misty Sea View, known as a formidable figure, likely possesses an identity that transcends the realm of ascended practitioners. Nevertheless, given Lin Mo's mastery of various divine abilities, he had long lost interest in the cultivation methods of others. Despite his astonishment, he swiftly redirected his attention to the dashing young man, Xiao Haida, whose spiritual roots could dissipate at will. What manner of enigmatic spiritual root was this? It ignited a little-known curiosity within him. After the vessel spirit presented an exquisite tea set and meticulously brewed fragrant spiritual tea for all to savor, finishing the remaining spiritual fruits, the trio did not linger any longer. Lin Mo once again exhibited his extraordinary sword-flying prowess, breaking through the clouds with his two companions, transforming into a dazzling white light, and swiftly making their way toward the Xuanwu realm. In stark contrast to the Tianyuan and Tianling realms, the Xuanwu realm displays notable differences. Although the total number of practitioners may be somewhat lacking compared to the former, the sheer multitude of body refiners is unparalleled. The populace here possesses a fierce tenacity, with even the elderly, young girls, and children unafraid to wield weapons, engaging in intense battles with various beasts in the wilderness. However, large human towns within the Xuanwu realm are exceedingly rare. Most areas are characterized by small villages and encampments scattered across the vast landscape. Furthermore, due to its location at the intersection of the three realms and the territory of the seven demons, both the scale of beast tides and the frequency of lower-tier demonic beasts are significantly higher than in the other two realms. Occasionally, high-ranking shape-shifting demonic beasts infiltrate the Xuanwu realm to engage in illicit activities. Thus, the Xuanwu realm can be regarded as the most tumultuous region among the three realms, with the chaos intensifying closer to the borders of the demonic territories. Yet, the Nine Immortal Mountain stands as a unique presence within this turmoil. This majestic spiritual mountain is situated directly on the boundary between the land of the Fox Demons and the Xuanwu realm, rising to 9 peaks. It not only possesses rare and exceptional spiritual veins, but also nurtures numerous spiritual herbs that greatly benefit both humans and demons alike. Moreover, the steep terrain and unique location of Jiuxian Mountain have led to the deployment of elite forces from both the human and demon clans to maintain control over the area. In this place, even the most audacious members of these two races find it difficult to act recklessly near Jiuxian Mountain. In recent years, efforts have been made to purify the surroundings of Jiuxian Mountain and ensure tranquility, prompting both clans to mobilize considerable manpower for cleansing operations, driving away notorious small to mid-sized factions. Within a mere 5 or 6 years, Jiuxian Mountain has transformed into a flourishing landscape, resembling a paradise within the Xuanwu realm. Presently, the Millennium Celebration, the Wanbao Conference of the human and demon clans, is set to be grandly held atop Jiuxian Mountain. Although the official commencement is still months away, Countless cultivators from the 3 realms and the 7 demon lands have already gathered around Jushin Mountain, though they are temporarily unable to step foot within the mountain itself. Over a dozen spontaneous markets have emerged around its periphery. Within these markets, mid to high-level cultivators frequently appear, and rare materials and spiritual herbs continuously surface, creating an atmosphere of vibrant trade. In these markets, the boundaries between the human and demon clans seem to blur, even though the number of demons remains relatively scarce compared to humans. However, those daring enough to reveal themselves among the demon race are typically high-level demon beasts capable of transforming a significant portion of their bodies into humanoid forms. Therefore, in terms of actual strength, the demons present in these markets are not vastly inferior to their human counterparts, allowing for a peaceful coexistence with little occurrence of one race oppressing the other. However, these markets are not the official venues for the Wanbao Conference. They are merely makeshift marketplaces lacking strict order and management. Even though Jushin Mountain sends some guards to patrol the markets, they can only maintain a facade of tranquility. In the shadows, incidents of armed robbery and coercive trading remain all too common. On this day, atop a desolate hill far from Jushin Mountain, a similar incident is unfolding. A slender middle-aged cultivator and a girl not yet 12 years of age find themselves surrounded by 3 menacing figures clad in black. The middle-aged cultivator has yet to break through to the mid-foundation stage, while the girl possesses only a cultivation level of 3 to 4 in chi refinement. However, those encircling them are all formidable late foundation stage experts, their faces twisted with malice. Bai Hua, you would do well to hand over the Millennium Blood Ginseng on your person. If you are wise, my brothers, and I will not only spare you and your daughter, but also offer you some spirit stones in exchange. Otherwise, I sure will have no qualms about turning ruthless. Among the 3 black-clad figures, the eldest, Shilun, coldly articulated his demands. Shilun, I have misjudged you and allowed myself to be deceived this far. I can only consider myself unfortunate. However, if you wish to obtain the blood ginseng, you must first ensure my daughter's safe departure from here. Otherwise, I would rather destroy the ginseng than hand it over to you. Despite his weary appearance, the gaunt middle-aged man did not exhibit excessive panic or disarray. As he spoke, he retrieved a brocade box from his sleeve, while his other hand shimmered with ethereal light, firmly pressing down on the box as he spoke with an expression of seething anger. Witnessing this scene, the 3 men clad in black could not help but exhibit a slight change in their demeanor. No one is permitted to leave until you surrender the blood ginseng, declared one of the burly figures in black, unwavering in his refusal of the proposal. Humph, how can I be assured that after you obtain the blood ginseng, you will not turn against my daughter and me? Retorted the middle-aged cultivator with a frigid tone, his gaze resolute. Then do not harbor any delusions. Very well, I shall acquiesce, interrupted the originally opposing black-clad cultivator, who was about to issue another threat, but was cut off by Shilun, who immediately conceded to his request. Brother Shir, do you not wish to heed my commands? Shilun cast a glance at the other 2, his eyes glinting with frost. No. How could we dare disobey Brother Shir's orders? Let the young lady depart first. The other 2 black-clad cultivators exchanged glances, clearly intimidated by Shilun, and reluctantly acquiesced to his demand. The middle-aged cultivator felt a surge of joy upon witnessing this turn of events. You have heard our decision. Now you may allow the young lady to leave. However, should you renege or resort to deceit afterward, I trust you are well aware of the consequences. Shilun warned the middle-aged cultivator in a chilling tone. Rest assured, I am merely concerned for my daughter's safety, as long as she remains unharmed. What is a mere blood ginseng worth? The middle-aged cultivator replied, a look of relief washing over his face. No, father, I do not wish to leave alone. The young girl, delicate and fair like a fairy from a painting, clutched at the middle-aged cultivator's garment, shaking her head vigorously in protest. Foolish child, if you leave here, you can seek your grandmother in the market, and upon your return, you shall be able to rescue your father. The middle-aged cultivator's expression shifted, his lips moving silently as he conveyed several urgent words to the girl. Initially taken aback, the girl soon nodded fervently, signaling her understanding. Now, hurry and depart. If you delay any longer, I may very well change my mind, Shilun urged, his impatience palpable. The girl felt a jolt at his words, though young and naive. She grasped the gravity of the situation. Reluctantly, she cast one last glance at the middle-aged cultivator, then waved her hand gently, producing a white talisman that she swiftly affixed to herself. Instantly, A layer of white light enveloped her as she soared into the distance, preparing to flee the scene. The two mid-stage cultivators gripped the brocade box tightly, their eyes transfixed on their beloved daughter's actions, fearful of missing any detail. As they noted the unwavering stance of the three black cultivators, their tension eased when the girl, successfully slipped away from Shirkuan's side. Yet, at that very moment, an unexpected turn of events transpired. As the young girl soared approximately 2 or 3 yards away from Shirluan, a fierce glint flickered in his eyes. With a sudden, forceful sweep of his arm, he transformed into a shadowy figure that lunged backward. A terrified shriek escaped the girl as she was effortlessly ensnared by the dark silhouette. In an instant, the shadow yanked her back, propelling her like an arrow, and she landed safely in Shirluan's grasp. A dark, gleaming hand clutched her delicate neck with a vice-like grip. "Shirluan, what on earth do you intend to do? Are you not afraid I will immediately destroy this blood ginseng?" The middle-aged cultivator, witnessing the scene, was both astonished and furious. His hands shimmered with spiritual energy as he attempted to suppress the ornate box in his possession while loudly admonishing Shirluan. "Destroy it? Are you not concerned I might snap this little girl's neck?" Shirluan retorted, disregarding the cultivator's threats. "Stop with the idle chatter and toss the box over here. I will count to 3, and if you do not act, I shall take matters into my own hands." 1, 2. Shirluan ignored the middle-aged cultivator's menacing words, tightening his grip, causing the girl's face to flush crimson. He coldly initiated a countdown, offering no time for the cultivator to respond. The other 2 dark cultivators observed with triumphant smiles, finally realizing that their companion had never intended to spare the girl, but rather aimed to use her as leverage to threaten the opposing party. Despite the middle-aged cultivator's remarkable intellect, he could only tremble in fury, his mind in disarray. Just as Shirluan was about to utter the 3rd count, he instinctively hurled the ornate box away in a rush. One of the dark cultivators approached with a smug demeanor, reaching out to seize it. With a swift motion, the box was drawn towards him. "Check it to confirm whether it truly contains the blood ginseng," Shirluan commanded without hesitation. "Not a problem, Brother Shir," the cultivator replied respectfully, deftly opening the box with a gentle flick of his hand. There, within, a radiant ginseng, approximately a foot long and exuding a blood-red glow, lay quietly. "Brother Shir, indeed. It is the blood ginseng, without a doubt," the cultivator reported with gleaming eyes, excitement palpable in his voice. Upon hearing this, Shirluan and another cultivator displayed expressions of ecstatic jubilation. "Now that you have secured the blood ginseng, should you not release this young girl?" the middle-aged cultivator demanded, his face pale and teeth clenched in resolve. "Humph, release you, only to have you seek vengeance from your esteemed Fairy-Wawa?" Shirluan scoffed, a malicious glint in his gaze. "Since you are aware of my mother-in-law, do you dare to act again?" The middle-aged cultivator felt a profound sense of despair at this remark. "Ha. Do you think we have not investigated your background? Had it been otherwise, would we take such risks?" Although we do not desire to confront a cultivator in the core formation stage, the allure of the blood ginseng is simply irresistible. With this ginseng in our possession, our hopes of achieving core formation are within reach. Why then should we fear a mere Fairy-Wawa? Moreover, even if both you and your daughter were to perish here, who would ever know that it was our doing? Enough of this idle chatter, let us begin. With a maniacal laughter, Shirluan uttered these words, and with a command, he gripped the child's hand, a flash of dark light flickering, initiating the assault. The middle-aged cultivator's brow furrowed with urgency as he uttered a low cry, swiftly brandishing his wide sleeves. A diminutive sword, glimmering with a faint yellow light, silently materialized in his palm, embodying formidable power as it shot towards Shirluan. However, such a swift attack could evidently not salvage the child's life. A cruel smile crept upon Shirluan's lips as he tightened his grip, poised to snap the fragile neck of the child in an instant. Yet, at this critical juncture, a stunning spectacle unfolded. Shirluan suddenly sensed an unusual disturbance in the surrounding environment. Instantly, the neck of the child he had held became chillingly cold, and the pain radiating from his fingertips compelled him to emit a piercing wail. In a state of sheer terror, he turned to gaze at his hands, only to discover that the child had vanished, replaced by a dark iron puppet. This puppet was not coarse. Rather, it was adorned with blue spikes approximately an inch long. His palm, which had clutched the puppet's neck, was now lacerated by these spikes, blood gushing forth. Shirluan, the cultivator, manifested remarkable courage and strength. shaking his wrist to hurl the iron puppet forcefully onto the nearby ground, simultaneously roaring with fury. Who dares to ambush me from the shadows? Reveal yourself and fight me. As his words echoed, he abruptly flipped his palm, revealing a stack of black ritual flags. Meanwhile, the middle-aged cultivator wore an expression of confusion and bewilderment. At that moment, two other cloaked cultivators finally grasped the situation, brandishing their respective weapons, a silver short spear and a black shield adorned with barbs, while unleashing powerful spiritual awareness to survey their surroundings. Young master, I can no longer bear to witness this. It seems this confrontation is unavoidable. A chillingly ruthless voice suddenly emerged from behind a nearby tree. Upon hearing this, Sherluin and the others' expressions shifted dramatically, cautiously directing their gazes towards the source. Humph, no need for your words. What I, young Master High, detest most is such behavior. It is one thing to seize treasures, but to lay hands on innocent women and children is intolerable. I shall ensure they pay a heavy price. However, it appears that the two of us may not be able to overcome these three adversaries. Another voice, filled with wrath, resonated from behind the tree, tinged with a hint of concern. Ha ha ha, why be afraid? Brother Lin is still here. 3 against 3. Even if we cannot claim victory, we shall not face any peril. The first voice suddenly transformed from coldness to exuberance. Sherluin, Luo Tu, and Han Shan bore despondent expressions, their gazes sharp and intent, fixated upon the tree ahead. Unexpectedly, behind the tree, a flicker of azure light emerged, revealing 3 unidentified cultivators. One of the individuals, a handsome middle-aged man clad in golden scholarly robes, appeared to be in his 30s. The other, a youthful Taoist, bore a black wooden sword on his back, likely around 17 or 18 years of age. However, the most striking figure among them was a seemingly ordinary young man in a blue robe, though he exuded an aura of gentleness. His left hand firmly clutched a silver talisman, while his right hand grasped a frail young girl, undoubtedly by Guor. It was evident that the trio before us consisted of Lin Mo, young Master Hai, and Shi Lingzi. They had traversed a considerable distance and had just arrived at this secluded spot, as they were nearing the borders of the 9 Immortals Mountain and had been traveling relentlessly. They intended to rest for the night in this remote location and seek essential supplies from nearby shops the following day. However, to their utter disbelief, just as they prepared to rest, a band of robbers led by Sherluin appeared, brazenly staging a robbery and committing heinous acts of violence before them. Although such occurrences were commonplace in the spiritual realm, where traditional values had long since eroded, Sherluin's actions were particularly despicable, not only violating agreements, but also using an underage girl as leverage for threats. This egregious situation compelled young Master Hai and Shi Lingzi to intervene, driven by a sense of justice, and they initiated a coordinated rescue operation. Their resolve was further bolstered by their unwavering belief in Linda Ge's exceptional abilities, confident that he would handle the situation adeptly and ensure their safety. As the two companions rose in righteous indignation, Lin Mo sighed in resignation and chose to join the fray. May I inquire your esteemed name? What compels you to meddle in the affairs among us? Disregarding the imminent danger? Sherluin's demeanor shifted slightly when he observed that only 2 of them were foundation-level cultivators, and the other was merely an ordinary person devoid of any cultivation. His tension somewhat eased, and he resumed his cold, unyielding expression as he threatened, Shi Lingzi. Your peach zombie plum substitute talisman is indeed remarkable, capable of directly replacing that young girl's corporeal form with a puppet. But do not forget, during our last encounter with peril, you, esteemed observer, seem to have never revealed the power of this talisman. Are you perhaps inclined to hold back during a life-and-death moment? Young Master Hai cast a sidelong glance at Shi Lingzi, evidently recalling past grievances. Humph, what do you mean by that? Is my peach zombie plum substitute talisman so easily forged and manipulated? I nearly expended all my resources to barely succeed in its creation. Alas, I discovered that my magical prowess was insufficient to wield it. Had I not entrusted this talisman to Linda Go, we would have likely been unable to save that young girl. Shi Lingzi retorted, his face a portrait of grievance, nearly on the verge of tears as he defended himself. Such a predicament exists? Young Master Hai was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. He and Shi Lingzi engaged in a back-and-forth dialogue, seemingly oblivious to the fury emanating from Sherluin, whose countenance grew increasingly ashen, akin to a stormy sky. The other two black-clad cultivators nearby also glared menacingly, radiating an air of hostility. However, at this moment, Lin-Mo lightly waved his arm, effortlessly placing the delicate form of Baiguer onto the ground beside him, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. Baiguer, having just clawed her way back from the brink of death, remained in a daze, staring blankly at Lin-Mo and his companions, appearing utterly at a loss. Take action. Eliminate these audacious fools. Sherluin's expression darkened as he could no longer contain his murderous command. Drawing from his extensive experience, he assessed that despite facing 3 opponents, the only one he truly needed to regard with caution was the silent young man at the late Foundation establishment stage. The other 2 members of their group comprised 1 practitioner at the early Foundation establishment level and an ordinary mortal. Moreover, they had previously encountered a middle-aged male cultivator, which merely added another practitioner at the mid-Foundation establishment level to their ranks. Nonetheless, all 3 individuals were formidable experts at the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment stage, their cultivation levels alone sufficient to easily overwhelm their adversaries. Not to mention, he had already instilled fear in his 2 companions, clearly possessing some extraordinarily powerful trump cards, even posing a considerable threat to cultivators at the core formation stage. Thus, he brimmed with confidence in overcoming the foes before him. The sole predicament troubling him was the realization that eradicating these individuals entirely would not be an easy feat should they genuinely wish to flee. It would indeed be challenging to capture them all. This was the reason he refrained from immediate action, opting instead to use words to stabilize Lin-Mo and his associates. However, Sherluin was no stranger to such acts of robbery and murder. Upon recognizing the futility of persuasion, he promptly relinquished any illusions, his murderous intent surging forth as he resolved to strike. In his mind, even if 1 or 2 individuals managed to escape, they could swiftly depart from Jiuxian Mountain and evade capture for a time. He believed that true high-level cultivators would not pursue them over such trivial matters. Thus, upon uttering the command to take action, the stack of black talismans in his hand transformed into a flurry of black light, shooting forth with great speed. Chapter 721. Yet, his target was not Lin-Mo and his companions, but rather the nearby middle-aged male cultivator. Simultaneously, the other 2 robed figures, armed with silver spears and a black, merged into 2 streaks of silver light and a swirling black cloud, hurtling towards the middle-aged cultivator with ferocity. These 3 often fought together, requiring little discussion to launch their coordinated attack in unison. Their intent was crystal clear: to jointly eliminate the middle-aged cultivator first, before turning their collective focus on Lin-Mo and the others. Upon witnessing the unfolding scenario, the middle-aged cultivator's countenance paled, and without hesitation, he unleashed the small yellow sword in his hand, conjuring a swirling curtain of blades around him. He then waved his other sleeve, releasing a torrent of yellow sand that formed countless twinkling stars, enveloping him in an instant. A thunderous explosion resounded. The curtain of swords effortlessly withstood the force of 3 magical artifacts, yet when it collided with the yellow sands, it rebounded. This scene left Sherluin and the others utterly astonished. However, they swiftly reactivated their artifacts, preparing to strike once more at the dimming starlight. At that moment, young Master Hai let out a furious roar and stomped his foot onto the ground. With a tremendous crash, the earth trembled slightly. His body shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared above the black-clad cultivator wielding a silver spear. With both hands in motion, a pair of resplendent golden gloves materialized in his grasp. As his arms swung, a flurry of golden fist shadows descended like a torrential downpour, ruthlessly crashing downwards. Before the fist shadows even struck, a chilling aura emanated through them, enveloping the area. The black-clad cultivator was taken aback, his mind racing, abandoning any thoughts of attacking the middle-aged male cultivator and hastily altering his hand gestures. 2 silver beams of light flashed from afar, swiftly returning to form a protective silver barrier around him. In the next moment, a continuous roar echoed between them as golden and silver lights intertwined, engulfing both figures in a chaotic spectacle. Yet, amidst young Master Hai's maniacal laughter, the golden fist shadows erupted into dazzling brilliance, resembling countless golden suns, forcing the silver light to retreat in disarray. "Spirit tools, body refiners," exclaimed another black-clad cultivator, witnessing this spectacle, his expression shifting dramatically. He abruptly pointed towards the black spike shield, seemingly intending to assist young Master Hai in his assault. However, just then, a distant cultivator named Qi Lingzi shook his head and sighed, a worried expression crossing his face as he muttered to himself, "How outrageous! 2 individuals joining forces against a single opponent is indeed ignoble and shameless. Nevertheless, despite my position as an observer, I must make an exception for young Master Hai." As soon as he finished speaking, the young Taoist waved one hand, affixing a blue talisman to himself. A profound blue light flickered momentarily, and Qi Lingzi's figure vanished without a trace. Immediately afterwards, the same blue light shimmered above the black-clad cultivator controlling the shield. This seasoned warrior, undoubtedly battle-hardened, sensed the unusual occurrence in the air. Instead of immediately activating the shield to aid his companion, he transformed into a swirling cloud, charging fiercely towards the blue light. With a resounding crash, the blue light shattered like a water balloon, scattering into countless tiny blue points of light that quickly vanished. Yet, within the chaos, there was nothing, no trace of Qi Lingzi to be found. "This is bad," the black-clad cultivator thought, but it was too late. Behind him, a faint blue mist quietly emerged. Soon after, the sound of something slicing through the air erupted as dozens of blue ice spikes, each over a foot long, hurtled forth. At this moment, despite the black-clad cultivator's powers far surpassing those of the artifact spirit, he found himself defenseless against such an unforeseen assault. The glimmering blue ice shards swiftly approached his back. Just then, a flash of ebony light materialized into an apparition resembling a black tiger's head. The ice shard struck it, effectively being repelled, with only a few piercing the black-clad cultivator's back, causing him to stagger backward, crimson blood gushing forth from his wounds. "You wretched brat, I shall take your life." The cultivator, seething with rage after being ambushed by the artifact spirit, swiftly formed a hand seal, and with a flourish of his sleeves, unleashed several black skulls that spewed forth yellow toxic flames, fiercely charging towards the young Taoist. Seeing this, the artifact spirit felt a jolt of anxiety and quickly gripped the black wooden sword behind him with one hand, while using the other to form a hand seal, continuously stabbing forward. Instantly, beams of blue light erupted from the sword's tip, accurately striking the sinister skulls, yet only managing to momentarily impede their advance without inflicting any substantial damage. However, the evasion technique practiced by the artifact spirit was remarkable. His body shimmered with blue light, moving with the fluidity of a fish in water, appearing and disappearing in the air, making it difficult for his opponent, despite possessing superior artifacts and cultivation, to subdue him in the short term. At this moment, Sherluan's expression darkened further. Although only 2 adversaries were engaged, their formidable prowess clearly exceeded expectations. He firmly believed that his 2 companions would ultimately triumph over their foes, yet he lacked the patience to wait. In a decisive mental resolution, he disregarded the frantic attacks of the black lights surrounding the middle-aged man. With a single flip of his hand, he produced a blood-red pouch from which a faint, buzzing sound emanated. Just then, a cold voice drifted from behind him. "Ah, is that a spirit insect? It appears to be of considerable rank. A foundation-building cultivator possessing such a high-tier spirit insect indeed possesses formidable strength." Upon hearing these words, Sherluan felt a profound shock within, and without a moment's hesitation, he hurled the pouch behind him with force. A dull thud echoed as the pouch unexpectedly burst open, releasing a swarm of blood-colored venomous bees. Accompanied by a resonating buzz, these blood bees rapidly coalesced into a crimson cloud, enveloping the young man Lin Mo, who had stealthily reappeared behind Sherluan. Observing the swarm of blood bees rushing toward him, Lin Mo merely smiled indifferently. The number of these blood bees was indeed considerable, approximately 300 to 400. Cultivating them to maturity would demand immense effort, and even a core formation cultivator would regard them with trepidation. However, to him, these blood bees were evidently of little consequence. He made no move, merely parting his lips. A vibrant, icy flame erupted from his mouth, a breath of extreme cold sweeping through in an instant, engulfing the swarm of blood bees entirely. The 5-colored cold light continuously swirled, transforming the entire mass of blood bees into a gigantic ice block, suspended in mid-air, utterly immobile. Witnessing this spectacle, Sherluan was naturally filled with a mix of astonishment and fury, yet he still waved his hand, revealing an ancient bronze mirror of azure hue. The surface of the mirror shimmered erratically, and a beam of azure light surged forth, darting past in the blink of an eye, reaching Lin Mo within mere inches. Its speed leaving one astounded. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow slightly. He chose not to evade, but instead unleashed a hazy, gray light before him, conjuring a layer of grayish light screen. The azure pillar struck the light screen, vanishing without a trace as if a cow had plunged into the sea. Sherlewin was left utterly stunned, disbelief etched across his face. Lin Mo, expressionless, raised an arm and gently pointed a finger forward. A single strand of azure hair flicked out, disappearing silently in an instant. Moments later, Sherlewin felt a flash of azure light before a refreshing chill coursed between his brows. As the suddenly materialized azure hair pierced through his entire head, rendering his body rigid, devoid of any sensation. The azure strands showed no sign of hesitation, swiftly revolving around Sherlewin's corpse before slicing it into 7 or 8 pieces. The remnants fell to the ground, creating a rain of blood, with even the hidden primordial spirit within him being obliterated in an instant. The young man, who had just narrowly escaped death, could not suppress a scream upon witnessing this scene. The two black-clad cultivators, engaged in fierce combat with young Master Hai and Cultivation, also beheld the harrowing sight of Sherlewin's demise. Their faces turned as pale as paper, limbs cold, as if they had seen a specter, overwhelmed by terror. When Lin Mo turned his gaze towards them, his eyes were as cold as ice. Sherlewin's accomplices, gripped by fear, almost simultaneously shed their opponents. One suddenly brandished a flying dagger, transforming it into a white streak of light racing into the distance. The other swiftly produced a black talisman, affixing it to himself, which immediately erupted into a cloud of black mist that consumed his figure, allowing him to flee frantically in another direction. Meanwhile, young Master Hai and Cultivation found themselves helpless. One could not fly, and the other, lacking flying artifacts, could only watch helplessly as their adversaries escaped, frustration boiling within them, prompting them to curse vehemently. At that moment, Lin Mo's indifferent voice resonated. At this juncture, do you still wish to flee? As his words faded, thunderous roars erupted from Lin Mo. 2 golden arcs of lightning shot forth, and after a few flickers, they had already caught up with the fleeing black-clad cultivators. With a thunderous boom, 2 profoundly skilled practitioners, enveloped in golden lightning, were instantly reduced to mere wisps of smoke, unable to utter a single cry of despair. The panicked Haida Xiao and Qi Lingzi, who had been frantically leaping about, suddenly froze as if turned to wood. After a considerable pause, the handsome and suave man finally spoke. Qi Lingzi, as a foundation-building practitioner, you and Brother Lin share the same level of cultivation. However, the disparity in your abilities is striking. The adversary that you struggled to overcome was effortlessly vanquished by Brother Lin with a mere flick of his hand. Is it that your strength is woefully inadequate? Or is Brother Lin's prowess exceedingly formidable? Still reeling from shock, Qi Lingzi snapped back to reality upon hearing these words, filled with frustration, and hastily retorted. Haida Xiao, you are also a mid-tier body cultivator, your strength not inferior to that of a foundation-building practitioner. Why then could you not conquer the foe? He added. Moreover, I am left with only this black silkwormwood sword, rendering many of my spells ineffective. Humph. I dare say you are worth less than even a finger of Brother Lin. Fortuitously, I was not deceived into the misty sea view by you, or I would have likely incurred substantial losses. With a flash of golden light, Haida Xiao's golden gloves vanished, replaced by a folding fan. He shook his head, gently fanning himself, his expression betraying a sense of knowing all along. Qi Lingzi's face flushed crimson from Haida Xiao's remarks. Momentarily at a loss for a suitable rebuttal, he could only huff a few times, pretending not to hear, satisfied with his effortless triumph in their verbal spar. Haida Xiao chose not to elaborate further. Lin Mo descended slowly from the air. Under Bai Huaji, may I inquire how to address these esteemed friends? My deepest gratitude for your life-saving assistance. Without you, my daughter and I would surely have perished. At this moment, the middle-aged man had approached with his daughter, bowing deeply in gratitude towards the 3. However, upon catching sight of Lin Mo, a profound sense of reverence flickered in his eyes. After all, the astonishing feats Lin Mo had just demonstrated were truly awe-inspiring. In mere moments, he had defeated 3 practitioners of equal standing, seemingly without exerting his full strength. Had his true prowess already surpassed that of a core formation practitioner, rendering him nearly invincible? Haida Xiao and Qi Lingzi had evidently never received such respect from peers of their level. They immediately adopted an air of superiority, repeatedly downplaying the encounter as a trifling matter. Another individual, brimming with pride, graciously accepted the middle-aged man's words of gratitude, unabashedly revealing his and Lin Mo's identities. Lin Mo cast a casual glance at them before shifting his focus to the girl named by Guer. The girl stood shyly behind her father, curiously observing Lin Mo and his companions. The moment their eyes met, her body trembled slightly in fear, and she swiftly hid behind her father. "Oh, it seems your daughter may be experiencing some distress." Chapter 722. After observing for a while, Lin Mo softly spoke, revealing an expression of astonishment. "Oh, Brother Lin indeed perceives the source of the young lady's cold poison." The middle-aged man, upon hearing this, also displayed a face of surprise. Indeed, that chilling aura has deeply penetrated her dantian and meridians. If it cannot be expelled in a timely manner, in no more than 3 years, she will perish. However, this cold poison is no ordinary affliction. Healing it presents a considerable challenge. The blue light within Lin Mo's pupils flickered uncertainly, and his words caused the middle-aged man to shudder involuntarily. "What did you say?" This esteemed friend asserts with certainty that this peculiar cold poison is not beyond remedy. The middle-aged man could scarcely believe what he had just heard, his voice trembling with urgency. Lin Mo smiled faintly, about to respond, when suddenly his brow furrowed, and he lifted his gaze toward a specific point in the sky, as if sensing some extraordinary phenomenon. The others were momentarily taken aback, following Lin Mo's line of sight. Yet the distant sky appeared empty, devoid of any anomalies. "Brother Lin, you," the young master of the High family, snapped his folding fan shut, unable to restrain his curiosity. Just then, a brilliant white light erupted in the distance, and a white rainbow instantly materialized, rushing toward their location. "Ah, it's my grandmother." The young girl, upon spotting the distant white rainbow, immediately clapped her hands in delight. The middle-aged man also wore an expression of joy. "Ah, could it be a core formation cultivator? Might it be the esteemed moonlight fairy we mentioned earlier?" Qi Lingzi's expression shifted slightly as he whispered to Lin Mo. Lin Mo nodded gently, his demeanor calm and composed, revealing no signs of unease. Moments later, the white rainbow had soared above them, its brilliance dimming to unveil the figure of a woman clad in white, appearing to be in her 30s, graceful and dignified. "Where are you safe?" The moment she appeared, her previously anxious expression transformed into one of relief upon seeing the girl and the man below. "Mother-in-law, Guer is quite well. Why have you suddenly come here? Have you somehow learned of our predicament?" Bai Hua stepped forward respectfully, a hint of confusion in her voice. "As long as you are safe, that is all that matters. I heard from a friend in the marketplace that you had ventured out with individuals resembling the notorious 3 evils of Nanshan. Concerned for your safety, I hastened here to investigate. Are these 3 indeed the 3 evils of Nanshan?" The woman succinctly responded to the man's inquiries before shifting her gaze to Lin Mo and the others. Her eyes glinting with cold light, and a powerful spiritual pressure surged forth, bearing down on the trio. Both the young master of the High family and Qi Lingzi were taken aback, retreating several steps under the overwhelming spiritual pressure, nearly collapsing to the ground. Lin Mo's expression darkened. Without hesitation, he extended his right hand and waved it through the air, instantly unleashing an invisible force that rapidly spread outward. With a resounding thud, the immense spiritual pressure descending from above was completely neutralized by this strike. "Oh, it appears that you are not the notorious trio from Nanshan." A tremor of realization coursed through the woman as she scrutinized the countenances of Lin Mo and his companions, her exquisite features revealing a flicker of surprise. "Dear mother-in-law, please hold for a moment. These 3 esteemed friends are not the infamous trio from Nanshan. The trio has long been vanquished, and it is through their assistance that Guer and I have managed to escape peril. Moreover, it seems that this friend Lin possesses a method to heal the cold poison within Guer," the middle-aged man hastily explained to the woman. "What? They actually have a method to cure Guer? Is that true?" Upon hearing the mention of Bai Guer and the preceding statements, the woman's icy demeanor softened. Yet her expression abruptly transformed, radiating pure joy upon hearing the final remark. "This matter, I have yet to inquire in detail with Brother Lin. As dear mother-in-law has hurriedly arrived," the middle-aged man replied with a wry smile, gesturing discreetly towards Lin Mo's location with his eyes. "Are you the esteemed Lin Taoist?" The woman observed Lin Mo for a moment, her gaze inadvertently revealing a hint of astonishment. Although she had sensed his ability to easily subdue and dispel the spiritual pressure she had unleashed, the revelation that he was the one capable of healing the girl named by Guerre sent a chill through her heart. She distinctly perceived that he was merely a foundation establishment practitioner, yet an indescribable aura of authority emanated from him, instilling a profound sense of dread that if he were to strike, she would likely suffer a fatal blow in an instant. How could this be happening? The woman silently gasped, her internal energies swiftly circulating as she employed her spiritual sense to probe Lin Mo once more. However, this time, the oppressive aura surrounding him vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. With her thoughts racing and her doubts intensifying, the woman nonetheless managed to muster a faint smile and expressed her gratitude to Lin Mo and his companions. I am Yu Hua, and I sincerely thank you all for your assistance to my husband and Guor. If you do not mind, please accompany me to a temporary refuge for some rest, and I assure you that I will reward you handsomely for your life-saving kindness. In the presence of a core formation practitioner, even the usually fearless Haida Xiao and Qi Ling Zi felt a twinge of unease, casting their gazes towards Lin Mo. It seemed Lin Mo had sensed this, and after briefly glancing at the girl named Guer, he nodded subtly. Since it is a personal invitation from Fairy Yu, we shall graciously comply. Not at all. It is truly my fortune that you would honor my humble abode with your presence. Upon hearing Lin Mo refer to her as Fairy, Yu Hua momentarily froze. But soon her expression reflected no displeasure. Rather, a glimmer of joy surfaced, as it was evident she had surmised certain implications. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man standing beside her gaped in astonishment at Lin Mo. He understood in his heart that his wife was a proud individual, and yet, her unexpected courtesy towards a foundation-building cultivator left him utterly incredulous. In contrast, young Master Hai and Qi Lingzi, upon their first encounter with a nascent soul cultivator, did not sense anything amiss. Upon hearing that Fairy Yuehua intended to reward them generously, their faces instantly lit up with joy. Just as Lin Mo prepared to activate the flying chariot and lead the group on their journey, a melodious and enchanting celestial sound floated gently from a certain direction. This sound was akin to heavenly music, intoxicating all who heard it, lingering in their minds long after. Lin Mo, Fairy Yuehua, and the others were momentarily taken aback, turning simultaneously towards the source of the divine melody. In the distance, vibrant clouds of color surged across the horizon, revealing soldiers clad in black armor, riding fearsome beasts with the heads of oxen and bodies of tigers. These soldiers bore stern expressions, tightly gripping their spears and axes, as they urged their monstrous mounts to advance slowly. Fairy Yuehua's consciousness swept across the scene, and she gasped in astonishment. Each of these soldiers was a formidable presence, being at least at the nascent soul stage, numbering in the hundreds. Behind this legion, an array of glossy black war chariots emerged from the radiant clouds. Each chariot was exquisitely crafted, with 3 warriors in identical armor standing atop them. In front was a carriage, hastened by ferocious birds of prey. After the unparalleled display of 36 war chariots, a procession of cultivators, each adorned in distinctive attire, began to appear, both the elderly and the young among them. The shared glances between the same gender were filled with profound confidence, while the opposite gender exchanged mysterious gazes. Though there were only 18 of these practitioners, each was a master at the pinnacle of the void refinement stage. Following these cultivators, a thunderous roar resonated, heralding the emergence of a towering 2-story beast carriage, which was not a true pavilion but a colossal vehicle. 8 towering white peacocks, each 10 zhang tall, drew this magnificent beast carriage forward. On the first level of the carriage sat a group of courtly women clad in resplendent garments, each captivatingly beautiful, cradling pipa and flutes among various musical instruments. The ethereal melodies flowed gently from their hands. However, Lin Mo's gaze did not linger on these women. Instead, it shifted to the second level of the beast carriage, where 3 individuals were seated around a jade green table. The table was adorned with an array of spiritual fruits and fine wines, as the trio raised their cups, engaging in lively conversation and laughter. Yet, Lin Mo's eyes flickered once more, landing on the magnificent banner atop the colossal flying vehicle. The banner depicted lifelike dragon and phoenix motifs, emanating powerful waves of prohibition. In the center of the banner, a large ancient character for holy was prominently inscribed. The Holy Emperor, This was the insignia of the Tianyuan Holy Emperor. It was indeed the imperial chariot of the Holy Emperor. Beside him, the enchanting Yuehua, upon discerning the banner atop the colossal beast carriage in the distance, could not suppress her astonishment and exclaimed loudly. Upon hearing her words, Lin Mo's expression subtly shifted. His gaze fixated ahead, ultimately recognizing the three individuals conversing on the second level. Their appearances were remarkably distinctive. One, clad in a white scholar's robe, possessed an elegant demeanor, yet bore ears of extraordinary length, a gentle smile perpetually gracing his visage. Adjacent to him stood an elderly man draped in a gray robe, his complexion ashen and wooden, with profound emerald green eyes glimmering with an enigmatic light. The final figure, a portly monk adorned in a purple cassock, appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, characterized by a round face and a benevolent expression. What astonished Lin Mo was the realization that all three were elite beings at the integration stage. Although the elderly man's strength was inferior to his own, merely at the initial level of integration, the monk had already ascended to the mid-level of integration. As for the man in the white scholar's robe, Lin Mo, through his spiritual sense, discerned that he was enveloped in a milky white halo. With immense effort, he barely managed to identify the formidable presence as a late-stage integration powerhouse. Undoubtedly, this man in the white robe was none other than the fabled Tianyuan Sage Emperor, one of the legendary three emperors. At that moment, the middle-aged man, Qi Lingzi, and others had long been rendered speechless, their eyes wide with astonishment upon realizing that the caravan belonged to the Tianyuan Sage Emperor. Even those fearless individuals found themselves beset by a sense of trepidation. Yet their eyes sparkled with an irrepressible excitement and anticipation. Such beings of this caliber were exceedingly rare, with only a handful within an entire race capable of attaining such heights, and the three emperors were undoubtedly the most distinguished luminaries among all humanity. To witness the true visage of the three emperors was a rare privilege in the entirety of human society. Their presence at this moment, witnessing the Sage Emperor's procession, was indeed an extraordinary stroke of fortune. However, just as Lin Mo's gaze remained fixed on the white-robed scholar within the distant beast carriage, the Tianyuan Sage Emperor, who had been laughing heartily with the monk, suddenly withdrew his smile, advancing directly to the edge of the second level, his eyes shimmering with golden light as they turned toward Lin Mo's direction. "May I inquire if any immortal friends are present? If it is not too much trouble, would you kindly join me for a cup of spiritual wine?" The Sage Emperor's voice, though soft, bore a unique enchantment, reverberating through the skies, reaching the ears of all below with crystal clarity. Aside from Lin Mo, both Yuehua and Haida Xiao exchanged incredulous glances, astonished. After a moment, Haida Xiao managed to swallow hard, murmuring in disbelief, "Sage Emperor, are you addressing us? That seems improbable. Surely, only those of equal standing would receive such honor from the Sage Emperor. We, mere mortals, find this hard to fathom." Baihua shook his head repeatedly, his expression one of disbelief. "Yet it seems we are the only ones present here." Qi Lingzi blinked, similarly murmuring, "Indeed, that is no exaggeration." To facilitate a treacherous plot against Baihua and the father-daughter duo, the notorious San Yi of Nanshan deliberately lured them to this desolate locale, where scarcely a glimpse of other cultivators could be found within 100 miles. Oblivious to this scheme, others remained unaware, while Lin Mo instinctively recognized that the Celestial Emperor was extending an invitation to him. He furrowed his brow and then turned to Haida Xiao and the others, speaking with an air of indifference. "Hai Dao you two should proceed to the cave abode of Taoist Yuehua for a brief respite. I must first pay my respects to the Celestial Emperor and will endeavor to catch up with you shortly." Haida Xiao, Qi Lingzi, the Moonlight Fairy, and the middle-aged gentleman were left dumbfounded by Lin Mo's words. "What did you just say, Lin brother?" Haida Xiao stammered, his voice wavering. However, Lin Mo merely shook his head, offering no further explanation. Suddenly, a verdant radiance enveloped him, transforming into a brilliant azure arc as he sped towards the distant colossal beast cart, swiftly vanishing over 1,000 zhang away. Only a bewildered group remained at the scene, with a little girl named by Guire blinking her eyes at the others, her expression a mix of understanding and confusion. Who would have thought that Lin Daoyu was actually a venerable figure in the integration stage? I should have anticipated it. Who else, but a cultivator at the integration stage, could possibly dispel the cold poison within Guire? The woman murmured to herself, her face lighting up with ecstatic joy. "Hai Daoyu, are you both?" Bai Hua fixed a scrutinizing gaze on Haida Xiao and Qi Lingzi, hesitatingly seeking clarification. No. Both Hai Dao Yu and I are genuinely ordinary cultivators. I am undeniably at the Foundation establishment stage. Qi Lingzi quickly interjected, shaking his head vigorously in denial. We merely encountered Lin brother. No, I should say Lin senior, by chance on our journey, completely unaware that he was an integration stage cultivator. It's hard to believe we have spent several months alongside a cultivator of the integration stage, even sharing tea and conversing as equals. This cannot be a dream, can it? Haida Xiao mused, as if caught in a reverie. At that very moment, Lin Mo, now a streak of azure light, silently approached the vicinity of the beast cart. The armored soldiers, having heard the Celestial Emperor's earlier words, dared not act recklessly. As Lin Mo's ethereal glow gradually coalesced, he materialized steadily within the second level of the beast cart, bowing respectfully to the 3 integration stage figures present, and smiling as he spoke. I am Lin Mo. Fortunate to make the acquaintance of esteemed Dao friends. Oh, Lin Mo. Could it be that you are the Lin Dao friend who recently ascended to the integration stage in our Tianyuan realm? The frail Huang Dang inquired, momentarily taken aback, before altering his countenance and bowing in salutation. Indeed, I have only recently embarked upon the integration stage journey a few years ago, Lin Mo replied with a gentle smile. It appears that you are indeed Mr. Lin Mo, who successfully transcended boundaries several years ago. It is truly a pity. Alas, had you not declined the warm invitation from the holy city where I reside, I would have eagerly shared fine wine and engaged in profound discussions about life with you long ago. The Holy Emperor of Tianyuan scrutinized Lin Mo thoughtfully, smiling as he spoke. You speak truly. As far as I am aware, Mr. Lin has ascended from a mere spirit transformation practitioner to his current esteemed state in a mere few centuries. Such astonishing progress in cultivation, while not entirely unprecedented, is nonetheless enough to make us feel inadequate. The rotund monk also offered Lin Mo a smile, clearly intrigued by him. You flatter me, master. My talents are rather mediocre. Had it not been for the numerous fortuitous encounters I experienced in the wilderness, I would not have achieved such rapid advancement, Lin Mo humbly replied. Master Tianshan, let us first raise a toast to Mr. Lin with a cup of spirit wine. My sole affection lies within the chalice. Were it not for the hereditary nature of this imperial position, I would gladly proclaim myself the emperor of wine. Only the sovereign of spirits can truly align with my tastes. The scholar in white chuckled softly, conjuring a jade cup of vibrant green and a coral-like crimson wine flask that materialized in his grasp. With a gentle flick of his wrist, the Holy Emperor of Tianyuan poured a cup of rich, translucent spirit wine, reminiscent of amber, and personally offered it to Lin Mo, mindful of the occasion, respectfully expressed his gratitude and accepted the cup. In an instant, he sensed something extraordinary within the wine. Not only did it appear flawless, but it also emanated an alluring fragrance, imbued with spiritual energy rivaling that of typical elixirs for enhancing cultivation. Lin Mo raised the cup slightly and consumed the contents in one swift motion. Indeed, it was a fine brew. Among the many spirit wines I have encountered, this one certainly ranks within the top 3. After savoring the drink, a faint golden glow appeared upon Lin Mo's visage, and he remarked with a sense of wonder. Top 3? Might I inquire if there are other spirit wines that surpass your Majesty's Tiger Soul wine? Have you tasted them all? Upon hearing this, the Holy Emperor of Tianyuan was momentarily taken aback, then erupted with delight, eagerly inquiring further. Lin Mo offered a gentle smile, preparing to respond when the elder named Huang Dang interjected with a grin. Your Majesty, let us take our seats and savor the exquisite wine while engaging in conversation. It is indeed somewhat disrespectful to keep Mr. Lin standing in discussion. Indeed, you are correct. I have become overly excited upon meeting Mr. Lin and neglected the proprieties. It has been nearly a millennium since our human race has seen the birth of a new fusion stage practitioner. The Holy Emperor of Tianyuan tapped his head, promptly inviting Lin Mo to take a seat while he returned to his original position of honor. From their initial encounter to this moment, the impression left by the Holy Emperor of Tianyuan on Lin Mo was quite favorable. Despite his exalted status, he exuded a remarkably open and magnanimous demeanor, devoid of the rigidness often associated with Confucian propriety. However, for practitioners of their caliber, mere fleeting contact and impressions are insufficient for an accurate evaluation of one another. Thus, Lin Mo politely declined for a while before ultimately taking a seat opposite the heavenly Yuan Saint Emperor. Mr. Lin, might you enlighten me on any exceptional spiritual wines beyond my prized Tiger Soul wine? Have you personally sampled these libations? The heavenly Yuan Saint Emperor, evidently passionate about wine, eagerly posed his inquiries as soon as Lin Mo settled in. The Tiger Soul spirit wine bestowed by your majesty is an exceedingly rare and precious spirit wine in the spirit realm. However, I was fortunate enough to taste the Qingdebet 9 fragrance spirit wine in the depths of the wilderness, within the territory of a foreign tribe. In terms of its enchanting aroma and unique effects, it rivals the Tiger Soul spirit wine, Lin Mo thoughtfully responded after a moment of contemplation. Is it true that the foreign tribe produces spirit wine? The 9 fragrance spirit wine. Might you procure a couple of jars of this exquisite brew, my dear brother? The heavenly Yuan Saint Emperor inquired with palpable anticipation. The monk and Huangdang also exhibited curiosity, casting fervent gazes at Lin Mo. The so-called 9 fragrance spirit wine is a secret delicacy brewed by the powerful beings of the foreign practitioners at the integration stage. At that time, I had not yet ascended to my current realm, and how could I have desired to taste such a fine wine? Merely being fortunate enough to sample a sip is a blessing indeed, Lin Mo said with a wry smile. I see. The Tiger Soul spirit wine has always been regarded as my private treasure, rarely shared with guests, the heavenly Yuan Saint Emperor admitted, his disappointment evident as he sighed deeply. Haha, your majesty need not envy too much. Although I do not possess the 9 fragrance spirit wine, in due time, I may acquire another exquisite wine, and I shall surely invite your majesty to partake, Lin Mo replied, his smile imbued with mystery. Oh, what kind of fine brew could possibly surpass the Tiger Soul wine and the 9 fragrance spirit wine that your majesty treasures? Before the emperor could respond, the whimsically thin elder interjected, clearly a connoisseur of fine beverages. This is hardly surprising, as those who pursue the Tao often traverse mountains and rivers, showing little regard for worldly possessions. Male cultivators, aside from spiritual tea, typically favor savoring spirit wines. During my explorations in the wilderness, I fortuitously discovered several red luo spirit fruits, which are used to brew the legendary red luo immortal wine. Although some supplementary ingredients are still lacking, with sufficient time invested, I believe it shall not pose a significant challenge, Lin Mo explained with a smile. The red luo immortal wine. It is the legendary exquisite brew said to exist only in the realm of true immortals. Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, the heavenly Yuan Saint Emperor first fell into a momentary stupor, followed by an expression of astonishment. The elder and the monk, evidently familiar with this immortal spirit wine, turned their gazes to Lin Mo with heightened focus. This is indeed an immortal spirit wine. How could such a brew possibly be produced in the spirit realm? Fellow Taoist Lin, are you jesting? The red luo fruit only grows in the immortal realm. How could one obtain it? Moreover, it is said that cultivating the red luo fruit to the point of brewing spirit wine takes tens of thousands of years, even in the realm of true immortals. Have you perhaps misjudged? The monk, Tianshan, voiced his astonishment, directly questioning Lin Mo. These few spirit fruits, which can be directly used to brew the red luo immortal wine, were discovered by me during my explorations in the wilderness, through a fortunate coincidence. As for why they appeared there, I fear only heaven knows the answer. Undoubtedly, these are indeed the red luo fruits, and Lin is utterly convinced of this. Lin Mo responded with unwavering confidence. Excellent, excellent. If you can truly brew the red luo immortal wine, please be sure to reserve 2 or 3 jars for us. By the way, what materials are still lacking for this brew? The 3 of us are willing to lend you a hand in gathering them. The heavenly Yuan Holy Emperor's face was filled with joy, and after expressing his admiration repeatedly, he eagerly conveyed his heartfelt desire. The Holy Emperor is truly overflowing with kindness. Knowing that he wishes to savor this celestial wine, he still requests our assistance in collecting materials, the monk thought, filled with endless concern. Haha, master. You seem to possess a delightful sense of humor. However, I firmly believe that should you truly brew what is revered as the red luo immortal wine, you might find it difficult to resist the temptation to taste it yourself. This legendary wine, said to be known only in the celestial realm, would undoubtedly be a tremendous blessing and fortune to sample even once or twice, the heavenly Yuan Holy Emperor replied with a cheerful tone. As the Holy Emperor rightly states, I, the monk, have always focused on tea for my cultivation and am not one to indulge in wine. Yet, The allure of this spirit from the celestial realm may prove too strong to resist, and I truly desire to experience it at least once. After a moment of contemplation, the monk responded candidly. Meanwhile, the rather slender elder beside them wore a calm smile and remained silent. Since you are all willing to lend your assistance, I am confident that with certain secret techniques, I can successfully brew this exquisite wine before the Grand Treasure Conference, Lin Mo declared, feeling a stir of excitement within. If that is indeed possible, it would be splendid. I am certain this wine will become the highlight of the event. Haha, as far as I know, the Tyrant Emperor's passion for fine wines is no less than my own. Moreover, some of the 7 demon kings also have a profound appreciation for exquisite beverages. Please present the list of required materials, the Heavenly Yuan Holy Emperor said, appearing very agreeable as he extended his hand towards Lin Mo for the necessary jade slip. Without hesitation, Lin Mo flipped his hand and produced a blank jade slip. With a flicker of spiritual light between his hands, he inscribed the required information upon it and immediately tossed it to the Holy Emperor. The Heavenly Yuan Holy Emperor effortlessly caught the jade slip, briefly scanned it with his divine sense, nodded in satisfaction, and tucked it away. He then addressed Lin Mo. I expect to have all the necessary items ready for you in 2 to 3 days. Will you be coming to collect them personally? Or shall I send someone to deliver them to your residence? There is no need to trouble yourself with delivery. I have not yet decided on a specific place to reside. How about this? 3 days from now, I will personally visit you, Lin Mo replied after a moment's thought. That sounds wonderful. I have heard that the Fire Flood Dragon King and the Black Phoenix Demon King have already arrived at the 9 Immortal Mountain. At that time, I will also introduce you to them. The Heavenly Yuan Holy Emperor readily agreed. So it is the Black Phoenix King. Upon hearing the name, Lin Mo's face betrayed a hint of surprise. Could it be that the Lin brothers were acquainted with the Black Phoenix King? The Heavenly Yuan Saint Emperor expressed his astonishment at this notion. In truth, the monk had not forged a connection with the Black Phoenix King. He had merely crossed paths with a member of the Black Phoenix clan. Lin Mo gently shook his head, responding in an unremarkable tone. The 7 great demon kings of the demon race possess formidable strength, all at least at the mid-stage of the integration realm, and most boast exceedingly resilient physiques, as well as a mastery of unique innate abilities. Thus, even if one does not intend to foster amicable relations with them, one must never engage in unnecessary conflict, for it would undoubtedly lead to significant troubles. However, the Heavenly Yuan Saint Emperor appeared not entirely convinced by Lin Mo's words, yet he still offered his sincere counsel. I am grateful for your wise words, Your Majesty. I certainly have no intention of provoking the 7 demon kings without cause, as I still wish to enjoy more leisurely moments, Lin Mo replied with a smile. That is indeed for the best. By the way, while Lin Daoist has achieved extraordinary breakthroughs in the wild, propelling his realm to heights akin to a soaring rocket, I am certain that the valuable experiences and insights you have accumulated during your cultivation are truly unique. Moreover, having just successfully transcended the initial bottleneck of the integration realm, your spiritual realm must have undergone an unprecedented elevation, the Heavenly Yuan Saint Emperor continued, shifting the conversation towards the intricacies of cultivation. In Chapter 724, Lin Mo engaged in profound discussions with the 3 integrated practitioners regarding cultivation methods and the principles of their techniques. After exchanging insights for half a day and reaping substantial rewards, they departed with satisfaction. The Heavenly Yuan Saint Emperor stood at the edge of the beast cart, witnessing Lin Mo transform into a streak of azure light, vanishing into the distant sky. He then called out with authority. The caravan, which had been momentarily halted in the air, promptly resumed its journey forward. Daoist Huang, Master Tianshan, what are your thoughts on this, Lin Mo? The Heavenly Yuan Saint Emperor inquired as he settled into his seat, posing a seemingly vague question. He is remarkably young. His performance is exemplary. The gaunt elder and the monk exchanged solemn glances before responding in unison. Daoist Huang's keen insight can discern a person's true age. His youth is quite evident. As for his performance being exemplary, I would request Master to elaborate on your perspective, Master Tianshan remarked. Your skill in divination is among the top 3 in our human race, and I trust your assessment will not disappoint me. The Heavenly Yuan Saint Emperor said with a smile. Although this Daoist has concealed his aura with great skill, my divination technique does not rely on spiritual perception to gauge one's cultivation level. From my observations, this Daoist is indeed at the initial stage of the integration realm. Yet the depth of his inner power far surpasses that of an ordinary practitioner at this stage. If a precise comparison were to be made, his strength would likely surpass that of an average early-stage cultivator by nearly a factor of 2. In other words, this esteemed Taoist, despite merely being in the initial stage of integration, possesses a magical power so profound that it rivals that of a mid-stage practitioner like this humble monk. Master Tianshan pondered for a moment before solemnly articulating his thoughts. It appears that this Taoist cultivation technique possesses a unique capacity for amplifying spiritual energy. Otherwise, his magical power would not be so remarkably robust. However, it is often the case that such techniques exhibit deficiencies in other areas. The Holy Emperor of Tianyuan displayed a look of astonishment and nodded gently. If His Majesty holds this view, there may indeed be some misunderstanding. Beyond his exceptionally deep magical power, I have also sensed formidable divine abilities emanating from this Taoist. In addition to his primary technique, it seems he has mastered at least 3 to 4 astonishing divine arts, each likely surpassing my own Jade Spirit secret art in power. The monk, however, shook his head with an unusually grave demeanor, denying the possibility. Such a phenomenon is quite extraordinary. Before the Holy Emperor could voice his opinion, the frail elder suddenly exclaimed, "Your Majesty, you must understand that my withered eye technique can not only directly reveal another's bone age, but also discern the condition of their physical body." Huang Dang explained with a wry smile. Could it be that Taoist Lin possesses some special trait in his physical form? This time, it was Master Tianshan who could not restrain his curiosity. There is nothing particularly special. He is simply extraordinarily powerful. Huang Dang seemed to recall certain past events, his expression becoming quite peculiar. Extraordinary power? Does his physical strength even surpass that of His Majesty the Holy Emperor? The monk chuckled lightly at this remark. While he may not compare to His Majesty, I believe his physical strength is certainly not far behind. The elder's facial muscles twitched slightly, and he uttered words that left the monk in utter shock. Is such a thing truly possible? The Holy Emperor of Tianyuan's gaze flickered uncertainly, similarly revealing a look of surprise. Absolutely impossible. Huang, are you jesting? Though His Majesty primarily cultivates Confucian techniques now, he once hailed from the ranks of the top body refiners, coupled with the deliberate honing over countless years. His physical strength is likely on par with that of those at the level of demon kings. Even if Taoist Lin has achieved some success in body refinement, how could he possibly rival His Majesty? Master Tianshan shook his head repeatedly in skepticism. Even if my withered eye technique occasionally falters, there is no doubt that this individual's physical strength is the second greatest I have encountered in my lifetime, second only to His Majesty. The frail elder stated with conviction after a brief hesitation. Yet this is truly difficult to believe. The monk known as Master Tianshan could not help but voice his doubts. There is no need for concern, Master Tianshan. Please trust that Huang's withered eye technique has never erred. Huang's depth of magical power is unparalleled within his rank, and he possesses numerous great divine abilities. His physical strength is even superior to that of an ordinary demon king, and he is still of a youthful age. Should he endure the impending trials of calamity, it is likely that his future achievements may rival our faith. As the representative of the primordial Saint Emperor, he gestured to halt the monk's inquiries, his eyes narrowing slightly as he plunged into profound contemplation. After listening to the words of the emaciated elder, he exchanged a knowing glance with the monk, both revealing expressions of enlightenment. Meanwhile, the escape light, transformed by Lin Mo, had rapidly traversed thousands of miles, aiming for the verdant mountains ahead. These mountains, resembling 9 colossal swords piercing the heavens, were the 9 immortal mountains, where the Grand Wanbao Conference was to be held. However, prior to the commencement of the event, a vast area extending 1,000 miles inward from the mountain's edge had been designated as a forbidden zone. Except for individuals of exceptional status, be they human, demon, or exotic beast, any unauthorized intrusion would result in severe penalties, including expulsion or even merciless slaughter. Consequently, the myriad heroes assembled for the conference predominantly chose to spend the night on the nearby hills or outside the mountains. As a cultivator at merely the core formation stage, the Moonlight Fairy also adhered to this regulation. When Lin Mo departed from the company of the others, he deliberately inscribed a tracking spiritual mark within their beings, ensuring he would not lose their trail. Just as Lin Mo's escape light was about to reach the 9 immortal mountains, he abruptly altered his course, soaring in another direction. After a brief respite, He descended suddenly upon a hill in a hilly region. As the light dissipated, Lin Mo found himself amidst a dense forest. He surveyed the surrounding greenery, which uplifted his spirits, then waved his sleeve, unleashing a torrent of azure mystic energy. In an instant, the forest twisted and transformed. And moments later, with a resounding boom, it shattered into countless flickering spiritual lights, vanishing entirely. The once thriving forest was replaced by a desolate precipice. Amidst the towering rock face stood a white stone door, several zhang high, silently erect. Lin Mo remained silent, raising his left hand to summon a crimson beam, which pierced through the stone door and vanished within. He then stood still, refraining from further action. After a moment, the door emitted a brilliant radiance, slowly ascending. From within emerged a procession of figures, the Moonlight Fairy, Bai Huaji, and the Sea Young Master, among others. Additionally, a silver-haired elderly woman wielding a dragon-headed staff led the group, her face lined with wrinkles, yet she was a cultivator of the transformation stage. This revelation surprised Lin Mo. Upon seeing him, the elderly woman's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and after scrutinizing him carefully, she promptly advanced, bowing deeply in respect. I am Tian Xingya, here with my disciples to pay respects to Senior Lin. Following suit, the Moonlight Fairy hastily offered her greetings as well. Regarding the middle-aged male cultivator and the youth who claims to be the heir of the High family, both approached Lin Mo with the utmost reverence. Yet, the confusion and astonishment etched on their faces were unmistakable. Please rise. If there is a matter to discuss, let us enter and converse at leisure. Lin Mo spoke with a calm demeanor. As you command. My esteemed friend has prepared fragrant tea. I hope the esteemed master will not find it lacking. The old woman responded cautiously as she rose. Lin Mo smiled in acknowledgement, choosing not to elaborate further. He stepped forward into the hall, with the others respectfully following behind. After a brief moment, guided by the old woman, Lin Mo took a seat upon a tidy stone couch. The celestial maiden, Yuehua, and others stood solemnly beside him. While the High Heir and the Spirit Tool Master seemed unable to reconcile the transition of Lin Mo from Brother Lin to Senior Lin, they frequently cast furtive glances in his direction. However, Lin Mo regarded their attention with indifference, quietly inquiring about certain matters with the old woman. Through their brief conversation, Lin Mo gleaned a general understanding of the old woman and her disciples' backgrounds. It turned out that this old woman hailed from a moderate sect within the Xuanwu realm, known as the Jingguang sect, and she was one of its two elders. Yuehua was her cherished disciple, exceptionally talented and deeply favored by the old woman. As for Baiguer, she was the granddaughter of the old woman, and the only family she had left, which allowed the two to accompany the old woman to this grand gathering. However, who could have foreseen that when the middle-aged cultivator attempted to sell a treasured blood ginseng to procure other spiritual herbs for Baiguer's treatment of cold poison, he would fall into the trap set by the three villains of Nanshan? Had it not been for the fortuitous encounter with Lin Mo and his companions, the lives of the father and daughter would likely have hung in the balance. Therefore, when the old woman recounted this experience, she promptly urged Yuehua and Baihua to express their gratitude to Lin Mo once more. Lin Mo waved his hand, signaling that such formality was unnecessary. Although the younger generation seldom leaves the sect, I have heard whispers of a human elder who has recently advanced to the composite stage, bearing the same name as yours. Might you be that esteemed Lin? The old woman inquired with careful consideration. Clearly, the illustrious reputation of the composite stage cultivator had left her unable to fully accept Lin Mo's identity. I did not anticipate that my name would spread so swiftly. Reaching even the cultivators within the Xuanwu realm, Lin Mo replied with a faint smile, his attitude deliberately ambiguous. So it is indeed the esteemed Lin who graces us with his presence. To be personally invited by the Holy Emperor implies that only cultivators of the same rank in the composite stage are afforded such honor. Upon hearing this, the old woman's face radiated joy. As an ordinary cultivator of merely the transformation stage, she had no means to establish any form of connection with a composite stage cultivator in her daily life. Now, should she manage to forge some connection with Lin Mo, it would undoubtedly bear profound benefits for both her sect and herself. From that point onward, her demeanor towards Lin Mo became increasingly humble and filled with trepidation. However, after surveying the surroundings, Lin Mo unexpectedly announced a decision that left everyone present astounded. Where is the little girl named Guer? Summon her, for I wish to examine her more closely. Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, the elderly woman and the others exchanged bewildered glances. While Fairy Yuehua felt a tightening in her heart and cautiously inquired, "Esteemed Lin, since Guerra returned home, her cold poison has suddenly flared up, and she is currently resting in bed. Might you wait a moment? I shall bring her to pay her respects shortly. Since that is the case, I shall not delay any further. I implore you to guide me to this young girl. My primary purpose for visiting your esteemed abode is indeed to see her." Lin Mo replied with a smile as he rose to his feet. Hearing his words, Fairy Yuehua remained perplexed, her heart swirling with a profound sense of anxiety. She could not fathom why this revered figure, known as Lin, exhibited such exceptional concern for Guer. Yet, recalling Guer's severe condition, the dire circumstances were almost unimaginable. Coupled with the old woman's persistent gestures of urgency, the fairy gritted her teeth, resolutely responding, "If you hold Guer in such high regard, I shall gladly take on the role of guide and lead you all to the back hall of the cave." No sooner had she spoken than she swiftly led Lin Mo and the others towards their destination. After passing through a secluded doorway and traversing a modest corridor, they finally arrived at a bedroom. Within, on a pale red wooden bed, lay the girl named Guer, deeply unconscious. Her delicate face bore an expression of anguish, as if she were enduring immense suffering, her complexion tinged with a faint pallor and her lips displaying a slight purplish hue. As Lin Mo approached the wooden bed, he was immediately met with a wave of intense heat, momentarily taking him aback. However, as his gaze swept across the bed, realization dawned upon him, and he gently shook his head, murmuring, "Using flame wood as a remedy for cold does indeed provide some resistance against the chill. Yet, the cold poison within this young girl's body has penetrated to the marrow. Such ordinary flame energy cannot yield significant relief. This, I am well aware of. Nevertheless, I have always harbored a glimmer of hope, believing that even if only slightly, this bed made of flame might alleviate some of Guer's pain during the onset of her affliction." Fairy Yuehua softly explained, her gaze fixed on the girl in bed, filled with profound maternal love and sympathy. Lin Mo listened to her words, first nodding in tacit agreement, then shaking his head as he took several steps towards the red wooden bed. Grasping the girl's arm, his eyes suddenly sparkled with a deep blue light. Witnessing this scene, the elderly woman and the others instinctively held their breath, striving to remain utterly silent. The middle-aged man and the young woman both exhibited expressions of eager anticipation, seemingly harboring great hopes for Lin Mo's therapeutic methods. After a brief interval over a cup of tea, Lin Mo's eyes brightened suddenly. He grasped the young girl's arm firmly, and a vibrant, multicolored light erupted from his palm. This ethereal glow flowed like a river, gradually causing the blue aura on the girl's face to shrink until it converged at the point where Lin Mo held her. Within mere seconds, it coalesced into a blue orb resembling an egg, faintly manifesting around the girl's wrist. A flash of brilliance sparkled in Lin Mo's eyes, and with a swift motion, his other hand flipped over, revealing a slender needle shimmering with silvery radiance between his thumb and index finger. Without delay, it shot towards the girl's wrist. The young woman and the middle-aged man turned pale, struggling to maintain their composure but unable to suppress the urge to intervene. However, the cold silver light flickered past, piercing the girl's wrist and creating a small wound, from which a drop of vivid blood began to emerge as Lin Mo unleashed his formidable magical energy. With another delicate gesture, the silver needle vanished into thin air, replaced by a beautifully smooth white jade plate reminiscent of a sunset. Lin Mo gently placed the jade plate beneath the girl's wrist, allowing the blood to drip onto its center. At that moment, a melodious chime resonated as the blood crystallized into frost, producing a delightful, clear sound. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone present, including the elderly woman, was left speechless with astonishment. Lin Mo, however, wore an expression of anticipated satisfaction as he retracted the drop of blood in the jade plate. His hands, still clasping the girl's arm, began to shimmer once more with multicolored light. The blue aura, under the influence of the cold radiance, rapidly faded until it completely dissipated. At this crucial moment, the girl let out a soft groan and slowly opened her eyes. The young woman and the middle-aged man were instantly overwhelmed with joy, expressing their heartfelt gratitude to Lin Mo. Yet, Lin Mo merely smiled and shook his head, allowing the multicolored glow in his hands to gradually fade away before releasing the girl's arm. He then extended a finger to gently touch her forehead, accompanied by the subtle vanishing of a white incantation. The girl, just awakening, shivered slightly before slipping back into a deep slumber. This scene astonished everyone present. Rest assured, the cold poison within her has just been eradicated, leaving her body quite weak. It is best she recuperates for a while. Lin Mo succinctly explained, then turned his attention away from the others, departing the scene. Despite their myriad questions, the elderly woman and the others dared not defy Lin Mo's instructions and followed him out of the room. Moments later, Lin Mo resumed his rightful position in the hall. Savoring the rich essence of the tea in his hand, Lin Mo's gaze flickered uncertainly, as if he were grappling with a momentous decision. Observing his solemn demeanor, the others, from the elderly matron to the young master of the high family, refrained from interrupting, patiently awaiting Lin Mo's initiative to speak. After a prolonged silence, Lin Mo finally lifted his head, placing the teacup on the adjacent table, seemingly having reached a resolution. Taoist Bai, how much do you truly understand about the cold poison afflicting your daughter? Lin Mo inquired with a calm tone, directing his attention to the middle-aged man. I have sought guidance from several esteemed individuals for a thorough diagnosis, Bai replied earnestly. According to their assessments, the cold poison within Guer is a rare affliction caused by an extremely uncommon cold energy from the earth, significantly distinct from typical icy toxins. Aside from requiring a practitioner of at least the combined cultivation stage to forcibly expel it using formidable powers, only certain legendary yang elixirs might counteract this cold poison. Bai Hua, taken aback, promptly divulged all the information he possessed to Lin Mo without reservation. No wonder they would think that, Lin Mo remarked with a serene smile. Offering no commentary. Senior, could there be other complications regarding Guer's cold poison? The young woman's countenance changed dramatically upon hearing Lin Mo's words, her concern palpable. May I inquire, when did you two Taoists first learn that this child was afflicted with cold poison? Lin Mo sidestepped the young woman's question, posing another. Approximately when she was 9 years old. At that time, Guer fell into a coma during her training in the secluded chamber, which led us to discover the cold poison within her. Initially, it was merely a trivial trace of cold energy, which we did not take seriously. We attempted to employ some common methods to eliminate the poison, only to have the situation worsen dramatically. In a matter of years, it escalated to its current grave state. However, when Guer was born, both my mother-in-law and I conducted a comprehensive examination and found no abnormalities. It is likely that some malevolent adversary took advantage of our negligence to poison her in secret. Regrettably, we have yet to ascertain who committed such a vile act. Otherwise, I would risk my life to seek justice, the middle-aged man expressed, his face a portrait of anguish followed by a fierce resolve, anger blazing in his eyes. The young woman beside him mirrored his somber expression, evidently harboring a deep-seated resentment toward the so-called enemy. Enemy? No, this cold poison does not originate externally. It is rooted within her body, and its source is significant, Lin Mo stated calmly, casting a discerning glance at the two. Since it is as the senior has articulated, there can be no doubt. However, might I request a further elucidation to alleviate our uncertainties? The elderly matron, who had been listening intently, interjected respectfully. Do not worry. Fellow Taoist, there is no need for such formality. In truth, this matter is not overly complex. The girl possesses a legendary spiritual physique known as the translucent bone body. This particular constitution did not manifest at her birth. It only began to reveal itself at the age of 9 during the period of Yin. However, when the cold poison first erupted, its formidable power was astonishing, as it is said that most possessors of such a spiritual entity succumb at the moment of its initial emergence. Consequently, even though such spiritual entities are rarely documented in ancient texts, had I not fortuitously come across this information, I might have mistaken the cold poison afflicting the girl for mere earthly cold energy. Lin Mo finally began to elucidate the matter in detail. It turned out she possessed the ice marrow constitution. The young woman and the middle-aged man exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes reflecting profound astonishment. They had indeed never heard of such a spiritual entity, and their hearts brimmed with skepticism regarding its authenticity. In stark contrast, the elderly matron, upon hearing the term ice marrow constitution, exhibited a profound shock etched upon her wrinkled visage. The two individuals accompanying young Master Hai had certainly never heard of such a thing, their eyes widening in astonishment as they observed the gathering. After Lin Mo concluded his explanation, he casually lifted his teacup to savor a sip, seemingly indifferent to the reactions of his audience. The ice marrow constitution. Who would have thought that Guo possessed such a rare constitution? It seems that fortune and misfortune are indeed difficult to predict. The old matron murmured softly, "Master, are you also aware of this unique spiritual entity?" The young woman inquired, evidently taken aback. "In truth, I am not well versed in this matter. However, I was fortunate in my youth to hear a friend casually mention such a spiritual entity, and his description aligned perfectly with what Lin described. Yet, I never anticipated that Guo would possess this very constitution. The uncertainty of this fortune and misfortune is truly challenging to foresee," the old matron replied after glancing at Lin Mo. "It is said that the ice marrow constitution not only begins to exhibit symptoms at the age of 9, but the cold energy within intensifies year by year. Generally, by the age of 15 or 16, the host of the spiritual entity may find themselves beyond remedy. If one wishes to preserve their life, only 2 methods can be pursued." The old matron sighed. "Master, what are these 2 methods?" The young woman, upon hearing this, was instantly filled with joy and eagerly pressed for answers. "One method is to seek a powerful practitioner in the integration stage who must annually employ their formidable magical prowess to expel the cold poison from the body, followed by expending true essence to assist in cleansing the meridians. After a century, the host of the spiritual entity may gradually adapt to this cold energy, which would no longer pose any harm to the body. Simultaneously, after appropriate cultivation, this peculiar cold energy could even transform into a divine ability known as Ice Marrow Cold Soul, whose power is nothing short of astonishing." The old matron responded after a moment of hesitation. "Is it truly possible?" The middle-aged man exclaimed in surprise. "Then, is not the Ice Marrow constitution an exceedingly remarkable gift? Why do the elders refer to it as an unpredictable blessing and curse?" After a moment of contemplation, he eagerly inquired. "This is due to the extreme cold brought about by the ice marrow constitution, which is not easily subdued. In the initial decades, it can still be managed. With a certain investment of time, a practitioner in the integration stage can easily suppress it. As time progresses, the necessity to ensure that the magical energy does not inflict harm upon the spirit's host while simultaneously dispelling the chilling poison becomes increasingly burdensome. Each instance of suppression demands a considerable expenditure of true essence from the cultivator in the merging stage, particularly in the last decade or so. The extent of this depletion has far exceeded the capacity for recovery through meditation and practice. Moreover, during this period, the cultivator has also needed to expend additional magical energy to cleanse the meridians of the spiritual host. Calculating the toll, it could result in the cultivator sacrificing hundreds of years of arduous cultivation. One must ponder, what esteemed elder would willingly bear such a cost? The old woman sighed with a bitter smile. Upon hearing her words, the joy on the faces of the fairy Yu Hua and the pale-faced man vanished instantaneously. Few could forsake their kin for the sake of others, let alone for strangers, after centuries of cultivation. What about the second method? The man asked eagerly. The second solution involves seeking the fabled spirit herbs to concoct the yang rejuvenation pill, employing the art of harmonizing water and fire to alter the icy marrow constitution. However, this endeavor is scarcely less arduous than the first. Spirit herbs are exceedingly rare, seldom appearing even once in a millennium, making them difficult to procure. Even if obtained, the process of refining them into pills and their subsequent consumption carries numerous risks. Although the icy marrow constitution could be resolved, it may simultaneously damage the spiritual roots, with severe cases reducing one to a mere mortal, and milder cases leading to impaired spiritual roots, thus complicating the path of cultivation. The elder explained with grave seriousness. The middle-aged man's complexion turned pale, leaving him speechless. In contrast, the young woman, after a moment of contemplation, resolutely approached Lin Mo with a request. "Senior Lin, your profound magical prowess could surely assist Guo. I promise to repay you with all my might in the future." Upon hearing this, the others turned their gazes towards Lin Mo, as if they had glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Lin Mo's previous demeanor evidently indicated his intent to aid the girl, suggesting he was not entirely devoid of the capacity to assist. The middle-aged man bowed in gratitude without hesitation. Lin Mo, upon hearing this, slightly raised the corners of his mouth and spoke slowly. "You possess clear reasoning. Indeed, I do intend to save this child. Thank you for your immense kindness, Senior." The young woman exclaimed with uncontainable joy, ready to kneel in gratitude. but was halted by Lin Mo's gesture. There is no need for hasty thanks. Whether I assist depends on whether you accept my conditions. While I admire this child, I shall not squander hundreds of years of cultivation lightly. Lin Mo stated with a calm demeanor. Please, senior, speak your terms. We shall not refuse as long as it is within our capability. Yu Hua replied without hesitation. Although the middle-aged man harbored doubts, he refrained from voicing any objections, for Lin Mo represented the last hope for his daughter. The conditions are straightforward. I can assist this child in cultivating the divine power of ice marrow and cold essence, and take her as my named disciple. Once her powers are fully realized, she must seek a certain item for me. This item may lie between the realms of humans and demons, or deep within the wilds. Only those who have mastered the ice marrow and cold essence can perceive and acquire it. Of course, this journey is fraught with peril. Are you both willing to make such a promise for this child? Lin Mo inquired, his gaze piercing as he assessed the two. Delving into the wilds? Bai Hua's countenance instantly shifted upon hearing this, revealing her indecision. Yet, although the esteemed fairy Yue Hua displayed a hint of anxiety, she cautiously inquired after a moment of contemplation. May I ask, esteemed senior, to what heights will Guer's cultivation ascend upon the completion of her divine abilities? If her cultivation remains insufficient, she may find no chance of survival in the wilderness. Rest assured, Lin replied with composure. Having accepted her as my disciple, I shall dedicate myself to assisting her in cultivating the ice essence and frost spirit, and I would never allow her to fall into peril. The treasures she requires can only be sensed by one with at least the god transformation realm. Furthermore, I shall bestow upon her significant treasures for her safety. If we can locate such treasures near the territories of the demon and human races, there will be no need to venture into the wilderness. Should we find nothing, we shall wait until Guer's cultivation advances before delving deeper into the wilds. Chapter 726. The God Transformation Realm. Such a level of cultivation is indeed beyond the reach of the younger generation. Moreover, had it not been for the senior's timely intervention, this child would likely have struggled to survive the coming years. Cultivating to the God Transformation Realm requires nearly a millennium. Though Fairy Yue Hua's cultivation is modest, her decisiveness led her to agree without hesitation. Despite his concerns, the middle-aged man nodded in understanding, acknowledging the wisdom in Yue Hua's words. The elderly woman, recognizing the situation, found herself unable to dissuade them. This is excellent. I shall accept Guer as my disciple and return her to you in a century. Beyond guidance in her cultivation, I shall not interfere in other matters, Lin promised with a smile. We shall rely on your esteemed senior in the future. The middle-aged man expressed his gratitude, bowing deeply. Lin accepted the gratitude with grace, while Fairy Yue Hua also conveyed her thanks. The elderly woman felt a wave of relief and immense joy within her heart. Though Lin had only taken Guer as a nominal disciple without imparting any teachings, this undoubtedly established a connection between the Jingguang sect and this formidable senior. At the very least, they could now wield some influence and no longer fear oppression from others. Just as the elderly woman was about to speak again to forge a deeper bond with Lin, a youthful voice suddenly called out, Senior Lin, may we also become your disciples? Everyone turned to find the young master of the High family looking up at Lin with eager anticipation, his demeanor tinged with nervousness. Lin regarded him with a smile, neither clearly agreeing nor outright rejecting the request. Does that imply the senior's approval? The spirit of the artifact inquired, gathering courage to probe. It was evident that this young Taoist was astute, recognizing that this moment represented an invaluable opportunity for both himself and the high young master. To be accepted as a disciple of a practitioner at the integration stage was undoubtedly the aspiration of countless novice cultivators. Thus, after Lin's decision to accept Bai Guer as a nominal disciple during their initial meeting, they conspired in secret and, emboldened by their acquaintance with Lin, boldly sought to become his students. Please rise, both of you. As for your request to become disciples, let us defer that matter for now. Remain with me for a time during the Wanbao assembly, and we shall discuss it further, Lin said, his smile fading as he adopted a more serious tone. I understand. Esteemed Senior Lin requires further assessment of my capabilities. Rest assured, though I possess no remarkable skills, my reverence for my teachers is indeed unparalleled, the high young master replied, blinking without a hint of disappointment, accepting the situation with enthusiasm. I shall do my utmost to meet your expectations. The instrument spirit reverently bowed 3 times before Lin Mo, then rose with a smile. Lin Mo displayed an expression of helplessness, nodding slightly, yet shaking his head, his inner thoughts inscrutable. The cold poison within Guire had been expelled once. There was no need for concern about a recurrence within the year. After the conclusion of the Wanbao conference, I shall personally come to escort her away. Until then, you must be well prepared. Furthermore, this piece of sunfire jade should be kept close to Guire. Although it cannot completely cure the cold poison, it will be beneficial to her health. This jade also possesses protective qualities, automatically safeguarding its owner in times of danger. Additionally, here is a bottle of vitality pills. Administer one to Guire daily. Upon finishing his words, Lin Mo lightly waved his sleeve, and a square jade pendant radiating a crimson glow and a small green vial appeared on the table. Sensing the immense spiritual energy emanating from the pendant, one could discern its extraordinary value. The vitality pills are renowned in the spirit realm as a sacred remedy for restoring vitality, perfectly suited for the ailing Guire. The woman was overjoyed, repeatedly expressing her gratitude as she carefully stowed the two items away. Witnessing Lin Mo's newly accepted disciple receiving such benefits, young Master Hai and the instrument spirit could not help but express their envy. Observing their reaction, Lin Mo chuckled inwardly, contemplating for a moment before producing 2 additional vials of pills, which he graciously bestowed upon them. Smiling as he said, "Regardless of whether I choose to accept you as disciples in the future, this shared journey has forged a certain bond between us. One vial will aid in enhancing your physical condition, while the other will assist in elevating your cultivation. Please accept them." "Thank you, Senior Lin." Young Master Hai and the instrument spirit exclaimed in unison, elated as they received the vials, feeling that their decision to follow Lin Mo was indeed wise. They cherished the vials immensely, ensuring their safekeeping. Subsequently, Lin Mo did not linger long, providing a few brief instructions before leading young Master Hai and the instrument spirit away leisurely. Soon, the three found themselves aboard a flying carriage, gliding smoothly towards the 9 Immortals Mountain. "Senior Lin, where do we go next? Should we seek a temporary dwelling?" As the 9 Immortals Mountain grew closer, the instrument spirit, unable to suppress her curiosity, inquired of Lin Mo. "There is no need for such complexities. Although outsiders are prohibited from visiting the 9 Immortals Mountain, we shall have dedicated personnel to receive us," Lin Mo replied nonchalantly. "Ah, I see. I was puzzled. As a powerful being in the integration stage like Senior Lin surely cannot seek accommodation as ordinary cultivators do," young Master Hai remarked with a cheerful tone. "Indeed. By this reasoning, the place where Senior is invited within the mountain must be nothing short of luxurious and splendid. We are fortunate to receive your guidance and can seize the opportunity to witness its grandeur," the instrument spirit added, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Although Lin Mo immediately perceived their flattery, he merely smiled gently without further comment. Shortly thereafter, the flying carriage soared over a bustling market, darting directly toward the mountain range ahead. Despite the distance of over 1,000 miles, for this top-tier flying artifact, it felt like the blink of an eye. Suddenly, a vast azure sea of clouds appeared ahead, completely obstructing their path. Lin Mo remained composed as he lightly pressed his foot upon the artifact, and the carriage spun gracefully to a halt. After a moment of silence, Lin Mo crossed his hands and simultaneously waved toward the sea of clouds. Accompanied by a deafening roar, 2 dazzling golden bolts of lightning tore through the sky, swiftly vanishing into the sea of clouds. Immediately, 2 resounding booms echoed from the blue mist, as powerful spiritual pressures surged forth from the depths of the cloud sea, causing the blue fog to churn violently, reminiscent of a tempestuous ocean. Subsequently, however, Lin Mo stood leisurely in the carriage with his hands clasped behind his back, remaining motionless, seemingly awaiting the unfolding of events. Although Haida Shao and Qi Lingzi were filled with curiosity, they dared not inquire recklessly, instead choosing to obediently stand behind Lin Mo moments later. Eerie, beastly roars faintly reverberated from the misty expanse ahead, followed by a furious shout from a man within. "Who dares to disturb the prohibitions of this place? Are you unaware that it has been a forbidden zone since 3 months ago?" As the man's furious voice fell silent, the blue mist undulated, and the cloud sea abruptly parted to reveal a colossal passageway several yards wide. In a flash of light, several guards mounted on massive beasts emerged from within. These guards, towering and muscular, appeared to be 2 heads taller than Lin Mo, their upper bodies clad in rough, white bone armor. Their lower halves were adorned with various styles of leather trousers, one hand wielding a massive square-bone shield while the other grasped a robust black spear. The creatures they rode resembled enormous gray wolves with gigantic flesh wings, their blue fur occasionally flickering with sparks of electricity, exuding an air of mystery. However, these guards exhibited no signs of spiritual fluctuations. They were a rare breed of high-level body refiners, capable of rivaling cultivators at the core formation stage solely through their physical prowess. Upon noticing Lin Mo observing them with an intrigued gaze from the airborne carriage, without an ounce of retreat or flight in his demeanor, the guards were momentarily taken aback. The tallest and most formidable among them, seemingly their leader, displayed a hint of astonishment on his previously fierce countenance. He raised a hand, signaling the others to rein in their beasts and halt at the edge of the misty sea. Surely, you are the renowned Thunder Guards of the Xuanwu Mirror. Your reputation precedes you. Since you have made your appearance here, I presume that the Emperor Ba Huang has already arrived at Jushin Mountain? Lin Mo inquired proactively before the others could pose their questions. Hearing Lin Mo's audacious tone, the guards were taken aback, their caution heightened. The burly leader's expression suddenly hardened as he strode towards Lin Mo, cupping his fists in greeting while respectfully reporting, "Indeed, we are the Thunder Guards under His Majesty Ba Huang. However, His Majesty has yet to arrive. Our team was meant to reach Jushin Mountain first, entrusted with the responsibility of maintaining order here. May I inquire your esteemed name?" Lin Mo smiled nonchalantly and replied, "My name may not be known to you, but not long ago, His Majesty Ba Huang sent someone to invite me to join his residence. However, due to various reasons, I was unable to accept." "Oh, so you are the esteemed Lin Mo, who has recently advanced to the integration stage. Oh, you recognize me?" The words left Lin Mo somewhat astonished. Just as he was about to inquire further, the guard seemed to have anticipated his thoughts and promptly explained, "Please forgive me, esteemed elder. My ancestor was one of the 4 personal guards of the Overlord, which is why I am privy to certain rumors about you." "Ah, I see." Lin Mo acknowledged with a nod. "I have indeed heard of these 4 individuals. They all rose from the ranks of high-level body refiners, nurtured meticulously by the Overlord. Though they do not cultivate magical powers, their formidable physiques enable them to handle high-tier magical artifacts, wielding divine strength with every gesture." Lin Mo's understanding deepened. In the presence of Lin, his ancestor's reputation felt rather insignificant. "It seems you have traveled quite a distance, esteemed elder. Surely, you must be fatigued. Allow me to escort you to the immortal welcoming palace for a brief respite, if you would permit." The captain of the guards, contrary to his rugged appearance, displayed a meticulous attentiveness, beaming as he made the suggestion. "Huh, now that you mention it, I do feel a bit weary. Lead the way." Lin Mo replied with a slight nod. "Of course, esteemed elder, please follow me." The 4 guards respectfully saluted once more, then politely positioned themselves to either side, guiding Lin Mo through the dense mist as they ascended. Lin Mo lightly propelled his flying device, arrogantly trailing behind the guards, cautiously entering the white, billowing fog. It became apparent that this mist was not exceedingly vast. Within moments, he followed closely behind the 4 body refiners, soaring out of the fog towards a towering peak in the distance. The 9 summits of the 9 Immortal Mountain are typically shared between the human and demon races, each claiming 4. The highest peak, known as Flying Immortal Peak, belongs to the mortals of the free land, where neither race usually stations personnel. Thus, it is only natural that the main venue for the upcoming 10,000 Treasures Conference is set upon this Flying Immortal Peak. Currently, some practitioners adept in earth-based divine abilities from both races are tirelessly preparing the entire mountain around the clock. However, this singular peak cannot accommodate all attendees. Therefore, during the conference, the other 8 peaks will be open to the public, with 8 auxiliary venues being constructed to host all guests attending the grand event. Yet, I fear that even with these arrangements, there may still be an overwhelming turnout. After all, past conferences have nearly always attracted over 1 million participants. Fortunately, preparations for this 10,000 Treasures Conference began years ago, so there should be no issues arising. Nevertheless, I have heard that this conference possesses some unique characteristics in comparison to previous ones. Throughout the journey, the captain exhibited great alertness, diligently informing Lin Mo about the 9 Immortal Mountain and the various aspects of the conference. However, when he approached the last statement, a hint of hesitation crept into his tone. What specific differences might there be? Lin Mo pondered silently, curiosity peaking within him as he leisurely inquired. Inadvertently, I have come upon a fragment of information which may remain unverified yet is shared among people. Should there be inaccuracies in my insights, I earnestly seek your understanding. Esteemed elder, the great man hesitated for a moment, then spoke sincerely. There is no need for excessive concern. The veracity of the information will naturally be discerned by me. It shall not bring any repercussions upon you. The mountain forest cast a glance at him, responding in a calm tone. Then I shall boldly speak my mind. It is said that the upcoming Wanbao conference may very well involve individuals from foreign tribes, and there is a possibility that a collection of rare ancestral treasures will be publicly auctioned. The great man took a deep breath before cautiously replying. Foreign tribes? I wonder if they are the neighboring Mu tribe, the Ling tribe, or perhaps kin from the barbarian and Yiksha tribes. Upon hearing this, the mountain forest expressed surprise, his countenance shifting slightly as he inquired with curiosity. Regarding this matter, I am regretfully uninformed. I am merely an ordinary member among the many Lei and cannot acquire further information. The great man revealed a resigned smile. I see. However, I shall retain the intelligence you have provided. Please accept these several bottles of rejuvenating elixir. When consumed according to the prescribed dosage, they can effectively prolong your lives. Should any other important news arise in the future, do not hesitate to report it to me. I assure you, I shall not treat you poorly. The mountain forest fell into contemplation for a moment, his expression gradually returning to normal, before casually handing several bottles of elixirs to the 4 guards before him. I am grateful for your generous gift, esteemed elder. Should I become aware of any new developments, I will certainly inform you in advance. Upon hearing about the rejuvenating elixir, the leading great man immediately expressed uncontainable joy as he accepted it, his voice trembling with gratitude. The other 3 shared in this exhilaration, each expressing their heartfelt thanks. Chapter 727. The mountain forest gently waved his hand, subsequently closing his eyes to rest within the carriage, refraining from further conversation. The 4 Lei, well aware of the proprieties, did not disturb the mountain forest any further. They piloted his flying carriage for a while longer until they finally arrived at the foot of a certain peak. In the distance, a series of intricately arranged towers sprawled across the landscape, nearly occupying the vast majority of the mountain range. Among these structures, a magnificent palace of white jade soared hundreds of feet high, comprising over 10 levels, a sight both grand and extraordinarily splendid. Surrounding this palace were various exquisitely designed pavilions, numerous in both the east and west. The total seemed to exceed 1,000, encircling the white jade palace and creating a unique spectacle. Elder Lin, this is the Wengxian Palace. All who have reached the harmonization stage may bring their disciples to enjoy a floor exclusively for themselves. Each level of the palace is equipped with a dedicated teleportation array, allowing direct access to the common hall without traversing the lower levels. The surrounding pavilions are meticulously crafted for those at the void refinement stage. However, only practitioners of the harmonization stage, such as yourself, are fortunate enough to step foot in this place. Each peak below has an identical Wengxian Palace to welcome all harmonization stage elders attending the conference. Explain the leading great man in detail. I see. It seems that this Wengxian Palace has already welcomed esteemed guests. Hearing this, the mountain forest curiosity intensified. Your perceptive insight is truly remarkable, esteemed elder. Aside from the arrival of the esteemed Master Wangu and his disciples over a month ago, no other predecessors in the fusion stage have resided here. The robust man responded truthfully. I possess a certain degree of understanding regarding Master Wangu. It is said that he was once a recluse devoted to cultivation, yet a millennium ago, he founded the Bone Sect, becoming its first patriarch. His ambitions soaring high and not to be underestimated. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Mo remarked, "It is somewhat embarrassing to admit that the Bone Sect holds considerable influence within our Xuanwu realm, sufficiently ranking among the top 10 sections. Achieving such an accomplishment in such a short span of time is a testament to Master Wangu's extraordinary talents. By the way, Master Wangu currently resides on the highest floor of the Yingxian Palace. Should you wish to select another floor, simply inform the chief steward of the palace." The man replied respectfully. As they conversed, for Thunder Guards escorted Lin Mo to the grand doors of the White Jade Palace, where several soldiers clad in azure armor stood upright. The leading man swiftly dismounted from his giant wolf and approached one of the soldiers, whispering a few words to Lin Mo's indication. The originally stern-faced, azure-armored soldier's expression suddenly shifted, after scrutinizing Lin Mo for a moment. He immediately bowed to him and turned to enter through the grand doors. The man returned to Lin Mo's side and said, "Senior Lin, we juniors have patrol duties to attend to and cannot linger here. The chief steward of Yingjian Palace will personally come to greet you shortly. We four shall take our leave now." Having said that, the four men slightly bowed to Lin Mo, expressing their farewell. Lin Mo did not hinder them, merely gesturing for their departure. Not long after the giant wolf carrying the men took to the skies, two figures emerged from within the palace doors. One was the burly azure-armored soldier who had just rushed inside, while the other was a white-haired elder clad in a gray robe, his eyes deep as the ocean, glimmering with sharp light, a formidable practitioner at the mid-stage of the void refinement realm. "This must be Senior Lin Mo. I apologize for not being able to greet you at the city gates upon your arrival and humbly ask for your understanding." The elder hurriedly stepped forward, bowing sincerely from a distance. "There is no need for such formalities, my friend. I am indeed weary from my long journey. It would be best to arrange for a place to rest promptly." Lin Mo replied in a calm tone after examining the elder for a few moments. "Rest assured, the Yingjian Palace has already made all necessary preparations for you. You may check in at any time. Aside from the top floor occupied by Master Wangu, the remaining floors are available for your selection." The elder smiled warmly. "Then I shall choose the 5th floor. It is neither too conspicuous nor lacking in dignity, perfectly aligning with my preferences." Lin Mo pondered briefly before stating this. "As you wish, I shall lead you for a tour. Should there be anything unsatisfactory, I will ensure immediate adjustments." The elder beamed with a wide smile. Lin Mo nodded subtly and, under the elder's guidance, stepped into the grand hall of the 1st floor of Yingjian Palace. The grand hall spans an impressive expanse of several hundred zhang, with both its walls and floors shimmering brilliantly, adorned with enormous white luminous pearls that cast a kaleidoscope of colors throughout the space, resembling a dreamlike dragon palace. Scattered throughout the hall are a few elegantly crafted chairs, hewn from flawless jade, positioned in various corners. However, at the center of this magnificent hall stands a gracefully exquisite teleportation array, measuring approximately 7 to 8 zhang in size. Lin Mo stepped into the array with a stoic expression. Without hesitation, Haida Xiao and Qi Lingzi exchanged glances and followed Lin Mo into the circle. Although these two novices, new to the realm of teleportation arrays, may have felt a twinge of anxiety within, they exhibited no signs of retreat. At that moment, the elder waved his hand, and the teleportation array erupted with dazzling brilliance, accompanied by a resonant hum. Subsequently, with a flick of his palm, a finely crafted silver token appeared in his grasp. Lin Mo glanced at it and noticed intricate runes etched on one side and a faint golden inscription on the other. The elder gently shook the token, releasing a beam of silver light that shot into the array below. In an instant, the entire array radiated a blinding silver glow, and the figures of the four vanished without a trace. Despite Haida Xiao and Qi Lingzi tightly closing their eyes, they still experienced a momentary dizziness. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves on a spacious open-air platform. Surrounding the platform were flower beds formed by winding paths, with countless rare flowers and spiritual herbs flourishing on either side, leading to an unknown mystical realm. On the opposite side lay a lush green pond spanning several acres, where multicolored spirit fish, each less than a foot long, swam freely in the water. Just then, a gentle breeze swept through, bringing with it a rich aura of spiritual energy that was invigorating. Haida Xiao was momentarily taken aback, suddenly recalling something, and he abruptly looked up. Above, the sky was a brilliant blue, with a few white clouds drifting lazily. However, the sun, which should have been suspended in the sky, was nowhere to be seen. Instead, there hung a massive orb radiating a milky glow, quietly hovering in the high altitude. This scene left Haida Xiao in bewilderment, and Qi Lingzi beside him gaped, appearing momentarily petrified. "Do not stare too long. What you behold is merely an illusion conjured by the restrictions. With your level of cultivation, it would be difficult to perceive its intricacies." Lin Mo's voice echoed in their ears, snapping them from their reverie. Turning, they saw Lin Mo standing a distance away, smiling gently at them. Meanwhile, Zhong Mian sat quietly at a farther spot, still wearing a beaming smile. A faint blush crept onto the cheeks of Haida Xiao and Qi Lingzi, and feeling a bit awkward, they hastily exited the teleportation array. However, The fervor within them remained undiminished as they closely followed Lin Mo, occasionally glancing around with a sense of wonder at their surroundings. After traversing a winding path, a magnificent hall adorned in soft green came into view. Although not particularly vast, it was exquisitely detailed, with each intricate pattern meticulously carved, rendering it a true work of art. Flanking the grand hall were independent courtyards and a slightly smaller annex, evidently intended to accommodate cultivators and their disciples. These structures were enveloped by lush green bamboo, interspersed with elusive pavilions. The entire scene was breathtaking, leaving one in a state of enchantment. Who could have anticipated that this celestial realm was merely the first level of a colossal palace? May I inquire, Senior Lin, is every level of the Ancient Palace designed in such a manner? Lin Mo paused before the grand hall, scrutinizing the surroundings, and seemingly nonchalantly posed his question to Zhong Mian. Not at all, Zhong Mian replied without hesitation. Each level of the Ancient Palace possesses a unique layout, tailored to accommodate the diverse preferences of esteemed seniors, allowing for adjustments as needed. Should Senior Lin find this level unsatisfactory, I can promptly arrange for a more agreeable area. Indeed, that will not be necessary, Lin Mo responded with a calm demeanor, appearing rather indifferent to the environment before him. This level is quite satisfactory, and for the time being, I am content to reside here. Since you hold this place in such high regard, please ensure that this restriction token is kept safe. Zhong Mian continued. The restrictions constructed between levels vary, and only one such token is created for each tier. Therefore, I kindly ask that you return this token to its rightful owner after this grand event concludes. Upon hearing this, the elder's face brightened with a radiant smile as he respectfully handed the silver token to Lin Mo. After receiving the token, Lin Mo nodded slightly in acknowledgement. The elder then discreetly departed, leaving only Lin Mo, Haidasha, and Kalingzi in the spacious room. During this grand event, you two shall temporarily reside here. You may freely choose any of the various courtyards as your temporary abode. I, too, must take a moment to recuperate. Let us discuss matters in detail tomorrow. Lin Mo advised his companions earnestly. Haidasha and Kalingzi responded with utmost respect, their excitement bubbling over as they hurried towards the buildings on the side of the grand hall, their soft laughter echoing in the distance. Lin Mo shook his head in resignation, turned, and prepared to enter the main hall, seeking a tranquil room where he could meditate and cultivate his inner peace. The following morning, Lin Mo remained seated upon the meditation cushion, his eyes firmly closed, radiating a faint azure glow. At that moment, his expression shifted abruptly, and he suddenly opened his eyes wide. Immediately, a peculiar white flame inexplicably penetrated the wooden door, manifesting before Lin Mo in an instant. Lin Mo's gaze sharpened as he unhesitatingly extended a finger, gently pointing towards the orb of white fire. Accompanied by a soft crackle, the white flame erupted, transforming into countless flickering sparks that vanished without a trace. Simultaneously, a deep male voice suddenly resonated within the room. With a mastery of countless arts, I, Wan Gu, pay my respects to you, Lin Daoyu. I learned of your arrival at the welcome Immortal Palace last night. If you do not mind, might I invite you to my humble abode for a gathering? Though the voice was hoarse and aged, imbued with a slight chill, it fell silent after just a few words. Wan Gu Jinren. Lin Mo's lips moved, seemingly murmuring this name to himself. Moments later, he abruptly rose from the ground and stepped out of the room. When Lin Mo's figure reappeared in the grand hall, he was astonished to find that young Master Hai and Qi Lingzi had been waiting there. The two seemed to have been anticipating his arrival for quite some time. Whispering in a corner, upon seeing Lin Mo, they immediately approached respectfully, bowing deeply in greeting. Please rise. Why are you two not resting comfortably in your own quarters, but instead here? Lin Mo inquired in a calm tone. Senior Lin, do you intend to visit the market outside? Qi Lingzi replied, straightening up with a beaming smile. Indeed. We must remain at your service, ready to assist you at any moment. Young Master Hai fervently affirmed his loyalty as well. Haha, I do not plan to venture to the market today, Lin Mo responded with a smile. Then may I ask, Senior, what are your intentions for today? Young Master Hai and Qi Lingzi's faces revealed a hint of disappointment upon hearing this news. I understand your desire to explore the external market, yet I must emphasize that finding what I seek in those markets is nearly impossible. Thus, generally speaking, I refrain from such excursions unless absolutely necessary. While this place gathers numerous practitioners of high status and cultivation, it might be worth considering your involvement in the market. However, I will personally visit Wanguzhan Run at the White Bone Sect shortly, and under these circumstances, it would be unfeasible for you to accompany me. Before that, allow me to use my token to transport you to the exit, and you may return later this evening. Lin Mo spoke slowly, his expression gradually settling into tranquility. Chapter 728. Upon hearing Lin Mo's directive, both young Master Hai and Qi Lingzi felt a twinge of regret, yet respected his decision, promptly acquiescing without objection. Lin Mo then led the two out of the grand hall, swiftly making their way towards the teleportation array situated on the platform. Within the array, the three of them, Lin Mo, young Master Hai, and Qi Lingzi, stood firmly as Lin Mo produced a silver token, shaking it twice in quick succession. As the array emitted a dazzling silver light, the two were instantaneously transported to the first level of the grand hall, followed by Lin Mo stepping calmly into the array. Once again, with a flicker of brilliance, his form vanished in an instant. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, Lin Mo found himself within a magnificent palace seemingly constructed from red coral, engaged in conversation with an elderly man cradling a beautiful woman in his arms. This elder, with a hooked nose and piercing gaze, sported a head of white hair styled into a triangular bun. He was clad in a dark gray robe adorned with lifelike white skull patterns, numbering as many as 18. Nestled in his embrace, the captivating concubine possessed a voluptuous figure and skin as smooth as polished jade, draped in an incredibly light white silk garment. Most of her body was concealed within the elder's arms, revealing only her enchanting face, which wore a cheerful smile as she listened attentively to the dialogue between the elder and Lin Mo. In the more distant corners of the hall stood 7 or 8 other beautiful women, similarly adorned in various silken garments, their hands respectfully crossed before their chests as they stood in serene silence. The elder was none other than the sovereign of this place, the founding master of the Bone Sect, Wanguzhan. Both the woman in his arms and the others flanking him were undoubtedly his nominal concubines. However, the beauty and charm of the woman in his embrace surpassed that of the others, clearly indicating her special favor in the elder's eyes. As Lin Mo casually recounted his various experiences during the wilderness era, he quietly pondered the myriad rumors surrounding Wanguzhan. It was said that the master practiced demonic arts, was exceedingly lecherous, and reveled in indulgence, often engaging in nightly revelries. Presently, it appeared that such rumors were not without foundation. It is truly astonishing that you, Lin Daoyu, possess such extraordinary insight at such a young age. I remember when I first reached the integration stage, I merely journeyed around the human territories for a short time before hastily returning. Now, in my twilight years, I find myself reluctant to stray far from home, the elder exclaimed with admiration and a hint of wistfulness. Wanguzhan is too kind. The reason I spent such a lengthy time in the wilderness was merely due to a fortuitous turn of events. Otherwise, I would never have strayed far from my kin. Fortunately, I have traversed much of this continent, and at last returned safely, Lin Mo replied with a smile. In that case, you could be deemed a child of destiny, Lin Daoyu. Moreover, you have achieved remarkable gains during this journey, breaking through several levels in your cultivation. And upon returning to your clan, you effortlessly entered the integration stage. As for the distant future, I am not privy to that knowledge. However, in the past few millennia, no one has ascended as swiftly as you, Daoyu. When I, Wan, broke through the bottleneck of the integration stage, it took me several thousand years to barely succeed. Compared to you, it is as if we are worlds apart. Given your talent and age, you may even aspire to challenge the great ascension stage, the elder remarked, his face aglow with smiles, his words tinged with flattery. Such aspirations for the great ascension stage are beyond my reach. I would be content merely to navigate the tribulations of the heavens smoothly, Lin Mo humbly replied. Indeed, that is most true. The Mahayana period appears to us as an elusive moon reflected upon the water. Throughout the vicissitudes of the spirit world, humanity has witnessed the emergence of merely a handful of Mahayana masters. At certain historical junctures, the absence of Mahayana cultivators' protection has plunged our entire race into dire crises. The venerable Wangu, seemingly lost in memories of those harrowing times, expressed his profound sentiments. This time, Lin Mo refrained from an immediate response, choosing instead to smile and remain silent. He indeed had heard whispers of the cataclysmic events that befell humanity. It was a time when they were besieged by a coalition of numerous alien races. Fortunately, during that era, the demon clan was at its zenith, producing two Mahayana masters who understood that relying solely on their own strength was insufficient to establish a foothold in the spirit world, and thus extended their assistance to humanity. Otherwise, humanity would have faced utter annihilation. Lin Daoyu has recently ascended to the integration stage and has come to participate in this grand event. I presume with the intention of acquiring numerous precious items. Wangu swiftly adjusted his demeanor and shifted the topic. Indeed, I require materials necessary for alchemical concoctions, and I hope to achieve some success at this gathering. After all, it is only at this moment that those rare and extraordinary treasures, seldom seen in ordinary markets, may make their appearance. Lin Mo nodded gently, unabashed in revealing his intentions. If that is the case, I have a suggestion, though I wonder if Lin Daoyu would be inclined to listen. The elder said with a beaming smile. Oh, please speak, esteemed master. Lin Mo replied, somewhat taken aback. Everyone else may take their leave. Without waiting for Lin Mo's response, Wangu gestured for the women in his embrace to depart, even dismissing the remaining maidservants with a wave. After politely bowing, the women gracefully exited the grand hall. In the blink of an eye, only Lin Mo and Wangu remained within the chamber. The elder then turned to Lin Mo with solemnity and posed another inquiry. As this is your first time attending the Wanbao conference at the integration stage, have you ever heard of the Black Domain Exchange Conference? The Black Domain Exchange Conference? Lin Mo exclaimed, his eyes brightening at the mention. Is it akin to a secret auction akin to a marketplace? He did not betray excessive astonishment, for it seemed only fitting that such grand events as the Wanbao conference would be accompanied by clandestine, smaller private trading gatherings. Haha, it seems that even upon first hearing, Lin Daoyu had already anticipated this. For us cultivators at the integration stage, ordinary items indeed fail to pique our interest. Even the auctions at the Wanbao conference might not fulfill all our needs. Many cultivators possess precious treasures, yet hesitate to exchange them for spirit stones, preferring instead to trade for the items they urgently require. Furthermore, some possess items of great value, but their origins are obscure, making direct auctioning impractical. Moreover, certain treasures are so exceedingly rare that even cultivators like us risk dire consequences should word of their existence leak out. Thus, over time, it has become customary to hold several discrete smaller trading events whenever the Wanbao conference is convened. However, the Black Domain Conference stands as the most enigmatic of all, meticulously orchestrated by a cadre of reclusive and accomplished practitioners, specifically designed for cultivators in the integration stage to engage in exchanges. Typically, those who attend the 10,000 Treasures Conference are well-known figures among integration stage beings. The old Taoist discourse momentarily faltered upon noticing Lin Mo's evident intrigue, prompting him to smile and continue. The origins of these enigmatic practitioners are rather exceptional, and their abilities can only be described as prodigious. At one such unique exchange gathering, they even managed to triumph over a rebellious mid-integration stage cultivator. Since that incident, the denizens of the Black Domain have refrained from provoking these formidable entities. Consequently, participation in this Black Domain Exchange Conference entails relatively low risk. The format of the conference is strictly limited to item exchanges, held only once, and is guaranteed to conclude within a day. Participants are not required to disclose their identities or origins, making it an exceptionally ideal venue for cultivators like us in the integration stage. Besides us, there are also individuals possessing rare treasures who may bring their valuables to partake in the event. However, ordinary items will undoubtedly be deemed insufficient for entry. Among the various clans of the demon race, numerous individuals will also attend. Thus, the conference will feature certain materials from demon beasts that are strictly prohibited by the demon clans, as well as spirit beast eggs that are difficult to procure through regular means. There are even some demon women who have successfully transformed into humanoid forms, and some have been put up for auction in the market. Especially those from the Tianhu clan. Each one is regarded as a perfect dual cultivation partner, and many human cultivators are undoubtedly captivated by them. Of course, those who succeed in acquiring these demon women will likely house them in their own abodes as private collections. Otherwise, if discovered by the 7 great demon kings, well. Furthermore, there are also exceptionally talented human women presented for exchange, which piques the interest of the demon clans as well. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo comprehended that this so-called Black Domain Exchange Conference bears striking similarities to the underground trade fair he attended during the Great Gene Era in the human realm. The primary participants this time are cultivators in the integration stage, and the value of their item exchanges is beyond mere words to describe. Simultaneously, after absorbing the entirety of the old Taoist narrative, he felt a slight shock within, regardless of whether they belong to the human or demon races. Forcibly abducting members of the opposing clan for use as cauldrons or concubines is a joint prohibition established by both races. Although this decree has been seldom referenced through the ages, should one be caught infringing upon it, it would undoubtedly lead to significant troubles. Thus, it is evident that the mysterious practitioners organizing this Black Domain Exchange Conference possess extraordinary courage and insight. However, it is precisely due to this circumstance that those invaluable treasures, typically concealed from public view, are more likely to manifest at such a shadowy gathering. Yet, what piques his interest the most are undoubtedly the materials derived from the demonic beasts. Lin Mo felt a stirring in the depths of his heart. Upon hearing this detailed introduction, he found himself genuinely intrigued. However, he remained uncertain about the exact location and date of this exchange conference. The Black Domain Exchange, as it is called, is held in a mysterious place known as the Black Domain. Nevertheless, the Black Domain is not a fixed location. Rather, it is a movable space akin to a mystical realm. This indicates the vast capabilities of the organizers. As for the specific timing, the organizers will naturally notify us aspiring participants through various means, informing us of how to gain entry. To my knowledge, each practitioner has a different method of access. I have attended such gatherings numerous times and have thus accumulated some experience, which I could share with my fellow practitioner. Should you truly wish to attend, I would be willing to accompany you, the replied with a smile. Lin Mo expressed his gratitude for this generosity. After a moment of contemplation, he reciprocated with a smile, agreeing to the offer. It is truly no trouble at all, he remarked, even if I did not mention it. I am certain other practitioners would extend similar suggestions to you. In the future, during your cultivation journey, I may also find myself in need of your assistance. The said with a smile. Lin Mo then responded, You are exceedingly humble, and should I possess the ability to assist in the future, need only to utter a word. Regardless of the sincerity behind these words, Lin Mo appeared genuinely earnest in that moment. Consequently, as time passed, the bond between the two seemed to grow increasingly intimate. While sharing insights on cultivation, they even arranged for a group of graceful female disciples to perform an enchanting and dazzling dance before Lin Mo, personally escorting him to the teleportation array and watching as he vanished from sight. The instant Lin Mo's figure disappeared into the shimmering light of the teleportation, the jovial smile that had lingered on his lips faded, replaced by a slightly gloomy expression. At that moment, the surrounding space suddenly quivered, and a woman of striking grace materialized silently behind them, emitting an alluring laugh. What do you think? Do you believe this young man can be drawn to our cause? Let us not squander our efforts only to find ourselves with empty hopes. The woman, draped in a sheer white veil, possessed a beauty that rivaled a blooming flower, in both attire and demeanor. She bore a resemblance to the favored concubine previously held in's embrace. However, it was the subtle differences that rendered her a stark contrast to that favored one. Her eyes sparkled with an enchanting springtime allure, and with every gesture, she exuded a captivating charm that made men utterly infatuated, an allure far beyond that of any favored concubine. In response to the lady's inquiry, the venerable Master Wangu maintained an expression of serene composure, devoid of any turbulence. Turning away, he remarked, The success of this endeavor cannot be foreseen at this moment. Although this young man is still in his youth, his rapid ascension to the harmonization stage in such a brief span of time is undoubtedly extraordinary. However, one certainty remains. Without exerting greater efforts to strive for our aims, achieving our objectives will remain impossible. Furthermore, this individual possesses immense potential. Perhaps within a few centuries, he may even surpass his current limitations. In comparison, securing the allegiance of such a person is far more advantageous than courting unreliable old foxes. Advancing to the mid-harmonization stage, Brother Wangu, you may be placing undue expectations on this Lin Dao friend. Even if he manages to ascend to the initial harmonization stage in this limited time frame, the subsequent challenges of progressing through each tier will far exceed those he has faced thus far. Otherwise, Why have we remained stagnant in the harmonization realm for tens of thousands of years, unable to make further progress in our magical powers? Moreover, it is not only the two of us. Many other harmonization stage practitioners from both human and demon races find themselves in a similar predicament. The few who can ascend to the mid-stage are exceedingly rare, and those who reach the later stages are even more so. Even if this young man possesses exceptional talent, he would still require thousands of years to potentially break through the initial stage. Otherwise, when the calamity of the demons approaches, should he truly ascend to the mid-stage and be willing to protect this immortal maiden, even at the cost of his own life, I would gladly accept. The alluring woman sighed softly to herself. Upon mentioning the term demon calamity, Master Wangu's countenance shifted slightly, revealing a trace of fear in his eyes. Yet, this companion was no ordinary individual. In an instant, he regained his composure, his expression remaining as stern as before, as he coldly stated. The cataclysm that swept through the southern territories last year, I trust both you and I experienced it firsthand. There is no need to elaborate on the terror of the ancient demon race. At that time, the harmonization stage loose cultivators belonging to the immortal and beast races suffered catastrophic losses, with barely 4 or 5 surviving. In contrast, those harmonization stage practitioners within powerful factions had a significantly higher survival rate compared to the loose cultivators. The reason, of course, lies in the fact that we, as loose cultivators, fought separately, ultimately falling one by one to the high-ranking powers of the ancient demon race. Thus, before the outbreak of this demon calamity, we must make every effort to recruit our fellow harmonization stage loose cultivators to collectively confront the impending crisis. When united, our chances of survival will undoubtedly increase immensely. Though your words carry merit, I still believe that expending such tremendous energy to recruit loose cultivators may not yield the desired results. It might be more prudent for you to disband the Whitebone Sect and seek refuge under the 3 sovereigns. While I plan to integrate into the ranks of a certain demon king, after all, it is wise to take shelter under a great tree. The woman's gaze flickered uncertainly before she pouted. It turns out she is indeed a practitioner of the demon race. Haha, why harbor such extravagant hopes? We are inherently free and unrestrained individuals. How could we ever submit to the dominance of others and allow ourselves to be manipulated? Had you not betrayed the Celestial Fox clan, I would not have declined the invitation of the former 3 emperors and would have lived a life of leisure to this day. Moreover, we have not contributed anything to these powerful factions. Should we rashly align ourselves with them now, they might welcome us with open arms. Yet in due time, we would undoubtedly become mere cannon fodder. When danger truly arises, it is we, the newly pledged, who will bear the brunt of it. Thus, it seems more prudent to act independently, allowing for greater freedom of movement. Furthermore, even formidable forces like the 3 emperors and the 7 demon kings are not entirely secure. During the last demonic calamity, 3 demon kings and 1 human emperor perished on the battlefield. What we are doing now is a precautionary measure. With each additional ally in the harmonization stage we recruit, our chances of survival during the next calamity will correspondingly increase. In essence, I would rather place my faith in myself than entrust my life to others. The old Taoist responded gloomily. If such measures are indeed necessary, the upcoming Wanbao conference presents an excellent opportunity to connect with fellow rogue cultivators. Beyond that, finding suitable candidates in everyday life is fraught with challenges. As for the human cultivators, I leave that matter to you. As for the demon clan, I shall personally engage in persuasion. I believe these rogue cultivators, even if some are already aware of the demonic calamity, cannot possibly comprehend the situation to the extent we do. Nor can they foresee that this disaster will erupt within a millennium. By the way, before arriving here, I had a brief conversation with that black wolf. He seems quite concerned about this matter. However, to truly sway him, a deeper discussion may be necessary. After pondering the old Taoist's words, the enchanting woman nodded and said, "That is splendid." The celestial Kuan Black Wolf, in the past, vied for the title of Demon King against the celestial Kuei Wolf King, battling fiercely for an entire day before being defeated. His immense powers are certainly beyond the reach of ordinary rogue cultivators. As for the human side, I am not familiar with the others, but I have a good relationship with the elder of Tianyin Mountain, who is also attending the Wanbao conference. I believe persuading him will not be difficult. Hearing this, the real person of Wangu exclaimed with excitement. If we are fortunate enough to successfully persuade these 2 esteemed individuals to join our alliance, even if other forces remain unmoved. We will be able to secure our own safety amidst this impending catastrophe. The woman smiled slightly, her beauty akin to a picturesque scene, radiating an irresistible charm, causing even the seasoned romantic Wangu to be momentarily entranced by her allure. Oh dear, do you intend to practice dual cultivation with me, Brother Wangu? If so, I would be more than willing to learn a thing or two from your esteemed skills. Observing Wangu's infatuated demeanor, the woman's smile grew even more enchanting and captivating. As if with just a gentle word from her, her delicate, supple form could be effortlessly directed by the old Taoist. However, upon hearing those enticing words, the old Taoist could not help but shudder, quickly shaking his head with a bittersweet smile. Fairy, you truly possess a remarkable sense of humor. As a celestial fox, you are beyond the reach of a humble practitioner like myself. I am no longer the impetuous youth I once was. Now, I merely wish to extend my years a bit longer. What a pity, the young woman responded softly. Indeed, I long to engage in a profound discussion with you regarding the path of dual cultivation. Alas, dear friend, you possess the heart of a thief, but lack the courage. Her laughter was gentle, and the charm on her face grew ever more captivating. The old Taoist silently recited his title, daring not to meet her gaze directly. As he shifted his attention, he promptly changed the subject, speaking of which, the myriad and profound techniques of the flower fairy have reached an unparalleled pinnacle. Even I, who am privy to the truth, could not discern any anomaly when you played the role of a concubine. Surely, that Lin Taoist has not perceived any hint of suspicion either. It is no wonder, for the Celestial Fox clan excels beyond all other demon races in the art of concealment and transformation. Humph. Do you truly believe that the other party has not seen through my disguise? Upon hearing the old Taoist's words, the once smiling woman's expression suddenly darkened, her tone turning frigid. What do you mean by that, fairy? The old Taoist was momentarily taken aback. It is not surprising that Wangu Taoist failed to perceive it. When I was masquerading as your favored concubine, the faint fluctuations of his consciousness were all directed towards me. Had I not employed a secret sensing technique in advance and remained wholly attentive to him, I too would not have detected any irregularities. The strength of this Lin Taoist consciousness is unparalleled in my experience. If I were to compare, it likely rivals that of the ancient powers such as the 3 sovereigns and 7 kings. The woman paused for a moment before speaking with utmost seriousness. Is that so? Wangu Zhenren could not help but draw a sharp breath, his expression shifting unpredictably. However, dear brother Wangu, rest assured, the fact that he has reached the integration stage at such a young age indicates he must possess astonishing talents in certain aspects, which is understandable. Moreover, although he has seen through my disguise, my true essence and magical power have long been completely sealed by the Celestial Fox clan's secret arts. Even if he possesses immense cultivation, he would never be able to discern that I am in existence of the integration stage. Furthermore, I have maintained a cautious demeanor. He should also sense that we harbor no ill intentions. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to converse with you for such an extended period before deciding to depart. What you say is indeed accurate. At worst, should we meet again, if he truly inquires, I can simply fabricate a reason to brush it off. The old Taoist contemplated carefully, his countenance gradually regaining its tranquility. In truth, even if this individual were to discover my true identity, what harm would it bring? Would this fairy truly be deemed unworthy of being seen? The woman suddenly exclaimed, her voice sharp. Upon hearing this, Wangu Zhenren's facial muscles twitched slightly, and he could only manage a resigned smile. This Celestial Fox clan flower fairy had once faced severe penalties for betraying her clan, including the cruel siphoning of the true yang energy from over 100 young demons, which had provoked a relentless pursuit by the Celestial Fox King. Yet she had still managed to survive. However, the old sage was reluctant to divulge the intimate relationship he shared with Lin Dao. Their initial interaction had concluded, and he intended to retreat for meditation, making it inconvenient for the celestial maiden to linger. As he reminisced about his homeland, he suggested that the maiden act at her discretion. After a brief farewell, he signaled for her departure. The crafty old sage, he speaks one way while thinking another, fearing for the welfare of his descendants, yet conjuring alternative excuses. Such vastness, could it be that I alone must guard it? Yet, I must commend the disciples you have brought. Indeed, they possess considerable talent. It is said that the beloved grandson of Taoist Wangu is among them. So Wangu Taoist must take care. The maiden let out a delicate laugh, her figure vanishing in an instant. Soon after, the teleportation array flickered with light, and she reappeared, now transformed into the favored concubine of Wangujinren. Upon hearing the maiden's previous remarks, the old sage's expression darkened, swiftly summoning a silver token and waving it towards the array, causing the maiden to vanish without a trace. Wangujinren shook his head in resignation and turned to leave. At this moment, Lin Imo sat alone in the main seat of the grand hall, deep in contemplation. What were Wangujinren's true intentions? He did not believe in the notion of instant familiarity and harbored doubts about the concubine's true identity. Although he sensed no malice, he remained vigilant. As for the Black Domain Exchange, he decided to participate. He did not expect much from the Wanbao conference. His presence here was twofold: to fulfill an appointment with the Demoness and to meet more practitioners of his level, thereby gauging the strength of the 3 emperors and 7 demon kings. If he could procure a wealth of beast materials from the Demoness, he might achieve some success at the Black Domain Exchange. This would bring him closer to gathering the auxiliary materials needed for the construction of the 2nd extreme mountain. With 2 extreme mountains in his possession, he would find it exceedingly easy to confront the subsequent rounds of the Great Heavenly Tribulation. Furthermore, the search for a 3rd extreme mountain was not beyond the realm of possibility. It merely required patience to see if the newly accepted disciple could cultivate the cold soul divine ability to perfection. One of the materials for the extreme mountain within the 5 extremes of Yuanhe was the incomparably frigid Haoyin Cold Soul Mountain. Unlike the Xianjade, the Haoyin Stone, born of the coldest regions, appeared unremarkable until activated, at which point it released an intensely icy aura. This material typically lay hidden thousands of feet beneath glaciers, its presence concealed by the thick cold air that enveloped it, making it difficult even for divine consciousness to detect. The only proven method for locating it was to seek someone else possessing the cold soul divine ability. Through the subtle sensations evoked by the cold energy within their bodies, they could sense the Haoyin stone from afar. However, the range and effectiveness of this sensitivity depended entirely on the size of the Haoyin stone and the strength of the cultivator's cold soul power. The massive mountain range he sought, known as Haoyin Cold Soul Mountain, was undeniably colossal. Once the cold soul divine ability was cultivated to a high level, sensing it within a range of thousands of feet would be no trivial feat. However, Lin Imo still felt uncertain about successfully locating this mountain. Fortunately, he had learned that numerous extreme cold regions existed, both among humans and demons. Compared to other types of extreme mountains, the raw materials for Haoyin Cold Soul Mountain were relatively easier to acquire. However, whether the elusive Haoyin Cold Spirit Mountain can truly be found remains an enigma. Nevertheless, considering the impending great heavenly catastrophe, Lin Imo is resolute in not relinquishing any glimmer of hope. This conviction is precisely why, upon learning of Baiguer's Ice Marrow Cold Spirit Constitution, he unhesitatingly extended his assistance. Otherwise, despite possessing a plethora of spiritual elixirs, the cultivation time required to heal the young girl would not be as brief as that of other cultivators. Over a century of arduous training would inevitably be hindered. Should he succeed in refining the Cold Spirit Extreme Mountain, perhaps he might find a way to transcend boundaries and enable his doppelganger to suppress its magical power. Returning to the mortal realm. Within the realm of humanity where he ascended, traces of the polar primordial light have appeared in 2 locations, significantly increasing the likelihood of discovering the distant polar mountain. Thus, apart from the final extreme mountain, he aspires to gather all 4 extreme mountains. If fortune favors him in the later stages, he may locate the last extreme mountain's essence, accomplishing the task of refining the primordial unity of the 5 extreme mountains. Chapter 730 suggests that for an extensive period, the great heavenly catastrophe will pose no threat. During this ample time, he firmly believes that whether striving for the great ascendant phase or taking that critical step, such ambitions are not mere fantasies. Lin Imo harbors a sense of regret. However, due to the pressing need to produce celestial wine, he refrains from delving too deeply into this matter. His stay at the Heavenly Origin's Sacred Emperor's abode was brief, and soon he bid farewell, returning to his residence. Within the Grand Hall, Lin Imo discovered a secret chamber that had been previously prepared for him. Following the methods documented in ancient texts, he extracted a substantial quantity of red luo fruits and commenced the brewing of red luo celestial wine. To craft this exquisite elixir, he devoted himself entirely, not stepping outside the chamber for a fortnight. Given the abundance of red luo fruits, he could not expect to achieve complete success in one attempt. Besides the 2 jars promised to the heavenly origin sacred emperor, Lin Mo only managed to brew an additional 7 or 8 jars. He was acutely aware that, despite the red luo celestial wine being unprecedented in the spirit realm and originating from the celestial realm, presenting too much at once would significantly diminish its value. Furthermore, since this wine possesses miraculous effects in enhancing physical constitution and prolonging life, Lin Mo also intended to savor it gradually, in hopes of achieving optimal results. Upon the completion of the celestial wine, Lin Mo finally alleviated the weight upon his heart. In the days that followed, although he spent much of his time in quiet meditation within the hall, he occasionally ventured out to engage with other practitioners who had arrived early, indeed forming profound friendships with several of them. As for the enigmatic Wanguzhen Run, he remained ever enthusiastic towards Lin Mo, even enticing him to partake in a private trading event exclusively for those of the void refinement stage and above, enabling Lin Mo to acquire several materials he required. Consequently, Lin Mo's perception of Wanguzhen Ren has generally been quite favorable. However, as time progressed, the influx of integration stage old monsters into the welcome Immortal Palace steadily increased. As the Wanbao Conference approaches, merely a month remains, yet several of the welcoming Immortals halls are already nearly filled to capacity. Among the occupants are esteemed elders from various powerful factions, as well as local sovereigns. However, solitary cultivators like Lin Mo are exceedingly rare at this grand assembly. Notably, among the members of the 3 emperors and 7 demon kings, only the Dantian Mouse King, aside from the Tianyuan Sacred Emperor, has arrived. Upon settling into Jushin Mountain, this Mouse King immediately sealed his doors, refusing to meet anyone, thus shrouded in an air of mystery. It is worth mentioning that this Dantian Mouse King is renowned as the most enigmatic of the 7 demon kings. It is said that he employs secret techniques to obscure his form, making it exceedingly rare for either humans or demons to witness his true visage. Even more intriguingly, no one can accurately articulate the extent of his powers. It appears that this demon king is reluctant to display his strength before others. However, those high-ranking beings who have previously offended him have mysteriously vanished from both clans. It remains uncertain whether this Mouse King orchestrated such outcomes from behind the scenes. Consequently, although the Dantian Mouse King does not hold the highest renown among the 7 demon kings, none dare to provoke him lightly. Moreover, this Mouse King hails from an influential and prestigious lineage, for such a high status could not be easily attained. After all, there exists a fundamental distinction between demons and humans. While they occupy a significant position within the demon realm, they still require formidable sects to offer backing. Unlike the ruling power of the 3 emperors of humanity, which has been accumulated and inherited over generations, Lin Mo, despite his keen desire to personally pay his respects to the Mouse King, ultimately conceded to the evident disinterest of the latter in engaging with others. Thus, in the days that followed, aside from forging connections with several cultivators at the integration stage, Lin Mo frequently conversed with young Master Hai, all in pursuit of the mysteriously vanished spiritual root. To this end, Lin Mo not only perused numerous ancient texts, but also provided young Master Hai with precious blood samples on multiple occasions, enabling a deeper investigation into his unique physical traits. Surprisingly, after considerable effort, Lin Mo unearthed several plausible explanations. However, to truly unveil the authentic nature of this elusive spiritual root, more time and energy must be dedicated to meticulous observation. Throughout this period, Lin Mo maintained a consistently amicable demeanor towards young Master Hai and Qi Lingzi. He allowed them unrestricted access to the palace and offered guidance during their cultivation practices, greatly benefiting their progress. One day, while Lin Mo was addressing inquiries regarding cultivation techniques for young Master Hai and Qi Lingzi within the palace, he was about to savor a sip of spiritual tea when his expression abruptly shifted, revealing a hint of astonishment. "Senior, has something occurred?" Qi Lingzi swiftly inquired. "Do not be anxious. You shall soon understand," Lin Mo replied, furrowing his brows. Hearing this, young Master Hai and Qi Lingzi failed to detect any anomalies. Exchanging glances filled with curiosity, the 2 individuals dared not directly inquire about the details from Lin Mo and could only patiently await further developments. After approximately the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, a deep, muffled sound resonated from outside the grand hall. followed by a subtle tremor in the ground and the walls beginning to sway. Both young Master Hai and Qi Lingzi were greatly alarmed, turning their gazes towards the entrance of the hall. However, Lin Mo remained seated with an air of composure, although a hint of seriousness graced his countenance. As the ominous sounds persisted, the hall swayed erratically, as if some colossal entity was slowly approaching the celestial palace. Senior Lin, what on earth is happening? Young Master Hai could no longer suppress his curiosity and anxiously posed the question to Lin Mo. In this place, you are unable to perceive the specifics. Allow me to show you with your own eyes, Lin Mo sighed in response. Straightening his posture, he gestured with his hand, unleashing a cascade of azure light. In an instant, the azure mist enveloped the two, transforming into a beam of blue radiance that vanished in the blink of an eye. Soon after, Lin Mo, young Master Hai, and Qi Lingzi found themselves within a magical array, and in a fleeting moment, they were teleported away. As they stepped out of the teleportation array, the azure light flickered once more, and the azure figure of Lin Mo soared away from the first level of the celestial palace, ascending rapidly towards the heavens. Within just a few breaths, at an altitude of tens of thousands of feet, the azure glow gradually dissipated, revealing the trio standing atop a mountain peak, gazing down at the breathtaking vista stretching thousands of miles below. With the restrictions of the celestial palace no longer obscuring their view, the thunderous sounds resonating from afar struck their hearts with profound awe, akin to the collapse of heaven and earth. The entire Jiuxian mountain range trembled as this colossal entity drew near. Amidst the ensuing turmoil, Feng Yi firmly focused on the distant silhouette, clearly observing the landmass that seemed to walk towards them, advancing step by step. Confronted with such a spectacle, both Feng Yi and young Master Hai were overwhelmed with astonishment. Particularly Feng Yi, whose mouth hung agape as if he could fit an egg within, rendered speechless by the sight before him. It was no wonder they were so taken aback, for between the mountains visible to them, a slightly elevated expanse of black earth, its width immeasurable, was steadily encroaching upon their mountain peak. Accompanied by a series of thunderous sounds that made the mountains tremble, these came from beneath the black land. This protruding land appeared excessively arid, with the surface cracked by countless fissures, creating a network of deep ravines. More astonishingly, at the central position of this land stood a magnificent black castle, surrounded by a throng of black-armored soldiers, motionless as they gripped various spears and massive axes, their expressions devoid of emotion, cold and ruthless. Atop the castle, hundreds of another type of armored guardian, mounted on blue giant wolves, soared and circled in the sky. These were the Thunder Guardians Lin Mo had once encountered. The two types of guardians exhibited a harmonious, yet indescribable grandeur. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, a flicker of azure light shimmering within them. Suddenly, his expression changed dramatically, and he calmly spoke. Which fellow cultivator is present? Why do you not reveal yourself? Indeed, Lin, the esteemed friend, possesses great powers. My humble skills have ultimately failed to escape your discerning gaze. The mount of this tyrant is indeed extraordinarily immense, perhaps connected to the legendary Qianling. A melodious and enchanting voice, akin to celestial music, unexpectedly emanated from behind him. Lin Mo's countenance gradually regained its composure, yet his heart was filled with astonishment. With his formidable spiritual sense, it was utterly astonishing that someone could approach so stealthily without detection until now. He took a deep breath and slowly turned around, directing his gaze towards the speaker. There stood a beautiful young woman clad in resplendent, multicolored attire, smiling radiantly at him from a distance of more than 10 zhang. However, when Lin Mo probed with his spiritual sense, he could not help but emit a soft gasp. I have met you before, fellow cultivator. Presumably, you have discerned that this body is not my true self, but merely a puppet avatar. The young woman greeted Lin Mo with grace. Lu Qing, I have heard of you. It is said that under the command of the former celestial Miao Ling Emperor, you had two capable assistants, one skilled in puppet arts and the other in transformation. The one proficient in puppetry is known as the Thousand Spirits Fairy, also referred to as Lu Qing. Could you be that very person? Lin Mo replied unperturbed, bowing slightly before pondering for a moment. I am surprised that my name is known to you, fellow cultivator. It truly honors me. Originally, I should have attended this once-in-a-millennium grand event in person. Unfortunately, I am currently immersed in a critical stage of cultivating a secret technique and cannot leave my secluded chamber even for a moment. Thus, I could only send this puppet avatar to represent me. Thankfully, this avatar still possesses some renown, and the fellow cultivators waiting here are familiar with it, allowing for a smooth entry. The woman's demeanor was elegant and poised, exuding an extraordinary and noble aura. As the entire Jiutian mountain trembled in the wake of the approach of this colossal being, chaos ensued. Fong Yi fixed his gaze firmly on the distant figure, clearly observing what appeared to be a walking continent gradually advancing towards them. Faced with such a sight, both Fong Yi and young Master Hai felt an overwhelming sense of shock, especially after Fong Yi discerned the distant scene. His mouth could nearly accommodate an egg as he stood frozen in speechlessness. It was no wonder they were so astonished, for between the mountains within their sight, a slightly raised expanse of black earth, immeasurable in width, was slowly encroaching upon their peak, accompanied by thundering sounds that made the mountains tremble. The noise emanated from beneath the black land. This elevated terrain appeared extremely arid, with the surface cracked by countless fissures, forming interwoven deep ravines. Even more astonishing, at the central point of this land, a magnificent and imposing black castle stood tall, surrounded by a dense throng of armored soldiers clad in black. They stood motionless, gripping an array of spears and giant axes, their expressions devoid of emotion, cold and unyielding. Atop the castle, hundreds of armored guardians mounted upon azure dire wolves soared gracefully through the skies. These were the Thunder Guards that Lin Mo had once encountered. The two factions of guardians, in their poised stillness, exuded an indescribable grandeur. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, a flicker of blue light gleaming within them. Suddenly, his countenance shifted dramatically, and he spoke with a calm demeanor. Which fellow cultivator is present? Why do you not reveal yourself? Indeed, Taoist Lin possesses extraordinary perceptiveness. These trivial techniques of mine are ultimately unable to elude your keen sight. A melodious voice, akin to celestial music, resonated from behind him. Lin Mo's expression gradually regained its tranquility, yet his heart was beset with astonishment. The fact that someone could approach so stealthily before being detected was utterly astonishing. He inhaled deeply and slowly turned to face the speaker. There stood a beautiful woman clad in resplendent garments, a radiant smile adorning her face as she regarded him from a distance of several dozen feet. However, upon probing with his spiritual sense, Lin Mo could not help but emit a soft gasp. I have met Taoist Lu Qing before. Surely, Taoist Lin has discerned that this body is not my true self, but merely a puppet avatar, she said, bowing gracefully. Lu Qing, I have heard tales of two capable assistants under the renowned Tian Miao Ling Emperor, one proficient in puppetry and the other in transformation. The former, known as the Thousand Spirits Fairy, is indeed you, is it not? Lin Mo replied, maintaining an impassive demeanor while pondering her identity. It is a great honor that my name is known to Taoist Lin, she responded, a hint of delight in her tone. Originally, I should have personally attended this once-in-a-millennium event. However, given my recent training in a highly secretive technique, the period of breakthrough is crucial, preventing my departure from the isolated space. Thus, I have appointed this puppet to represent me at the gathering. Fortunately, this avatar of mine has garnered some renown among fellow cultivators, allowing for a smooth settling in this place. The distinguished woman exhibited an elegant demeanor, her every gesture radiating an otherworldly grace. Upon witnessing the imposing and magnificent beast before them, even the intrepid Qi Lingzi could not help but pale, his lips betraying a hint of fear. Yet, as the heir of the Hai family, he remained focused, raising his index finger to indicate a distant point, meticulously measuring data about himself. Observing this, Qi Lingzi inquired with keen interest, "Pray tell, young master, what operation are you currently executing?" After a brief moment of contemplation, the young master of Haida replied, "In truth, there is nothing particularly remarkable. I merely wish to compare and see whether my physique is more imposing or if the fangs of that monstrous beast are more formidable." His words left the spirit tool unable to retort, simultaneously evoking a sense of astonishment and admiration. Naturally, Lin Mo also heard the young master's remark, and his facial muscles twitched slightly. What an intriguingly captivating character. From a distance, the colossal tortoise let out a thunderous roar, its limbs and head sinking deeply into the ground once again. The black mountain conjured by this behemoth stood resolute, as steady as a mountain. At this moment, the practitioners within the black castles atop the mountain began to stir. Numerous guardians of thunder soared through the air, descending towards the castle. Simultaneously, the black armored warriors lined up with precision and leapt into the air from the mountain's peak. Each drew forth a piece of transformative equipment, engaging in a tense and orderly manner around the Black Mountain. In mere seconds, layers of magical arrays were constructed upon the Black Mountain. Subsequently, a shroud of black mist enveloped the castle at the summit entirely. Once the black armored warriors completed their tasks, they swiftly plunged into the black fog, vanishing without a trace. The world within the black mist fell into a profound silence, starkly contrasting the previous clamor. At this juncture, a dragon's roar echoed from another mountain, and a dazzling beam of golden light rushed forth, reaching the heights above the black mist in the blink of an eye. As the radiance gradually dissipated, a golden-scaled dragon emerged, adorned with a silver horn extending over 10 feet in length. Upon the dragon's back stood a man clad in a flowing white robe, a smile gracing his features. This man was none other than the Holy Emperor of the Celestial Origin. Xuanwu, my old friend, it has been a long time. May I request an audience with the Celestial Origin? Humph, so it is you, old fellow. If you wish to meet, simply enter. Though you are not Tian Miao, how could such a trivial illusion impede your esteemed steps? A cold voice emanated from the black mist, seemingly lacking respect for the Holy Emperor of the Celestial Origin. Ha! In that case, I shall be remiss. The Holy Emperor smiled slightly, unfazed by the impolite words. He gently stepped upon the golden dragon, which instantly transformed into a sphere of golden light, merging into the black mist and disappearing without a trace. The world within the black mist returned to tranquility once more. Nearby, several integrated phase practitioners, disturbed by the arrival of the Xuanwu overlord, understood that there would be no more excitement to behold and thus returned to their respective abodes. Lin Mo shared this sentiment. He promptly bowed to Lu Qing, preparing to express his farewells. However, at that moment, the lady suddenly smiled, enchanting. Lin, if you do not mind, would you care to visit my humble abode for a brief respite? There exists a friend of mine who possesses an acquaintance from the past, and she ardently wishes to meet you. A flicker of astonishment crossed Lin Mo's countenance. Indeed, she is the daughter of an old friend of mine, and by sheer chance, we encountered each other on the road, which prompted me to bring her to the Ancient Palace. As for the identity of this esteemed companion, Lin Dao will soon discover. The lady candidly responded with a smile. Since Fairy Lu has expressed such sentiments, I find myself quite intrigued. Please pardon my intrusion for a brief moment, Lin Mo remarked, concealing the myriad thoughts swirling within him. It is truly splendid that Taoist Lin is willing to grace us with his presence. It is a stroke of fortune, as I reside just one floor above Taoist Lin. The excitement here has waned, so let us return together, Lu Qing suggested with a slight smile. Exhibiting no indication of being a mere puppet, no wonder she is hailed as a distinguished representative of the human puppet arts, setting aside other considerations. Her unparalleled craftsmanship in puppet creation is enough to command respect. Now that the esteemed Tian Miao Ling Huang has fallen, the crown of leadership in the realm of puppet arts has rightfully descended upon this Fairy Lu. Very well. You two hold the restriction tokens. Please proceed back to your residence, Lin Mo stated with a slight nod, suddenly tossing a silver token to Xiao Hai and Qi Lingzi, his tone grave with authority. Upon receiving the token, Xiao Hai and Qi Lingzi naturally acted with utmost respect, adhering to his directives. Lin Mo paid no further attention to their subsequent actions and hastened after the lady, making his way toward the Ancient Palace below. Moments later, within a verdant hall on the 6th floor of the Ancient Palace, Lin Mo beheld a young girl in white robes, approximately 16 or 17 years of age. The girl's beauty was striking, and her gaze conveyed a unique allure. Yi Taoist, Lin Mo exclaimed, unexpectedly uttering her name upon first sight. Yi Ying pays respects to Senior Lin, the girl replied, revealing a complex expression as she gently bowed. She had not anticipated that after their parting at the Mu clan, Senior Lin would have ascended to become a high-ranking cultivator at the fusion stage. Lin Mo, too, was taken aback to reunite with Fairy Yi Ying in this place. With a warm smile, Lin Mo waved his sleeve, releasing an imperceptible force that gently halted her from kneeling. Simultaneously, he scrutinized her closely, allowing his divine sense to sweep over her. The former Yi family girl indeed lived up to the illustrious reputation of the Tianfeng bloodline, her cultivation progress remarkably surpassing that of ordinary practitioners. She had successfully broken through the bottleneck of the void refinement stage and now possessed the cultivation of early void refinement. Nevertheless, the drop of Tianfeng true blood he had once received from her instilled in him a measure of respect. My mother and Aunt Lu are dear friends, hence my request for her to bring me here, Ying gently explained with a warm smile. Inger, there is no need for such formalities. I shared a bond with your mother akin to that of siblings. This reunion with the child of an old friend brings me immense joy. Such trifles are of little consequence, Lin Mo replied cheerfully. Meanwhile, Lu Qing chuckled lightly, prompting Ying to express her heartfelt thanks repeatedly. However, it appears that Fairy Ye's invitation for Taoist Lu to summon me was not merely a desire for a brief encounter with Lin. After pondering for a moment, Lin Mo suddenly retracted his smile and spoke with gravity. Since you, esteemed elder, have inquired so, I find it inappropriate to conceal the truth any longer. Ying was momentarily taken aback, then responded with a hint of awkwardness. Since Inger has matters of significance to discuss with Taoist Lin, I shall no longer intrude. You may converse freely. Lu Qing, standing nearby, displayed a keen sense of understanding and smiled in agreement. Wait, Aunt Lu, this matter is indeed closely related to you, so there is no need for you to withdraw. The young woman appeared somewhat anxious and hastily urged Lu Qing to stay. In fact, the second crucial event is intricately connected to the first, both possessing a marked relationship. Perhaps the elder Lin was not deeply aware of this. However, the lady of the Lu family should have already heard of it. The specific content is that, in the forthcoming millennium, we beings of the spirit realm shall face an unprecedented tempest of demonic tribulation. A profound worry flickered in the young woman's slightly parted beautiful eyes. Lin Mo, taken aback, instinctively let out a cry. This reaction is not difficult to comprehend, as other practitioners who have already reached the integration stage, especially those who have traversed this realm for over a millennium, often possess various channels of information. However, he himself had only returned to the human realm for a few years and had yet to establish deep friendships with fellow practitioners of the same level, leaving him in ignorance regarding matters of the demonic tribulation. After all, discussions about the tribulation are currently confined to practitioners at the integration stage. For ordinary cultivators, this remains a highly confidential topic, lest it incite turmoil between the two races before the ancient demons descend. Lin Mo, through his examination of some historical texts of the human race, had garnered a certain understanding of the tribulation. Yet, he had never anticipated that this calamity, originally expected to unfold over an extended period, would erupt within a millennium. Could his fate truly be so tragic? First, he encountered a rare invasion by foreign tribes in Tianyuan City, and now, he was faced with this great calamity between the two races. Yet, at this moment, he finally comprehended why, upon his recent ascension to the integration stage, various powers had extended olive branches to him, each offering increasingly generous terms. Were it not for his profound aversion to being constrained, the sincerity of 2 or 3 of those factions would indeed have tempted him. Since Fairy Yi has mentioned the demonic tribulation, what connection does the position of the spirit sovereign have with its outbreak? Lin Mo took a deep breath and, with an uncertain glimmer in his eyes, inquired, Oh, such matters exist? In that case, I eagerly await Inger to enlighten me on what exactly is at hand. Lu Qing turned back in astonishment, then halted, waiting for Yi Ing to elucidate. The young man beside them, Lin Mo, directed his gaze toward the beautiful woman, a subtle, barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. As you have observed, my visit to pay homage to the esteemed elders is indeed motivated by a confluence of 2 salient factors. One of these factors may not significantly affect Uncle Lin, yet it holds paramount importance for Aunt Lu. The golden-haired young woman gently furrowed her brow and, in a tone of utmost seriousness, recounted the tale. Does this concern me? The stunningly beautiful Lu Qing, adorned in resplendent attire, slightly knitted her brows, her eyes glimmering with uncertainty. Indeed, according to widely circulated rumors, following the passing of the previous spiritual emperor, Aunt Lu promptly closed her doors to visitors and devoted herself entirely to her cultivation. To this day, whether she has emerged from her seclusion remains an enigma. Thus, I wish to inquire if Aunt Lu has resolved to contend for the vacant position of the spiritual emperor. Ying gazed intently at Lu Qing, her tone calm as she posed the question. Upon hearing this inquiry, Lu Qing's expression shifted subtly, and after a moment of silence, she gently nodded. Indeed, it is so. Forgive my audacity, but I have fully mastered the puppet secret technique of the former spiritual emperor and successfully forged several formidable puppets. Should I achieve further breakthroughs during my upcoming seclusion, I shall be unafraid to engage in battle, even against fully realized integration phase warriors. Her voice, though not raised, conveyed unwavering conviction. It is unexpected that Aunt Lu possesses such resolute determination. However, my mother specifically advised to convey a word of caution to Aunt Lu. In a century's time, do not vie for the position of the spiritual emperor. Should fortune favor you in securing it, it may instead invite unfathomable calamity. The young maiden spoke these words with a grave countenance. Such matters exist. While I am well aware of your lady's prowess in divination and her extraordinary wisdom, how can one accurately predict events yet to unfold? Or perhaps, has your lady acquired some unique source of information? Lu Qing swiftly deduced a possibility from the maiden's succinct remarks. Aunt Lu is indeed astute. Before could finish her thought, Aunt Lu had already surmised the general idea. Uncle Lin, I hope you will keep what is about to say confidential and refrain from disclosing it to others. After a brief pause, the young maiden earnestly requested Lin Mo, recognizing the gravity with which the young girl approached this matter. Lin Mo immediately understood that what was being discussed was of great significance. He nodded without hesitation, assuring her, "Rest assured, whatever I hear next, I shall keep it strictly confidential and will not let it be known to others easily." Although Lin Mo had no direct authority in this matter, it was evident that Ying felt satisfied, and thus she began to elucidate the entire sequence of events. Chapter 732. In this regard, the elder of the Lin family spoke truthfully. Given the current perilous situation, whichever clan member ascends to the position of spiritual emperor shall face life and death trials. And even within the tribulations of demonic calamities, there lies a threat to life itself. Aunt Lu, I trust you are aware that my ancestors were esteemed disciples under the venerable Mo Jianli. Although I have ascended to the position of family head, I continue to honor Mo as a mentor with the utmost respect. However, several years ago, during a time of grave injury, Mo ventured into the Yi family, engaging in a profound conversation with my grandmother that lasted until the break of dawn, after which he departed quietly. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing's expression shifted dramatically. Is it true? The venerable Mo Jianli returned wounded? This is indeed hard to believe. How could such a transcendent being suffer injury in this realm? Before she could finish her thought, a realization seemed to dawn upon her. Lin Mo, naturally aware of this eminent figure among the human race, wore a solemn countenance. The young woman nodded and elucidated. I presume Aunt Lu has already surmised part of the story. It is said that several years ago, Mo, utilizing the formidable artifact known as the Star Disk, laboriously opened a void passage to the demon realm to investigate the movements of the demon clan. However, there, he encountered two ancient demon ancestors with piercing gazes, compelling him to engage in a fierce battle. Fortunately, Mo's cautious nature led him to procure a life-preserving artifact from a senior elder of the demon race before his departure, allowing him to escape with only minor injuries. This was indeed a fortunate turn of events amidst misfortune. Lu Qing furrowed her brow. Mo ventured deeply into the demon realm? I was entirely unaware of this. His audacity must surely stem from some vital clue. Recalling the last time a demon lord emerged, she noted that he had not undertaken such perilous actions. Ying, with a troubled expression, replied, "On this point, Mo has not divulged much information, but it is rumored that he has learned of an exceedingly grave threat posed by the demons. Should there be any missteps, both the human and demon races could face catastrophic annihilation. Thus, Mo resolved to personally uncover the truth in the demon realm. Although his stay was brief, he discerned numerous lethal hazards. Upon returning to the human realm, he promptly reached out to our Yi family, seeking to utilize the blood of the Tianfeng to forge a powerful artifact to counteract the impending demonic calamity. Otherwise, even a prominent family like ours would remain oblivious to the seriousness of this demonic crisis. Even Mo, an individual of extraordinary cultivation, harbors deep concerns regarding this matter." Upon hearing this, both Lin Mo and Lu Qing were profoundly astonished. Lin Mo inquired with curiosity, what exactly did Mo witness in the demon realm? Did he not mention it? The young woman admitted her ignorance on the subject, knowing only that her grandmother had discussed it with a few members of the clan. However, her mother, privy to the details, had not shared them with her. The primary reason for her being sent here was to caution Aunt Lu and others against engaging in the contest for the position of the Spirit Emperor, especially concerning several passageways near the Qingtian Tongling tree outside the Tianling realm, which are likely to be the initial targets of the demon assault. In the face of the impending demonic calamity, the three emperors are determined not to relinquish their three great imperial cities. Moreover, both Mo Jinli and the inhabitants of the Holy Island intend to use Tianling City as a trap to lure the enemy. Leveraging the mysterious powers of the Qingtian Tongling tree and the various restrictions of the imperial city to mitigate the demon onslaught and thereby alleviate the pressure on the entire human race. Consequently, the newly appointed Spirit Emperor must bear the responsibility of resisting the invasion of the ancient demon race and safeguarding Tianling City. The young girl subsequently smiled wryly, indicating that the inherent dangers need not be elaborated upon. Upon hearing these words, Lu Qing and Lin Mo exchanged glances, remaining silent for a considerable time. Could it be true? It appears this is the significant intelligence that Senior Mo has acquired from the demon realm. If we can ascertain this information, we can prepare our countermeasures in advance, thus averting losses due to negligence. I retract my previous statements. His recent foray into the demon realm has indeed borne fruit. Inger, I am grateful for your mother's reminder. Otherwise, had I ascended to the position of Spirit Sovereign, I fear I would have been doomed to share the fate of Tianling City. The woman, her expression complex, took a deep breath before slowly speaking. Lin Mo, observing from the side, felt a sense of relief while also recognizing the gravity of the impending demonic tribulation. He had initially intended to gradually enhance his strength, but now it seems that such plans require adjustment. I have conveyed all that I know regarding this matter. What I wish to discuss next is of another nature. Inger, representing her mother, earnestly invites Aunt Lu and Senior Lin to assume the esteemed position of elder in the Yi family. The young girl smiled as she addressed the two. Esteemed elder? Lu Qing inquired. Might your mother elucidate the rationale behind this? The reason I followed the previous Spirit Sovereign was out of profound gratitude for his kindness. My voluntary subjugation is but a memory now. Otherwise, why would I risk challenging the position of Spirit Sovereign? Lu Qing declined without hesitation. My mother is well aware and has tasked me with relaying a few words to you, Aunt Lu. Should you still be unwilling after hearing them, my mother will personally discuss it with you. Ying stated calmly. A few brief words, and after a long separation, Madam, your grace remains undiminished. Since Inger implores so earnestly, I am indeed curious to hear the specifics. Lu Qing expressed, somewhat surprised, before smiling gently. Observing this exchange, Ying felt a sense of relief, her lips slightly parting to convey her thoughts. Lin Mo, standing nearby, watched with curiosity, attentive to the woman's reaction. However, the smile that had once graced her face vanished instantaneously, replaced by an eerie crimson hue. Could it be true? Has the lady not deceived me? The usually composed Qianling fairy now found herself uncharacteristically agitated, her voice trembling slightly as she spoke. It is undoubtedly true. My mother understands the turmoil that has haunted you for a lifetime. Now, by serendipity, despite the inherent risks, there remains a substantial chance. If Aunt Lu is willing to join our Yi family, we shall assuredly offer our utmost support. Yi Ying replied with conviction. Very well, having understood the situation, I shall join your esteemed family. Despite the inevitable challenges, I am resolute. The woman's tone was firm, though her complexion suddenly paled. This is splendid news. With Aunt Lu and my mother often together, Inger can also learn the secrets of puppetry from you. The young girl exclaimed joyfully. Yet, regarding the emotional turbulence provoked by earlier words, the woman could only muster a strained smile for the girl. What about you, Senior Lin? Ying turned her gaze toward Lin Mo, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. I have declined multiple invitations. Therefore, I cannot easily acquiesce to joining the Yi family. I apologize, Miss Yi, for making your journey in vain. Lin Mo stated directly. However, given the gravity of the impending demonic tribulation, should you be willing to listen and make a resolute decision, I too have a few words to impart. Should you remain steadfast in your decision, consider it as if I have never spoken. Yi Ying's eyes shimmered, her demeanor slightly unusual. I am eager to hear more, Lin Mo remarked, raising an eyebrow, displaying a smile that was neither fully amused nor entirely serious. In the spirit realm, he was solitary and unencumbered, harboring little faith that mere words could sway him. Senior Lin, are you aware of my Yi family's grass soul pill? and the Nirvana Sacred Spirit technique? Ying inquired softly. I have indeed heard of the grass soul pill, he replied, a rare elixir known to enhance the magical prowess of those in the human race during the combined phase. However, the Yi family seldom offers it for sale to the public. To this day, I have yet to encounter it at any auction venue. As for the Nirvana Sacred Spirit technique, this is my first encounter with its mention. Lin Mo pondered briefly before continuing. I shall refrain from elaborating on the grass soul pill's effects. Should you choose to join my Yi family, my mother is willing to bestow 30 pills upon you. Such potions that bolster one's cultivation may assist you in overcoming future mid-stage bottlenecks. Regarding the Nirvana Sacred Spirit technique, it requires a woman with the true blood of the Tianfeng and a man to execute it in tandem to achieve significant results. Although this technique lacks other functionalities, it can unlock an individual's latent potential, gradually enhancing their constitution, and at its pinnacle, one may attain an immortal-like form, akin to the rebirth of an eternal phoenix. As Ying spoke, a blush crept across her cheeks. Listening to her describe the enigmatic ability of immortality, Lin Mo felt a profound astonishment within. Should the feigned saint true demon art be perfected, even without harnessing this mysterious technique to forge an indomitable physique? Having the reputed Nirvana Sacred Spirit technique as a protective art would undoubtedly be akin to gaining wings to soar. Yet, why did this young woman's demeanor appear so peculiar? Lin Mo gazed at her, lost in contemplation. After Yi Ying's words, Lu Qing was momentarily taken aback before turning to Lin Mo, then to the young woman, and could not suppress a soft chuckle. Inger, should Lin Daoist agree to join the Yi family, the task of assisting in the cultivation of the Nirvana technique would indeed fall upon you. You are correct. Given Lin Daoist's cultivation at the combined stage, even though most members of the Yi family possess the purest Tianfeng true blood, they may not meet the requirements to practice the secret art. From what I gather, while this generation of the Yi family is abundant in talent, true inheritors of the Tianfeng bloodline are exceedingly rare, and it appears Lin Daoist remains unaccompanied, presenting an excellent opportunity. The young woman, now liberated from her previous concerns, spoke with a playful tone. This matter must ultimately depend on Senior Lin's own will. It cannot rely solely on what Inger suggests. The girl's face instantly turned crimson, her speech becoming stammered. Lu Qing observed with a smile, remaining silent. Lin Mo, not one to be easily deceived, quickly discerned that the so-called Nirvana Sacred Spirit technique was, in fact, a dual cultivation practice. Judging by the bashful demeanor of the young woman before him, if she were to join the Yi family, it was highly probable that the one assisting him in his cultivation would indeed be Ying. A peculiar sensation surged within Lin Mo. Yet he maintained a faade of composure. After a rapid whirl of thoughts in his mind, he gently shook his head and expressed, I am deeply grateful for the kindness of the Yi family, yet I have resolved to remain unbound by any constraints. Thus, I must regretfully decline your esteemed offer. Upon hearing Lin Mo's firm refusal, Ying seemed to exhale a sigh of relief, though a subtle hint of disappointment flickered in her beautiful eyes before she quickly regained her composure. She responded, Since you have made your intentions clear, I shall refrain from further suggesting your joining the Yi family. However, under different circumstances, might I inquire if you would consider extending your assistance to the Yi family a decade hence? Are you referring to the matter of the True Spirit Grand Ceremony in 10 years? Lin Mo inquired, a faint smile of irony gracing his lips. Oh, it appears that you are already aware of this, Senior Lin, Ying speculated, her insight sharp. Indeed, but I fear the Celestial Maiden may arrive too late, as I have already pledged my support to the Xiaofeng Celestial from the Gu family for that occasion, Lin Mo replied, a look of regret etched on his face. The Gu family has a long-standing relationship with our Yi family, and I assure you, young friend Lin, that you will not be in opposition to them at this grand event, Ying said, her tone gradually shifting from tense to relaxed. Ah, I see. In that case, I can find some solace, Lin Mo responded, a slight smile emerging as he nodded gently. The young maiden had evidently expressed all that she wished to convey. Recognizing the inappropriateness of lingering too long, Lin Mo bid farewell politely after a brief conversation. Lu Qing then personally escorted the young woman to the location of the teleportation array. As they witnessed Lin Mo's figure vanish in a dazzling glow, Lu Qing sighed softly, murmuring with a hint of regret, what a pity. What precisely did Aunt Lu mean by that? Could you enlighten Inger on what is regrettable? Ying asked, her expression tinged with confusion and unease. Naturally, it is regrettable that your esteemed mother could not recruit this young friend Lin into our Yi family. Had she succeeded, this young man has already achieved the integration stage at such a tender age and has successfully navigated the tribulations of demonic calamity. His future prospects would indeed be immeasurable. Lu Qing explained with a smile. Though integration stage cultivators are among the elite in the human realm, our matriarch has already attained the mid-integration level. Should she awaken the blood of the heavenly phoenix, she may even rival those of the late integration tier. Now that Aunt Lu has joined the Yi family, even if young friend Lin chose to join us, it would merely be an embellishment. Regardless of the impending True Spirit Grand Ceremony or the potential eruption of demonic calamities, our Yi family must maintain a sufficient reserve of strength. Moreover, with the generous conditions offered by the Yi family, there remains a considerable possibility of enticing more integration stage loose cultivators to our cause. Yi Ying scoffed disdainfully, appearing indifferent, yet internally she was brimming with discontent. Perhaps that is indeed the case. Your mother's special regard for this young friend Lin likely stems from her recognition of his immense potential. However, this Lin Dao friend evokes in me a rather unique sensation, seemingly indifferent to the generous offerings of the Yi family. Regrettably, I possess only a puppet avatar at this location. Had my true self been present, I might have invited him for a friendly contest to gain a deeper understanding of his true capabilities. Lu Qing, her beautiful eyes glimmering with an unusual light, slowly articulated. Why bother delving into such matters? With Aunt Lu's formidable strength, even if he possesses numerous divine powers, the newly ascended being in the combined body realm would find it challenging to withstand her for long. Chapter 733. Furthermore, as recounted by my mother, it appears that before the esteemed Tian Yao Ling Emperor met his demise during the tribulation, he had entrusted several meticulously crafted puppets to Aunt Lu. The divine powers currently wielded by her likely rival those of the 3 emperors and the 7 great demon kings. Yi Ying rolled her eyes playfully, responding with a smile. Your family indeed possesses an unimpeded flow of information. Few are aware of this matter, and even your esteemed mother has heard whispers of it. This is truly admirable. Upon hearing these words, Lu Qing's expression shifted abruptly before recalling certain matters, leading her to shake her head with a wry smile. The young lady stifled a laugh. Meanwhile, Lin Mo, upon returning to his residence, briefly briefed the 2 young masters, Haida Xiao and his companion, who had already been waiting in the grand hall. He then promptly entered the secret chamber within the hall, settling into a meditative posture. Having initially reached the combined body realm, Lin Mo had contemplated a temporary halt to his cultivation. However, the impending news of the demonic tribulation shattered that intention into oblivion. At present, he must earnestly contemplate and devise a cultivation plan for the forthcoming centuries. Only by diligently enhancing his own strength can he hope to survive the impending tribulation. The previous tribulation had wrought calamity, leading to the unfortunate demise of several powerful figures among the 3 emperors and the 7 great demon kings. Yet, the forthcoming demonic tribulation appears to be even more severe than before. What particularly unsettles Lin Mo is the enmity he had incurred with the Yuansha saint ancestor of the demon realm while he was still cultivating in the human world. This supreme entity of the demon race had, by virtue of a mere fragment of his consciousness descending into the human realm, been entirely devoured by the silver moon due to Lin Mo's actions. It must be acknowledged that the saint ancestor of the demon realm holds a status comparable to that of a transcendent master in the human world. Should this saint ancestor seize the opportunity presented by the impending tribulation to step into the spirit realm, he may well dispatch his minions or personally seek vengeance. Thus, to prepare for this potential threat, Lin Mo must elevate his cultivation to the later stages of the combined body realm before the demonic tribulation arrives. Only in this manner, armed with his array of divine powers and rare treasures, can he hope to navigate the tribulation unscathed, even if confronted with the challenge posed by the ancient demon saint ancestor. However, it is noteworthy that although he has recently succeeded in ascending to the combined body realm, during his interactions with other practitioners of the same level, he has come to realize that the difficulty of advancing in cultivation after this stage far exceeds his initial expectations. On the path of cultivation, some early practitioners may spend millennia, even thousands of years, only to meet their untimely demise during the tribulations of heaven, struggling to overcome the mid-stage bottleneck. Those who ascend to the later stages of the integration phase are indeed exceedingly rare. Even among the illustrious figures of history, the 3 sovereigns and the 7 great demon kings, not all have reached the pinnacle of the later integration stage. Moreover, time is not on Lin Mo's side, fortunately. He has acquired numerous celestial herbs from the Guanghan realm. These precious resources are sufficient to concoct a plethora of elixirs that assist integration stage practitioners in enhancing their power. At least in terms of cultivation efficiency, he has gained a significant advantage compared to his peers. As long as he perseveres in his training over the coming centuries, the accumulation of spiritual power should not pose insurmountable difficulties. However, the lingering issue remains how to break through the bottleneck. Despite consuming large quantities of herbs that improve his constitution and spiritual roots, his innate talent does not significantly exceed that of the average person. Thus, it necessitates more preparatory measures to leverage external stimuli for a forced breakthrough. At the very least, the Void Spirit Pill in his possession, along with the Nether River Divine Milk gifted by Qing Yuanzi, holds immense potential to be tapped. Contemplating this, Lin Mo felt a slight sense of relief. Suddenly, a glimmer sparked in his eyes as he recalled a particular detail. With a gentle wave of his arm, a mysterious black beast ring materialized in his hand. Delving his thoughts into the space within the ring, he could not help but furrow his brow slightly. A faint black mist coalesced into a hazy silhouette within the ring, revealing a mischievous little black monkey peacefully slumbering. With such thoughts in mind, Lin Mo's hand trembled lightly, and the originally shimmering spirit beast ring vanished without a trace. Shortly thereafter, a golden radiance enveloped his hand, revealing a resplendent diagram of myriad swords. With a swift flick of his wrist, he cast the scroll into the low air before him, where it slowly unfurled and came to a halt. The sword intent contained within this diagram is an exceptionally profound secret technique. He had previously comprehended only a part of it, integrating that knowledge into the Qing Pan sword formation, significantly enhancing its power. Should he master this ultimate skill in its entirety, it would undoubtedly serve as a vital avenue for his recent ascension in strength. At present, he has already encountered numerous formidable practitioners in the integration stage. Although most of them are loose cultivators or disciples from certain sects and noble families, it is still sufficient. To engage with beings such as the 3 sovereigns and the 7 great demon kings requires a certain degree of opportunity. For instance, the Tian Kuei Wolf King, whom Lin Mo has yet to behold in person, often stirs feelings of melancholy and discontent deep within him whenever he thinks of the Silver Moon. After reclaiming her identity as the Linglong Demoness, has she undergone transformations during her prolonged wait to return to the spirit realm after so many years? It is said that as the consort of the Wolf King Tian Kuei, she should have long since returned to the side of this demon lord, and it is quite possible that they may indeed have the chance to meet at the upcoming Wanbao conference. However, as Lin Mo reminisces about her departure, recalling the peculiar gaze directed towards him, a twinge of melancholy stirs within his heart. He is no longer the naive youth unversed in the ways of the world. He can naturally discern the complex emotions concealed within that look. Silver Moon has accompanied him through countless nights, sharing the trials of life and death. To claim that he harbors no feelings for this woman would be patently absurd. Yet at that time, he was merely an inconsequential cultivator at the Nascent Soul stage, powerless to alter the course of reality. Even now, having ascended to the integration stage and successfully reached the spirit realm, despite the passage of time and the ebbing of years, he remains ignorant of whether the current exquisite demoness is still the Silver Moon of yore. Lin Mo is deliberately averse to contemplating this matter, lest it bring undue turmoil to his soul. His emotions surge and recede like the tides. But after a period of adjustment, he finally manages to restore a semblance of tranquility. His azure gaze flickers with intensity as he focuses on the grand array of swords before him. After a brief moment, Lin Mo's countenance becomes serene, and he immerses himself wholly into the intricate tapestry of golden sword formations. Lin Mo has confined himself within the secret chamber for over 10 days. Yet when he finally steps out, the Wanbao conference is poised to commence with great fanfare. On this day, Lin Mo sits upon a mat, feeling as though he has been summoned by some mysterious force. Suddenly, he sweeps his sleeve, drawing the grand array of swords into his possession. Subsequently, he rises and strides forth from the chamber. At this moment, within the main hall, young Master Hai and Qi Lingzi stand respectfully awaiting his arrival. Upon seeing Lin Mo emerge, they promptly approach him with ceremonious deference. Young Master Hai then produces a resplendent golden invitation from his sleeve, presenting it with both hands and sincerely stating, "Esteemed Senior Lin, this letter is a special invitation to the Wanbao Conference bestowed upon you. With this invitation, you may freely partake in auctions of various tiers and explore all venues of the Wanbao Conference. Moreover, today marks the opening ceremony, where a grand auction will be held atop Sunpeak. In accordance with the traditions of previous conferences, this auction represents the most significant aspect of the Wanbao Conference and serves as a symbol of its official commencement. Numerous rare treasures from various factions and private collections will be showcased at this auction." Qi Lingzi respectfully adds, "Oh, it seems you both possess a commendable understanding of this matter. It appears your endeavors during this period have yielded considerable rewards." Lin Mo replies with a faint smile, accepting the golden invitation and examining it closely. The front of the golden letter bears the ancient inscription of Wanbao, while the reverse showcases a silver pattern suffused with treasure energy, intricately outlined with mysterious runes, exuding a profound and exquisite aura. "During my seclusion, have all 7 demon kings arrived here?" Lin Mo cautiously tucked away the golden invitation and subsequently inquired, "Esteemed Senior, apart from the Tian Kuei Wolf King and the Tian Hu King, the remaining 5 of the 7 great demon kings have now gathered." Haida replied with utmost respect, "The Wolf King and the Fox King conspicuously absent? This is indeed perplexing. Typically, the Wanbao Conference is an event of paramount importance for the 7 great demon kings. It is inconceivable that they would easily forego participation," Lin Mo remarked, his expression tinged with gravity. "Regarding this matter, I have heard certain rumors," the spirit explained calmly. "It is said that the Tian Kuei Wolf King is currently engaged in an esoteric practice, rendering him unable to attend this conference. As for the Tianhu King, it has been reported that she is not present in her territory and has merely dispatched an envoy to inform everyone that pressing matters prevent her from revealing further details." "Ah, I see. In that case, we ought to hasten our journey to the auction site. Although the Wanbao Conference boasts an array of activities, there are likely only a few that truly pique my interest. As for this inaugural auction, I must say it is an event I cannot afford to miss. You should accompany me. Such a prestigious auction is not typically accessible to ordinary individuals, but with this golden invitation, we might have the opportunity to bring along a few disciples," Lin Mo stated, a faint smile gracing his lips as he glanced at the 2. "Disciples? Esteemed Senior, you are willing to accept us as your students." Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, Haida and the spirit were momentarily taken aback, but soon came to their senses. Haida eagerly pleaded, "To be frank, your current cultivation levels are not yet ideal, so it would be quite challenging to accept you as direct disciples. However, if you are willing, I shall accept you as registered disciples, and once you thoroughly break through to the transformation realm, I shall acknowledge you as my formal disciples. Until then, I expect you to strive diligently in your cultivation and not disappoint my expectations." Lin Mo gently shook his head, his expression serious as he replied, "Even becoming registered disciples is more than satisfactory. Please allow me to pay my respects." Without hesitation, the spirit knelt and respectfully bowed 3 times. Beside him, Haida, equally exhilarated, fell to the ground, exclaiming, "Master," and performed the formal apprenticeship rite. Seeing the sincerity and reverence on the faces of his 2 companions, Lin Mo nodded lightly in acceptance of their homage. With a subtle wave of his sleeve, an invisible force surged forth, swiftly lifting Haida and the spirit into the air. He continued in a tranquil tone, "You may have heard that my background is rather unique. Prior to you, I had accepted 2 disciples in the mortal realm. Thus, you are not my only 2 disciples. I also have an elder brother and an elder sister above me. However, I have always sought inner tranquility and have hesitated to take on the role of a mentor, lest it impede my own cultivation progress. Therefore, whether it is the acceptance of your senior brothers and sisters or the 2 of you, there exists a particular reason behind it. To prevent any doubts or even seeds of suspicion from arising in the future, there are certain matters I must elucidate to you in detail." When Lin Mo uttered his final words, his voice grew somber, and an eerie chill instantly enveloped the great hall, as if shrouded by a sinister haze. Even though the young master of Hai and the Qi Lingzi possessed extraordinary strength at the foundation establishment stage, they could not help but tremble in the wake of this chilling wave, their voices faltering. He chuckled softly, stating that there was no need for further hesitation. Had I been in the foundation establishment phase and accepted as a disciple by a cultivator at the integration stage, amidst my overwhelming joy, I too would inevitably harbor some doubts. A slight smile graced Lin Mo's lips as he spoke nonchalantly. Upon hearing Lin Mo's explanation, the young master of Hai and Qi Lingzi exchanged glances, suddenly feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. However, in such circumstances, they found themselves unable to articulate any rebuttal. To speak candidly, were you merely ordinary foundation establishment cultivators or body refiners, I would never consider accepting you as my registered disciples. The reason I decided to accept you today is primarily due to the profound connection we share. Additionally, I find your character and disposition quite satisfactory. However, the most crucial aspect lies in one of you possessing the legendary hidden spiritual root, while the other harbors a heritage artifact within. Lin Mo gazed at the two of them, his expression revealing an intricate complexity. The hidden spiritual root, the heritage artifact. Upon hearing this, both the young master of Hai and Qi Lingzi displayed a look of utter bewilderment. At their current level of cultivation, it was evident they could not yet grasp concepts that even high-level cultivators would find challenging to comprehend. Concerning Qi Lingzi's heritage artifact, it is quite understandable. It should be a treasure intricately concealing the secret techniques of the Misty Sea sect, sealed within you, awaiting the elevation of your cultivation to a certain height, at which point the seal would partially unbind, granting you access to appropriate cultivation methods. Of course, this heritage artifact itself is an invaluable rarity. If paired with the corresponding techniques, its power would be formidable. At this juncture, Lin Mo paused momentarily. I often sense an unusual feeling within me. At times, I even experience bizarre nightmares, and it turns out it is all the doing of this entity. Qi Lingzi, astonished, murmured to himself instinctively. Lin Mo smiled slightly and continued, stating that in truth, the potential you possess is quite remarkable. Although the reputation of the Misty Sea sect may not be prominent, based on my observations, the mystical techniques of this sect are extraordinary and well-suited for your cultivation. Therefore, there is no need to impart additional teachings on primary cultivation methods. It suffices to teach you some wondrous secret arts once you have achieved significant progress in your cultivation. Thus, the lineage of the Misty Sea sect urgently requires you to carry it forward until you reach the stage of great achievement. One may once again assume the mantle of the leader of the Misty Sea sect, propelling this lineage to new heights. I shall not intervene in this matter in any capacity. The reason I have chosen to accept you as my disciple is that I perceive you already possess the innate potential for inheritance, requiring merely gentle guidance and nurturing to cultivate your abilities independently. Otherwise, despite your exceptional aptitude, I would not readily invite trouble upon myself. Rest assured, as you join my ranks, I will not be parsimonious in providing you with resources. Should you feel any imbalance or harbor grievances regarding this, I am willing to regard our earlier initiation as if it had never transpired. Lin Mo's expression was grave, his gaze fixed intently upon the young Taoist as he spoke calmly. I do not presume to complain. It is an immense fortune for me to be fortunate enough to be accepted as a named disciple under your esteemed guidance. As for which cultivation method to pursue, I shall defer entirely to your wisdom without any discontent. Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, Qi Lingzi's countenance grew tense, and he knelt once more, replying with utmost respect. If you believe you can bear this, then there is no issue at hand. Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction, turning his gaze towards the handsome youth. Please, master. Simply call me Hai Yuetian. The moniker Hai de Shao is merely a playful title among friends, and I cannot bear to use it in your presence. The young man, Hai de Shao, seemed to sense Lin Mo's intent and promptly responded with keen wit. Ah, so Hai Yuetian is your true name. Very well, from this day forth, you shall be known as Yuetian. A smile graced Lin Mo's lips as he spoke softly. At your command, master. Hai de Shao responded with the utmost reverence. There exists a significant disparity between your situation and that of Qi Lingzi. Over the past few days, I have conducted a thorough examination of your physique and consulted with several peers of the same level regarding some perplexities. I can now ascertain that you possess not only the rare forged gold body, but also the unique thunder root within you, which should indeed be the legendary hidden root. No, perhaps it would be more precise to refer to it as the hidden thunder root. Hidden thunder root. Hai de Shao muttered the phrase twice, yet his face remained etched with confusion. While the forged gold body is rare, considering the vast number of humans, there exists a certain probability of its occurrence. It is precisely for this reason that you have made such rapid advancements in body refinement. As for the hidden root, that is far more unpredictable. Since ancient times, tales of the hidden root have been exceedingly scarce, nearly all lost amidst various myths and legends. Thus, I initially did not contemplate this aspect until after extensive deliberation and study did I arrive at this conclusion. The hidden root is exceedingly difficult to detect, yet the probability of its manifestation is far less than that of individuals with special physiques or those inheriting true spiritual bloodlines. Lin Mo patiently elucidated. But why is this so? Qi Lingzi asked, enraptured, unable to contain his curiosity. Given that such roots are inherently reserved for those endowed with special physiques and those who inherit unique bloodlines. Only this specific group possesses the potential risk of their spiritual roots being obscured or even weakened by unique physiques or bloodline powers, leading to the emergence of hidden spiritual roots. However, it is crucial to note that even when a hidden spiritual root is detected, some individuals may not yield any tangible results. Ordinary cultivation sects seldom accept such individuals unless their unique physique or bloodline is extraordinarily exceptional, or if their accompanying spiritual roots are of the rarest kinds, such as thunder or shadow spiritual roots. Even if these conditions are met, it is still necessary to evaluate the duration of the hidden spiritual root's disappearance and manifestation to determine if they are truly worthy of cultivation. After all, if the hidden spiritual root vanishes for too long, the difficulty of nurturing it will increase exponentially. Only when the spiritual root reveals itself can those with hidden spiritual roots engage in the cultivation of magical powers, Lin Mo elaborated to his two registered disciples. At that moment, young Master Hai, overwhelmed with excitement, realized the true mystery of his own spiritual root and could not help but ask, Master, I have roughly understood the origins and the formidable challenges associated with hidden spiritual roots. However, why do only a few types, such as the hidden thunder spiritual root, attract the attention of the world? Is there a deeper reason behind this? You are indeed exceptionally astute, swiftly identifying the crux of the issue. In comparison to the hidden shadow spiritual root, the rarity of this kind of spiritual root is even greater than that of your hidden thunder spiritual root, with only one known instance throughout history. As for your hidden thunder spiritual root, although the process of cultivating magical powers is significantly more arduous than that of ordinary cultivators, those who possess such spiritual roots, after practicing the path of thunder, become endowed with the unique ability to assist others in resisting heavenly tribulations, Lin Mo explained in detail. Such a wondrous effect exists? Young Master Hai, still without profound experience, was astonished, while Z, the spiritual being, was left speechless upon hearing Lin Mo's words. As a cultivator, he grasped the importance of Lin Mo's statements far more acutely than young Master Hai, who was merely a body refiner. Indeed, thus, even if cultivating the hidden thunder spiritual root proves to be quite challenging, as long as there is any possibility of reaching the pinnacle of cultivation, most sects will wholeheartedly invest in nurturing it. However, if the potential for reaching a high level of mastery is lost, no one would be willing to undertake the seemingly fruitless endeavor, regardless of how precious a hidden shadow spiritual root holder may be. The reason I chose you as my disciple is primarily due to your physique and spiritual root, which perfectly align with my dual cultivation technique of law and body. Even during the temporary disappearance of your spiritual root, you can still practice certain body refining techniques to avoid wasting precious time. Additionally, I possess some knowledge of the thunder path, which I can impart to you. If you ever reach the height of cultivation, you could assist me during my tribulation. Even the slightest alleviation of my burden might determine the success of my tribulation. Lin Mo candidly revealed part of his intentions in taking on a disciple. As long as the moment arrives when I cultivate to an extraordinarily high level, I will surely do my utmost to assist my master in confronting that thunder tribulation. Young Master Hai vowed solemnly, bowing respectfully to Lin Mo without hesitation. Haha, there is no need for excessive concern regarding this matter. The reason for my arrangements is merely to prepare for that 1 in a million chance. If the day arrives when you can aid me through adversity, it is likely to be many years hence. Such unpredictable occurrences cannot be forcibly altered by human effort. I chose to accept you as my disciples primarily because I believe your virtues resonate profoundly with my own, as if fate has destined our master-disciple bond. However, during our journey to the auction, you two little ones persistently referred to me as Brother Lin. which has left me somewhat at a disadvantage. Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction, then chuckled lightly. Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, young Master Hai and Kalingzi could not help but share an awkward laugh. Well then, it is time to set forth. I am filled with curiosity about my fellow practitioners of the same level whom I have yet to meet. Furthermore, it is rumored that this auction will attract individuals from other races, which undoubtedly heightens my desire to see for myself. I wish to discover which foreign entity would travel such a great distance to be here. Lin Mo's expression grew serious as he spoke. As you command, Master. Young Master Hai and Kalingzi responded in unison. Subsequently, Lin Mo nodded in approval and led them away from the Grand Hall. As they stepped out of the teleportation array into the welcome Immortal Palace, they could catch glimpses of shimmering spiritual lights in the distant sky. While squads of soldiers patrolled at low altitudes, and in the far distance, crowds of figures flickered. However, upon entering a 10-mile radius of the welcome Immortal Palace, nearby guards would immediately obstruct their advance. It is evident that the once strictly forbidden Jiushin Mountain has now been fully opened to the outside world. In this moment, Lin Mo remained silent, waving his hand, causing azure light to glimmer from the wide sleeves of his robe, instantly enveloping young Master Hai and his accompanying guards, allowing them to step into the void together. Although Jiushin Mountain enforces strict aerial restrictions, for Lin Mo, a formidable cultivator in the integration stage, such barriers are merely illusory. Although patrolling soldiers were present in the vicinity, upon recognizing Lin Mo as a practitioner from the welcome Immortal Palace, they tacitly chose to disregard him, as if they had never noticed their presence. The party led by Lin Mo transformed into a streak of azure light, racing at an astonishing speed towards Feishan Peak deep within Jiushin Mountain. During their rapid flight, they could clearly observe that the once tranquil and harmonious mountains were now completely overrun by crowds from both the human and demon races. While not yet at a point of overwhelming throngs, the mountains were filled with bustling figures, especially around the various structures prepared for this grand event. They were teeming with people from both races. In areas closer to the 9 main peaks, the density of the crowd reached its zenith. Young Master Hai and his accompanying guards gazed on with great enthusiasm, while Lin Mo, a seasoned participant in such events, had long since lost the excitement he felt during his first attendance. After a brief survey of the scene below, Lin Mo did not linger but chose to descend directly from the sky, vanishing from the sight of the crowd. In a mere half-hour's time, a magnificent peak soaring tens of thousands of feet into the sky came into view. It was none other than the illustrious Feishan Peak, the highest point of Jiushin Mountain. The number of patrolling soldiers here was markedly greater than in other areas, and some Thunder Guardians, riding their azure flying wolves, began to appear in the air. Just as Lin Mo's escaping light crossed the mountain's limits, leaving only 7 or 8 miles to the summit, several Thunder Guardians approached, intercepting them in their tracks. Respectful Senior, in accordance with the orders from above, we humbly request to inspect the invitation in your possession. The leader, a robust elderly man, did not dismount from his flying wolf, yet maintained a respectful demeanor, clasping his fists in greeting to convey his intent. Lin Mo cast a brief glance at the unfamiliar figures before him, then gently waved his hand, sending forth a dazzling beam of golden light, an emblem of his esteemed status, the golden invitation. Although this elder was merely a body refinement practitioner, he could discern the concealed information within the golden invitation with precision. Upon a light touch, the elder immediately grasped its contents. It was the renowned Lin Senior's arrival, and he regretted any previous discourtesies. As I understand, your purpose here is to participate in this auction gala. Please allow me to escort you to the Wanbao Grand Hall. With Lin Mo's tacit approval, the elder promptly responded, signaling his companions to continue their patrol duties. He then personally guided the giant wolf, leading Lin Mo toward the mountain's peak. Feishan Peak acquired its name due to its exceedingly steep and towering terrain, where finding a path from the base to the summit was nearly impossible, rendering it a marvel of peril for ordinary individuals or average cultivators. The prospect of ascending and stealthily assassinating someone atop the mountain was akin to an impossible dream. To construct any edifices upon such a foundation would undoubtedly be a delusion. However, for those who had mastered extraordinary abilities and possessed exceptional strength, all of this appeared effortless. Historical records indicate that this mountain was created by a legendary figure employing miraculous techniques. He skillfully condensed vast expanses of white cloud seas at the mountain's waist and summit, connecting the two through several vibrant, lengthy bridges and steep cliffs, rendering the peak a seamless masterpiece of nature. The magnificent structure, Wanbao Grand Hall, which loomed over the sea of clouds at the pinnacle, stood as the most prominent and representative entity of Jushin Mountain. In the 735th chapter, Lin Mo stood high above, gazing into the distance. Amidst the thick, swirling mists, imposing palatial buildings emerged in a harmonious arrangement, their verdant surroundings faintly visible. At the same time, the gentle sound of flowing water and the melodious calls of birds reached his ears, creating a truly ethereal scene akin to a paradise on earth. Despite having heard tales of Faxian Peak's wonders and mysteries, Lin Mo was still profoundly moved and awestruck upon his arrival. Haida Xiao and Kalingzi were equally captivated, lost in the enchanting beauty before them, unable to extricate themselves. On this occasion, apart from Lin Mo and a few others, it was evident that numerous practitioners were converging from all directions. However, unlike Lin Mo, who effortlessly wielded his escape light to fly directly here, most opted to approach the foot of the mountain and then take the chartered flying boats to the summit, ultimately traversing magnificent arched bridges into the depths of the sea of clouds. Individuals of the integration stage, like Lin Mo, who could arrive independently, were a rare sight, often disappearing into the cloud sea in an instant. Lin Mo was guided by a fellow practitioner to hover above a palace, eventually descending at a secluded entrance. In front of the entrance stood a dozen guards and several attendants safeguarding the area. Before them, a middle-aged man clad in luxurious brocade robes wore a broad smile, while accompanying a lady in a black gown, seemingly engaged in a delightful conversation. Although only the back of the lady in black was visible, her tall stature emanated an awe-inspiring air, indicative of someone accustomed to wielding power. Behind her stood another young woman dressed in purple, around 17 or 18, with an oval face that radiated a serene and exquisite beauty. Perhaps her looks were not breathtakingly beautiful, yet the fresh and ethereal aura she exuded was exceedingly rare, capable of stirring one's heart. The surrounding guards and attendants, though acutely aware of their esteemed identities, could not help but steal glances at the young woman in purple from time to time. Nevertheless, in the face of so many ardent gazes, she maintained a sweet smile, attentively listening to the conversation between the brocade-clad man and the lady in black. Without revealing any unusual emotions, Lin Mo's gaze lingered momentarily on the young woman in purple before swiftly shifting to the brocade-clad man and the lady in black, a hint of astonishment flickering across his face. Then, with a flash of blue light, he, along with the young master of the sea and the artifact spirit, landed steadily not far from the entrance. Such formidable power caught the immediate attention of the attendants, guards, and the conversing pair, who turned to look. At that moment, Lin Mo finally discerned the true visage of the lady in black. She possessed dark eyebrows, phoenix-like eyes, a delicate nose, and almond-shaped lips, exuding the noble aura of an unparalleled beauty. However, upon recognizing Lin Mo's face, she first appeared slightly taken aback, then involuntarily cast her gaze towards the young woman in purple, her expression revealing a complex array of emotions. Upon seeing Lin Mo, the young woman in purple briefly displayed a glimmer of joy, her eyes sparkling with an unusual light, though she swiftly concealed it. "Oh, this friend's face is rather unfamiliar. May I ask if you are the Lin Mo, who has recently ascended to the integration stage?" The middle-aged man in brocade, after a brief mental sweep, let out a soft exclamation of surprise, quickly recalling something, and thus inquired with a smile. "You are." As the other party was also an initial stage practitioner, Lin Mo dared not show any negligence and respectfully returned the greeting, though a trace of confusion lingered on his face. I am Peng Ju, the deputy city lord of Xuanwu City, and I am also responsible for managing human affairs at this conference. It is indeed a joyous occasion for our clan to welcome a cultivator like friend Lin, who has reached the integration stage." The middle-aged man in a brocade robe responded courteously. "Allow me to speak frankly, as I have just entered the integration stage. My mastery of magical power and life experiences are still rather shallow. I humbly request that City Lord Peng imparts his wisdom." Lin Mo replied with modesty. It is well known that friend Lin has swiftly transitioned from the transformation stage to the integration stage in just a few hundred years. Today, not only is the human world aware of the demon clan, but many also praise your immense potential, which is indeed beyond the reach of us old-timers. Peng Ju said with a smile. "You flatter me, City Lord. I am genuinely curious about the identity of this fairy, Lin Mo playfully inquired, shifting his gaze towards the woman in the black dress nearby. The aura of magic emanating from her was remarkably pure and profound, clearly indicating she was a saintly practitioner of late integration stage, which left Lin Mo astonished and involuntarily speculating about her complex background. As for the woman dressed in purple, she was inadvertently overlooked by Lin Mo. I am from the Black Phoenix Pavilion. I wonder if friend Lin has heard of us. The woman in the black dress fixed her keen gaze on Lin Mo and said with a gentle smile, "So, you are the sect leader of the Black Phoenix Pavilion." Although Lin Mo was already aware of her identity, her verbal acknowledgement caused a subtle change in his expression. It seems that friend Lin is not unfamiliar with our Black Phoenix Pavilion. Speaking of which, my junior named Xiao Hong once had a conflict with you. The woman in the black dress chuckled softly. Regarding that matter from years ago, Lin Mo frowned, eager to speak, but she waved her hand, interrupting him. There is no need for concern, friend Lin. Back then, Xiao Hong was quite naive and dared to conspire over the true blood of the Tianfeng from the Yi family. She has been punished to contemplate in the flame domain of the Black Phoenix Pavilion for a millennium. What I just mentioned was merely to express my gratitude for your assistance back then, which averted any discord between our Black Phoenix Pavilion and the Yi family. You may not know, but the Grand Elder of the Yi family is a close friend of mine, and it was never my wish to see our relationship strained due to that incident. Lin Mo felt somewhat surprised upon hearing this. Although he could not ascertain the truth of her words, he still smiled indifferently and replied, "Since Junior Xiao has said so, I shall not dwell on it further." At the same time, Peng Ju, unaware of the history between Lin Mo and the Black Phoenix Pavilion, observed the easing of their conflict with a hint of relief on his face, and he clasped his hands towards the two, saying, "Junior Xiao, friend Lin, the auction is about to commence. You both might want to enter the venue first. I shall wait here for the other friends who have yet to arrive." "Very well. I should indeed make my way inside promptly. Dyer, let us go?" The woman in the black dress nodded in acknowledgement, then turned to call out to the woman in the purple attire behind her. With the guidance of a maid, she elegantly entered through the grand doors. "Dyer." Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the woman's address towards the girl in the purple attire, and cast a peculiar glance at her. Yet, the girl in purple unconsciously lowered her head, silently following the woman in the black dress out of Lin Mo's sight, never having uttered a single word to him. Lin Mo, who had harbored some doubts, felt his expression shift dramatically after witnessing the purple-clad figure vanish behind the door. Could it be that this girl named Dyer was the very child that Xiao Hong had secretly taken away all those years ago? He recalled that Dyer was born of a union between the human and demon races, her origins appearing to hold considerable significance. After all, how could Xiao Hong, a formidable Black Phoenix demon cultivator, dare to venture deep into human territory to retrieve her if it were otherwise? If the girl in purple were indeed that child from years past, then her presence beside the now Black Phoenix Queen would hardly be surprising. Alas, it was astonishing that within a mere few centuries, she had transformed from an ordinary person devoid of any cultivation into a formidable being at the initial stage of divine transformation, a feat that was difficult to fathom. Even though the Black Phoenix clan held Dyer in high esteem and her bloodline was shrouded in mystery, her rapid ascension was indeed remarkable, rivaling the time he had spent advancing from the divine transformation stage to the integration stage over several centuries. Lin Mo vividly remembered Dyer's visage. Even after the passage of time, he could discern no resemblance between the current girl in purple and the girl he once knew. Furthermore, if this girl truly was Dyer, then why had she not greeted him, especially considering the deep bond they once shared? Lin Mo's thoughts raced, and his confusion only deepened. Observing the perplexed expression on Lin Mo's face, Peng Ju felt a twinge of surprise, but refrained from urging him, instead smiling warmly and maintaining his silence. "Brother Peng, is this friend named Dyer also of the Black Phoenix lineage? Could you enlighten me about her relationship with Taoist Xiao?" Lin Mo could no longer contain his curiosity. "Haha, I initially thought Brother Lin had not noticed this lady. As far as I am aware, this Dyer is indeed a direct descendant of Taoist Xiao and is quite renowned among the younger generation of the demon race. It is said that not only does she possess extraordinary cultivation talent, but her beauty is also likened to that of a painting, earning her the title of the Phoenix Spirit Fairy. Countless young talents from the demon race have been captivated by her, pursuing her in vain." Peng Ju replied with a smile. "Beauty likened to a painting? Upon hearing this, a glimmer of understanding flickered in Lin Mo's eyes. Now it makes sense. No wonder Brother Lin was oblivious to this. He continued, the visage of this young lady, Dyer, is actually a transformation using Taoist Xiao's true feathers. Unless the true feathers are retracted, no one can glimpse her true appearance. Taoist Hong's intention in this regard was to spare her from undue disturbances during the 10,000 Treasures Conference. Brother Lin, could it be that you have also developed an interest in this Phoenix Spirit Fairy? Given that you have already advanced to the integration stage at a young age, securing her heart may not be an entirely hopeless endeavor. It is rumored that this young lady is not purely of Black Phoenix descent, but rather a blend of both human and demon bloodlines. Peng Ju jestingly remarked. As Lin Mo quietly turned, a profound expression of contemplation graced his visage. Standing tall and silent, he traversed the lengthy corridor crafted from white jade, ultimately arriving at the vast palace, segmented into numerous levels. The expanse of this place stretched for thousands of feet, and the elevated white jade platform, soaring over 10 feet high in the central hall, exuded an extraordinary grandeur. Upon this platform, vacant and unoccupied, for ethereal orbs of ghostly light flickered at each corner, each concealing a silver flying sword, nearly parallel to the ground and measuring 3 feet in length. Surrounding the platform stood 8 robust warriors clad in golden armor, wielding halberds and donning silver masks. They emanated a dense aura of dark malevolence, enveloping the scene in an air of enigma. Lin Mo gazed intently at the 4 flying swords and the 8 armored warriors. A flicker of blue light dancing in his eyes, his expression subtly shifting. These 4 swords were not merely treasures of the spirit level. They appeared to possess a mysterious connection, drawing upon one another, clearly constituting a complete set of artifacts. One flying sword was already a rare gem of the spirit level, and when combined, their collective power would be unfathomable. As for the 8 golden armored warriors, although no fluctuations of magical energy could be sensed from them, the golden armor they adorned and the dark malevolence swirling around them sufficed to attest to their formidable strength. In silent contemplation, Lin Mo followed a handmaiden to a uniquely adorned chamber located at the pinnacle of the grand hall, on the 3rd level. The room, though modest in size, approximately 7 or 8 feet, was furnished with all necessities, and in each corner, pots of blooming spirit flowers were displayed. Facing the elevated platform was a square window, ajar, through which a delicate white mist wafted. Remarkably, all external sights remained vividly clear, unhindered by the fog. Esteemed Senior, are you satisfied with this guest room? Should it fail to meet your expectations, I can arrange for another, the handmaiden inquired respectfully. There is no need for any trouble. This room suffices, Lin Mo replied with a calm demeanor. Then I shall take my leave. Should you require anything, please summon me. I will be waiting at the door. The handmaiden stated, bowing her head. Lin Mo inclined his head slightly, gesturing for her to depart. The handmaiden understood and promptly exited the room, closing the door gently behind her. At that moment, young Master Hai and the artifact spirit curiously surveyed the room, ultimately directing their gaze towards the window. Lin Mo, with measured steps, approached the window and settled into a chair positioned nearby. Before him lay a verdant wooden table, upon which rested a special magical disc intended for bidding. However, Lin Mo merely cast a fleeting glance before diverting his gaze outward, captivated by the view beyond. From this vantage point, he could survey the majority of the scene below. Tens of thousands of humans and beings from the demon race had occupied the 1st and 2nd tiers of seating, among them many formidable practitioners of the urbanized divine refinement realm and above. In the face of practitioners at the peak of the fusion stage, such as Lin Mo, they comfortably resided in their individual quarters on the 3rd tier, quietly resting. Lin Mo focused his attention, confirming that no unusual events had caught his notice at this moment. And without hesitation, he closed his eyes, entering a profound meditation to adjust his mental state. Haidasha and Kalingzi stood cautiously behind him, uttering not a single word. As time passed silently, the cacophony of exclamations from below gradually diminished, and the grand luxurious palace descended into a suffocating silence. Lin Mo keenly sensed this anomaly and reopened his eyes, peering down through the window. At that moment, 2 exceptionally unique figures appeared on the high platform, standing side by side as if awaiting the arrival of a significant moment. One was tall, towering at 2 zhang, enveloped in a dazzling black radiance, his form ethereal and elusive. He appeared to be a robust man with a full beard, yet his true visage remained shrouded in obscurity. The second figure was even more imposing, surpassing the earlier robust man. A blazing red horn burned atop his head, and his eyes radiated a profound green light, with shimmering scale-like objects faintly visible on either side of his face. This individual was a warrior of the demon race, cultivated to a certain level of mastery. Lin Mo gazed intently at these extraordinary beings, his eyes narrowing slightly before returning to their normal state. Just then, from the depths of the darkness at the center of the stage, the resplendent, robust man spoke. Esteemed colleagues, I believe most of you are already aware of my identity and that of my companion, Taoist Li Hua. Thus, we need not indulge in excessive self-introduction. Here, on behalf of the two of us, I solemnly announce that the first round of the Wanbao Conference auction is about to officially commence. This grand figure, radiating black brilliance, was none other than the renowned Xuanwu Ba Huang of the Flame Empire, and the being honored as Li Hua, undoubtedly, was the distinguished Li Huajiao Long of the Seven Royal Clans. The unprecedented scale of this auction event, presided over by these two unattainable powerhouses, naturally astonished all the practitioners in attendance. However, as these two strong figures descended from their lofty thrones, an elder clad in a white robe with flowing silver hair stepped onto the stage. Following him were two maidens, each bearing a tray filled with golden satin, intricately concealing mysterious items within layers of fabric. I am Tian Yenzi, fortunate to serve as the host for this auction event. I kindly ask all friends present to offer your enthusiastic support and warm applause. The elder in white bowed deeply to the entire hall, a smile gracing his face. Immediately, a thunderous applause erupted from below, accompanied by a chorus of cheers. Ha! With Master Tianyin presiding over this grand auction, our hearts are undoubtedly at ease. Indeed, especially for those of us who navigate between the two clans, the perceptiveness and unique insights of Senior Tianyin are well known and widely acknowledged. As soon as the elder's words fell, they elicited fervent responses from numerous cultivators. Clearly, this individual, who had attained the mid-stage of void refinement, possessed a reputation and influence that could not be underestimated. The elder in white still wore a smile, nodding respectfully to those around him, and then proceeded to say, Esteemed friends, your presence here for this auction indicates you wish not to squander time on needless chatter. Thus, let us proceed to the main event. Servants, please present the first item for display. Before he finished speaking, he beckoned to those behind him. A young attendant cautiously stepped forward, hands raised high above his head, respectfully offering a tray to the elder. Only then did the elder gently raise his arm, using his fingertips to deftly lift the golden silk from the tray. In an instant, a dazzling crystal radiating silver light appeared before everyone's eyes. This crystal, no larger than a fist, was adorned with exquisite natural patterns etched upon its surface. Within these patterns flowed brilliant silver light, as if countless silver threads had been infused into the gem, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Behold, this exquisite material known as silver silk crystal is an indispensable resource for forging gold attribute treasures. This silver silk crystal only grows in the Bai Gorge, located in the far eastern lands of the human realm, and at times, the annual yield may not even amount to half of this crystal. This highlights its extraordinary rarity. A mere addition of this substance to an ordinary flying sword can enhance its sharpness, far surpassing treasures of comparable quality. Should one devote themselves entirely to using this material for crafting, achieving the status of a spiritual treasure is not out of reach. Thus, the starting bid for this treasure is set at 3 million spirit stones, with each subsequent bid requiring a minimum increment of 100,000. The auction officially commences. Tianyin elaborately described the item displayed on the tray, then resoundingly announced the beginning of the bidding. These materials are not only rare components for forging Demon Clan battle armor, but also essential for crafting various magical artifacts. However, after several intense rounds of bidding, the majority of cultivators in the hall displayed astonishment. A total of 7 or 8 items were successfully acquired at astonishingly high prices by a black-furred demon, making their debut in the auction. It seemed that for this individual, obtaining these materials necessary for crafting was of utmost importance, regardless of the spirit stones required. Exuding an air of remarkable extravagance, this mysterious black-furred demon was clad in a misty, brownish-yellow robe, and aside from their exposed arms, their entire body was tightly wrapped, allowing only a vague glimpse of their grotesque features. which remained obscured and unclear. Evidently, this leather robe could only withstand the formidable presence of beings at the transformation and void refinement stages. For Lin Mo, a practitioner who had already attained the integration stage, it would take but a modicum of effort to forcefully penetrate the obscuring power of the robe. Astonishingly, it was a black wolf demon. Despite having only reached the initial stage of void refinement, why was he so extravagant in his actions? Could it be that he hails from a prestigious family within the wolf clan? A flicker of blue light danced in Lin Mo's eyes as he scrutinized the dark-furred demon, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Although Qi Lingzi and young Master Hai could hear everything clearly from behind, they too were baffled by the underlying reasons, rendering them silent and hesitant to interject. At that moment, a piece of peculiar silk, radiating a fiery red glow as if woven from flames, was presented on stage by a young attendant. The audience was instantly engulfed in a cacophony of excitement. It was crystal flame silk, woven from an incredible material. Truly unbelievable. It was sheer opulence. Many cultivators gazed in astonishment at the crimson silk, with some unable to conceal their greed, wishing fervently to rush forward and claim it for themselves. Master, what exactly is this crystal flame silk? Why is everyone here so enamored with it? Young Master Hai inquired curiously upon witnessing the scene before him. It is no wonder you find this material unfamiliar. Crystal flame silk is not produced by our human race, but is a precious spiritual material unique to the Black Phoenix clan. Legend has it that it originates from a flame insect that dwells deep within lava, whose exhaled spiritual threads become the crystal flame silk. However, this insect can only produce a single strand of crystal flame silk in its lifetime, and it is only found in specific lava regions controlled by the Black Phoenix clan. Thus, its value surpasses that of the previously mentioned silver silk crystal. Artifacts crafted from such material can subtly enhance the cultivation progress of practitioners who adhere to fire attribute techniques when worn for extended periods. Moreover, treasures fashioned from crystal flame silk significantly amplify the power of fire attribute divine arts. Given that many cultivators present are likely to specialize in or have affinities for fire techniques, it is only natural that such a wealth of crystal flame silk would ignite their fervor. Lin Mo smiled as he elucidated, dispelling the confusion. Now it makes sense. In light of this, their fervent pursuit is indeed justifiable. Qi Lingzi chuckled in agreement. As the celestial God Lord announced the starting bid for the crystal flame silk, an even more fervent wave of bidding ensued, surpassing the intensity of any previous competition. In the blink of an eye, the price of the crystal flame silk skyrocketed nearly to double its initial value, reaching astronomical figures. However, as the prices continued to soar, the once fervent bidding gradually began to cool. Ultimately, only 5 or 6 cultivators remained steadfast in the fray, one of whom was the enigmatic dark-furred demon. The final transaction result was unsurprising to onlookers. Indeed, it was the Black Wolf demon who personally settled the exorbitant amount. Thus, he undoubtedly attracted the attention of the crowd, with many practitioners from both clans casting complex glances filled with suspicion and wariness. At that moment, an elderly man clad in white robes unexpectedly announced a piece of news from the stage, instantly captivating the audience's attention. Esteemed friends, many of you present have likely participated in the inaugural auction of the 10,000 Treasures Conference more than once, and therefore should be familiar with the distinct auction procedures of this event. Typically, not all the highlight items are reserved for the finale. Rather, several key items are presented at various stages throughout the auction. At this moment, I am about to showcase one such item, which I firmly believe will meet the expectations of the majority of my esteemed peers and seniors. As the elder's words fell, he gently clapped his hands twice. Suddenly, a smiling young maid emerged from below the stage, gracefully carrying a verdant wooden box about half a foot in height, and approached Taiyanzi. The elderly man's expression turned solemn as he cautiously took the box from the maid's hands and continued to address the audience. Although some of you may have heard of the crying spirit Bloodwood, very few have truly witnessed such a spiritual object. What lies within this box is a small fragment of the crying spirit Bloodwood. This spiritual item is versatile, serving both as an auxiliary material required for the execution of various grand powers and as a crucial ingredient for refining the second incarnation and the robbery puppet. Not to mention its status as the primary material for the renowned treasure, the blood-crying spirit pearl. I solemnly declare this. Upon hearing Taiyanzi's remarks, The majority of the audience exhibited expressions of confusion, while a select few revealed their excitement unabashedly. The crying blood spirit wood. Is this not the sacred treasure revered by the spirit clan? Some knowledgeable practitioners in the crowd couldn't help but exclaim. Lin Mo furrowed his brow involuntarily, acutely sensing the numerous waves of divine consciousness emanating from the small room on the third floor, clearly indicating that many powerful beings in the fusion stage were keenly interested in the crying blood spirit wood. Regarding the origin of this bloodwood, I admit my knowledge is limited. However, I assure you, esteemed friends, that this fragment of the crying spirit bloodwood is indeed authentic and devoid of any deceit. The elder concluded, lifting the lid of the box. Instantly, a wave of metallic scent surged forth, transforming into a thick cloud of blood mist swirling through the air like a colossal crimson serpent. Tianyanzi inhaled deeply, his eyes shimmering with golden light, then reached forth with outstretched fingers to grasp the contents of the box. In the blink of an eye, a peculiar piece of wood, half a foot long and roughly the diameter of a thumb, adorned with dark red patterns, was revealed to the assembly. This wood, though dim in hue, continuously emitted wisps of blood mist. The blood mist intertwined and surged incessantly, soaring towards the heavens as if imbued with life itself. The transformation of the calamity puppet. Lin Mo gazed intently at this wondrous entity, his eyes narrowing into mere slits. He had heard whispers of the crying spirit bloodwood. In truth, it was the remnant of a mutated wood element spirit race, indeed a rarity among the spiritual kin. As for the illustrious reputation of the second incarnation and the crying blood spirit pearl, while they ignited a sense of yearning within him, it was undoubtedly the enigmatic calamity puppet that stirred his heart most profoundly. Although he possessed a transformation talisman capable of averting calamities, the efficacy of the talisman paled in comparison as his cultivation advanced. Even with meticulous nurturing, the divine powers it could invoke were exceedingly limited. Conversely, the calamity puppet had become a renowned treasure throughout the long annals of human history, capable of aiding practitioners at the fusion stage to overcome tribulations and resist disasters. However, the calamity puppet was, in essence, a consumable artifact, requiring the wielder to adeptly seize the opportune moment for activation. Any premature or delayed attempt could lead to its wastage. Chapter 737. Lin Mo focused intently on the old man's hands, which cradled the crying spirit bloodwood, exuding a potent scent of blood. A flicker of intrigue danced across his countenance. Since attending the grand auction hosted by the alien races, the rare treasures of both humans and demons had ceased to captivate his interest. Yet, the first exhibit of this auction stirred the depths of his soul, awakening dormant desires. Should he possess a calamity puppet, it might just allow him to navigate a potentially fatal onslaught and avert a crisis. Alas, such precious materials were solely within the grasp of the spirit race. Yet what was truly startling was the participation of alien individuals in this grand gathering of treasures. Could it be that the spirit race was collaborating with these extraterrestrial beings? Lin Mo's thoughts spiraled in complexity as he observed the celestial seer on stage channeling an immense reservoir of spiritual energy into the peculiar black and red monstrosity. The initially frail and slender bloodwood suddenly radiated a resplendent crimson glow, its form rapidly expanding to transform into a massive wooden staff exceeding 10 feet in length and nearly as thick as a man's arm. The surface of the staff manifested bizarre black and red spots reminiscent of ancient coins, writhing under the old man's deft manipulation. It resembled a lively spirit serpent, emitting chilling wails that echoed ominously. Upon hearing this sound, a frigid shiver coursed through the audience, instilling a deep-seated unease. Witnessing this spectacle, those who had retained even a modicum of doubt were immediately convinced. When the old man proclaimed the astonishing starting price of 20 million spirit stones, the auction hall erupted into a frenzy of excitement, with eager voices clamoring to bid. However, the sheer magnitude of the sum extinguished the competitive spirit of many. No matter how exquisite the crying spirit bloodwood, the wealth of practitioners at the transformation and illusion realms was inherently limited. If acquiring such a material demanded the relinquishment of all their assets, most would surely regain their senses. The cost is exceedingly burdensome. Thus, selecting a few cherished protective treasures or elixirs that could enhance one's cultivation and break through bottlenecks seems far more pragmatic. However, for the high-ranking figures of the demon and human races who foresee the impending calamity, their perspectives differ significantly. Numerous peculiar-looking demon creatures, and some human cultivators employing various means to conceal their true identities will not easily relinquish their pursuit of this coveted treasure. Consequently, the price of the spirit stones displayed on the screen continues to soar, pausing only when it surpasses the threshold of 40 million. Yet it ultimately ascends at a gradual pace to an astronomical 50 million. This price, even for some ancient beings in the integration phase, would surely cause them considerable distress. Remarkably, the one who bids this astronomical figure is not an ancient being from the third tier, but rather a concealed figure from the Black Wolf Demon clan. Upon hearing this, not only did the individuals from both races cast astonished glances, but even some from the third tier redirected their spiritual senses towards him, clearly harboring profound doubts. Nevertheless, despite being under such intense scrutiny, the Black Wolf Demon remains unyielding, displaying no semblance of fear, seemingly indifferent to whether he might offend those whose cultivation far surpasses his own. It turns out that one of the 6 avatars of the Wolf King has descended here. Initially, I failed to recognize this incarnation of the Black Wolf. Belonging to my esteemed friend Tian Kuei, a melodious female voice emanated from a room on the third tier, followed by a light-hearted and joyous laughter that lingered throughout the hall. This statement detonated like a bomb, instantly igniting chaos within the entire hall. Individuals from both the first and second tiers were engulfed in tumult. Many turned pale upon hearing the name of the Wolf King, and even the integration phase cultivators on the third tier were taken aback. Lin Mo's eyes sparkled with light as he pondered for a moment. Shao, could it be that I am mistaken? If the Wolf King is in seclusion, how could he spare the time to send his Black Wolf incarnation here? According to my understanding, the 5 avatars of my esteemed friend Tian Kuei differ greatly from ordinary incarnations. From another room, a resonant male voice emerged, evidently that of the Holy Emperor Tian Yuan. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo was evidently stirred, recognizing that the speaker was indeed the Holy Emperor Tian Yuan. As my true self has not yet arrived, it seems unnecessary to inform the Holy Emperor and you, my friend, of my decision to send an incarnation. If any of you still covet the crying spirit bloodwood, feel free to make your bids. I shall not obstruct you. The tone of the Black Wolf incarnation of the Wolf King was unyieldingly cold, devoid of emotion, leaving an indelible impression upon all who heard it. Indeed. My friend Tian Kuei has his own views. I would not dare to interject further. I apologize for my previous abruptness. As the Wolf King wishes to contest for the crying spirit bloodwood, I shall withdraw from the bidding. The Holy Emperor Tian Yuan did not respond with anger. Instead, he replied in a relaxed tone before falling silent, no longer speaking. The Black Phoenix King, who had previously discerned the true identity of the Heavenly Wolf King, let out a light chuckle, remaining silent thereafter, seemingly harboring a trace of trepidation towards the Heavenly Wolf King. Meanwhile, the multitude of beings from both clans below wore expressions of deep reverence, causing the grand hall to fall into an immediate hush. Should there be no further bids? Could the ownership of this bloodwood be declared? The Heavenly Wolf King coldly fixed his gaze upon the stage, emotionlessly inquiring. Although his voice was not particularly loud, everyone present heard him distinctly. The elderly figure in white robes trembled slightly at his words. The intention to delay his move dissipated instantly. He quickly beamed and proclaimed loudly, "This piece of spirit bloodwood has been bid up to 50 million spirit stones. If there are no further bids after 3 calls, it shall belong to Senior Tian Kuei. First bid, I am willing to offer 60 million spirit stones." The Tian Yinzi stepped forward, raising his bidding paddle high. This declaration undoubtedly stirred a slight commotion within the hall once more. 62 million, the Heavenly Wolf King stated expressionlessly. 65 million, an elderly voice followed suit, resolutely increasing the bid without hesitation. Yet, in the face of this evenly matched competition, the Black Wolf avatar of the Heavenly Wolf King did not immediately respond. Instead, cold glints flickered in his eyes as he questioned icily, "Dongtin, do you wish to contend with me for this bloodwood? I assume you have fully recovered from the injury inflicted by my Heavenly Wolf Claw last time." "Oh, the strike from the Heavenly Wolf Claw months ago indeed did not leave me gravely wounded. Conversely, having tasted the might of the Dantian drill, I believe you. My esteemed friend Tian Kuei, remember it vividly as well." The elderly voice retorted with a cold snort, refusing to yield. It turned out that the owner of this voice was none other than the most enigmatic among the 7 great demon kings, the Dantian Mouse King, whose status rivaled that of the sacred spirit Heavenly Dragon. It seemed that relations with the Heavenly Wolf King had soured, hinting at past grievances. The gathered cultivators, upon hearing this revelation, were struck with astonishment and subsequently engaged in hushed discussions, marveling at the worthiness of witnessing this grand event. The Black Wolf avatar of the Heavenly Wolf King had glimmering green light swirling in his eyes as he spoke. 65 million is ample to demonstrate the inherent value of this bloodwood. In light of this, I shall graciously concede to my friend Dantian. However, I wonder if expending such a vast amount of spirit stones will leave you capable of contending for the remaining treasures? After delivering this statement, the formidable Black Wolf avatar closed his eyes and indeed ceased bidding. The Dantian Mouse King appeared somewhat taken aback by this outcome, but merely emitted a cold snort. Choosing not to speak further, the other cultivators present, perhaps due to the entangled grievances concerning this bloodwood between the two demon kings, or perhaps harboring greater hopes for other final treasures, refrained from continuing the bidding as well. However, at this juncture, Mr. Tian Yinzi did not hesitate, placing consecutive bids in quick succession, attempting to secure the final ownership of this bloodwood. Just then, Lin Mo, seated in the third-level chamber, subtly moved his finger, gently tapping the law disc on the table before him. In an instant, the luminous display above the high platform revealed a staggering price surge from 65 million to 70 million. 67 million for the first time. The dramatic fluctuation in price caught Mr. Tianyanzi, who had previously believed the ownership of the bloodwood was assured, somewhat off guard, prompting him to swiftly amend his intended remarks. The onlookers within the grand hall were equally astonished by the spectacle. They wondered, who could possibly contend with the Rat King of the Cave Heaven for this precious crying spirit bloodwood at such exorbitant prices? Although no one had yet stepped forward, it was clear that the confidentiality measures of such an open auction could not be entirely foolproof. With a little investigation, any determined individual could eventually unveil the true identity of the auction's victor. However, what transpired next far exceeded everyone's expectations. The Rat King of the Cave Heaven, astonishingly, exhibited no reaction and, without hesitation, relinquished the crying spirit bloodwood to Lin Mo. Perhaps, to him, 70 million spirit stones indeed eclipsed the intrinsic value of the wood itself. After 3 intense rounds of bidding, no one else contended against Lin Mo, resulting in the coveted bloodwood finally falling into his possession. Lin Mo, however, displayed little astonishment at this outcome. According to the earlier words of the transformed Tian Kuei Wolf King, it seemed that the 3 Emperor-level demon kings participating in the auction, along with other beings at the integration stage, had received some form of intelligence. They were all present for a certain grand finale item at this auction. Thus, while this bloodwood was immensely precious, it appeared somewhat superfluous in their eyes. If they could not secure it at a lower price, they would rather conserve their spirit stones for bidding on other premier items, which was undoubtedly a prudent choice. As he pondered this, a squad of guards carefully escorted the crying spirit bloodwood to his chamber. After paying the requisite spirit stones, Lin Mo dismissed the guards. He meticulously examined the bloodwood, ensuring its proper safeguarding, before gently brushing over his empty storage bracelet and shaking his head in resignation. Though he had successfully acquired the bloodwood, his long-accumulated spirit stones had been significantly depleted. Under such circumstances, even if superior treasures were to emerge later on, he would likely find himself unable to compete with others. Nevertheless, Lin Mo felt no sense of regret. His collection of materials and magical artifacts was vast, yet encountering an opportunity as rare as the crying spirit bloodwood, imbued with such exceptional attributes, was truly a serendipitous event. Even if items more advantageous for integration stage cultivators appeared later, they would undoubtedly have been preemptively claimed by other cultivators. The spirit stones possessed by leading entities like the 3 Emperor-level demon kings were far beyond his reach. Moreover, he placed greater emphasis on materials related to demon beasts, eagerly anticipating the forthcoming Black Domain trading event. Thus, during the subsequent auction proceedings, Lin Mo reclined slightly in his chair, his gaze narrowed as he quietly listened to the elder in white robes introduce the auction items, maintaining an expression of extraordinary calm and composure throughout. Indeed, as a grand event occurring once every millennium between the two clans, the subsequent unveiling of several exquisite treasures is undeniably of immense value, each item a rare material coveted by ordinary cultivators. However, these treasures are not what Lin Mo urgently requires. As the auction of the initial set of grand items concluded, Tian Yinzi promptly summoned another group of maidens to the stage, initiating the sale of a plethora of spiritual herbs and various elixirs seldom seen at ordinary auctions. Yet, for Lin Mo, these items too failed to pique his interest. It was not until the final few strains of spiritual flowers and herbs, which could only be cultivated by the spirit clan, made their appearance that he felt a slight stir of desire. However, upon learning that these herbs required the nurturing power of the spirit clan's own spiritual essence to flourish, he dismissed the notion. Despite the astonishing efficacy of these herbs, rivaling the legendary holy medicines, it was highly unlikely that they could be directly matured by the green liquid contained within his mysterious vial. For him, such a grade of spiritual herb could not be mass-produced, rendering its rarity futile. Following the auction of these spiritual herbs and elixirs, a multitude of spell manuals and magical artifacts emerged. These items were ideally suited for cultivators at the transformation and void refinement levels and immediately ignited a fervent atmosphere throughout the auction hall. Almost every item incited fierce bidding from hundreds of members of both clans. During this process, other grand treasures reappeared, including over a dozen vials of Shiridan, which could enhance the cultivation of those in the merging stage, a jade slip documenting the techniques of a renowned merging stage master from tens of thousands of years ago, and two exquisite spiritual treasures. Undoubtedly, these items propelled the auction into a new climax. However, until this moment, the merging stage experts on the third floor had not had many opportunities to bid. Occasionally, someone would make a move, yet few others followed suit, as if the majority were amassing their strength, waiting for some significant event to unfold. Chapter 738, when the last dozen giant battle puppets, towering 10 zhang high, were acquired by an unidentified mysterious figure for an almost frenzied price of several million spirit stones, the auction finally approached its conclusion. At this moment, Tian Yinzi, beaming with joy, bowed deeply to the attendees. What follows will be the final two items of this auction, the most precious treasures we have to offer. Due to my personal limitations, I find myself unable to shoulder such a heavy responsibility. Therefore, the last two auction items will be personally explained and auctioned by the esteemed Fire Serpent King and a mysterious guest from an external race. As soon as the words left his lips, the elder in white graciously gestured to those around him and then, disregarding the audience's reactions, descended from the stage. Although the attendees had previously been informed of the presence of external races at this auction, the announcement still caused quite a stir. It must be noted that the relationship between the two clans and the neighboring alien races cannot be described as harmonious. Even centuries ago, the two clans had just endured a brutal war against various otherworldly tribes, including the fierce Yaksha. However, as the Li Huojiao Wang, cloaked in a resplendent crimson robe, gracefully ascended the stage alongside a woman adorned in a flowing yellow gown, the raucous crowd fell into an immediate hush. In an instant, all eyes converged upon the delicate figure standing beside the Li Huojiao Wang. The woman in yellow, with her round visage and snow-white complexion, appeared to be merely 17 or 18 years of age, radiating a sweet smile that captivated all who beheld her. The sheer beauty of this so-called foreigner elicited expressions of astonishment from many. Only those possessing a unique mastery of spiritual perception could discern the subtle differences in her aura, distinguishing her from ordinary humans as it brushed past her form. Yet, Lin Mo lacked such discernment. His previously closed eyes now opened, revealing pupils that flickered with a blue light, allowing him to perceive the unusual essence within the yellow-clad woman's being. His expression shifted slightly in surprise before swiftly returning to its former composure. At that moment, the Li Huojiao Wang spoke. I believe there is no need for extensive elaboration on my identity. As for this esteemed maiden from the Qilin clan, I trust that many of you present are already familiar with her illustrious name. The final two treasures of this auction are indeed rare artifacts brought here by our esteemed friend from the distant Qilin clan. His voice, somewhat hoarse, carried an unmistakable air of authority. The yellow-robed woman bowed respectfully and, in a melodious tone, introduced herself. I am Qian Xiao, the current saintess of the Qilin clan, and I extend my greetings to all esteemed friends. Despite her smile, her demeanor exuded a dignified assurance, devoid of any trepidation that one might expect in the presence of foreign beings. Saintess Qian Xiao, the Qilin clan. Could it be that this legendary figure, one of the four great spirits revered as peers to the combined body cultivators, is indeed a member of the Qi-Ling clan? This rumor holds true. The revelation of a genuine foreign entity gracing this auction was utterly astonishing. As the words of the Li Huajiao Wang and the yellow-robed woman resonated through the hall, it erupted into a cacophony of commotion. In the face of such turmoil, the saintess of the Qi-Ling clan remained composed, as if no upheaval could disturb her tranquility. Conversely, the Li Huajiao Wang furrowed his brow, his expression darkening, and suddenly admonished, "Silence." The reason for Saintess Qianxiu's presence here is the result of a collective decision made by our 3 emperors and 7 great demon kings. The rationale behind this decision will be thoroughly explained once the auction concludes. Furthermore, the treasures presented by Saintess Qianxiu exemplify our sincere intent for harmonious coexistence between our 2 clans. All proceeds from the auction will be donated to our 2 peoples. Upon hearing the words of the Fire Dragon King, the representatives from both clans fell silent, pondering the profound implications embedded in his discourse. At that moment, a woman clad in yellow silk smiled subtly, gracefully revealing a circular disc of intertwined gold and silver, along with a flawless white jade slip. She then spoke softly, "The first treasure I present to you is known as the Wanshan Roulette, a renowned celestial treasure on the 10,000 spirits list. This artifact was originally one of the ancestral treasures of our Qi spirit clan. In a gesture of our sincere intent, we have decided to auction this remarkable item. It is said that this disc possesses the extraordinary ability to transform all things in the world. Once grasped, it can instantly unleash a myriad of illusions, specifically 81 distinct forms of phantasmagoria. Should one possess ample magical energy, it is even possible to simultaneously deploy all 81 illusions, making it exceedingly difficult for even a cultivator at the fusion stage to escape unscathed. However, such a formidable all-or-nothing attack often depletes the majority of the magical energy of an ordinary cultivator at the fusion stage. Thus, I urge all participants in this auction to proceed with caution. As for the second treasure, it is an ancient blueprint of the skyward battle vessel, which our Qi spirit clan acquired at a high price from other foreign tribes. This vessel can accommodate over 1,000 passengers and can inscribe formidable magical formations, rendering it impeccable for both offense and defense, with an unparalleled speed of flight. Undoubtedly, this is the finest artifact for preserving one's life in times of peril. As the Holy Maiden concluded her remarks, she smiled enigmatically, subtly hinting at underlying matters. Subsequently, she delicately touched the disc, infusing it with a portion of her spiritual energy. And with a gentle wave of her arm, a vast expanse of resplendent pink light erupted forth from the golden and silver disc, surging irresistibly towards the gathered representatives of the 2 clans. Caught off guard by this sudden turn of events, the crowd was momentarily stunned, with many instinctively channeling their internal energy to form layers of protective shields around themselves. Yet, they soon found themselves enveloped by an intoxicating floral fragrance. To their astonishment, the once brilliantly lit hall now blossomed under the pink light, revealing a kaleidoscope of vividly colored flowers of various shapes and sizes, each exuding a rich aroma that filled every corner of the grand hall. However, the more seasoned cultivators quickly discerned that this spectacle was merely an illusion, prompting them to reflect deeply on the matter. I have not thoroughly refined this Wanshan roulette. Thus, the illusions I am able to manifest currently possess only about 1/10 of its true potential. Moreover, the illusion displayed earlier was merely one of the most commonplace among the 81, the woman in yellow stated calmly, her words sending a ripple of astonishment even among the fusion stage cultivators. As for the blueprint of the skyward battle vessel, the colossal warship depicted within is said to be the pinnacle of the Iron Lu clan, which once thrived on the Tianyuan continent hundreds of thousands of years ago. The cost required to forge such a vessel is astonishing, leaving one in awe. However, should it be successfully crafted, this ship would not only possess numerous advantages previously mentioned, but it could also exponentially enhance the combat capabilities of over 1,000 warriors, enabling them to face calamities with unparalleled composure. Alas, the precious resources required for its construction are far too immense for mass production to be feasible. Otherwise, possessing this blueprint could potentially elevate an entire race's overall strength. At this moment, the saintess of the Qi-Ling clan, known as Qianxiu, beamed as she conveyed her words clearly to all those present. Qianxiu had elaborately introduced the origins and utilities of the 2 items. The formidable power of the Wanshan law plate was initially demonstrated, And as for the celestial worship blueprint, I have already commissioned an expert for its appraisal, confirming its authenticity. I understand that most of my esteemed friends have gathered here primarily for the celestial worship blueprint. However, I must still caution everyone. Despite the ship's immense power, the resources required for its construction far exceed common expectations. For those with limited finances, it would be wise to temper their hopes regarding this blueprint, lest they invest substantial sums only to find themselves unable to forge the warship due to a lack of adequate resources. Now, we shall commence with the auction of the Wanshan Law Plate, with a starting bid set at 80 million spirit stones. The Fire Serpent King, remaining composed, announced the starting price for the Wanshan Law Plate, officially commencing this treasure contest. The spiritual treasures capable of ascending the Chaos 10,000 spirits list are exceedingly rare within the entire spiritual realm. Countless cultivators have endured arduous training to elevate their realms to the levels of transformation and refinement, yet many have still not beheld the true spectacle of a celestial treasure. However, the starting bid of 80 million spirit stones deterred the vast majority of beings from the first and second tiers, leading them to abandon any thoughts of participating in the bidding. They well understood that such treasures would undoubtedly fall into the hands of the formidable old monsters of the third tier, rendering their efforts futile. Meanwhile, within the small chambers of the third tier, silence reigned, with no one daring to make the first bid. Moments later, countless beams of luminous escape light and various beast-drawn flying vehicles surged forth from the sea of clouds like a meteor shower, racing in all directions. Among them, an unassuming azure rainbow flickered in the air before silently vanishing near the flying immortal peak. Within this azure light, Lin Mo appeared contemplative, propelling himself forward with great speed. Behind him, Haida Shao and Qi Lingzi respectfully stood in place. The recently concluded auction was nothing short of exhilarating. After fierce competition among dozens of integration stage cultivators, the treasure known as the Wanshan Law Plate ultimately found its way into the possession of the Black Phoenix King. Xiaoguan. The celestial worship chart of the Tiela tribe ultimately found its way into the hands of the Long family, reputed to be the foremost family in the realm of true spirits. Whenever Lin Mo contemplated the Long family, he instinctively squinted his eyes, and an image of a middle-aged cultivator with a pale golden complexion would vividly emerge in his mind. This venerable ancestor of the Long family, who personally negotiated the transaction of the worship chart, was a formidable being at the peak stage of the composite body realm, exuding a profound magical power as deep as the ocean, accompanied by a chilling aura that sent shivers down the spine. Merely catching a glimpse of him from a distance could instill a sense of dread. The strength of this ancestor seemed to rival that of the 3 emperors and the 7 great demon kings, which elucidates how the Long family could maintain its illustrious position at the pinnacle of the true spirit families. Currently, leveraging its familial power, the Long family surpassed top entities among both humans and demons, such as the Tianyuan Saint Emperor, in the bidding for the worship chart. This indicates that while the Long family's financial resources may not fully eclipse those of these formidable forces, they are certainly not far behind. Reflecting on the fact that he had inadvertently entangled himself with such a powerful entity, Lin Mo couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. However, he was fortunate to have gained insight into the less than harmonious relations between other true spirit families and the Long family through previous interactions with the Gu and Yi families. Now that he had established connections with both families and had advanced to the composite body stage himself, he felt less apprehensive about potential retaliation. Did the Long family ancestor truly dare to lead a cadre of the Long family's guest elders to besiege him? With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Lin Mo's initial worries began to dissipate. At that moment, he suddenly heard a familiar voice calling from behind. "Lin Daoyu, please hold for a moment." Lin Mo's expression shifted slightly as he swiftly retracted the azure light of his escape and turned around, clasping his fists in a gesture of respect. "I initially thought it was an old acquaintance, but it is, in fact, Brother Wangu," he inquired. "I wonder if you were fortunate enough to acquire any treasures at the auction just now?" Hundreds of zhang away, a swirling mass of gray mist approached with astonishing speed, atop which stood an elder, Wangu Junren of the White-Bone Sect. In such an auction, how could there be many genuine rarities? Even the last 2 treasures were merely spectacles, wholly unattainable. The elder arrived before Lin Mo in a mere moment, and upon hearing Lin's words, he couldn't help but display a wry smile. "Indeed, what you say is quite true. Whether it be the Wanshan compass or the celestial worship chart, they are indeed beyond the reach of us loose cultivators, particularly the latter, which is akin to a hot potato. Lin Mo chuckled in agreement. Haha, I knew Brother Lin was a perceptive individual. Unlike certain others who have sequestered themselves in seclusion for years, becoming rigid in thought, and dare to covet such troublesome items. The elder laughed heartily in response. However, since you have called upon me, I presume there is another important matter at hand? Lin Mo blinked and inquired with a smile. Chapter 739. This matter is absolutely authentic and reliable. Have you heard, Lin Daoyu? The grand event known as the Dark Realm Gathering is set to take place in the next 3 days. Upon learning this information, I have specially procured a traction token for you. With this token in hand, you shall be able to directly partake in the various activities of this magnificent gathering, without the need to seek entry through any other means. The Venerable Wan Guzhun Ren, wearing a smile, elaborated on this matter before retrieving an object from his ample sleeves. He then deftly flicked his wrist, tossing the item toward Lin Mo unfazed. Lin Mo caught it steadily in his hand, observing it with keen interest. It was a triangular token, its surface cloaked in a deep, dark hue, adorned with simple patterns but devoid of any identification, appearing quite ordinary at first glance. Without knowledge of its true nature, one might find it hard to believe this was an important token. So, this is indeed the traction token. A flicker of uncertainty gleamed in Lin Mo's eyes. Rest assured, Lin Daoyu, this token is entirely reliable. In previous Dark Realm gatherings, tokens of entry were often mere wooden trinkets, though the reasons behind such simplicity remain unclear. These items are indeed the sole credentials leading into the Dark Realm. It is imperative that you safeguard it diligently and never misplace it, Wan Guzhun Ren advised earnestly. Thus, the extraordinary significance of this gathering is indeed unparalleled. Lin Mo expressed profound gratitude for the generous gift of the token, to which the elder replied, it is but a trifling effort, nothing to mention. Truth be told, among my peers, I may not stand out in many aspects, yet I possess a keen insight into various tidbits of information. I wonder if you have heard, Lin Daoyu, that in the coming millennium, humanity and the demon race may face a colossal calamity, one from which none can escape. At this point, Wan Guzhun Ren's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. A calamity? Could it be that he refers to the demonic tribulation? Lin Mo's expression subtly shifted, and after a moment of contemplation, he responded slowly. You are indeed aware of this matter. Pray tell, how much information do you possess regarding it? Wan Guzhun Ren did not feign surprise. Following a series of exchanges leading up to the Wanbao conference, it is likely that very few cultivators at the integration stage are entirely ignorant of the demonic tribulation. Otherwise, at this auction, so many cultivators would not be willing to risk their fortunes for a treasure known as the Qingtian battleship painting. Their intentions extend beyond mere personal collection. They seek to prepare themselves for the impending tribulation. While my understanding is not exhaustive, I do grasp that this upcoming demonic tribulation will be exceptionally severe, not easily surmountable. Lin Mo's lips twitched slightly, followed by a resigned sigh. It seems Lin Daoyu indeed holds some little-known secrets. In light of this, I shall no longer beat around the bush. After the grand gathering in the Dark Realm concluded, Lin Daoyu was asked whether he would accompany the Daoist to a gathering place for loose cultivators, to collectively deliberate on how to safely navigate the impending tribulation. The Venerable Wan Gu exhibited an unexpected expression, candidly revealing his true intentions. Loose cultivators? Are they not all practitioners among our human kin? Upon hearing this, Lin Mo's expression remained largely unchanged, yet after a moment of contemplation, he abruptly posed a question. The number of human cultivators in the integration stage is exceedingly rare, thus lacking significant discussion value. To be frank, I must inform you, Lin Daoyu, that the majority of those to be met are friends from the demon race. The Venerable Wan Gu was momentarily taken aback, then proceeded to clarify. There is no need for extensive explanation. I harbor no prejudice against the demon race. I merely wish to gain a preliminary understanding of the relevant matters and developments concerning this gathering, with the attendance of individuals from the demon race. The journey appears to hold considerable merit. Once the Black Domain exchange concludes, I shall accompany you, Dao brother, to partake in this assembly. Remarkably, Lin Mo agreed to this request without hesitation, demonstrating a decision of remarkable wisdom. The old Taoist was genuinely surprised and elated that the invitation was accepted as anticipated. Subsequently, The two cultivators could not remain suspended in the air for long, so after a brief exchange of pleasantries, the venerable Wangu took his leave, embarking on his return journey. Beneath him, the gray clouds swirled incessantly, transforming into a streak of gray light that sped away. In the blink of an eye, the old Taoist vanished without a trace. Lin Mo gazed intently in the direction of the old Taoist's departure, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Master, should we not commence our journey home? Qilingzi, noticing Lin Mo's lingering hesitation, could not help but remind him. Qilingzi, Yuet Eon, please refrain from following me back to my abode for the time being. I need your assistance in locating a female demon. Lin Mo instructed without turning back. As you command, Master. Qilingzi and the young Master Hai responded in unison, albeit with a hint of surprise. This is the token. It is imperative that you listen closely to how to establish contact with her. Lin Mo opened his palm, tossing a half-piece of jade tablet into the air, while simultaneously whispering the forthcoming instructions telepathically to them. His two disciples listened attentively, replying affirmatively. That will suffice. Should you find the female demon, return to me promptly with your report. After delivering his final words, Lin Mo waved his sleeve, causing a portion of the surrounding azure light to envelop Hai Deshao and Qilingzi, gently lowering them to the ground. Lin Mo himself transformed once more into a streak of azure light, racing towards his residence. Upon returning to the Xingshin Palace, Lin Mo did not proceed directly to the secret chamber for cultivation, but instead chose to sit in the main seat of the Great Hall. He took out the recently acquired crying spirit bloodwood, gently toying with it in his hand, a contemplative expression gracing his features. The reputation of the tribulation puppets in the human world is exceedingly renowned. However, it is precisely for this reason that the method of crafting such puppets is not a proprietary secret, as many markets offer them for sale. Years ago, during his extensive collection of various classics, he fortuitously memorized the method of crafting such treasures, which now proves invaluable. The only vexing issue lies in the fact that this transformation puppet not only requires a substantial expenditure of vital essence during its creation, but also necessitates periodic infusions of vital essence for maintenance post-completion. Otherwise, it will lose its transformative capabilities. Nevertheless, the inconvenience and consumption of vital essence pale in comparison to the puppet's remarkable ability to counter calamity. Lin Mo, resolutely determined to embark on the production of this puppet soon, silently contemplated the additional materials required. After a moment of reflection, a glimmer of joy graced his face. It turned out that the remaining materials needed for the transformation puppet had already been meticulously gathered by him. This fortunate circumstance arose from the sheer volume of various materials he had previously collected. After confirming his plan to allocate time for the puppet's creation in the near future, a spark of inspiration coursed through his mind, causing the bloodwood to vanish from his hand. In the ensuing hours, he sat serenely in a chair, eyes shut tight, diligently strategizing every aspect of the puppet's crafting to prevent any errors during the actual process. Ultimately, he remained in this meditative state for an entire day and night. The following morning, Hai Deshao finally returned to the Grand Hall, and upon seeing Lin Mo, he exclaimed with a distressed demeanor, "Master, grave news has arisen. Junior brother Qilingzi has encountered misfortune. Do not fret excessively. What has transpired? Please elaborate for your master," Lin Mo replied, opening his eyes with a look of surprise, calmly inquiring. Although the Myriad Treasures Conference gathered individuals from various clans, it is indeed rare for significant incidents to occur in such a public setting. As Lin Mo maintained his composure, Hai Deshao gradually calmed himself and respectfully responded, "Master, my junior brother and I had originally located the elder of the demon clan you sought. However, on our return journey, we inadvertently encountered a woman in a secluded area. The moment she cast her gaze upon my junior brother, she unleashed an extraordinary gust of wind, instantly whisking him away. I had anticipated that Lin Mo would be alarmed, but his response was unexpectedly serene. What was the appearance of this woman? Did she possess any distinctive features? Lin Mo inquired, his expression now revealing surprise, his eyes gleaming with cold intensity. The woman was tall and slender, with an unusually thick mane of hair, appearing as an elderly crone. Moreover, she bore a prominent blue mole at the center of her forehead, exuding a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Additionally, she struck me a heavy blow upon departing, rendering me unconscious. Fortunately, I was later revived by other practitioners passing through the area, allowing me to seek your assistance, Master. Haida Xiao recounted, his voice filled with indignation. She struck you? Step closer. Let me see, Lin Mo urged, feeling a stirring in his heart. Gesturing for Haida Xiao to approach. As you command. Haida Xiao's heart raced, yet he stepped forward without hesitation. Indeed, it was so. This individual harbors a heart of utmost cruelty. After Lin Mo's consciousness delved deeply into the body of the young master of the Hai family, an expression of fury suddenly appeared on his face. He then raised his arm and firmly grasped one of the young master's limbs, his fingertips shimmering with a cerulean light that continuously flowed into the young master's body. Shortly thereafter, a slender black thread was tightly enveloped by a mass of azure light, forcefully extracted from the young master's being. The moment this black thread detached from his body, it writhed frantically in the cerulean glow, revealing itself to be a peculiar, unknown insect. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the young master's face turned ashen, a mixture of shock and anger washing over him. What on earth is this? Could it be the nefarious handiwork of that woman? Humph, apart from her. Who else could it be? This insect, known as the heart-infesting silk, is a rather rare demonic creature. When it first hatches, its diameter is akin to that of a chopstick, yet if captured and cultivated by a practitioner skilled in insect manipulation, it gradually becomes slender, eventually reaching a point where it is nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, attaining its full potential. Used to attack foes, it is colorless and invisible, making it exceedingly difficult to defend against. Once this insect infiltrates the human body, it will inevitably penetrate the host's vital heart at the stroke of noon, capable of delivering a swift death. Subsequently, the cause of death would remain elusive. Although this heart-infesting silk has yet to reach its full development, its master has undoubtedly invested centuries of effort into it. Employing it on a mid-tier body refining practitioner is, indeed, an extravagant endeavor. Lin Mo let out a cold snort and elaborated to the young master. What is the true intention of that woman? If she wishes to silence someone, why not simply slay me directly instead of resorting to such underhanded methods? The young master gazed at the black thread within the azure light, his expression shifting dramatically as he struggled to swallow, unable to suppress his curiosity. Did you utter anything at the moment she prepared to strike? After a moment of silence, Lin Mo suddenly posed this seemingly unfounded question. What did I say? Oh, I believe I exclaimed that we reside in the celestial welcoming palace. Could it be that this utterance deterred her from acting hastily? The young master blinked, his face a canvas of confusion as he countered. Perhaps so. However, since she cannot ascertain the truth of your words, she opted to test you with the heart-infesting silk implanted within you. If by noon the demon insect has not been eradicated or a solution found, your demise is inevitable. If indeed you have ties to a corporeal cultivator, you would not escape this calamity. Should it be expelled, it would arouse her suspicion. The reason she has not acted immediately is primarily due to concerns over attracting the attention of the enforcers at the 10,000 Treasures Conference. These enforcers are not merely for show. While they do not intervene in personal disputes, they will undoubtedly intervene if someone commits an act of violence in public. Lin Mo fixed his gaze on the black thread within the cerulean light, calmly elucidating the situation. Upon hearing Lin Mo's explanation, the young master finally grasped the truth of the matter. Just then, the black thread within the azure glow convulsed, the radiant black light swirling momentarily before swiftly breaking free from its restraints and darting away. Lin Mo's lips curled slightly as he reached out with both hands, summoning a powerful force that suddenly enveloped the black thread. In an instant, the black thread was ensnared and brought under his control. Continuing, Lin Mo, with an expression as impassive as stone, ignited a silver flame, and the heart-connecting threads in his hand instantly turned to ashes. Although the demonic insects possessed considerable power, they were utterly powerless against such searing flames. Almost at the very moment the black silk remnants dissipated, on a nearby hill not far from the 9 Immortal Mountain, an elderly woman with hair as white as snow and fingers as black as ink suddenly awoke from her meditation, spitting out a mouthful of blood, evidently gravely injured. Chapter 740. Madam, are you all right? An elderly man with bushy eyebrows, seated beside her, inquired anxiously. Do not raise your voice. It is merely that my heart-connecting threads have been destroyed. A brief rest of 2 days will suffice for my recovery, the old woman replied through clenched teeth, her tone icy. That is a relief. Though the old man understood that the destruction of the heart-connecting threads was no trivial matter, He chose to remain silent upon seeing the expression in her eyes. It seemed that the young man had spoken the truth. They indeed had a close connection with some ancient figure from the Yingjian palace. The old woman muttered to herself, her expression shifting like the clouds. Perhaps we should consider releasing this young man. After all, he has already reached the integration stage. Should we provoke him, it may lead to considerable trouble. The old man with bushy eyebrows murmured to himself, still beset by worry. What talk is there of release? At our advanced age, we have only one offspring named Ming-Er. We merely need to employ the secret technique bestowed by that elder to transfer the legacy artifact into Ming-Er's body. Not only would it allow him to harness this legacy's spiritual power to heal his affliction, but it would also grant him access to the complete secret technique. I have scrutinized that boy's legacy pearl. Its surface is sealed with unfathomable intricacies, indicating that this legacy technique is anything but ordinary. If Ming-Er can obtain it, his future path in cultivation will undoubtedly be far broader than ours. Should we miss this golden opportunity? Where else shall we find two equally formidable cultivators of the same tier who also possess legacy artifacts? The old woman's face twisted slightly with malevolence as she spoke fiercely. Yet that ancient figure behind him, with our mere void refinement stage strength, we truly struggle to contend with. The old man with bushy eyebrows still appeared rather anxious. Humph. That boy is merely at the foundation establishment stage, and his spiritual root aptitude is mediocre. Even if he has some connection to that ancient figure of the integration stage, it likely is not profound, as long as we find a strong backing. Does that ancient figure truly dare to oppose us for the sake of a mere foundation establishment youth? At worst, we can offer some compensation to placate him. The old woman had already planned her moves, her tone steady as she spoke. Madam intends to. The old man with bushy eyebrows suddenly understood, astonished. Precisely. Do not forget, I too bear the surname Long. The ancestor of the Long family is my biological father. We shall set forth immediately to the Yingjian palace, where the Long family currently resides, and remain there for a time, the woman declared. However, according to the Long family's clan rules, once a woman marries outside, she is no longer regarded as a member of the Long family. Otherwise, how could her father-in-law have disregarded their family for all these years? Madam, perhaps we should reconsider this matter, the old man, clearly more rational, advised with a wry smile. Indeed, our Long family women are unable to awaken the true dragon's blood and have thus been neglected. However, do not forget that the blood of the Long family runs through Ming's veins, and during our last personal assessment, we detected the presence of true dragon blood within him. Although it is somewhat diluted, I assure you that once I inform my elder brother, he will not remain indifferent. The woman spoke through gritted teeth. My lady, did we not agree to keep the matter of Ming's true dragon blood from the Long family? Why have you changed your mind? The elder man with dark brows asked, his expression darkening upon hearing the woman's words. I understand that my husband has always wished for Ming to carry on the lineage of the Li family, preferring he not return to the Long family. However, given the change in circumstances, we must adopt this strategy. If that old monster in the harmonization stage has not sought us out, it implies that this boy is of little consequence. After the Wanbao conference concludes, we can quietly depart from the Long family. In this way, Ming may remain by our side. The elderly woman observed the man's despondent demeanor and felt a pang of empathy. Thus she spoke to console him. My lady, why deceive me? Once Ming activates his true dragon blood, how could he possibly escape your elder brother's attention? The elder man shook his head and sighed. Upon hearing the elder man's unwavering counsel, the woman's facial muscles quivered slightly, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words to express her inner turmoil. If it is as you say, then all decisions should be executed according to your wishes. For the sake of Guan's future, aligning with the Long family may indeed be a favorable choice. After all, he possesses genuine dragon blood, with proper nurturing and guidance within the Long family. He is bound to achieve accomplishments beyond our imagination. The elder man's eyes flickered momentarily before he resolutely clenched his teeth in agreement. I completely support my husband's decision. From what I have gathered, it is quite rare among this generation of Long family descendants to awaken true dragon blood. Should Guan join their ranks, he will undoubtedly receive significant attention and cultivation from the family. The elderly woman's heart swelled with joy at this moment. Having made their decision, neither hesitated for a moment and immediately set about their respective tasks. The elderly woman moved with purpose, swiftly traversing a corridor before entering a sparsely decorated room. Inside, a young man dressed in a white robe, pale and somewhat haggard, was engrossed in reading a shimmering silver book at a stone table. Upon noticing the elderly womaness in trance, he immediately set down his book and greeted her with a smile. "Mother, what brings you here so unexpectedly?" The elderly woman's demeanor transformed entirely in front of this young man, radiating warmth and affection. "Ming, quickly pack your belongings. We are about to head to the ancient palace of the Long family." Hearing this, the young man furrowed his brow slightly and replied with a hint of resignation. "The Long family. It seems the person you retrieved is indeed a formidable character." The elderly woman, somewhat surprised, inquired, "Are you aware of this matter as well?" The young man, with a smile, explained, "Perhaps my esteemed mother has forgotten that, though my cultivation is still in its infancy, I have already awakened the blood of the true dragon and acquired certain divine hearing abilities. Although I have never left this room, I can faintly hear snippets of your conversation." The elderly woman suddenly understood. "Ah, I see. However, there is no need for concern tomorrow, regardless of what transpires. Both your father and I will ensure that the heirloom artifact is safely transferred to you. In doing so, not only will your ailment be cured, but you may also harness this legacy's spiritual energy to break through your current limitations and perhaps even attain the golden pill immediately. As for the forces behind that lad, they would not dare to cause trouble once they step into the Long family." The young man fell silent for a moment, then let out a gentle sigh. "After Mr. Tianjing prescribed a remedy for my affliction with the heirloom, you two elders have been searching for a practitioner possessing an heirloom artifact that has yet to unlock its seal. I had a foreboding that this endeavor would likely bring significant trouble. Now that we have found such a suitable candidate, even with my persuasion, my esteemed mother may not easily relent." The elderly woman's expression darkened slightly, her words laced with a hint of resentment. "What you say is mere nonsense. Your father and I witnessed the inevitability of facing the next great calamity, which is why we resolved to bring you into this world. We will not allow the tragedy of the white-haired sending off the black-haired to repeat itself. As long as that person is not a pivotal figure among the 3 sovereigns and 7 demon kings, with your uncle and grandfather present, your safety is assured. Furthermore, now that you have awakened the blood of the true dragon, you naturally become a disciple of the Long family. If the Long family cannot protect you, how would they dare to call themselves the foremost family of true spirits?" The young man shook his head and urged, "Since my esteemed mother has made up her mind, we should depart post-haste. That old monster in the integration stage may soon track us down." The elderly woman was taken aback, her expression a mix of shock and skepticism as she retorted, "That seems rather unlikely. I have conducted a thorough search of that boy and found no traces of any spiritual marks." The young man responded with a wry smile. "My esteemed mother is not a practitioner of the integration stage, after all. As far as I know, practitioners at that level possess at least 3 or 4 methods to easily evade the spiritual scans of those in the void refinement stage. Although I have not devoted much energy to cultivating my magical powers in recent years, perusing numerous texts on techniques has not been without benefit." "Indeed, your words carry a certain weight," the elderly woman conceded. "Then we need not make any preparations. Let us depart immediately. According to your father, he has already gone to apprehend that young man." Suddenly, the woman's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness and anxiety. Meanwhile, in another secret chamber, an elderly man with dark eyebrows was watching a figure lying motionless on the floor, his eyes betraying a complex array of emotions. "The young Taoist, please forgive our couple's cold-heartedness. In order to restore my family's name to health, I have no choice but to take action and obtain the ancestral artifacts within you. Should you lose these artifacts, you will likely be stripped of all your foundations and live in anguish. When that time comes, I shall do my utmost to ensure your departure is both comfortable and serene." The elderly man's expression suddenly contorted into a visage of malevolence as he muttered these words. The individual lying on the ground was none other than the young Taoist named Kalingzi. Yet, it remained a mystery what the 2 elders had done to him, plunging him into a deep state of unconsciousness. The elder with black brows suddenly waved his hand lightly, his fingertips shimmering with a dim black light, and a piece of talisman paper as dark as a raven's feather materialized. With a flick of his wrist, the talisman transformed into a peculiar gray light, swiftly penetrating Kalingzi's body, vanishing without a trace. Following this, the elder opened his mouth, and a plume of black mist billowed forth, within which a translucent green bronze bell spun endlessly. He slightly raised his arm, bending a finger, Accompanied by the melodious chime of the bell, a remarkable scene unfolded. The previously prostrate Kalingzi's body trembled violently, rising from the ground on its own, facing the elder, eyes tightly shut and standing motionless. At this moment, the young Taoist's face bore no expression, resembling a puppet subject to manipulation. The elder murmured an arcane incantation, continuously casting various bizarre spells. For a moment, the bronze bell emitted harmonious sounds of varying lengths. Though these sounds appeared quite ordinary, once they reached Kalingzi's ears, he gradually opened his eyes. Initially dazed, his gaze slowly sharpened, yet his face remained devoid of any emotional change. Observing this, the black-browed elder let out a sigh of relief. Seizing the bronze bell, without hesitation, and turning to depart. As the bell's chime emanating from his sleeve grew fainter, Kalingzi mechanically began to follow closely behind the elder. Shortly thereafter, a gray light and a black light intertwined, soaring from the mountain peak, pausing only briefly before racing toward the towering Jushin mountain. Within these two beams of light sat the emaciated youth and Kalingzi. In just a few flashes, the two beams vanished into the horizon. A brief moment later, a dazzling blue beam shot forth from the opposite direction, bursting forth in brilliance upon reaching the mountain peak, revealing two figures. One was strikingly handsome, while the other possessed an unremarkable demeanor. It was none other than the youth who called himself Prince Hai and the cultivator named Lin Mo. They are no longer here. Lin Mo murmured in surprise after swiftly scanning the mountain below with his spiritual sense. What? Have they taken Junior Brother elsewhere? Does Master possess any other means to track them down? Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, young Master Hai expressed his concerns. There is no need for worry. The trace of consciousness I implanted within you and the artifact spirit, though faint, will emit a strong response periodically, allowing me to ascertain their whereabouts. Lin Mo replied with a calm demeanor. That is indeed reassuring. However, this individual is audacious beyond measure, daring to execute such a brazen act of abduction during the critical occasion of the 10,000 Treasures Conference. Do those responsible for upholding the rules truly turn a blind eye to this? Young Master Hai's furrowed brow eased, yet he soon voiced his dissatisfaction. Were it an ordinary cultivator acting thus, the law enforcement disciples would undoubtedly intervene. Yet, when it comes to powerful beings above the void refinement stage, the enforcement disciples would likely deliberate cautiously and weigh their options. Should a cultivator at the integration stage appear, the enforcement disciples might even choose to look the other way and depart hastily. Lin Mo remarked with a cold smile. Could that older woman truly be a cultivator at the integration stage? Young Master Hai's expression shifted at this thought. The likelihood of her being an integration stage cultivator is slim. Otherwise, why would she be so cautious and avoid detection? Lin Mo shook his head, dismissing the notion. Indeed, that seems plausible. Young Master Hai concurred after a moment of contemplation. After the two had lingered in the air for over half an hour, Lin Mo suddenly raised his eyebrows and announced, I have located them. They are heading towards Mount Jishin. Let us hasten our pursuit. Without allowing young Master Hai a moment to express his delight, Lin Mo turned swiftly, summoning a surge of azure radiance that enveloped them both. Once again, a beam of blue light manifested, propelling them towards Mount Jishin. 3 hours later, the silhouettes of Lin Mo and young Master Hai quietly materialized atop a magnificent palace, resplendent in gold and jade. This palace comprised 10 levels and was one of the 9 halls welcoming the celestial beings. Lin Mo's brow furrowed as he fixated on a particular level of the palace, his eyes reflecting a sense of foreboding. Master, are you certain there has been no error? Has the esteemed artifact spirit truly been brought to this place? Young Master Hai inquired, his complexion slightly pale, clearly aware of the significant implications of the artifact spirit's presence. There is no doubt. At such a close distance, how could those meager defensive techniques possibly withstand my perception? Lin Mo replied with renewed conviction. Could it be that the other party is indeed a formidable being at the integration stage? But if that were the case, why would my junior brother have been seen outside Mount Jishin? Young Master Hai pondered aloud. The reason is rather straightforward. Either that older woman is indeed a powerful integration stage cultivator, and Mount Jishin serves merely as her temporary abode for handling clandestine affairs, or she is not an integration stage cultivator herself, but has deep connections with a resident integration stage cultivator, seeking refuge and hoping to deter us from pursuing them. Lin Mo elucidated calmly. Then, Master, what do you intend to do? Young Master Hai hesitated for a long moment before quietly inquiring. You shall descend and seek out an informed individual to inquire which family resides on the 9th floor of this place. Lin Mo did not provide a direct answer. Instead, he issued a command. Yes, Master. Upon hearing this, young Master Hai's spirits were lifted, and he responded with utmost respect. I shall ensure your safe arrival to the ground. Once you have resolved the matter of information, hasten to the nearest hill and seek me there. I will await your arrival. Lin Mo reiterated his instructions, and with a graceful flick of his sleeve, a vibrant azure light swiftly coalesced into a sphere that enveloped young Master Hai, guiding him gently to the ground. Lin Mo then turned aside and soared toward a low hill several dozen miles away. Though the 9 Immortals Mountain is composed of 9 towering peaks, it is also dotted with numerous unremarkable hills, quietly nestled within the sprawling range. Young Master Hai steadied himself on the ground and cast a glance toward the welcoming Immortals Palace, but did not proceed immediately. Instead, he took a deep breath and hastened toward the nearest bustling area. With his open and affable nature, he quickly gathered information regarding the true identity of the residents on the 9th floor of the welcoming Immortals Palace amidst the densely populated marketplace. Shocked by his findings, he promptly withdrew without hesitation. What? It is the Long family. Seated cross-legged upon the rocky ledge, Lin Mo inadvertently caught wind of this revelation, his expression shifting in surprise. Indeed, his disciple had delved deeply into the investigation. It is said that on the 9th floor, the ancestors of the Long family cohabited with an esteemed guest elder, which included the family patriarch and several elders of the Void Refinement realm. Young Master Hai conveyed his concerns with a troubled countenance. However, this is not the crux of the issue. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, his tone steady. What does the Master imply? Young Master Hai inquired, puzzled. The true dilemma lies in the fact that my relationship with the Long family is far from harmonious. I had originally intended to directly request your junior brother if they were merely ordinary cultivators of the combined body realm. Typically, if they are not completely irrational, they should afford me, a cultivator of equal standing, a modicum of respect. However, the situation with the Long family is likely unpredictable. Lin Mo's voice carried a hint of coldness. Upon hearing this, young Master Hai's complexion paled instantaneously. Yet, the inability to personally demand the return of your junior brother does not preclude the possibility of retrieving him. Since I have already offended them once, a second offense against the Long family matters not. Moreover, I may not even allow them to perceive it. Tian, you shall return to your residence and await my return. Lin Mo let out a cold laugh, his surroundings instantly radiating azure light. In the blink of an eye, he vanished without a trace. Young Master Hai comprehended the implications of Lin Mo's words, his face a canvas of surprise and delight. He promptly responded with reverence and hurriedly made his way down the mountain. For Lin Mo, the distance of several dozen miles was traversed in an instant. A few miles away from the welcoming Immortals Palace, Lin Mo silently materialized in midair. He gazed upon the 9th level of the magnificent palace, yet his mind conjured an expansive diagram of intricate formations and prohibitions. Although the 9 immortal welcoming palaces were situated in disparate locations, his observations suggested that the established formations were remarkably similar. Despite the exquisite complexity of these prohibitions, for one who wielded a multitude of divine abilities, silently unraveling the restrictions to infiltrate was hardly a daunting task. After a moment of contemplative deliberation, he suddenly flipped his palm, revealing a shimmering thin film of silver. It was the ever-changing mask he had acquired years ago from a woman named Lu Shuer during his time in the Guanghan realm. This object was rife with profound mysteries, and after traversing the dark beast forest, it seemed that the woman felt too bashful to reclaim this treasure, making it fortuitously useful now. Lin Mo remained silent, gently casting the mask forward and giving a subtle flick of his wrist. A flash of azure light danced across his storage bracelet, and a plump piece of golden beast hide was propelled into the air, with one hand forming a seal and the other lightly tapping each of the 2 items. In an instant, the mask quivered slightly, transforming into a silvery glow that melded into the beast hide. Following this, the golden beast hide began to spin, racing towards Lin Mo, before vanishing in an instant, leaving no trace behind. Almost simultaneously, Lin Mo emitted a low growl, and his visage underwent a dramatic transformation. His once smooth skin sprouted a long, golden mane, completely obscuring his face. At the same time, his blue eyes flashed, and his pupils instantly morphed into a deep azure, suffused with an indescribable aura of ferocity. Lin Mo gently caressed the golden arm ape's hide at the side of his face, murmuring to himself, "Indeed, the golden arm ape's hide proves to be quite practical for concealment. If so, it should suffice to bewilder the members of the Long family." No sooner had he spoken than Lin Mo's previously placid demeanor shifted abruptly, and he took a deep breath. Instantly, a wave of black luminescence enveloped his form, and two pieces of black silk veils emerged quietly. These two items circled around Lin Mo before swiftly transforming into two clouds of black mist that lunged towards his body. In the blink of an eye, Lin Mo's figure became indistinct within the black light, ultimately vanishing completely from sight. He looked down at his seemingly translucent form, nodding in satisfaction. In truth, had he employed the Tai E transformation talisman, the effect of invisibility would undoubtedly have been superior. However, once such a talisman was activated, it would hinder his ability to utilize other divine skills to break the prohibitions, thus necessitating the abandonment of that method. Contemplating this in his mind, Lin Mo glided gracefully towards the 9th level of the opposite palace. In a brief moment, he had silently approached his target. Suddenly, a dazzling white light flickered, and a pristine white barrier manifested before him, its surface crackling with lightning and faint arcs of electricity visible within. Nevertheless, Lin Mo's expression remained unchanged as he extended his hand from his sleeve, fingers slightly splayed, releasing several arcs of golden lightning. Just as these silver arcs took shape, before they could emit their thunderous roar, they vanished without a trace upon contact with the golden arcs. Meanwhile, a swirl of gray luminescence enveloped Lin Mo, and in an instant, his form vanished, seamlessly penetrating the white barrier as if it were an illusion. Shortly thereafter, a person-sized aperture materialized within the white veil. Yet Lin Mo's silhouette had already eluded sight. However, this aperture was rapidly diminishing and gradually healing at a visible pace, restoring itself in the blink of an eye. The white barrier flickered once more before vanishing without a trace. Moments later, two ethereal guardians of the transformation phase suddenly soared from the grand hall of the welcome immortal palace, racing towards this location. After a few fleeting movements, they ascended to the nearby heights. The fluctuations of the barrier had indeed emanated from here, yet there appeared to be no signs of any anomaly. One of the youths, appearing to be around 27 or 28, surveyed the surroundings with a look of astonishment, murmuring softly, "Since no issues have been detected, it may merely have been a bird that collided with the barrier. Otherwise, our reaction would not have been so insubstantial." The other cultivator, a gaunt elder sporting a goatee and adorned with a pair of short horns atop his head, possessed a glimmer of cunning in his triangular eyes as he spoke slowly. It turns out this elder was, in fact, a demon cultivator. "Friend Gongsun, your words carry a hint of jest. If merely a bird were enough to provoke a reaction from the welcome immortal palace's barrier, then the array masters responsible for setting up this location would surely be rendered ineffectual," the young man remarked, his brow furrowed in dissatisfaction. "Oh, even if it were not a bird, it could have been a lost spiritual beast from a nearby marketplace, or perhaps an inadvertent activation by a senior in the fusion phase. What clues can we uncover from this?" The elder continued, chuckling softly, clearly reluctant to involve himself further. "Indeed, friend Gongsun makes a valid point. Since the barrier remains intact, we need not be overly anxious. I nearly mistook this place for the inner sanctum of Xuanwu City just now." The young man hesitated, his expression shifting from grim uncertainty to a sudden smile. "Haha, I had already anticipated that you were an exceptionally astute cultivator. Follow me. I have a bottle of exquisite spirit wine that I must insist you sample." The elder, witnessing the youth's decision to abandon the pursuit, also beamed with joy. Thus, the duo, a man and a demon, descended together, not once glancing back at the barrier. A surge of silvery flames erupted suddenly, rolling forth to consume the dense web of light before them. Following this, a fleeting shadow passed by, and Lin Mo found himself firmly positioned before a wall on the 9th level of the palace. He gazed at the pristine white wall before him, which shimmered with silver runes of varying sizes, enigmatic and inscrutable. However, upon observing this wall, a grave expression crossed Lin Mo's face. These silver runes are not ordinary. Rather, they manifest a spatial restriction upon the walls, impervious to common mystical techniques. Fortunately, he possesses some spatial powers, making his entry through this barrier seemingly effortless. With a sudden inspiration, Lin Mo raised his hands, and a sphere of pitch-black radiance emerged between his brows. After it spun for a moment, a blood-red fissure abruptly opened, revealing a pair of crystalline, abyssal eyes of a demonic beast. The gaze of this creature seemed to scrutinize the wall before it, and a beam of dark light erupted forth, fleetingly striking the surface. To his astonishment, the nearby silver runes vanished mysteriously at the instant the dark light made contact with the white wall. Immediately following this, Lin Mo let out a low growl, and the slender dark light expanded dramatically. Before his eyes, the formerly unyielding white wall trembled and astonishingly revealed a black hole approximately a foot in diameter. A glint of cold light flickered in Lin Mo's eyes as he swiftly retracted the dark glow, transforming it into a cerulean beam that plunged into the black hole. Moments later, the black hole silently disappeared from the white wall. Lin Mo found himself in a brightly illuminated space, having materialized from the void. To his surprise, he stood amidst a dense forest, directly beneath a towering green tree. However, what astonished him further was the sight of a middle-aged man and a stunning young woman, merely a yard away, gazing at him with disbelief. Reacting promptly, Lin Mo sighed helplessly and waved his arms simultaneously, with two distinctive cracking sounds. His ordinary arms suddenly swelled like balloons, enlarging several times before he swung them down with tremendous force, accompanied by two resounding thuds. The unsuspecting pair was struck by his descending blow and fell heavily to the ground, despite their cultivation levels being merely at the core formation and foundation establishment stages. He refrained from inflicting lethal harm, instead injecting a trace of subtle magical power into their consciousness, plunging them into a profound state of unconsciousness. Chapter 742. After an introspective dialogue, Lin Mo's visage was imbued with a deep sense of regret. For prominent families like the Long clan, imposing specific mystical techniques on the consciousness of core disciples is not uncommon. This practice aims to prevent the leakage of confidential information in the event of unforeseen circumstances. However, the information concerning the woman bore no secrets, allowing Lin Mo to easily acquire the intelligence he sought. It was revealed that not long ago, a woman matching the description provided by the wealthy heir had indeed arrived at this location, accompanied by 3 others, and had engaged in extensive dialogue with the Long clan's leaders. Subsequently, she was arranged to proceed to the resting area. Among the 4 individuals, one bore an uncanny resemblance to the spirit entity. However, the precise whereabouts of these individuals eluded the divine perception of the Long couple. Lin Mo furrowed his brow lightly and cast a glance at the 2 unconscious figures lying on the ground. Suddenly, he forcefully stomped the earth. A radiant yellow light erupted instantaneously, forming a vast pit reaching a depth of 10 feet, emerging silently before him. Subsequently, Lin Mo waved his sleeve, and azure clouds billowed forth, effortlessly enveloping the Long couple and depositing them into the pit. He then extended a hand, murmuring an incantation, and gently pointed at the pit. In an instant, a ball of yellow flame ascended from within, flickering several times before vanishing entirely, leaving the ground once more flat and unmarked, as if no alteration had ever occurred. At this moment, Lin Mo lifted his gaze toward the outskirts of the forest. He observed that the scene in this layer of space was markedly different from where he had previously resided. Outside the woods, a dense milky fog enveloped the surroundings, rendering the outlines of the inner city walls indistinct. A blue shimmer flickered in Lin Mo's eyes, and in a gentle sway of his body. His original corporeal form was shrouded by a layer of gray mist. This fog evidently constituted a form of arcane prohibition, for upon contact with the gray clouds, some of the mist seemed to merge directly into it, rendering Lin Mo's figure increasingly nebulous. He advanced but 100 paces, and suddenly, the fog parted, revealing the edge of the mist. Not far ahead stood a pale golden castle, encircled by walls towering at least 10 feet high. Upon these walls stood several Long clan cultivators clad in white, wielding swords or brandishing curved blades. Within the confines of the walls, intricate pavilions and terraces could be faintly discerned, interconnected in a complex manner. At the center, a colossal golden tower, soaring several 100 feet high, proudly stood. Lin Mo felt no trepidation regarding the Long clan cultivators detecting his presence. His gaze was resolutely fixed upon the golden giant. According to the information conveyed by the Long couple's consciousness, the venerable ancestor of the Long clan having reached the late stage of cultivation, along with several elders at the virtual refinement stage, resided within this very tower. Ever since the long ancestor procured the sky-piercing warship diagram at the auction, he had immediately summoned masters proficient in formations and artifact refinement to seclude themselves within the tower, dedicating their efforts to studying the diagram. The other venerable elder at the integration stage seemed to be out on some business. Thus, the risk of exposure for Lin Mo was significantly diminished. As long as the long ancestor did not arbitrarily employ divine perception to scan the entire castle, Lin Mo was confident in his ability to avoid easy detection. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Lin Mo did not hesitate to take action. The black clouds surrounding him churned and roiled, and he shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, racing through the mist directly toward the castle walls. On the battlements, a man in white cultivation robes stood upright. As if sensing a gentle breeze caressing his face, he instinctively glanced around while employing his spiritual perception to examine the surroundings. Yet he discerned no anomalies. A trace of confusion flickered across the face of this practitioner. However, he soon shook his head lightly and resumed his previous stance. Little did he realize that, in that fleeting moment, an outsider had silently drifted past him and entered the city wall, landing with poise upon a pristine white street. Curiously, in the ensuing moments, he closed his eyes and stood motionless, seemingly attuned to some unseen essence. Time elapsed, and he opened his eyes with a grave expression, murmuring to himself a few words. He had inexplicably lost his sense of perception. Clearly, someone was clandestinely assisting in the concealment. Thus, he could only search systematically. Fortunately, the area was not extensive, and beings of the void refinement stage were limited. He believed he would soon uncover the identity of the enigmatic figure. No sooner had he thought this than his form shimmered, transforming into an intangible zephyr, and he sped toward the nearby structures, vanishing in an instant within a certain pavilion. Simultaneously, in a distant loft far from Lin Mo's location, a group of individuals had gathered, including a grim-faced elder clad in purple robes and an elderly woman. The purple-robed elder had just placed a luminescent crescent-shaped jade pendant around the neck of a young Taoist, and he spoke calmly to the elderly woman. This jade, known as the Moonheart Jade, possesses the remarkable ability to shield against spiritual perception. Unless that person is directly before us, it will be impossible to locate this young Taoist. Thus, your family can dwell here in peace. Thank you for your generous assistance, elder brother. The elderly woman bowed respectfully to the purple-robed elder, her face brimming with gratitude. The elder with black eyebrows smiled broadly. Yet the frail young man maintained a demeanor of measured calm. You and your husband are exceedingly reckless to provoke a practitioner of the harmonization stage. Were it not for Ming's potential to awaken the blood of the true dragon, I would never permit your stay here. This rule applies even to my own sister. Furthermore, before our father comprehends the intricacies of that warship diagram and emerges from seclusion, you must not lay a hand on this young Taoist. Although I find this matter feasible, offending an old monster of the harmonization stage necessitates respect for my father's wishes. Should you defy this, do not blame me for disregarding familial ties. The purple-robed elder warned gravely. We understand this naturally. It has been many years since we last saw our father. We hope to pay him a visit once more. As for the impending calamity, I fear that both my husband and I may not survive it, and we shall rely on you to care for our young son at that time. Fortunately, now that Ming's afflictions have been healed, her talents are on par with those of the other children of the Long family, and she should not tarnish the family's reputation. The elderly woman spoke with a hint of melancholy, forcing a smile. Regarding Ming's affairs, you need not worry. I shall manage them appropriately. As for matters concerning my father, it may prove difficult to fulfill our desires. It is well known that any woman from the Long family who defies familial regulations and insists on marrying outside her lineage is no longer regarded as a member of the Long clan. Furthermore, the father has devoted himself to the renowned merciless path of divine arts, making any reunion with you utterly impossible. Once this matter reaches a conclusion, you may depart with the name left behind. The elder in the purple robe shook his head without hesitation. Following this declaration, the aged woman was overcome with profound disappointment. Her pallid complexion reflected her anguish as she yearned to plead for something. Yet the elder in the purple robe merely shook his head and turned to leave the chamber. In an instant, the space was left with only 3 members of a prominent family and a young Taoist named Qi Lingzi. It seems we have no choice but to comply with his words. Husband, Please escort this young Taoist to the secret chamber on the underground level. The elderly woman hesitated for a considerable time before finally speaking with a tone laced with resentment. Do not fret, madam. We had anticipated this all along. Your brother did not reject us based on our involvement with the ancient beings, which is a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. The elder with black brows consoled with a wry smile. I understand what must be done. You need not elaborate further. Let us hasten to send this young Taoist away. The aged woman retorted, clearly disregarding the words of the black-browed elder, her expression darkening as she gestured dismissively. With no other recourse, the elder with black brows sighed and approached the young man. Young fellow, may you retain the legacy artifacts for a few more days. Soon, these heirlooms will become the exclusive treasures of our clan, and at that point, no one will be able to hinder us, the elder murmured softly, as he deftly revealed a blue copper bell in his palm. However, the artifact spirit, bound by the secret arts, remained oblivious, standing motionless in place. Just as the elder was about to ring the copper bell, a deep male voice reverberated throughout the room. No one can stop me. What if I choose to intervene? Alarmed, the elder with black brows exclaimed, swiftly casting the copper bell, which instantly transformed into a colossal bronze gong, attempting to confine the spirit within. The elderly woman beside him reacted with equal swiftness, her expression shifting dramatically as she violently waved her sleeve, unleashing two streams of dark energy. One became an expanse of darkness, engulfing the slender young man and promptly returning him to the elderly woman's side. The other roiled and surged, seemingly morphing into a black unicorn python, exuding black lotus flowers, enveloping both the elderly woman and the youth in protective embrace. Taking a deep breath, the elderly woman suddenly emitted a piercing scream. Yet, her efforts were met with a scornful snort from the adversary. Above the colossal gong, the space quivered unexpectedly, as a furry golden fist flickered from the nearby void, lightly striking the giant bell. With a resounding boom, the azure runes upon the surface of the colossal clock began to tumultuously swirl, as if a clay sculpture had been shattered by a single strike, dissipating into a glowing azure light that vanished without a trace. Immediately following this, a golden fist swung downwards towards the position of the elder with black brows. Although the blow appeared to be light and seemingly devoid of force, in the next moment, the elder emitted a piercing scream, his body sent flying like a sack. Almost simultaneously, another golden hand materialized before the elderly woman, descending with a swiftness that defied the eye. With a ripping sound, the black lotus before her and the protective aura surrounding her were torn apart, as the golden hand seized her by the throat, lifting her off the ground. The elderly woman's body trembled violently, her pupils turned pale and devoid of life, her horrified scream abruptly silenced. Beside her, a slender young man sensed the anomaly, his expression shifting dramatically as he raised his right hand. A shimmering long sword appeared in his palm, which he then swung fiercely at the paw of the golden beast. A sharp, resonant clash echoed. The moment the sword made contact with the fist, it erupted in a blinding golden light. Not only did the sword shatter into countless fragments, but the young man also staggered back, spitting a mouthful of blood, collapsing weakly to the ground, utterly unable to rise. I have already set a barrier here. It would be futile even if you screamed your lungs out. You too indeed possess some audacity, knowing this lad has backing yet showing no caution whatsoever. Do you truly believe that as long as you are near the Long family, I would not dare to take you? A calm and chilling voice suddenly resonated in the room, as if emerging from the depths of the underworld. Then, the space warped and trembled, and a golden-haired demon ape, towering around 3 or 4 zhang and clad in silver armor, slowly manifested in the room. Its eyes glimmered like emeralds, fangs bared, emanating an aura of unrestrained ferocity, with a faint black malevolent energy swirling around its form. Such a grotesque and terrifying visage sent shivers down one's spine. A demon cultivator. How can this be? The elder with black brows gasped in shock upon beholding the colossal ape. The elderly woman, her eyes rolling back, also displayed a flicker of astonishment. What is there to be surprised about? Since you two are so foolish as to seek your own demise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. The golden-haired giant's eyes flashed with ferocity, and it let out a low, menacing growl, its golden fingers glowing fiercely as it seemed poised to crush the elderly woman to death. Senior, please show mercy. Stop. Both the elder with black brows and the recently revived young man cried out in unison. Yet, at that moment, They were both utterly drained of strength, their internal energies in disarray, rendering them incapable of intervening. As the elderly woman's complexion turned as pale as parchment, her eyes filled with despair. A faint voice suddenly resonated from outside the door. "It seems your audacity is indeed extraordinary. How dare you venture alone into my ancestral domain and lay hands on my disciple?" Before the words had fully dissipated, a deafening clap of thunder reverberated from the roof, followed by a colossal purple hand, towering a full yard high, bursting through a certain barrier, appearing above the golden-haired giant ape, and mercilessly descending for a grasp. Chapter 743. The Old Monster of Long. The once fearsome visage of the golden-haired giant ape transformed in an instant. With a roar of fury, it seemingly abandoned the elderly woman in its grasp, flinging her aside with abandon. The golden hand swiftly expanded several folds, boldly confronting the purple hand, while simultaneously, another hand reached out towards the still-standing spirit, grasping at the void. A resounding explosion, reverberating to the core, erupted. A massive sphere of light, composed of golden and purple hues, suddenly burst forth within the confines of the room, the overwhelming spiritual pressure causing the surrounding walls and ceiling to be violently upheaved. Amidst the dazzling spiritual radiance, a faint groan echoed through the air. Subsequently, a golden shadow shot forth like an arrow from the light sphere, racing over 100 yards in an instant. "Do not even think of escaping," the master of the purple hand growled coldly. Almost immediately, a stream of purple light, resembling a celestial rainbow, surged forth from the pinnacle of a nearby golden tower, relentlessly pursuing the golden shadow ahead. The swiftness of both entities was astonishing, with the former appearing to lag slightly behind. Such monumental commotion instantly roused the myriad inhabitants of the castle. Countless flickering lights ascended from the buildings, seemingly eager to discover the source of the disturbance. However, in that fleeting moment of hesitation, the golden shadow and the purple streak simultaneously breached the castle walls, plunging into the enveloping white mist outside. As the numerous practitioners of the Long family hurried to the mist's edge, a series of thunderous explosions reverberated from the vast sea of white fog. Following this, roars and shouts arose in succession, as two immensely powerful spiritual pressures surged from the depths of the mist, soaring skyward. This phenomenon distorted the very fabric of the illusory sky, accompanied by an ominous, thunderous buzzing sound. The masters of these two spiritual pressures appeared to be locked in a stalemate. Witnessing this spectacle, the surrounding practitioners of the Long family exchanged astonished glances, their expressions betraying profound disbelief. In that moment, they comprehended that one of the figures within the mist was indeed their ancestral patriarch, while the other was capable of contending equally, leading them to ponder if the opponent was also a late-stage Saint-tier cultivator. If that were the case, their own cultivators at the void refinement stage venturing into the battle zone would be akin to moths drawn to a flame, an exceedingly perilous endeavor. Among the Long family members, the one in a position of authority was none other than the imposing patriarch of the Long family. A middle-aged man clad in a resplendent purple robe. He gazed at the sea of mist with a countenance marked by fury, yet, upon sensing the overwhelming and boundless spiritual pressure emanating from the fog, his heart was equally filled with hesitation. Esteemed Lord Long, would you permit me to intervene and temporarily separate the two fellow Taoists? A melodious female voice suddenly resonated from behind the head of the Long family. Upon hearing this voice, the middle-aged man in purple robes felt a tightening in his chest and swiftly turned to look. There stood a young maiden clad in yellow, no more than 17 or 18 years of age, poised and graceful, her eyes sparkling with a gentle smile as she regarded him. Had Lin Mo been present, he would have easily recognized this maiden as the renowned Saintess Qianxiu of the Qi-Ling clan. "Oh, it is the esteemed senior Qianxiu who has graced us with her presence. I humbly request your assistance if the need arises. Capturing the intruder is of utmost importance to us," the man in the purple robes expressed with a facade of joy, despite the turmoil within. "Capture? That is an utterly impossible task. Even with my involvement, I fear it would be futile. Moreover, while I maintain a close relationship with the Long family, I cannot recklessly offend another formidable expert within your esteemed clan," she replied, her head gently shaking as she spoke with a radiant smile. "What I can do is merely strive to facilitate a temporary ceasefire between both parties." "A ceasefire, you say? That does seem feasible. My father has recently expended considerable resources in his cultivation, and it is indeed unwise to engage in a prolonged battle against a powerful adversary. The head of the Long family deliberated, his emotions fluctuating before he ultimately nodded resolutely in agreement. Very well, since you, Lord Long, have made your decision. It appears I need not intervene personally. The Saintess Chinchio smiled broadly, but in the next moment, her gaze towards the sea of mist grew intensely focused. What does that mean? The middle-aged man in purple felt momentarily dazed, yet before he could seek clarification, the ground surrounding the castle began to tremble violently. Following this, an immense roar erupted from the mist, accompanied by a peculiar, piercing shriek. A wave of golden and purple energy surged forth from the fog like a tempest, dispersing all the mist and sweeping directly towards the numerous cultivators of the Long family. Faced with such a terrifying force, the Long family cultivators were thrown into disarray. Those of weaker prowess retreated hurriedly, seeking refuge behind the castle walls. Meanwhile, those of higher cultivation, hovering around the void refinement stage, summoned their protective artifacts, transforming into brilliant glimmers that shielded them closely while cautiously stepping back a few paces. Only the Saintess Chinchio remained immovable in the face of the oncoming torrent of energy. Her smile vanished without a trace, replaced by an expression of utmost seriousness and gravity. At that moment, the distant white mist had been completely swept away by the force of the wave. Instantly, the onlookers beheld two figures of vastly differing stature suspended in the sky ahead. One of them was a colossal golden-haired ape, towering over 30 zhong, resembling a small mountain. A hand tightly grasped a figure clad in the garb of a Taoist priest, while another hand clenched into a fist across his chest, exuding an aura of formidable might. Opposite him stood an ordinary cultivator, the middle-aged man in a golden mask who had made his final appearance at the auction. At this moment, golden dragon horns sprouted from his head, patches of golden scales appeared on his cheeks, and his pupils transformed into dazzling gold, equally unarmed. Beneath them, the ground was riddled with numerous deep pits, presenting a scene of utter devastation. Humph! It seems the reputation of your esteemed family's true spirit is indeed well-deserved, showcasing the prowess of a perfected late-stage cultivator. Your ability to confront me with mere flesh attests to your strength. However, Old Long, I have already experienced your methods, and you cannot detain me. The golden-haired giant ape emitted a deep roar. Pray tell, who exactly are you? To my knowledge, among the demon race, there are no other simian cultivators who have advanced to the integration stage aside from that Huangmei immortal. The ancestor of the Long family regarded the golden-haired giant ape with an impassive expression, inquiring, Haha, who am I? You may ponder that at your leisure. Since you, Old Long, have chosen to intervene personally this time, I shall allow them to depart. However, should you dare to provoke me again next time, do not blame me for being ruthless. The giant ape's expression shifted, and it roared in fury. Suddenly, a layer of strange silver flames ignited across its body, and with a twist, it charged fiercely toward the nearby void. The ancestor of the Long family observed this scene with an unperturbed demeanor, though his pupils involuntarily constricted. Yet he refrained from intervening again. As a result, with a sizzling sound, the void appeared to be melted by the giant ape's silver flames, instantly revealing a pitch-black aperture. The giant ape's form flickered and vanished into the black hole. The ancestor of the Long family stood motionless at a distance, his gaze fixed upon the rapidly diminishing black void, his expression flickering with uncertainty, as if contemplating certain matters. Father, are you unharmed? At that moment, a middle-aged man in purple hurriedly led a group of family elders over, cautiously inquiring, Humph, as if I could be so easily injured. Do you truly believe I would suffer a loss? The ancestor of the Long family cast a cold glance at the purple-clad man, responding indifferently. That was never my intention. I merely felt concerned upon witnessing Father summon his half-dragon form. The purple-clad man made no attempt to defend himself, instead bowing respectfully. Upon hearing this, the ancestor's eyes glinted momentarily before he coldly asked, You all heard what that demon cultivator said upon leaving. As the current head of the Long family, you must comprehend the implications, correct? This matter pertains to Lin Yang. I had originally intended to report to you, Father, but I was unprepared for the swiftness of their actions, let alone the strength of such a formidable demon cultivator, which truly took me by surprise. The purple-clad man no longer hesitated, offering a wry smile as he confessed. Lin Yang, That married woman from outside the clan? When did she arrive here? No need for elaborate details. Inform me later. The middle-aged man with a golden visage spoke with an unwavering tone that left no room for contradiction. The head of the Long family felt a tightening in his chest and responded with utmost respect. Despite his position as the family leader and being closely related to the ancestral bloodline, the bond of kinship had diminished to insignificance since the ancestor had practiced the formidable and ruthless path of cultivation. When conversing with the ancestor, he remained perpetually cautious, daring not to exhibit the slightest relaxation. Is this the half-dragon transformation of the true dragon blood? The ability to contend with demonic cultivators using mere flesh is indeed astonishing. The saintess of the 1,000 Autumns approached gracefully, her face adorned with a radiant smile. Though the old man was a late-stage cultivator, he could not triumph over an early-stage demonic cultivator. What, then, was there to celebrate? Was the saintess mocking the old man? The Long family ancestor's expression remained impassive as he replied coldly. Ah, why must you feign ignorance, my friend? Demonic cultivators are renowned for their physical prowess, and the ape-like ones are particularly formidable. The fact that you can withstand an ape demonic cultivator at the integration stage with mere flesh speaks for itself without need for embellishment. Should you employ other divine abilities, that beast would likely struggle to endure even a moment. The 1,000 Autumns saintess deliberately disregarded the Long family's ancestor's expression, maintaining her cheerful demeanor. Oh, unable to endure for long. Your belief is profoundly mistaken. Upon hearing this, the Long family ancestor's face twisted into a peculiar, cold smile. Oh, it seems you have sensed something? The girl inquired, puzzled. Everyone retreat. I wish to converse privately with the saintess of 1,000 Autumns. The Long family ancestor issued his command without further ado, his dragon horns appearing atop his head, his face revealing golden scales as he swiftly vanished, his eyes turning to an ordinary black. The many cultivators, including the head of the Long family, dared not defy the ancestor's order and promptly returned to the city. In an instant, only the silhouettes of two remained in the air. Why the concern, my friend? Does that ape possess formidable connections? The 1,000 Autumns saintess did not prevent the departure of others, yet she inquired with an air of indifference. I suspect it hails from the sacred island. The Long family ancestor's sudden revelation left the 1,000 Autumns saintess taken aback. The sacred island? The sacred ground shared by both humans and demons? The girl softly questioned. Indeed. Otherwise, it is difficult to explain the sudden emergence of an integration stage ape-demon among their ranks. For millennia, the sacred island has continuously selected outstanding disciples to enrich its ranks. Over tens of thousands of years, there may be numerous unknown integration stage beings. However, it is estimated that there should be at least 20 or 30 integration stage cultivators on the sacred island. Unless it pertains to the safety of their families, they must not leave the sacred island even a step. This is precisely why both human and demon races can stand united against external foes. The Long family ancestor replied with a calm demeanor, his expression grave. It seems that your sacred island bears a striking resemblance to our spirit clan's sacred temple. Yet, I too am unaware of how many sacred spirit-level beings reside within our temple. The girl in the yellow robe sighed after hearing the Long family ancestor's account. Furthermore, I believe there is another reason this ape may have originated from the sacred island. For a long time, the sacred island has been guarded by a legion of demon soldiers, including the legendary and exceedingly rare Golden Gang Ape clan. This giant ape bears a striking resemblance to such demons, and it is no ordinary early-stage demonic cultivator. Even if I do not exert my full strength, I cannot guarantee I can subdue it. Thus, I am reluctant to take the risk of offending the sacred island. After a moment of deep contemplation, the venerable ancestor of the Long family candidly expressed his inner concerns. This demon ape is indeed formidable. Although I have not engaged it directly, its departure, shrouded in silver flames capable of melting the void, left me feeling threatened. The young maiden in the yellow robe gradually lost her smile and spoke softly. As far as I understand, the Golden Deity Ape clan possesses the extraordinary innate ability known as the Nine Infants True Fire. However, even though this technique is immensely powerful, the number of Golden Deity apes who can truly wield it to perfection is exceedingly rare. Few are those who can truly comprehend the nature of such true fire, as it remains shrouded in mystery. The Long family ancestor, his brow furrowed in thought, recounted. Then, in your esteemed opinion, is this golden-furred giant ape the fabled Golden Deity ape? The holy maiden of the 1,000 autumns furrowed her brows. It is not a definitive conclusion, but I lean towards the possibility being over 90%. The Long family ancestor asserted with unwavering confidence. Well, since it is connected to the sacred island, this unspoken loss must be quietly borne. After gazing at the Long family ancestor for a moment, the young maiden in the yellow robe suddenly burst into a melodious laughter. Humph, I am not afraid of the golden deity ape clan. It is merely out of respect for the sacred island. Furthermore, judging by the words of this ape before its departure, there seems to be a hidden truth lurking here. Until the reasons are clarified, I too must proceed with caution. The Long family ancestor coldly snorted, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Chapter 744. Since fellow Taoist Long has reached a conclusion, I shall refrain from further comment. However, regarding that matter, our two clans have already delayed for an entire day and night, failing to reach a consensus on the terms of cooperation. Is it necessary to continue wasting time? I have ventured here not solely to negotiate with the Long family, but also to attend to other affairs. The young maiden in the yellow robe's expression gradually turned icy. Are the conditions proposed by our Long family too harsh? We merely require 10 discarded spiritual bodies devoid of consciousness for each worship for the use of our Long family. And we shall allocate 35% to your esteemed side. Does this not sufficiently illustrate the benefits you stand to gain? Moreover, as far as I know, your clan of spiritual tools treats discarded spiritual bodies like poison. Replacing them with colossal warships would undoubtedly be a lucrative deal. The Long family ancestor responded with a stoic expression. Humph, 10 discarded spiritual bodies is indeed too burdensome. Although our clan of spiritual tools does not regard discarded spiritual bodies as kin, according to the laws of the spiritual clans, arbitrarily handing over discarded spiritual bodies to outsiders is a grave act of betrayal. Each worship can only utilize a maximum of 5 discarded spiritual bodies in exchange. Furthermore, the immense risks we are undertaking in this transaction with you only yield a third of the worship's share. The disparity between risk and reward is simply too great. Were it not for the pressing circumstances, I would prefer that the original plans for the sky-piercing worship fall into the hands of the 3 sovereigns and the various demon kings. Surely, these powerful factions would be far more generous than your Long family. The young maiden in the yellow robe gently twirled a lock of hair before her forehead, stating her position in a calm tone. Why must you resort to provocation, my friend Shinshio? You should be acutely aware that the ruthless cultivation method practiced by this old man is impervious to emotional fluctuations. However, since the saintess has made her position clear, I shall take the liberty to make another concession. At that time, your side will only need to provide 8 discarded spiritual bodies for each spiritual vessel in exchange, while we shall remit 40% of the total quantity to your esteemed spirit clan. The elder of the Long family gazed at the saintess of the 1,000 autumns for a prolonged moment before he spoke in a grave tone. 40% and 8 discarded spiritual bodies. This is indeed difficult to accept. However, the saintess asserted, I can only agree to your request for each battle vessel to be exchanged for 7 discarded spiritual bodies at most. The elder acknowledged, only 7 individuals. Indeed, it is merely 7. I have acquiesced to your request. Henceforth, we must immediately commence discussions regarding further cooperation in other realms before the impending calamity. After a brief contemplation, the elder of the Long family surprisingly acquiesced. Naturally, provided our initial transaction proceeds smoothly. My spirit clan is most willing to continue deepening collaboration across various fields with the Long family. The 1,000 autumns saintess, elated by the acceptance of her terms, beamed with joy, her smile akin to a blooming flower. So, dear saintess, would you be inclined to engage in a more profound conversation within the tower now? This location is not the most suitable for dialogue. The elder of the Long family slightly nodded and gestured towards the entrance of the tower. At this moment, he seemed to have entirely forgotten about the previous encounter with the golden-haired giant ape. After all, to him, the disturbance caused by a mere early-stage integration demon ape could hardly compare with the collaboration between the Long family and the spirit clan, which pertains to their safety in facing the impending calamity. Almost simultaneously, the golden-haired giant ape had already landed on a desolate mountaintop thousands of miles away. Previously, it had forcibly breached the outer restrictions of the ascending immortal palace using silver flames to escape. Although it had indeed startled a portion of the patrolling soldiers, it vanished without a trace in an instant, employing its peculiar evasion technique, eluding even the guards of the divine transformation and refining void realms. Furthermore, seeing their pursuit yield no results, the patrollers naturally refrained from expending further effort on this matter. They merely dispatched someone to inquire briefly with the Long family stationed on the 9th level, only to be greatly astonished upon learning that the fleeing entity was actually an integration stage demon cultivator. Consequently, they promptly repaired the damaged restrictions and chose to turn a blind eye to the incident. Nevertheless, news of an integration stage golden-haired giant ape wreaking havoc within the Long family's residence spread like wildfire, reaching the ears of many ancient beings who should have been informed. Many were taken aback and dispatched elite personnel to uncover the truth behind the matter. However, the golden-haired giant ape, once unheard of, vanished from the world thereafter, as if it had never existed. This outcome left many discontented, with some even beginning to question the authenticity of the sacred island. Yet, all of this was beyond the comprehension of the golden-haired giant ape. At this moment, it stood upon the mountaintop, its gaze wandering aimlessly, emanating a golden radiance, and in the blink of an eye transformed into an unassuming young man. This youth was undoubtedly Lin Mo. He first employed the art of metamorphosis, shifting into the form of a demon ape, and stealthily infiltrated the castle. However, it was not long before he was detected by the ancestral elder of the Long family, who commenced a pursuit. With no other recourse, Lin Mo resorted to the powers of the awakening thunder technique, his true form morphing into that of a colossal mountain ape. Engaging in several fierce clashes with the ancient adversary, relying on his formidable physique and the might of the awakening thunder, Lin Mo sustained minimal losses in his contest against the half-dragon elder of the Long family. Nonetheless, he was acutely aware of the terrifying strength exhibited by his opponent in dragon form. Lin Mo also recognized that both he and the elder had only exerted a fraction of their true power. Otherwise, the battle could have easily reduced the entire ancient palace to ruins. Regardless of the elder's inner thoughts, Lin Mo was relieved to have extricated himself from such peril with relative ease. At this juncture, he had distanced himself from the battlefield, and given the current scale of the human and demon clans on Jiushin Mountain, even the Long family's immense capabilities could not trace him here. After reverting to his true form atop the mountain, Lin Mo cast a glance at the still puppet-like Qi Lingzi in his grasp, letting out a gentle sigh. Subsequently, he formed a hand gesture, unleashing a surge of azure light that swiftly entered the body of the young Taoist. Qi Lingzi's body trembled, his previously expressionless face contorting, and after a pained groan, he suddenly opened his mouth, expelling a torrent of azure light intertwined with a dark aura. "Master, why are you here? Was I not captured by an old woman?" Qi Lingzi's eyes sparkled with unusual brightness, and after a moment, he gradually regained consciousness, joyfully inquiring upon seeing Lin Mo. Clearly, the events that had transpired were entirely forgotten by the young Taoist under the influence of the restraining power. "Humph, had I not arrived in time, you would have likely been left in a state of utter ruin," Lin Mo declared. "Very well, on our journey back, I shall elucidate the sequence of events. For now, it is prudent to leave this place." Uninterested in idle conversation with his disciple, Lin Mo commanded, sweeping his sleeve. A vast expanse of azure mist enveloped both him and Qi Lingzi, transforming them into a streak of blue light that soared through the air toward their abode. As Qi Lingzi listened to Lin Mo's brief account of the occurrences during his state of delirium, which even included the vast influence of the Long family, the foremost lineage of the human realm, he, despite his typically cheerful disposition, stood frozen in place, as if carved from wood. Lin Mo was quite taken aback by this reaction, pondering that perhaps his disciple had finally grasped the essence of fear. However, to his astonishment, just as this thought crossed his mind, the young Taoist suddenly leapt up amidst the fleeing light, erupting into loud curses. The object of his curses was undoubtedly the old woman and the Long family, his words laced with vile obscenities, his face flushed with indignation, as if he had sworn an oath of enmity against them. Faced with the chaos before him, Lin Mo momentarily stood in stunned silence, before succumbing to uncontrollable laughter. Finally, he commanded the instrument spirit to cease. "Enough. Such behavior is unbecoming of your stature. Should you genuinely seek justice from the Long family, I shall not impede you. However, before you possess the requisite strength, you must temper your fervor. In the presence of a powerful family like the Longs, you resemble a fragile ant, easily crushed with a mere flick. With such inadequate power, how could you dare to cause a stir at the Long family's doorstep?" If you truly wish to pursue this course, let us discuss it once you have successfully ascended to the combined realm. Moreover, it would be wise for you to limit your exposure to public scrutiny. Upon returning home, I shall impart some secret techniques and provide you with rare treasures and elixirs. Once the repercussions of this affair have gradually subsided, you and your senior brother, young Master Ji Hai, must promptly depart for Tianyuan City. There, you may join the city S-Guard for several years of training. Despite the Long family's formidable power, they harbor a certain trepidation towards Tianyuan City. In a few years, I shall return to this city to reunite with you. Master, you wish for me to leave? Yet, the 10,000 Treasures Conference has only just commenced, and I have traversed great distances to be here, yet I have not truly experienced anything. The young Taoist was taken aback by Lin Mo's words and immediately cried out in protest. Huh? Do you consider your life of greater significance than this 10,000 Treasures Conference? While I do not fear the Long family, there is no need to remain on constant alert. Should a lapse occur and you find yourself in peril once more, how would you explain it? Shall I be compelled to confront the Long family again? Lin Mo replied coldly, his tone devoid of warmth. Since the master has given his orders, I shall comply. The instrument spirit, noticing Lin Mo's grim expression, hastily lowered its head and muttered, clearly filled with reluctance. However, Lin Mo remained indifferent to its discontent. Upon hearing the spirit's response, his expression softened slightly, and he nodded gently, choosing not to elaborate further. For the remainder of the time, Lin Mo fell silent, channeling his energy into hastening their escape. After more than an hour of rapid flight, they finally returned home without a sound. Young Master Hai, who had been eagerly awaiting their return in the Great Hall, felt an indescribable excitement upon seeing Lin Mo and the instrument spirit return safely, and he rushed forward to pay his respects. Master, when you were conveying messages, you indicated that you had found the person sought by our master. Where is that esteemed figure now? As Lin Mo settled into the main seat, he posed a startling question. Master, we discovered the mark you mentioned at a place called Misty Tower, and based on the token, we were able to meet with that venerable elder of the demon clan. He has invited you to the illusionary sky tower to discuss matters before noon tomorrow. Young Master Hai responded respectfully. According to young Master Hai, this Misty Tower happens to be situated within a small market cluster in the core area of 9 Immortal Mountain. The markets are temporarily established by various factions from both the human and demon races. Although each market is not particularly vast, it is, nonetheless, comprehensive in its offerings. Within each market, one can find a variety of common shops, and some even feature unique stores that sell rare or hard-to-find items. The Misty Tower stands out as a premier establishment among these. This tower exclusively offers a special material known as Misty Stone. While not particularly rare, this material is essential for constructing formations primarily based on illusions, resulting in a significant demand. Naturally, Misty Stone comes in different grades, the more intricate the formation, the higher the grade of the material required. The Misty Tower is the sole shop capable of supplying high-grade Misty Stones on a large scale, thus attracting numerous human cultivators and mature demon practitioners. Before the Misty Tower, Lin Mo stood gazing at the sign hanging from the central building, his expression revealing a hint of resignation. Nevertheless, he resolutely stepped into the unassuming little shop. The interior was indeed cramped, yet surprisingly tidy. Aside from 2 wooden tables, a few chairs, and a long shelf, there were no other furnishings. On the shelf, apart from a collection of ambiguous-sized stones, there were no other goods. Behind the shelf, a wooden table was occupied by a young girl with 2 high ponytails. She appeared to be around 11 or 12. Her youthful face bearing an air of innocence as she seemed to idly play with her fingers. Oh, esteemed guest, you have finally arrived. Might you be interested in purchasing Misty Stones? What grade do you require, and in what quantity? Our Misty Tower guarantees a comprehensive selection. Upon seeing Lin Mo at the door, the girl sprang to her feet, her face alight with enthusiasm as she greeted him, exuding an air of precocious maturity. Lin Mo's consciousness briefly swept over the girl, and a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. The girl radiated a faint demonic aura, clearly indicating her affiliation with the demon race, and from the fluctuations of spiritual pressure, it was evident there was a transformation stage demon practitioner nearby. Anyone deceived by her youthful appearance might suffer considerable losses. Chapter 745. I did not come to shop, but rather to seek someone. Lin Mo replied in a calm tone. Ah, I see. You must be Senior Lin. The girl exclaimed. momentarily taken aback before her expression shifted slightly as she bowed to Lin Mo. "Oh, you are her sister?" Lin Mo inquired with surprise. Taking a closer look at the girl. "I am Qin Meyer, the half-sister of Sister Sewer. Please allow me to guide you to the backyard to meet Sister Sewer." The girl's bright eyes sparkled as she spoke in a sweet, obedient tone. "Very well, lead the way," Lin Mo replied, nodding in agreement. Under the guidance of the young girl, Lin Mo stepped into a nearby parlor. Descending a set of open stone steps, he found himself in a concealed subterranean realm. Moments later, a look of astonishment crossed Lin Mo's face. The entire underground space was astonishingly divided into 5 or 6 layers, all following the same stone staircase. Each level exhibited its own unique characteristics, and he could even faintly hear the sounds of other male and female demon cultivators bustling about. It was no wonder this place was dubbed the Maze Tower. It became evident that it was not merely the buildings on the surface, but rather that the majority of its levels lay deep underground, a revelation that left him in awe. Thus, under Lin Mo's private contemplation, he was led by the youthful maiden to a certain hall on the 4th underground level. Before him stood a resplendent beauty clad in pure white gauze, smiling and awaiting their arrival. Upon catching sight of this remarkably familiar face, Lin Mo felt as if a thunderclap had struck his mind, leaving him momentarily speechless. "Wanner, why do you appear here?" "No, something is amiss. You are not the Wanner I know." As Lin Mo uttered these words, he quickly realized the inconsistency in his speech, and his expression grew solemn as he articulated. "It turns out you are the recently renowned elder of the human race who has successfully entered the fusion stage. Truly, it is a surprise to Sewer. It appears my illusion technique, which I have honed with mental energy, is utterly ineffective before you." The woman, whose features bore a striking resemblance to Nangong Wan, smiled as her visage gradually became shrouded in a layer of white mist. Yet, as the mist began to dissipate, the woman before him abruptly transformed into an unfamiliar stranger with an oval face and delicate features. "You are Qin Sewer, are you not? Was your earlier behavior merely a test of my resolve?" Lin Mo's countenance remained dark, his gaze fixed intently on the woman in white, his tone icy as he inquired. "Elder Lin, you jest. How could I possibly dare to test you? Although I have recently made some progress with my heart illusion technique, I am still unable to fully master it. If my previous actions were offensive, I beg your forgiveness, Elder Lin." The expression of the woman in white shifted slightly, and she hastily clarified, "Heart illusion technique. I have heard of such a power. It is said to be a unique innate skill of the Tianhu clan, capable of transforming oneself into the most cherished person of the other without their awareness, making it nearly impossible to guard against. Therefore, it follows that both you sisters are members of the Tianhu royal family. Might I inquire about your relationship with the current Fox King?" Lin Mo's demeanor shifted subtly, his anger somewhat abated, and his tone softened considerably as he asked. "Indeed, we sisters belong to the Tianhu clan. Although we have some connection to the current Fox King, it has grown quite distant over time." Qin Sewer deeply bowed to Lin Mo in apology, then respectfully invited him to take a seat. "The heart illusion technique you performed earlier was able to touch my spirit. It must be closely related to the restrictions in this place." Lin Mo surveyed his surroundings, his gaze drifting across the hall before breaking into a sly smile as he seated himself in the principal position. "Indeed, the foresight of my esteemed predecessor is unparalleled. This place is none other than the establishment of the Tianhu clan, which has been infused with unique formations intrinsic to our lineage. While one might contend with other types of divine abilities, the potency of illusionary enchantments here is significantly amplified. Had this been elsewhere, my esteemed predecessor would likely not have even felt the initial stirrings of surprise." Qin Sewer observed Lin Mo, fully aware of the formidable strength that the reinforced heart illusion technique possessed, and a flicker of admiration stirred within her. It was not surprising that he could discern the presence of restrictions, yet to perceive at a glance that these formations could enhance the effects of the heart illusion technique undoubtedly required a profound understanding of array formations. However, according to whispers from the outside world, Lin Mo's rapid ascension to the integration stage within a mere few hundred years was primarily attributed to his fortuitous encounters in the wilderness. Thus, he seemingly lacked the leisure to delve deeply into the study of formations. Reflecting on this, the trace of dissatisfaction and condescension that had lingered in Qin Sewer's heart evaporated instantaneously. "Well then, since you have promised to bring the items I require today, I trust you are thoroughly prepared. Allow me to see what you have brought forth. Despite knowing that his counterpart hailed from the Tianhu clan, Lin Mo felt a twinge of regret, for she had transformed into Nangong Wan. However, he resolved not to pursue her previous test further and instead directly articulated the purpose of his visit. Of course, upon returning to the clan, I have exerted every effort to locate the materials you seek, esteemed predecessor. I have already gathered around 70 to 80% of what you need, which should suffice for your requirements. Mei Ling, please retrieve those materials. As I have been preoccupied with some pressing matters lately, I feared unforeseen circumstances might arise. Hence, I entrusted these items to my sister Mei Ling. Qin Suer nodded and then turned to the young girl beside her, issuing her instructions. At your command, Sister Suer. The girl responded promptly, and then, to Lin Mo's astonishment, she opened her mouth and emitted a gleaming, transparent orb, tinged with a hint of yellow and approximately the size of an egg. In light of this spectacle, Lin Mo found himself momentarily taken aback. The materials intended for the esteemed predecessor were somewhat taboo among us demon cultivators. Thus, I refrained from placing them in a common storage bracelet and chose instead to utilize this small treasure for containment. Though it is merely a half-Sumeru artifact crafted by a past ancestor of the clan, it possesses a greater capacity than ordinary storage devices and can seamlessly integrate into the body, rendering it more discreet. Qin Suer smiled as she elucidated. A half-Sumeru artifact. Such items are indeed rare. Lin Mo's interest peaked as he extended his hand to grasp it. With a swift motion, the orb settled securely in his palm. Simultaneously, Lin Mo's expression grew solemn as he directed a thread of divine sense into the orb's interior. Within, he found a veritable mountain of various precious demon beast bones, densely packed and forming a small hill. There exist several boxes and bottles, among other containers, filled with materials that are difficult to preserve and considerably more expensive, including the inner cores of high-level demon beasts. With Lin Mo's abundant mental prowess, he meticulously examined all the items in a brief span of time, including an in-depth inspection of the raw materials contained within those artifacts. Indeed, fellow Taoist Qin possesses extraordinary strength, for you have gathered the majority of the items I required from the list. I commend your capabilities. A joyful smile finally blossomed on Lin Mo's face. If you believe this task was accomplished solely by my efforts, I fear you are mistaken. In truth, I enlisted the aid of some dear friends from other races, exhausting all means to gather these materials. Upon hearing this, Qin Suer could only shake her head in resignation. Regardless of the arduous process, as long as the fairy could present such a plethora of materials before me, I shall undoubtedly honor my promise. Fellow Taoist Qin, please examine these millennia-old spiritual herbs. They are sufficient to exchange for the demon beast materials. Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction, and then, with a flick of his hand, a pale red storage bracelet appeared and was gently tossed to the woman in white. Qin Suer's eyes sparkled, and she gracefully raised her slender arm to deftly catch the storage bracelet, subsequently probing inside with her mental energy for a thorough examination. At that moment, Lin Mo, without hesitation, began transferring all the demon beast materials from the orb into the black storage bracelet on his wrist. The girl standing beside him observed Lin Mo's actions, her round eyes slightly shifting, her lips pouting, yet she refrained from voicing any objections. Clearly, she felt it was somewhat excessive for her unexamined spiritual herbs to be so brazenly absorbed by the other party. However, within the demon race, the principle of respecting the strong is even more stringent than in human society, and since Lin Mo was a formidable cultivator in the fusion stage, the girl could only swallow her grievances. Fortunately, Qin Suer was equally swift in her examination. Soon after, the woman took a deep breath and meticulously inspected each of the millennia-old spiritual herbs, her face radiating joy while also reflecting a hint of surprise. I am grateful for the elder's generous gift. However, it seems the quantity of these spiritual herbs exceeds what was stipulated in our original agreement. May I inquire about the elder's intentions behind this? The woman asked with a hint of hesitation. Fellow Taoist Qin, have you heard the recent news that our two races may face a tremendous calamity in the coming millennia? Lin Mo regarded the woman calmly and replied, Are you referring to the legendary demon calamity? Upon hearing this, Qin Suer's complexion turned pale, and after a moment, she whispered a query. Indeed, you have discerned this matter. The Great Tribulation is imminent. To ensure their own safety, Even those factions that have a slight awareness of the impending crisis will likely strive to accumulate strength in the coming millennia. At that time, there will undoubtedly be a shortage of the tightly held and scarce medicinal materials for both the demon and human races. To prepare for unforeseen circumstances, I have decided to expedite this transaction. Before the calamity strikes, we can continue to exchange the resources that are in dire need for both our races. However, it is essential to note that the next exchange may not involve materials from demonic beasts, but rather other unique commodities exclusive to the demon race. Lin Mo spoke with a glint in his eye. Recently, Wan Sheng had fortuitously come across news regarding the magical tribulation, igniting a fervent desire to continue trading. Should the esteemed elder have any requests, he need only visit the shop operated by the Tianhu clan in Tianyuan City and leave a message. Wan Sheng graciously accepted the precious spiritual herbs without further hesitation. Qin Suer readily agreed without a moment's thought. For her, regardless of the quantity of millennium spiritual herbs acquired, they would soon be consumed within a fleeting period. Her remarkable speed in cultivating to her current level was largely attributed to the numerous millennium spiritual herbs previously provided by Lin Mo. Thus, her demand for such herbs remained insatiable, as she anticipated a continued exchange of this nature. With this understanding, Lin Mo decided not to linger any longer and extended his best wishes to the fairy Qin for a bountiful return from the treasure conference. Upon concluding their business, he rose without hesitation to take his leave. The Qin sisters respectfully escorted Lin Mo to the entrance of the shop before returning indoors. Sister Suer, why did you not retrieve that item? The young girl inquired with a hint of dissatisfaction. We went to great lengths to obtain it. Did we not hope to exchange it for more millennium spiritual herbs? Had this been a few days prior, Wan Sheng would have acted as she suggested. However, the previous day, he had received an invitation to the Black Domain Conference from a senior demon. He planned to utilize this item to attempt acquiring superior goods at the conference. If that proved fruitless, he would then negotiate the exchange of millennium spiritual herbs with this individual, especially since the other party had shown intent to continue trading. After shaking her head in explanation, Qin Suer confidently stated, "Since I have made a decision, we can consider this matter settled." Nevertheless, the item they had unexpectedly acquired, while lacking significant practical value to demon cultivators, felt like a hot potato in their hands, difficult to dispose of. Should news of it leak, it might incite an unpredictable crisis and danger. For safety's sake, it would be prudent to find a suitable avenue to part with it as soon as possible. Although the young girl nodded in agreement, a deep sense of worry and unease lingered on her face. "Do not fret, dear sister," Qin Suer reassured her. "I possess my own judgment and decision-making abilities. Hence, I have refrained from hastily participating in those ordinary small-scale trade fairs, and instead plan to showcase this item at the Black Domain Exchange." Her gaze was profound, cautiously articulating her thoughts. At that moment, Lin Mo was en route back to his residence, unaware that, after expressing his willingness to continue collaborating with the two ladies at the last moment, he had inadvertently missed a golden opportunity to acquire a precious treasure. Now, he felt an overwhelming excitement and exhilaration at the prospect of possessing such a wealth of demonic beast materials. Currently, only 2 or 3 items remain uncollected. Once he successfully refines the second extreme mountain, his task will be deemed complete. Chapter 746. Although the 10,000 Treasures Conference has only just commenced, and the remaining materials are exceedingly precious, he firmly believes that gathering them all should not pose a significant challenge. However, upon returning home with a heart full of joy, Lin Mo was astonished to discover that an unexpected guest had arrived ahead of time. It was none other than her. Lin Mo gazed at the young maiden before him, clad in a purple dress, his expression a mixture of surprise and confusion. This uniquely positioned woman was none other than Dyer, the maiden who had once accompanied the Black Phoenix King. Despite her current cultivation being merely at the initial stage of transformation, she was renowned for her unparalleled beauty, holding a prestigious status among the younger generation of and was greatly favored by the Black Phoenix King. Yet, when they first met at Flying Immortal Peak, she had displayed a demeanor of coldness and detachment towards Lin Mo, leaving him in a state of perplexity and unease. He wondered if this enigmatic woman still remembered their trivial bond from years past, along with their interspecies affection. Now, she had unexpectedly embarked on a visit to seek medical counsel just as he returned home, which undoubtedly astonished and stunned Lin Mo. Was her presence here a result of following the wishes of his friend Xiao? Lin Mo's gaze deepened, revealing his unmasked skepticism towards her. Not at all. My intention to come here is entirely personal. The maiden in purple finally spoke, her voice as melodious as a bright oriole's song, instantly enveloping one in a refreshing spring breeze. Lin Mo's heart quivered slightly, and his expression shifted, as if he had grasped something of significance. I see. May I inquire what urgent matter brings you to seek my counsel? He tentatively asked. The maiden's crystal-clear eyes glanced at the young Master Hai standing nearby, before she meaningfully replied, I wish to discuss a few private matters with you, Senior. Although young Master Hai was filled with curiosity regarding the subtle relationship between his master and this mysterious maiden, he dared not defy his master's command. He could only suppress his intrigue, respectfully bow, and exit the grand hall. As for Lin Mo's other disciple, Qilingzi, after the earlier conflict with the elder of the Long family, he would no longer appear casually before others. Even though there were others who recognized the young Taoist as Lin Mo's named disciple, the Long family's elder had indeed severed ties with Lin Mo. But he paid it no mind. He had countless reasons to disassociate himself from the previous giant ape transformation. At this moment, upon seeing that young Master Hai had left the grand hall, the maiden in purple did not hesitate to extend her right hand. With a gentle wave, a delicate handkerchief radiating a faint white light materialized in her grasp, which she then steadily offered to Lin Mo. Upon encountering this familiar object, Lin Mo's expression subtly shifted. After a considerable pause, he let out a deep sigh, exclaiming, Dyer, it is indeed you, that mischievous girl. This seemingly ordinary silk handkerchief was, in truth, a low-grade spiritual artifact, a modest gift Lin Mo had presented to a young girl named Dyer many years ago. Although this item possessed only a minor ability to repel dust and held no substantial value, the little girl had treasured it dearly upon receiving it, regarding it as a precious keepsake throughout the years. Now, the young maiden in the purple attire, by producing such an object, undoubtedly revealed herself to be that charming child from long ago. Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, the expression on the purple-clad maiden's face became exceedingly complex. After a moment of silence, she suddenly raised her wrist and, with two slender fingers, gently removed the smooth, jade-like black phoenix hairpin from her head. In an instant, the black hairpin erupted in a burst of dark light, accompanied by a resounding phoenix cry, transforming into a black feather over half a foot in length. Almost simultaneously, a dazzling white radiance enveloped the maiden's face, illuminating the surroundings to an extent that rendered it nearly blinding. Despite possessing formidable spiritual sight, Lin Mo instinctively closed his eyes in the face of this unexpected brilliance. However, as he comprehended the unfolding events, he quickly reopened his eyes, now shimmering with a blue glow that disregarded the intense white light on the maiden's visage. His expression became extraordinarily peculiar. As the luminous white glow on the maiden's face gradually dissipated, her exquisite features emerged, unmistakably reminiscent of a celestial being from the Moon Palace. Whether it was her ethereal, orchid-like grace or her refined, almost ivory-carved facial features, she bore an astonishing resemblance to Nangong Wan, strikingly comparable at a rate of 7 or 8 out of 10. More coincidentally, the clear, spiritual aura emanating from them was strikingly similar. Had the two enchanting ladies stood side by side, anyone might easily mistake them for sisters. Yet, upon closer inspection, subtle differences between them became apparent. In contrast, Nangong Wan's visage exuded a gentle and graceful charm, evoking a sense of warmth and approachability, while the purple-clad maiden's more intricate and delicate features imparted an air of cold aloofness. However, with the clarity granted by his spiritual sight, Lin Mo could ascertain that the maiden's beauty was not an illusion but a tangible reality, devoid of any enchantment. Furthermore, he vaguely discerned traces of the youthful visage of the girl named Dyer from years past within the contours of her brow, albeit significantly altered with time. Gazing at this simultaneously familiar yet foreign beauty before him, Lin Mo, typically composed and calm, found himself at a loss for how to respond. Uncle Lin, how do I compare now, in appearance, to Aunt Nangong? The purple-clad maiden's eyes sparkled with an otherworldly light, a playful smile gracing her lips as she spoke softly. What could possibly be the meaning behind this? Why have you grown into this form upon reaching maturity? Could it be that you once had the chance to behold Wanner with your own eyes? Lin Mo strove to suppress the shock within, endeavoring to maintain his composure as he cautiously inquired. The name of Aunt Lin was something that Dyer learned from you. How could there be any possibility of having met Aunt Nangong? The girl in the purple attire offered a faint smile, gently shaking her head, and the originally frigid aura surrounding her diminished significantly. I seemed to recall fragments of memories, yet some aspects remained shrouded in obscurity. Lin Mo pondered for a moment, his gaze sharpening as if a thought had struck him, though he still appeared somewhat hesitant. During the days spent beneath the stone piles with Uncle Lin, he had shared with me some rather mysterious tales. The protagonists of those stories must surely have been you and Aunt Nangong. He even presented a jade pendant engraved with Aunt Nangong's likeness to soothe me, which instantly calmed my tumultuous thoughts. The girl in the purple attire's eyes sparkled with brilliance, her tone growing ever more gentle. In those days, your cherubic visage, adorned with baby fat, was indeed quite endearing. Upon hearing these words, Lin Mo reminisced about the time when the beast tide breached the city. He recalled the moments spent hiding beneath the rubble with the little girl, a smile unconsciously playing at the corners of his lips. I remember everything distinctly. My current appearance is the result of my cultivation reaching the transformation stage, wherein the blood of the Black Phoenix was awakened, reshaping my visage. Why have I come to resemble Aunt Nangong so closely? Even I find myself perplexed. Perhaps it is because the striking beauty of Aunt Nangong, as depicted on that jade pendant, left an indelible impression on me, inadvertently shaping a similar countenance upon my successful transformation. Uncle Lin, being a cultivator of the fusion stage, must possess some understanding of our demon clan's transformation process. In truth, the ultimate form one presents is largely dictated by fate. The girl in purple gently bit her rosy lips with her pearly teeth, revealing a hint of bashfulness. So that is how it is. If what you say holds true, then the likelihood is indeed quite high. Lin Mo suddenly realized, yet gazing upon this enchanting maiden, so akin in appearance to Nangong Wan, a bittersweet sensation lingered in his heart. Today, he had encountered numerous peculiarities. First, he had met Qin Suer, who, using her heart mirage technique, had transformed into the visage of Nangong Wan, leaving him utterly astounded. Then, upon returning home, he was greeted by a woman nearly indistinguishable from Nangong Wan. Could it be that something has befallen Wana? As a practitioner, Lin Mo held a degree of belief in those unseen, intangible omens. Upon hearing this news, his brows knitted tightly, and a wave of anxiety washed over him. At that moment, after a brief pause, Dyer continued, "The kindness shown to me by Uncle Lin has always been etched in my heart. However, there exists an inherent disparity between humans and demons, and Dyer did not wish to impose any unwarranted troubles upon him. Thus, during our initial encounters, I adopted a rather aloof demeanor. Upon my initial arrival at the Black Phoenix Palace, I did not encounter my father right away. Instead, it was a young maiden clad in purple attire who took the time to elaborate on her experiences within the Black Phoenix clan, engaging in a conversation with Lin Mo about her various endeavors in cultivation. Though these anecdotes seemed trivial, the girl recounted them with captivating charm, a smile gracing her lips. As Lin Mo gazed upon her face, strikingly reminiscent of Nangong Wan's, he found himself quietly listening, his expression gradually softening. Dyer and Lin Mo's dialogue extended for several hours, until she suddenly recalled something, reluctantly bidding farewell. Lin Mo did not attempt to retain her. Rather, he imparted a few words of advice as an elder would, before allowing young Master Hai to escort her from the Grand Hall. As he watched her figure gradually vanish at the entrance, Lin Mo's smile faded, replaced by a hint of solitude, and he sank into deep contemplation. Before long, when young Master Hai re-entered the hall to report that the girl had departed, the thoughtful expression on Lin Mo's face swiftly dissipated. He turned to his disciple and calmly commanded, "Go fetch your junior brother. We shall convene in my chamber shortly." Rising slowly, Lin Mo made his way to his quarters, leaving young Master Hai, whose eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing his master's words, to hurriedly seek out Qi Lingzi. The following morning, Lin Mo stealthily departed from his dwelling, appearing atop a desolate hill not far from the welcome immortal palace. He found a stone upon which to sit, closing his eyes to gather his strength, seemingly awaiting the arrival of someone. After a while, the sound of something slicing through the air resonated, and indeed, a figure materialized at the mountain's summit. "Ah, Lin Daoyu, how prompt you are. It appears you are eagerly anticipating this Black Domain assembly," the figure greeted with a smile. The voice sounding remarkably familiar, it was none other than the venerable Wan Gu. "Indeed, I am filled with anticipation. My early arrival is primarily due to the fact that this is my first participation in such a grand event, and I fear missing the optimal moment to enter the black domain. Lin Mo replied with a subtle smile, his tone composed. Rest assured, since the time has been announced, there shall be no discrepancies. However, before embarking, the elder added with a serious demeanor, I have a few words of caution to share, to spare you from unnecessary troubles within the black domain. Oh, esteemed elder, what guidance do you offer? I am all ears, Lin Mo responded politely, surprised by the elder's gravity. In truth, even without my counsel, you should grasp the underlying implications. However, the Black Domain Assembly is fundamentally distinct from ordinary trade gatherings. Thus I feel it prudent to reiterate a few warnings, Wangu remarked, a satisfied expression illuminating his face at Lin Mo's humility. He then began to elaborate on the taboos that one must heed during the Black Domain Conference. Lin Mo listened intently, nodding in agreement. Thus, time slipped away quietly. And after their discussion, the sunlight began to wane. At that moment, the old Taoist lifted his gaze to the sky, where the dense clouds appeared to him like a splendid canopy. He chuckled, saying, Indeed, the hour has grown late. Why don't we proceed together to the entrance? There are numerous entrances to the Black Domain, yet I suspect that only 4 or 5 colleagues await us at our destination. However, before we embark, we must first conceal our appearances, a task that need not be overly complex. Within the Black Domain, there exists a prohibition against probing with divine consciousness. Thus, employing ordinary methods of concealment should suffice to shield us from prying eyes. Nonetheless, it is best to avoid being recognized by fellow practitioners before entering the Black Domain. Even if we are indeed identified, there is no need for undue worry. Once inside, we can alter our concealment methods at random, and I trust that during the exchange, our identities will remain unrecognized. Chapter 747. The Master of 10,000 Bones, indeed a seasoned participant of many Black Domain conferences, spoke with clarity and ease. I am grateful for your thoughtful guidance, esteemed friend, Lin Mo replied with a smile, enveloped in a layer of grayish light, which cloaked his entire being. This was his manifestation of the primordial magnetic divine light. With this divine illumination as his shield, the divine consciousness of other integration stage cultivators would find it difficult to penetrate his true appearance. The Master of 10,000 Bones, upon witnessing Lin Mo's guise, could not help but smile. He waved one hand, and a cloud of black mist billowed forth from his body, similarly concealing him. Subsequently, the two of them activated their escape light and sped towards the outskirts of the 9 Immortal Mountain. Simultaneously, numerous integration stage elders and various mysterious practitioners residing on 9 Immortal Mountain departed their abodes, gliding silently towards the mountains beyond. However, their destinations varied greatly, with considerable distances separating them. After several hours, as the sun fully ascended, Lin Mo and the Master of 10,000 Bones finally emerged from the 9 Immortal Mountain, landing their escape light in a seemingly desolate small valley nearby. There, 2 seniors awaited their arrival in quiet anticipation. One was enveloped in resplendent golden light, radiating brilliance that was difficult to behold directly, while the other appeared as an ethereal wisp of blue smoke, eluding clarity no matter how intently one focused. These two stood at opposite ends, separated by a significant distance, remaining silent and showing little concern for Lin Mo and his companion's arrival. Clearly, they were not of the same sect as Lin Mo and the old Taoist, nor did they share a camaraderie of fellow travelers. Lin Mo merely cast a glance at them, refraining from probing with his divine consciousness. For the old Taoist had made it abundantly clear before their departure that whether prior to or after entering the Black Domain, all members of the participating demon and human clans were extremely wary of employing divine consciousness to detect others. Slightly provocative actions may be perceived as challenges, while more severe ones could immediately incite conflict. Lin Mo held no objections to this regulation. Consequently, unable to discern the other 2 seniors with his naked eye, he swiftly averted his gaze. Though he firmly believed that his clairvoyance possessed a high probability of unveiling the disguises of these 2 individuals, he was acutely aware that if they practiced some esoteric technique, his perception might be compromised. He had no desire to attract unwarranted trouble before even stepping into the Black Domain. Thus, Lin Mo and the real man of 10,000 Bones selected a higher vantage point, distancing themselves from the other 2 seniors, and awaited in silence. The 4 individuals present concealed their true appearances, lacking any willingness to engage in conversation. This atmosphere rendered the surroundings rather eerie. Aside from the rustling of the wind, no other sounds emerged. Lin Mo gently closed his eyes, silently calculating the passage of time. After several fleeting moments, a green light descended from the heavens like a meteor, poised to strike the ground with force. Yet, in an instant, it halted, mere yards from the earth, before gracefully drifting down without a sound. Lin Mo casually cast a glance and discerned a mysterious silhouette standing within the green light. This figure occupied the central position among Lin Mo and the other four. After surveying the surroundings, the figure unexpectedly smiled at the other four, then simply sat down without any inclination to advance. Observing this, Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback, then smiled faintly, finding the mysterious individual rather intriguing. However, the old Taoist beside him gazed coldly at the silhouette within the green light, as if recalling something, his brow gradually furrowing. According to the real man of 10,000 bones, it was evident that the participants in the Black Domain Conference were confined to the 5 of them. Approximately half an hour later, Lin Mo suddenly felt an unusual vibration emanating from within his sleeve, prompting him to reach inside with a tense expression. He extracted a triangular token, roughly the size of his palm. It was entirely black, yet a faint white aura flickered across its surface, seemingly interacting with an unknown force. Lin Mo's heart leaped with joy as he raised his head to observe the others. He discovered that both the nearby real man of 10,000 bones and the other 3 had similarly produced identical tokens, each radiating the same faint white glow. At that moment, a deep rumble resonated suddenly from above the valley. Following this, a powerful spatial fluctuation rippled outwards from the same location. The 5 below were startled, all lifting their heads towards the source of the disturbance. They beheld an ominous mass of dark clouds that had materialized overhead in the previously clear sky. Within this ominous cloud, silver lightning silently flickered into existence, swiftly converging into a singular entity after a brief interplay of flashes. Accompanied by a deafening rumble of thunder, a magnificent silver portal abruptly materialized amidst the flickering flashes of lightning. Towering over Tianzhong, the ancient and profound patterns adorning its surface were encircled by swirling silver runes. Such a breathtaking spectacle evoked awe. Fortunately, the 5 individuals in the valley were not ordinary folk. They had encountered countless scenes far more bizarre than this. Thus, each remained composed, standing still with an air of unflustered serenity upon their faces. Suddenly, the colossal silver door emitted a resonant hum, and the surrounding runes trembled before coming to a simultaneous halt. The door then began to slowly part, revealing a narrow crevice. A beam of black light pierced through the gap, followed by the swift silhouette of a mysterious practitioner cloaked in black robes, who leapt forth and hovered before the grand portal. This figure exuded an eerie black aura, casting a chilling gaze upon the onlookers without uttering a single word. Lin Mo squinted at the figure in the black robe, feeling a subtle chill creep into his heart. The aura emanating from this individual was peculiarly volatile, oscillating between immense power and an almost imperceptible frailty, as if their cultivation was exceedingly unstable. What kind of technique could this be? Such extraordinary martial arts were unknown to him. A fleeting expression of surprise crossed Lin Mo's face as his mind raced with thoughts. Could this person be the emissary of the Black Domain? A man radiating golden light, seemingly a seasoned participant of the Black Domain Assembly, boomed in a voice akin to a resounding bell, inquiring whether they possessed the summoning tokens. If they were prepared, he stated, the emissary would activate the portal and guide them into the Black Domain. Those who attempted to trespass without the token would face immediate execution. The figure in black, however, appeared oblivious to the golden man's inquiry. Instead, his eyes flickered with an unusual green light before he unleashed a chilling proclamation filled with murderous intent. The voice was sharp and piercing, rendering it difficult to discern the speaker's gender. The golden man responded with a faint, disdainful laugh, seemingly unimpressed by the black-robed figure's overconfidence, yet ultimately chose to remain silent. As for Lin Mo and the others, they too refrained from voicing any opinions. Noticing the absence of dissent from the 5 individuals below, the black-robed figure nonchalantly conjured a dazzling silver artifact resembling a drumstick. Without hesitation, he launched a fierce assault on the grand door with this instrument. With a sharp crack, the silver portal, which had already opened a slight gap, swung wide open amidst a thunderous roar. Lin Mo focused intently on the scene beyond the door. As the massive portal unfolded, an abyssal darkness loomed within, devoid of any light. It felt as though one was engulfed in an endless void, aptly befitting the name of the Black Domain. Just as Lin Mo reveled in this unexpected delight, he suddenly felt the summoning token in his hand grow unbearably hot. And in the blink of an eye, it exploded with a resounding crack. Transformed into radiant beams of shimmering black light, they swiftly enveloped his form. At that moment, Lin Mo sensed an abrupt tension in the atmosphere, an invisible force lifting him upwards, propelling him towards the open silver gate in the sky. Initially taken aback, he soon observed that the other 4 companions were similarly illuminated by the black light and levitating off the ground, which gradually eased his mind. In the blink of an eye, under the piercing gaze of the figure in black robes, the 5 of them stepped into the silver gate. Upon finding no immediate anomaly, the enigmatic figure wielded a mystical artifact, striking the wings of the gate with force before leaping inside himself. A resounding boom echoed as the silver gate slowly closed, followed by a thunderous roar that erupted into countless arcs of lightning. The surrounding dark clouds vanished as if swept away by a tempest. The once gloomy sky returned to its former clarity. Enveloped in the black light, Lin Mo surveyed his surroundings with a face full of curiosity. Since the moment they passed through the silver gate, he and the other 4 had been tightly encased in the black light, floating in a line amidst the void. Now situated in a mysterious realm beyond the gate, Lin Mo beheld this so-called dark world in its entirety. A pervasive sea of black mist enveloped them, composed of swirling black gas, some flowing gently, appearing innocuous, while others roiled violently, tearing apart everything around them mercilessly, transforming into dark storms that evoked a profound sense of peril. Notably, amidst the distant black gas, he sensed a peculiar aura of numerous ferocious beasts, their presence palpable yet tinged with an inexplicable fear that kept them at bay, their predatory gaze fixated upon the 5. Despite the distance, Lin Mo could feel the menacing energy radiating from these creatures, clearly not to be trifled with. After a flash of pitch-black light, the mysterious figure draped in black robes astonishingly materialized before the 5 cultivators. However, he refrained from any dialogue, silently advancing with an increasing pace. Lin Mo, perplexed, was on the verge of inquiring when the surroundings abruptly shifted. A dense, dark light enveloped him, irresistibly drawing his body in a certain direction. The other 4 cultivators found themselves in a similar predicament. Lin Mo paused for a moment, then let out a wry smile. The one who was guiding them was indeed living up to his reputation, leading them onto a new journey. Yet, he remained oblivious to the profound secrets concealed within the black light that shrouded them. As they progressed, every encounter with the black currents dissipated in their wake, instinctively parting ways. This allowed their group to traverse several miles in a mere instant. Suddenly, Lin Mo's gaze fixed upon a vast expanse of black mist ahead, his pupils shimmering with a faint blue light. Within his perception, a colossal creature lurked amidst the dark fog, its aura reminiscent of the unknown beasts in the distance, yet infinitely more potent. Even as a cultivator at the fusion stage, he felt an overwhelming sense of threat. However, the swirling black mist was not ordinary. Even his spiritual sight could not fully penetrate it. He could only vaguely discern the outline of a creature resembling a mountain, hidden within the haze, akin to a mighty dragon. As Lin Mo realized this, the other 4 cultivators evidently sensed the monster concealed within the black mist as well. As they drew closer to this entity, a sense of vigilance filled their hearts. At that moment, the guide at the forefront of the group suddenly plummeted downward, taking everyone along and failing to approach the unknown giant. Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief, and after a careful observation of the creature, he decided to divert his attention from the matter. However, after a brief interval, a look of tension re-emerged on Lin Mo's face. Their group, under the guidance of the guide, had descended several tens of thousands of feet, yet the depths below still seemed far from their destination. This void, saturated with black mist, resembled an endless abyss. Had it not been for Lin Mo's observation of the other for exhibiting no unusual behavior amidst the black light, he might have begun to doubt the wisdom of continuing to follow their lead. Fortunately, after descending over 10,000 feet further, the surrounding black mist finally dissipated, and they broke through the dense sea of fog. Below lay a bizarre world of azure, illuminated by pale blue light. revealing vast edifices and towering black forests that resembled colossal stone pillars. This cerulean glow emanated from several massive, luminescent orbs suspended in the air, each with a diameter exceeding a yard, radiating a chill blue light, as if they would never extinguish.